welcome to TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We got 12 teams, 5 days, and 2 slots available for a shot at that Aegis.
Zayat has done it again, started the fight with the fault from Nisha. The Void Spirit's gone. Cat-U's next on the agenda. He'll drop the Tombstone, but it doesn't matter. Secret, they're way too far ahead for Tempest to be able to deal with it. Even Katara just has to BKB TP out, hoping he can escape. And Secret put all their attention onto other heroes.
In comes Z-Freak, looking for the kink, looking for maybe the punchback as well. The snowball is going to be able to get them the first kill onto the Faceless Void. Sven and No One are running themselves over. Will they get the follow-up kill onto V-Tune? The 4-star out of the Wukong's command is going to make that completely useless. As now in the backline, Sweden Strong connects with a 2-man stun onto them. The draw comes out as well, reflected as V-Tune standing in the middle of this fight. But when he comes out the side, what is he going to be able to achieve? The Chronosphere comes out onto Gunnar, once again using the Refresher shot to kill off both the cores. And that's going to be it for game number 2. It is a 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Mid-game moves in, stun comes out, the Shrek stuck on the spot for half the Stampede, gets the BKB out, but it's too little too late. Liquid are just out of control in this game, and XG have no way to recover these fights.
There's going to be silence going out onto Frag. They're not going to allow him to do anything. Parker goes in with the BKB, able to bring down 2, but eventually will still die to GPK.
Smoke from Liquid. They're going to see Thompson's positioning, surely. Instead, they're going to look to jump Ana. He's in a compromised position. Insane. He's going to try and step into the middle fight with the BKB, but he doesn't have an opportunity for the black hole. But Ana, he's getting chunked down.
Here we go.
Yep. Well, doesn't pop it yet. Will now do so. I mean, Forcer's got on top of him, but it doesn't even matter at this point. The Undying is going to get absolutely shredded. The Loach also going to be eaten alive by V-Tune.
Run.
Next target.
Oh, at the last second, they're able to cancel it out. The follow-up now, the chase over onto Eve. They're just throwing out as much damage as possible. The slot with the Scotty over onto Eve. They need maybe one more ahead as Sam just absolutely crumbles. And Lewis just being able to do whatever he wants. They tried to go for that grass. He'll turn back around over onto Lone, giving him the clicks, trying to burst it off, trying to do anything they can to keep him alive, but they're not going to be able to do it.
Nisha coming in, gets off the Shiva's guard, gets pinned. 2 heroes caught at the same time by BAB. What a buyback coming in from him. No Nisha, no resolution. There's only Puppey that remains. Yes, Nisha might have brought back, but I'm not so sure how much he can accomplish here at the very end.
Well, they don't have the heroes alive to be able to play with that, and so Xavius can reposition, terms it with the sharpshooter, and jumps down to the low ground. Beautifully done coming out from the Hoodwink, and meanwhile on the opposite side of the fight, Gunnar is caught out once again. This Tusk Aghanim Scepter being too much for Nouns to handle.
They've just continued to apply pressure, and unfortunately, it's Tempest they haven't really been able to really resist. And there's another spear into the fissure, an easy kill. No buyback either for Sebas.
Still would like to perhaps see them go back in as Alone starts creeping forward, the jump forward with the disposal. Follow-up though from the Tusk. They manage to go and grab Ramsey. There it is. There's that abyss we talked about. What is Vortex though? Oh my god, GPK, he grabs everyone. It's almost like a black hole, but it's not enough damage. They don't have the TA, they don't have DMs. They just punch Hakoda to death. They'll turn their attention. I think that wildcard just beat Virtus Pro here. Maybe off of that 2 fights. Yeah, the GG gets called. Oh my god.
That's it. There's no way to come back. Zevka, he was waiting for an opportunity to turn around with the black hole, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. He's going to be dropped. Cuckoo left alone on his lonesome. Buyback from Silencer is completely irrelevant here. And Infamous just completely stomped T1's hopes of taking this game.
They've had some impossible conditions to pull off this game, and they've managed it, although they just get spotted.
Oh, that was close. Lou managing to get the waveform with the high ground there. If he caught it there, the game might well just have been over. Yamich, they're still struggling to actually finish him off here as Ramsey's jumping in onto DY. The 4-star him away. DM in with a black hole. Catches the Morphling. It's the big target. And GPK brings down the Requiems. And that will be that for the Morphling. DM catching out PYW with a black hole on the sidelines as well. Triple kill for GPK as this might just be game.
Get his hands onto the PL's got now some evasion of his own. Butterfly, but they found a lasso. It's onto the Vengeful Spirit yet again. That's this time certainly going to be a dieback. Sebas as well the second time around. He's going to catch a big fish, and that's going to be live. The hookshot doesn't cancel the Phoenix Icarus dive, so Supernova is going to be a huge point for Tempest to fight around. Kotaro beating back now into Sweden Strong as Na'Vi are forced back one by one, but the 2 raid bosses left now. No one's going to go into Rolling Thunder and finds the kill there onto the Nyx Assassin. That's a dieback. Some good damage well onto Kotaro. as Batoon thinking about turning, going back on. Look, the Sunder! It's not good enough. Cortado falling low, doesn't have Aegis. He denied it in the pit, and now he's going to be killed. Oh no, Draken, he's going to be next to die as well. Silence and surrounded by Batoon. But Cortado rather, he buys back, pops the meta yet again, has BKB in 2 more seconds here.
It's about to get even more painful for the side of Infamous. They're trying desperately to gain some of this momentum back, some of this land even. They do have a gem on Leo's now, so they'll find Zai. They're going to try to drag him back, keep him silent long enough so that they can burst him down. The Dub Shroud, though, coming into play, allows him to get the BKB, gets the roar off as Affliction will fall. Leo's down next to die, and they'll follow up, and they just call GG.
Templar Assassin,
we see
beat down on the racks. At the last minute, Jason Sash is dead. He is out for 80 seconds, no buyback. Both supports once again have fallen. Resolution.
They can run Reza down.
He's gone. In it. That's a dead resolution, likely, yeah.
It's TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers Day 2 kicking off. We have the second half of our group stages to be played out today. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. Joining me via T-Panda. Guys, we saw an amazing highlight reel just before of Day 1. Sophia, how are you feeling, and what do you think is the must-watch game from yesterday in Day 1?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm getting ready for another Day 2, more great action today, but the must-watch for me for Day 1 would probably be T1 versus Infamous Game 1. That was T1's only win, and it was accompanied by Thompson like breaking every record in the book on Leshrac. It's like over 1,000 GPM on a Leshrac, which is absolutely absurd. Playing out of his mind there, on his Pudge after playing 2 lackluster games at Gyrocopter, going into the Pudge, making it look good. That game, if you're a T1 fan, I think gave you a lot of hope and inspiration going into the next games because their first series didn't look so good. So for me, that was probably the standout game.
And T-Panda, for you, what was a standout game?
I mean, yesterday had a lot of action for sure, but I think you kind of have to highlight maybe 2 series here, like Extreme Gaming versus VP was definitely a very good one. The game 2 of Morphling versus the Black Holes and the Shadow Fiends with big ults, big team fight ultis all around. I think that's a must-watch game. But I also want to highlight Wildcard versus VP in their first game, where Wildcard was able to snatch that one important point from VP. So those 2 were really good games in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely liked that VP Wildcard one, especially because Wildcard ended up pulling out the Broodmother after getting 2-0'd by the Broodmother. So, they sort of did the Uno reverse there. But, T-Vendor, was there anything else throughout Day 1 that stood out for you, not just specific games?
Well, I mean, in general, tournament stats from the first day, I think we are seeing some kind of repetition from third-party tournaments. The late DPC hero picks, for example, Marcy 100% contested throughout the day. 8 picks into 87% win rate, looking like a pretty solid hero for both the core role and the support role. Marcy might be making her way through some of the drafts today because I believe what we talked about quite heatedly yesterday about the Morphling situation. I would like to see Morph being banned more and more. I think Fear also would like to see maybe less Morphlings or maybe some answers to Morphlings.
Yeah, I want to see something new when you're playing with this Morphling. A lot of people are trying some agility heroes like the Slark, the Drow, that in theory can work, maybe an anti-mage. Just doesn't really work anymore. He kind of answers all those, and plus all those responses to the Morphling are very specific, and they need good lane matchups, right? Morph right now just has an incredibly strong laning stage against pretty much everything right now, and the answers to Morph, you're not really going to get your perfect lane. Like, the Drow needs a very specific lane to really succeed. So, yeah, it's really hard to answer this Morphling right now. I think some things people could do. We saw the Black Hole with Enigma. That is a good lane matchup, and throughout the game, it's really good if they don't have, like, a Black Hole cancel. Other than that, heroes I do want to see more, like, int carries, maybe, like, some Lina, where the Agnum Scepter can't really affect you, and you still do a lot of damage. So that's something I'd like to see people try to experiment against the Morphling today. If it gets through the pool, if you're not willing to do that, ban it.
Yeah, I mean, you go, T-Panda.
No, I was like, I'd like to see more Lina, and I think one highlight from yesterday, also kind of connecting to the early game pressure, Tops and Leshrac, all-time GPM top 1. I think that was also quite an impressive performance from yesterday. Maybe these int carries might be the answer to it.
It's all about, who can adapt, who can work off of what their weaknesses were from day one. And before we jump into day two, we actually have to look at day one standings, though, so you know how the teams are faring in their own groups. We can start looking at Group A here. It's Na'Vi on top with 5 wins. They're just out there, kind of, I want to say streaking ahead, but Secret are very close with 4 wins right behind them. VG on 3, as well as Polaris on 3. And then Nouns and Tempest looking to be going into that lower bracket. Tempest yet to pick up a win for themselves. Looking at Group B as well very quickly, we'll take a gander. It's Liquid, Extreme, and Virtus Pro all tied on 4 wins and 2 losses. Could shape up to be a very interesting day for this group. Infamous down there in 4th with 2 wins, and then T1 and Wildcard tied with 1 win each. The thing that stood out to me the most was definitely Tempest down there not having a win yet. And in your eyes, Fia, what do you feel are some changes that need to come through for them to have a bit of a better successful day 2?
I think in day one, they had like a pretty good showing, but it's usually their mid-late game where they're struggling, like just some of the fundamentals, not being patient enough, get a good lead on Kataro, play the map, play around your vision a bit better, and I think they'll at least be able to secure 1 map for themselves if they're able to just stay patient and, disciplined.
Seeing how close Group B is, T-Panda, do you think that maybe some people in that group, those teams, have more of a chance to make it out of Last Chance Qualifiers just by looking at day 1?
I mean, Group B, you've got a lot of hot, heated teams definitely in that group, and I feel like Infamous was a team that stood their ground really well yesterday, tying up against T1 and against Liquid. I think the T1 maybe, you could say maybe the imagination overload maybe was a bit too much from their drafts and enabled Infamous to grab themselves a victory there. I think they could still have a shot at going into upper bracket. I think it's pretty much up to T1, like what's their form today, how do they adapt, and how do they change their general idea of how do they want to play Dota through drafts and through gameplay, because they've got these really talented players in their team, but it feels like something's a bit missing. The magic's kind of not there.
Yeah, they're all very individually talented, but right now it just isn't clicking, isn't meshing. But let's also have a quick look at the schedule. Today is another full-on day. We do have 4 streams going on. We'll start with the schedule over on B stream. The 4 series happening is T1 Extreme, then Extreme Infamous, Tempest, Polaris, Wildcard, T1. These are all best of 2s. It's also a rolling schedule, so the times that you guys see, a rough estimation. If you want to definitely catch a specific game, I recommend just tuning in for the whole day, honestly. We'll flip it over to stream C. They have 3 locked-in series that are going to be occurring. It's Nouns, VG, Nouns, Tempest, Secret, Na'Vi, with a potential tiebreakers happening over there. Our 4th stream D, the schedule for them is Wildcard up against Liquid, Virtus Pro, Infamous, then Wildcard, and again, another slot for any tiebreakers that could occur. Here on the A stream, on the main stream, we are treated to these 4 amazing series. It's Secret, Polaris to start off the day, then VG Gaming and Na'Vi, T1 going up against Virtus Pro, and then Polaris and VG Gaming to close out the day. Fia, seeing that T1 didn't have a very good day 1, and they're going to be coming up against Virtus Pro later today on this series, and T-Pen already talking about, how they have to adjust. What do you actually think they need to align or change to reach the expectations a lot of people place on them?
Well, I got to spotlight a couple players, I guess. I think Anna and Cuckoo, they need to step it up a little bit. So, right now, Anna, he's making some questionable hero choices for himself, like the gyrocopter carry. We don't see it, and there's a good reason for it. The hero's just not good right now. And they tried it 2 games, they lost, they went into the Pudge, which is good. They tried it again. Teams are a little stubborn on their hero picks. Maybe Ana just doesn't know what to play right now and is kind of experimenting a bit. Cuckoo's kind of in the same boat as well. I'd like to see him play a little more team fight for the team, because I feel like they go for this snowball style, doesn't really work out. I think Thompson's playing wonderfully. He's having great early games, making a lot of space in most of the games. They just need to have the other cores kind of step it up if they want to start winning some more.
I mean, we can talk about T1 and, all the potential changes that can happen, but let's say they implement them and they do end up having a good day. You kind of a little bit worried if you're an Infamous fan, and they might have easier day at the lower end, T-Panda, when they're coming up against Wildcard Gaming, but their opening series is going to be up against Extreme Gaming over on B-Stream. How do you think they're going to fare against that, knowing that they could be potentially going to a lower bracket if T1 step up today?
Well, I guess that's where you start to think about the word upset value. I mean, Extreme Gaming's been looking very formidable. They've got Lou currently having the highest last hit average as well. Maybe that's something Infamous could maybe strike upon, like playing aggressively, invading kind of lineups where you have like mixed assassins and stuff, able to kind of take map control and, dictate the game at your pace. I believe that's something that Infamous can potentially do against Extreme Gaming. The most of the games that we saw from Extreme Gaming were basically where they were allowed to fight under their vision, under their terms, and how they want to set the pace for the game for themselves. So I believe Infamous has a shot here today. Like you said, later on today, maybe a bit of an easier series, but a more important one in that sense, because then you got to start looking at 2-0s in the end.
Yeah, it goes to show just how important, I guess, each game is, not just each series. But someone who is topping their group, when we looked at them, was Na'Vi. Fia, you were able to cover them throughout DPC, especially in 2 or 3. Do you think that this is a Na'Vi you expected? Do you think maybe they were a little bit of an underdog? Or how are they doing so well so far, even though it's only been day 1?
I mean, it's been so long since DPC Season 3, but since then, Sweden Strong still seems to have the affinity towards these position 4 strength melee. He was one of the first ones onto the Marcy. I remember doing the DPC, and he was Marcy just came into captain's mode, right? And he was already platinum on the hero, right? Dota Plus. I was like, he just plays the hero a lot, and now we see him on some Ricky's, Sven. I do think they're sticking to the type of style. They're a very aggressive team, and as long as they get VTune's hero correct, which also needs to be a little more aggressive, because, if 4 of your teammates are playing really aggressive in the enemy base, you kind of need to bring 5. That's the old OG, the TI 9, 10 versions of them, or TI 8 and 9, I'm sorry. They just play really aggressive, the carry would join them. But if you kind of do that with 4 heroes and this type of patch, your 4 heroes are just going to feed a little bit and you're going to get a little behind. So as long as they keep playing aggressive as a team, I think Na'Vi just looks really good, and they're really implementing that well right now.
I'm excited to see how they shape up for day 2. But I know the game, our first series, which is Secret up against Polaris, is going to be ready very soon. So let's have a little bit of a chat about these guys too. I want to start with Polaris, and I'll go back to you as well, Fia, because we were able to cover them in SEA. Are you impressed with how well they're doing, considering they've had that roster change between 2 or 3 and the regional qualifiers?
That's Polaris, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't catch a ton of their games yesterday. I saw, the tail end to them, so today I really want to keep an eye on them. But, there's so many games going on right now, it's, almost impossible to, watch all of them at the same time. But Polaris has kind of, flew under the radar for me, and today I'm definitely going to keep a sharper eye on them.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that doesn't know the what words am I trying to say? The roster change that happened was they ended up putting their coach into play with them as Pose 5, and ever since then they've been shaping up to be potentially one of those dark horses that a lot of people might not have that much faith in, but they are giving the results. They are standing up to the task, and they're going to have to be standing up against Secret today, T-Panda. How do you weight their chances, considering the form Secret were in yesterday?
Well, I mean, Secret in general, at least looking at what kind of drafts that they've been playing, the way that they've tried to approach into Dota, they've had Beastmasters, Chens, Lycans, Enchantresses. You got a zoo going on here, and I think that's something that you gotta keep an eye open. Lane pressure, lanes in general have to go pretty well early on to secure yourself into that mid game phase and start to build up from there. I think laning is the key word that I want to put a lot of emphasis on today for not just Secret, but the opponents that they're going to be playing up against, and that you got to try to find some weak points. Maybe try to punish through the supports, early kills, getting for early first bloods and getting a good connection from there and get a good roll going on.
Yeah, well, look, we've given our thoughts now. You've heard about the breakdown from day one, but it is time to fully jump into day two as we're jumping into our series of Secret up against Polaris with Dan Organaries.
Thank you very much, Nat. Here we go, Dano. Day two of the Last Chance Qualifiers. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great, and I'm feeling even better. You know, there's a little bit of bias there, but having a C team like Polaris doing a lot better than a lot of people expected does open a few eyes, but they've got a big challenge in this first series against Secret, one of those other teams that are currently sitting quite comfortably in that upper bracket range.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky opponent for them to come up against. But we saw yesterday that Polaris, they were the only team that were able to take a map against Na'Vi, who are currently 5-1. We also had the opportunity to cast Polaris when they were battling against Nouns, and they looked very comfortable. What we were mentioning often throughout that series was that this is a team, when they're playing ahead, when they have the momentum, when they have the confidence, they are a scary team.
I think that's impressive to take the game against Na'Vi, but we have to remember who else Na'Vi played. They played against Nouns and Tempest, who have got one win across the board through their, 12 games. So I don't want to put them down too far, because we saw that from both Nouns and Tempest, they were in winning positions in multiple games. They just weren't able to get that clutch moment at the very end to be able to string it together. But they're beatable, for sure. I mean, anyone in this competition is beatable. No one is lossless right now. Even, the likes of Na'Vi, you've got everyone else essentially with 2 losses or more, with the exception of Polaris and Vici, and they only played 2 series. So I think we're going to start to see the brackets even out even further throughout today.
And how do we feel like the playstyle is going to be able to compare as we get to take a look at Polaris and their roster at the moment, led from AU?
I think the playstyle is going to be fine. I mean, the big thing that has impressed me from Polaris has been their laning stage, and I think they want to put a lot of emphasis onto making sure that they're shutting down Resolution as much as possible, because from what we've been seeing out of Team Secret so far, even just in the one day throughout these qualifiers, it means that Crystallis kind of feels like he's playing like a fancy offlaner, basically, but he's playing it from the safe lane. We're seeing these halberds, we're seeing some of these unorthodox builds that come just 1 or 2 items earlier than you might be expecting, and then you contrast that with Resolution, and he's going like, the occasional Daedalus and things like that, something that you really don't see offlaners do outside of someone like Amar from OG, but, Amar, he's at the top of the heap right now, and there's a reason that he's already through to TI proper.
Okay, so then how can Polaris look to address Resolution? Are you looking to then put a little bit of emphasis on his heroes in the banning phase? Is it just something in the game that they need to try to address? Maybe a lot more rotations coming out from the mid laner, from Lelouch, to try and slow down Resolution?
I think you can put a little bit of emphasis on the bans, for sure, for Resolution. I mean, the thing is, the whole fancy safe laner concept that I was talking about isn't really a factor if he's picking things like the Enigma, right? Enigma is an offlaner. He is not a safe lane hero. So I think you can maybe look to let those sort of things through, or at least don't ban them, because if they don't pick it up for Resolution and they look to try and double down on this, like, who's the true core aspect, then we've seen with Polaris that they can pick up the Enigma and they can throw it into a bunch of different roles. Force is great. We saw AU hit a 4-man black hole yesterday, but really, it's going to come down to the draft for mine and how they set up these lanes. I think you need to, specifically with the Polaris safe lane, set it up to have as much success as possible. And we've seen that. They've prioritized the Marcy as a position 1, one of the strongest heroes of this patch, 100% contested rate.
And I think one thing that was a big reason why Secret were able to have success yesterday, we had the opportunity to cast the first series for them up against Tempest, and the man on the bottom left-hand of screen, Zayats, looked incredible on the Nyx Assassin. I believe he played it in another game as well later in the day on another stream. He was a big reason of why they're able to 2-0 Tempest. So I wonder if this is going to be something that, again, Secret can continue to pick up, or if it was a little bit more specifically to counter some of the Tempest heroes and whatever is picked up in the first phase. So I'm excited to see what that man is able to do, because he was a big reason of why they're able to come off to such a hot start in day one.
Yeah, I'd be banning the Nyx Assassin for sure. I mean, you just think about how strong he is with it even in the lane, but you think about Lelouch's hero pool as well. All the types of heroes. You know, he goes the Pucks, he goes the Spirits, he goes even the Pangolier as quite a common pick for himself. You can just look to run into a Carapace and really set yourself up to be exploded at the start of these team fights. So I think at the games where they banned out the Nyx, they still picked the Tusk for Zayats, who, I mean, he's an incredible Tusk, but it's just not quite on the level of his Nyx Assassin, because that's like 11 out of 10.
Yeah, the word you used yesterday was the Tusk was kind of the backbone of their draft for Secret a lot through the qualifiers. I believe he played it 6 times with an 83% win rate, 7 times through the qualifiers. So, you know, we saw how often Secret were putting the emphasis on that hero. And I really wonder if that hero is going to rise in popularity in general in other roles. We saw yesterday Force actually picked it up in their game versus Nouns. I think there was a couple other games that was played as well. Who played at mid? I didn't get to catch that game.
I don't think it was Gunner, but it was someone. I was casting with you. I didn't get to catch.
Yeah, exactly.
Well.
That's the thing. So because we saw last TI what happens when you have a hero with Force repositioning with the Magnus. I mean, that hero can just be incredibly strong, and the Walrus kick is no different. That was a big reason why Tiny was incredibly strong for such a long time, and I think once we get to the group stages, we might see some more teams even picking up the Tiny as well with those specialty plays like, you know, Baboka for an example. But I think the Tusk is something that we do have to kind of keep our eyes on as the tournament goes on, because he has this mechanic that not a lot of people have in the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, a lot of people are starting to pick up the Venge as well. Another one of those heroes that have that forced reposition mechanic. I think it's going to be really strong. I'm surprised that we haven't seen quite as much Quap. You know, you and I really like it as a pseudo response to the Pangolier as well. You're still able to do damage during the Rolling Thunder. You could push away. You could disrupt a lot of these like choke point like clump up spells. I call them anchoring things, like the Tombstone, like the Rolling Thunder, and just make it a lot easier to be able to play around. But yeah, look at that big difference. It really shows the style that you've got between most POS 5s and Puppey. Puppey is not a ward bot. He is going to be going around, he's going to be farming, he's going to be playing a little bit more selfishly than others. So if you give him his Chen, if you give him his Enchantress, if you give him an IO even, if he's able to get those super early sustain items either for himself or for the team, you just come out so far ahead on top, because most of the time, healing is better than damage. You know, you're always, with the exception of having something like a Spirit Vessel or a Shivas or a Skadi, those come later on into the game most of the time. 300 healing is always 300 healing without that other stuff. But 300 damage can be blocked by armor, can be blocked by magic resistance. It requires a lot more than the actual damage to actually do what you want it to do. So if you get like a 10-minute mech, you're flying. You're far ahead of what the enemy team's able to do in terms of damage.
I'm trying to think of what the bans were yesterday against Secret when we casted the series versus Tempest, because I want to mention now, like, what do you feel like Polaris need to maybe respect some of Puppey's heroes? Like you just mentioned, the Chen, the Enchantress can be very similar with the Nature's Intendants as well. Are you looking to try and at least take out one of Puppey's heroes? Or does that leave something in the pool? Because we've already spoken about the Marcy.
There's too many of Puppey's heroes. I think you got to take out the Nyx 100%, and then it's just going to depend on, do you have first or do you have second pick? Because I feel like Marcy is just such a strong hero, especially for Polaris, right? Who can play it across, from what we've seen, 3, maybe even 4 different roles. So I think that's going to need to be the priority for them. I'm sure Secret are going to be banning the Marcy, even if they have first pick. Honestly, I think it's going to be something that they're considering.
Yeah, I wonder where the Primal Base even fits into this series as well. Something that has been continuing to rise in popularity, is a little bit more region-based, and I should say probably team-based in general, where China in particular, they can play it in multiple roles. I've seen them play it in at least 3, potentially even 4. Yesterday we had Thompson playing the Primal Beast mid. It was banned out in a lot of games, first picked in a lot of games as well. So yeah, it really feels like we're getting to the stage where there's a lot of very, very strong heroes, and it's going to come down to who kind of has the decision with the priority, who has first pick, who has second pick, and what we actually have that information. It looks like it's Polaris with the second pick, and they had priority, and then Secret chose Radiant.
Okay. So I would have to assume that it's going to be just, again, still the next being banned out, but maybe just depending on what they reveal on Secret side, I'm assuming it might be a Primal Beast first pick because they've shown that they're capable of playing across a number of different roles. Probably the Enigma is going to be pretty heavily prioritized as well. I think they could play it on again, multiple roles. That's what you need to do when you've got this first pick overall. Undying is another possibility. Maybe a Dawnbreaker. We haven't seen too much of that, and I really feel like it is still really strong in the meta right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen as much Dawnbreaker, honestly. I did get nerfed a decent amount, but I didn't think it was enough for it not to be picked up as much as what we're seeing at the moment. But maybe it's just a case of like all the other heroes got buffed up to such a level where they are just a tier or even two above the Dawnbreaker. So we'll see where that's able to fit in. But we do have our draft getting underway here. Again, Secret on the Radiant side and Polaris on the Dire side. We see the brains of Secret, Mr. Heen there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that little dance was that he was doing before.
Yeah, I saw that.
He was just getting into the groove a little bit. But, I mean, he's been such a mainstay of both coaching. He's accomplished so much as a player as well. Top 6 at TI. Like, you got to respect the man.
This is what I was really... Yeah, this was what I was intrigued about. On how the first phase was going to shape up. So Secret look to make sure that Force doesn't get his Enigma. Oh, they got the voice line. Do you hear that in game?
No.
The announcer said Polaris Esports.
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear that. I thought you meant some kind of other voice line. You were getting me excited that maybe someone had bought my voice line.
No, not a lot of people are going to do that. Undying banned out from Secret as well. So let's see what the case is going to be here for Polaris. I mean, do you...
Next, please. Although, to be fair, if they go ahead and let the Nyx through, they're going to ban the Marcy. I understand it. I feel like Secret might still just go into the Nyx Assassin, but Polaris are a team that have the capability of going a push strat. Like, that is something that Secret like to do, but if you've already gotten rid of the Enigma, you've already gotten rid of the Marcy, and Primal Beast, some of the higher tempo heroes, even the Undying, right? You can just look to snap up a lot of those heroes with the second and third picks before Secret are able to truly address them. So I think Secret don't want to be putting themselves into too much of a corner. They're still going to go with comfort, though. You know, this is something that we were talking about in day one, right? They were giving heroes, people their comfort heroes a lot at the start. Puppey was having the Enchantress, he was having the Chen. You gave Crystallis the Razor, you gave him the Monkey King, just stuff that they're very, very comfortable with. So why not stick with it? You know, just take as much nerves out of the equation as possible. But I want to see Polaris... Now, you know what you can't pick as a mid, so I think you need to be looking to pick that one up at the end of the second phase, or with the first pick of the second phase. But now you just need to look to up the tempo, go into a little bit more of this push style. I honestly wouldn't even hate to see a Lion come out super early. Lion is one of the best heroes against the Nyx, just because you have that lockdown with the Hex from a decent range that doesn't do any damage, so there's no way he's going to be able to get the Carapace off.
Yep. I like that suggestion. I think you can even consider going to the Tusk for Polaris because it does give them some flexibility.
There's the tempo.
Something, yeah. It also kind of takes away a hero from Puppey it's a minor thing, but I suppose it is nice. And that was actually one of the heroes that would be consistently banned out against Polaris in the qualifiers. AU has an incredible Chen. They play very well around it.
They do, but... I'm kind of crossing my fingers, at least if I'm banking on Secret here. I kind of want to see the Enchantress come out, just so that they get the little friends coming into the equation, and they can just turn all of Chen's minions back onto him. Might not be now, though. They might just want the higher impact pick to come through. Most of the time, you like to try and pair one lane together entirely, so it wouldn't surprise me, considering how they've been leaning into Resolution being the true carry a lot of the time, if they picked up his hero in here and then looked to try and ban out a few of the responses to it.
It does seem like, though, Polaris early on, like this is a lot of physical damage, and like you mentioned, push from the Chen. So do you need to be considering someone that is going to have a decent time against physical?
Wouldn't hate an Underlord, to be honest. I think it's a pretty good Underlord game already, just in that the laning stage is a little difficult, but it's not as difficult as it used to be when you consider, oh, okay, an Invoker super early on. It's not... I gotta say, I love the hat from Zayat.
Yeah.
just a traditional hat. The Underlord's really good against the physical damage, but also I feel like, considering the nerf that the Chen got, both in terms of the damage that his creeps are able to do, but also the Mind Stealer, the mana burn creep, it's not as bad. You're always going to be able to spam out that Firestorm. You're going to be able to draw out this game. So I wouldn't hate to see that pick come out eventually, but for now they're going to go the Invoker.
Well, this is always a treat when we have the opportunity to watch a Nisha Invoker. Played it 4 times throughout the qualifiers. I believe he played it yesterday as well. I'm just trying to see what series it was. It was against Nouns in that game 2 that they lost. Potentially may have played it. Did they only play 2 series? No, they played 3. They played Vici as well. So he also played it versus Vici Gaming. They also lost that game. So it looks like he's 0-2 at the moment, unless I'm missing another Invoker game so far. But no doubt that Nisha can perform on this hero. Again, one of the best Invokers out there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is a relatively versatile hero, right? Most of the time... Actually, I kind of prefer it now compared to when there was the small camp, right? Because Invoker's not one of those heroes that's able to flash farm with the small camp. And if you take that away from the enemy team and you go the Quas style of build, then you're much more capable of just dominating the lane. You know, they've still got the tower regen, they've still got the water runes to be able to play around with, but they're not going to be far ahead of you on farm, which a lot of the time is the issue for a Quas style of Invoker. Then again, they've got a Nyx Assassin, so maybe they just go Exort and go for kills.
I will say, though, I think Invoker has some very big issues with people ganking early and diving him under the tower. And I think Chen and Tusk are arguably two of the better supports to be able to do that. If the Tusk is going to be played as a support, again, keep in mind it can be a core, but you can make a lot of rotations early out of Polaris with some Chen creeps with the help of the extra damage from the Tusk tag team and even a charge just to keep him in a position. Invoker will be vulnerable to these rotations, so I'd like to see Polaris going for a mid laner on Lelouch that can offer some kill threat early. Conquer, one of the better matchups against Invoker, so I like this ban from Team Secret.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've also banned out the TA, one of the other great matchups that it's not really a Lelouch staple compared to, you know, a lot of his more mobile heroes, but it's just about those ones that are able to kill early or just don't receive a lot of the harass in the laning stage. Some people like to go down the Quap route, but once you get a few points into the Quas and you get an Urn, you honestly get disrupted from blinking a lot of the time, so that might be a bit of an issue. In both of the games that they lost, they were up against a TA, I believe, in the mid lane against Vici and Nouns. So very happy that Team Secret have gotten rid of that one. The one that they won was actually against a Quap, so we'll see what Polaris are going to look to do here.
And again, you go back and look at the Nyx Assassin, right? Like, this is such a deterrent to a lot of Lelouch's heroes, something that you mentioned before we started, and as soon as the Nyx Assassin is picked up. So it's really making it difficult for what hero that can actually give Lelouch.
You reckon they could Tusk mid here into the Invoker? I wouldn't hate it. You got some good right-click damage. It's like you are the gank potential. You're getting that early Walrus punch. I think it's not horrible, to be honest. And you're just very, very tanky in general.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for it. We have seen Lelouch played over in Southeast Asia, not often, but it is something that Polaris have even pulled out as well. But I think if that's going to be the case, they're going to continue to hide the flexibility all the way towards the later stages of this draft. So I wonder what they're actually going to look to show here. Because again, Tusk, they've also already so far through the Last Chance Qualifiers, Force has played it. So if you pick your position 3 here, then it's at least revealing that the Tusk is either a 4 or a 2.
Yeah. I would be inclined to pick the position 3 here. The only issue is that if you pick a 3 and then this Tusk actually is mid, then you might be shoehorned into like a double melee setup or a double range setup in the laning stage, which isn't always super great. But I don't think you can play your 1 here, even though, you know, you've already got the Chen. The Chen's pretty obviously going to be played as a position 5 most of the time. You've got second pick. You want to be able to counter their POS 1, and I don't think we've seen any POS 1s banned so far, so Secret have the full hero pool to be able to choose from.
Ooh,
I mean, that's one that's got a little bit of flex.
Yeah, hero that's been rising in popularity. Some people believe that it did not get nerfed enough through 7.32C. I think it was just the Razor's a little bit of slow reduction is all that was changed. And this hero has a lot of, at least, versatility. You can play it safe lane, you can play it mid, you can go for a lot of different item builds as well. I think GPK yesterday went for like the Arcane Blink. We've even seen the right-click damage as well.
We're on the C server, you can play at POS 5, you know, anything can work when you're here. You know, you just got to embrace it truly. And there's that Enchantress I was talking about. Cool. You know, you can't get rid of everything that Puppey wants to play. He's going to play greedy. You're going to have Nyx Assassin being a bit more of that traditional position 5, at least in terms of net worth and warding. But it's a great counter to the Chen. You can just get out of the laning stage in a much better spot. And you've got the little friends as that counter to the Chen if he gets a massive army.
Again, though, like Polaris are really starting to build up a lineup that's going to start to do a lot of physical damage. So Secret have to keep that in the back of the mind, whether it's going to be an Agi carry picked up for Crystallis or someone for Resolution that's able to potentially build into like a Assault Cuirass or something out to help mitigate this, because Polaris will have a lot of physical damage.
For sure, and they have a lot of burst damage as well. You remember that was the big thing that I was concerned about in a lot of the teams that ended up losing yesterday. You just have these heroes that are able to live for so long because your damage is very slow to ramp up. Chen does a lot of burst damage. Tusk does a lot of burst damage. Shadow Fiend does a lot of burst damage. So you can't just walk in on a Nyx Assassin or an Enchantress and reveal a lot of vision just with your positioning. You're going to die super quickly and not make it like the traditional space-created sort of death that takes 20 or so seconds. You're going to die in like 5.
Now, what are your thoughts about the Bloodseeker here to answer the Razor? I think we saw yesterday it was played... hold on. We get the Viper picked up from 4, so something that has really fallen out of popularity with a lot of the nerfs recently. Do you still feel like this is a strong enough hero?
I think it's fine, especially paired together with a Tusk. Super strong lane, right? And it's still that BKB piercing, not disable, but the slow goes through the BKB for the Razor, which is going to be really solid. Even just to be able to, again, burst down the Enchantress. You break her, and then suddenly the Untouchable isn't a factor anymore.
I do have some concerns, because I really felt like a big thing about this hero was that you can just get avoided in mid-game fights, but previously with your Aghanim Scepter, you could just go for, you could spam out Viper Strike, and what a way to be able to counter the Razor through BKB. But now you have one of the most useless Aghanim Scepter in the nosedive.
Bro? The nosedive is great.
Bro? Nosedive is dope, right? Yeah, it's so good. Definitely top 3 Scepters in the game without a doubt. Force is going to go first item Scepter. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah, just torpedoing into a faceplant into death is what it is, basically, with tiny cast range.
Yeah, we'll see. Like you said, though, like Tusk Viper, very, very strong lane. Can have some issues, though, with dealing with the summon. So I do think Enchantress and Razor could have an okay matchup, mainly because of the Enchantress, though. Like, I think Puppey can definitely carry that safe lane for Secret.
It depends, right? Like, if Tusk gets off a good Ice Shards, then you're just dead on the edge. There's nothing really that you can do, and you're looking to harass a lot of the time, at least the 1 point into the enchant, just so that you can have a creep to kind of do the tanking for you. But if you do that, then you don't have Nature's Attendance leveled up as much, and you're very vulnerable to dying. So we'll see how it ends up going. I'm liking Polaris's draft so far. They've done what I wanted them to do. Pick up the tempo, get these heroes that are able to get super active early on, and are able to have a lot of burst damage. This is... I mean, Secret's draft isn't bad either. The one hero that I'm a little bit more hesitant about is the Invoker, just because I feel like if you're leaving the lane on the Enchantress or the Nyx, with the lineup that Polaris has, maybe you kill the Shadow Fiend, but if they're really active on comms on Polaris, he'll be able to avoid the ganks, and in the meantime, Chen plus whatever position 1 they're going, and Tusks and Viper are going to kill your core while you're making that rotation.
I think both sides are looking for a very similar hero where they need someone that can kind of help anchor the fights and keep them locked into place. Your Secret, they can kind of have that with the Nyx Assassin Invoker, but as soon as you lose one person, like say if Nisha has a really rough start to this game, which as it definitely potentially does with rotations coming out from Polaris, then all of a sudden the Razor could be kited. So I'm trying to think of a hero that can come out from Resolution to really help out with enabling Razor and the Invoker to get abilities off.
I think Natsumi is going to go Naga Siren this game, and I think it's a pretty damn good Naga game. You can just get by the Aghanim Scepter, you throw that onto the Razor, suddenly he can't just BKB and run through you. Enchantress and Nyx are pretty horrendous at dealing with illusions. I really think it'd be a solid game.
Yeah, because I've got concerns on Polaris. Like, I was thinking something like your traditional Razor counters in like a Morphling or PA, but then I just look at like the trio core, Shadow Fiend, Viper, PA/Morph. That sounds way too greedy. Like, I don't think you can go down that route. And Nug would help a lot with your pushing. You have defensive use of the song, and
maybe
like you said, with the ensnare as
PA
well.
now, though, against the Beastmaster in lane. Then again, he could just go the Axes, but even the Naga Siren now isn't quite as strong because, again, the Axes build, you ignore a lot of that armor, you just deal the magic damage in the laning stage. But again, like, if you're using the Axes, then the lane's going to be pushing in, and it means that the Nyx Assassin or Enchantress, however they want to set this up, it might be Razor Nyx pairing, right? Instead of the Razor Enchantress, just so that you don't have that dual melee setup. You will be... Ember Spirit, okay. So it's a safe lane Shadow Fiend. I don't hate it. Again, you're able to deal with the boars very easily if they're looking to use that sort of build. And even just the Ember Spirit into the Invoker, it's not amazing. You know, if you go the Quas build, you can look to dispel off the Flame Guard if he goes that early on. But again, it's just something that only really needs a couple of items to start to get really active. And it's a Lelouch hero, but... it's into the Nyx. They got to really heavily be prioritizing this Nyx Assassin. He's got to die at the start of every single team fight. I want to see some heavy sentry coverage by Polaris.
I do kind of like the switch though from Polaris, because I think what the Ember can provide them is something we would bring up early in the draft, that it is a hero that really utilizes early rotations coming out from supports to help dive the Invoker. You mentioned about the Tornado to be able to purge off the Flame Guard, but you could at least go like a 1-2-1 build, have a pointing chain, set up for the dives. You could kill the Invoker over and over again, and if you get off to a good start, then Ember can go for like an early item BKB and just look to make space and look to make as much chaos, because you need to have a free fight for the Shadow Fiend so he can just continually stack up the right clicks. That being said, I like Secret's draft a lot. We saw it's very similar to yesterday, isn't it, Denok? Like, you've got a lot of vision being gained from the Nyx Assassin, the Enchantress creeps, the Beastmaster creeps, along with the Hawks as well. You've got some comfort heroes with Crystallis and Nisha. It just looks like a very, very Secret draft.
It does, but I really like Polaris's lanes. Like, this is exactly how Secret were playing on day one, just all around the vision. But Polaris's lanes look incredibly strong. Chen plus anyone, but a Shadow Fiend that's able to nuke down boars, great. You know, you can't go the boars build. It has to be the Axes, because you're against a Chen. He's just going to Holy Persuasion them, right? So it's going to be a little bit difficult. I think the Viper Tusk as well is something that they're going to have a little bit of trouble dealing with, especially with Puppy's more greedy style. So they're really going to need to put a lot of emphasis onto influencing the lanes. But again, the thing is, you're going to be doing this while someone's just harassing you, while they're trying to go for these lane pulls. So I'm interested to see if Secret are able to accomplish this so that they can get into the mid game, which is where they're truly going to shine. But I'm going to just play devil's advocate. I'm going to go with a counterpoint. I think Polaris might have this based off of an incredible laning stage. But again, they got to focus the Nyx Assassin. Nyx has to die.
We'll see if they will be able to shut down Zayats, a hero that was a pivotal reason for them to be able to take those previous games against Tempest, and what do you know, on the Nyx Assassin again. And he's got some pretty good matchups. Spike Carapace is looking great against the Ember, against the Viper, even if the Shadow Fiend's raising in the lane as well. So we could really see Zayats prove to be an issue, and there's a lot of pickup potential on the map. And I already like this. Nisha going down the Exort route. They've got some great setup. You the roar into the Sunstrike.
Look at the route that Polaris are going, though. The level 1 smoke, it pops. They know that someone's hiding off into the trees here. They're just going to show Lelouch for now, just in case they had some sort of ward. And they might be trying to use him as a bit of bait to get them to dive in onto him. Secret's lineup at level 1 isn't terrible, but that doesn't look like they're going to take it. I'm sure that's a call coming through from Puppy saying, no, don't do that, especially after now they walk underneath this Observer ward on the cliff with Xavius and Force.
So you were mentioning that as soon as you saw the Nyx Assassin getting picked up, I will hold that thought because we actually might have a fight by the under the bounty room. We see Secret kind of grouping up, making sure they play their distance so no one shows themselves until Puppy gets the wraparound and Zayats lands a stun.
Natsumi.
Natsumi's going to be the initial target, but a shards from Xavius gives him some breathing room for the moment. A Sunstrike will be off the mark as the sidesteps there from Natsumi. Puppy's going to go for it, but the Tango regen, along with the headdress and the tower, is in fact enough to keep Natsumi alive.
Had to use the tango for it, though, and he's going to TP all the way out to lane. I wonder if they're just going to keep 3 people up here on the top side and try and go for that kill once he does eventually come back out to the lane. It's going to mean that Beastmaster's down here on the bottom side. We haven't mentioned that as well. The fact that you've got the offlaner, you know, the fancy offlaner playing in the safe lane. This is kind of what we've come to expect from Rezo, but they just want to dodge out this Chen if possible. And Polaris, they're eventually going to scout it out, moving AU down to the bottom side.
Do you feel like... Do they need to keep AU down here for too long? Because Force... Okay, we're going to have a dual lane, so never mind. I was going to see if the tri-lane continues up top, because I felt like Viper should have a pretty good matchup versus the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think he does as well. I think they were just trying to put as much pressure on to force that sort of movement, because you don't want Natsumi to be in danger of dying, especially since he's just TP'd back to the lane.
Yeah. See initially how this matchup's able to shape up, though. You got the multiple heroes down bottom that's able to pick up some of the creeps. Hard camp will not be available, as Polaris have already blocked that. They have not blocked any other camps, however, by the outpost, so both AU and Puppey will have free reign to be able to seal whatever creeps they would like.
It's kind of funny. This game, both teams have essentially the same objectives. You know, they want to be a little bit greedier on their position 5s to be able to get that early mech. They want to get that first big item timing, whether it be, you know, Dragonlance BKB on Force or the Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster. The position 1s, again, they just want that similar sort of item timing. So we're really going to see a heavy clash happening both in the laning phase to make sure you hit your timing first, as well as once we hit the mid game. Like, it's just going to be an all-out brawl, I think.
They do have the potential to be able to take so many goddamn towers from either side, so we'll see. You mentioned that it's all going to come down off to the back of the laning phase, and you know, Polaris, you thought they were going to have the advantage, but now seeing how the lanes are set up at the moment, with Chrysalis being top and of course Resolution being down bottom, does this kind of change your initial thoughts about how the lanes would shape up?
No, I don't think so. Honestly, like, you could get me to look at these 2 drafts without knowing the teams and ask me, like, which one is Secret and which one of Polaris, and I would have no idea, because this is just the way that they draft most of the time, right? And they both accomplish the exact same thing. So I think both teams are going to be very happy. It's just going to come down to the execution.
There's a nice Koru snipe coming through from Puppey, taking away the Wraith Band. I think it was a Mango as well that he might have sniped, so... not as many stats for Force to be playing with. Minor things to be able to help out. Of course, again, this is going to be a pretty difficult lane for Resolution, but he's got 12 last hits, so actually having a bit better time than what I was expecting.
Wonder when you're going to... I think the one that might be winning out on this a little bit is going to be, assuming Force doesn't die here, is going to be AU, right? Because right now it feels like he is the one that's better set up to get more farm in terms of the position 5s, because just have a look at who's playing in the safe lane for both teams. You've got Resolution, who's gone the Wild Axes build, so he's going to be spamming those out and pushing the lane in, which means that Force is able to safely stand next to his tower and get a lot of this farm. You compare that to the top side of the map, where Natsumi is the one that's going to be spamming out his Shadow Razors and pushing the lane in. Of course, Chrysalis is happy to get the farm, but Zayats isn't really able to do anything with that space outside of when he's looking to rotate around the 6-minute runes. So, in terms of farm that you're going to get, Chen's going to be far ahead.
In top lane, the aggression that's coming out of Zayats. A beautiful use of the Spire Carapace, and Chrysalis is on top of Natsumi's Shadow Fiend. As First Blood's going to be claimed, and Chrysalis is still looking to continue to play aggressive, but Xavius will be able to turn it back around, finding his own kill and getting some valuable experience for the task.
Well, nicely done. It's what they needed to do. You know, they need to make sure that since you're losing out on that support trade that I was talking about, it means that you're actually getting the kill, feeding a lot more.
Mid lane, Lelouch. Going for the chains. Nisha, though, playing with the Fairy Fire. Will be okay. Oh, they're going to rotate the lanes. Natsumi's heading down to bottom. He's not happy with how top's shaping up.
Well, I think this lane is still going to be just fine for Natsumi, right? Like, you're just going to have lanes shoving back and forth into each other. It means that you give up that kill threat, but this isn't one of those games where the mid laner is the true carry. As top side, is Xavius in a little bit of trouble? Might be Zayats, actually. He's got the Spike Carapace available, was just saving it for the Ice Shards, but not going to be enough.
So now with kind of the lanes starting to get the second formation set up, really my eyes turn to when we're going to start to see the supports rotate. Because again, I felt like Polaris had a big advantage at being able to dive Nisha early on. Especially going down this Exort route with the Hand of Midas. He's already got 1,000 gold in the bank. This is someone that you need to shut down. And I guess with the side lanes being a little bit vulnerable, you can't really leave Natsumi alone at the moment, and even Force as well. You know, if they can get on top of the Viper, he will definitely go down.
Just with Force, I really like this recognition from him. He knows that Zayats just came back from the death. He's looking to try and invade in and get that kill onto him before he can rotate for the 6-minute runes, but instead, it's going to be Polaris making that rotation. Xavius gets the bottle refill, looks to help around those power runes, which Lelouch, he's going to have both of them scoped out. Forge Spirit might still be able to pick it up on Xavius, but, you know, could be worse, for sure. You've still got now some gank potential. You know what's coming, but still, very strong. Viper plus Tusk. Walks just on the edge of the sentry. Didn't actually quite get into the range of it. And, ooh, just off the mark there. Pretty damn even game, I gotta say. And I think it's going to be the same throughout until there's some kind of big play. This is where you get those TI moments, right? Where you get someone that just seems to put the team on their back and say, look, I got this.
Just watching AU and Puppy inside the jungle. And Puppy, AU has his little small creep, and then Puppy just takes a Centaur Conqueror, and instantly AU's got to run. Oh no. What a battle between these
friends,
two.
Man. I want to see the little friends come out. This is the game for it.
Just mentioning as well with these two teams, it feels like already to start this game one incredibly even. I think it's going to be actually bottom lane. Resolution has the roar. TP's coming through with the help of the Sunstrike bonus damage. Is it going to be enough to claim the kill? Natsumi, one more right click, and they'll get the Shadow Fiend. Polaris looking to try and hit back, but Lelouch will not be able to catch up to Puppy. And Resolution has a lot of health to play with as well, so the rotation out of the Ember Spirit will net them nothing. He'll even get a tip as well for his measures.
Rezo for sure lets him know about it. He's saying, was that worth it? And look at what happens in the meantime. Nisha, he's gone for the full-on push. He's the Exort build, and it means that he's able to use those Forge Spirits to really force a lot of this emphasis towards the lane. So look at this. Natsumi, he's not yet level 5, and you're up against a Midas Nisha, who's level 7.5 already. Getting a ton of denies through as well.
This is the big weakness about the Shadow Fiend. Early deaths can really set you behind, slowing down the Necromastery. Do not have the mana to be able to keep up with the raise spam. Big concern for them and how their position 1 has been able to set themselves up, because he's going to take a little bit to come online. And for Secret, you were mentioning, this is a lineup very similar to Polaris. When they get the lead, they can look to get a lot of map control.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think they're quite at the stage yet where they want to be going for these big kills onto towers. I think just a little bit short of the Helm of the Dominator for the Beastmaster, but once he gets that, it's going to be, for them, the priority is kill the Chant, make sure a lot of their team fight sustain is gone, and then look to go for the tower push.
You see at least between both the position 5s trying to find their farm. You mentioned that Puppy a little bit more of the greedy position 5, and been positioning themselves back in the jungle because of how good of a start that Resolution's had on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, he's
definitely got some stacks as well.
He's gone away from a lot more of the lane harassment style. I think he realizes on Natsumi that you're not going to be getting too many kills against this Beastmaster. Maybe might be getting Puppy, but it's still not the greatest kill. And they might get a turnaround, actually, with AU going down. So again, a 1-for-1 trade when you're not needing to actually rotate your Invoker is going to be a big win. And again, look at this. Double Forge Spirits hitting into the mid tower. You make the eventual rotation with the Lelouch, but he's going to get harassed out immediately.
He's going to take a lot of damage as well. Nisha doing a really good job to continue to put some pressure on the side lanes in. Mid lane as well. Up to top though. Behind the tier 1 tower, Force is going to be playing with the Viper Striker. TP out from Chrysalis will be stopped short, as Force has got plenty of damage. They're going to turn to Zayats next, but they recognize that the stuns, they will not be able to keep up, as Xavius too far away for the level 6.
We do have an Arcane Rune picked up, though, for Lelouch. I think they still want to wait until he's finished up those phase boots, just for that little bit of extra right-click. He's still dealing a ton, though, into Puppey here, and looking to try and get the lane passively pushing in with
Nisha's in trouble. Nisha's in trouble. Snowball forward. Puppey, I don't think he's going to be able to do too much to keep the Invoker alive. Zayats, it's an incredible stun, and he'll find it. Onto 2. Nisha drops a Sunstrike before they're able to get the kill. So it will at least be a 1-for-1 trade. They do slow down the Invoker nonetheless, though. Polaris finally making that movement that we were hoping for to try and put some pressure onto their top net worth Invoker.
And the important thing as well, the Midas was not on cooldown. It's going to be available as soon as he TP's back, so full efficiency coming through from Nisha there.
Always got to take a look at the Midas whenever you're what do you say? You're the mayor of Value Town?
Oh, for sure.
Again, this tower mid lane's gonna go down though. Nisha's done an incredible job. A lot of information now that Secret are able to play with, and they didn't have to commit too heavily with extra rotations to enable this, so now they can make other plays across the map, and they're gonna smoke a Secret.
So, bot side though.
Shouldn't end up going down. Raw's gonna land. There will be no Sunstrike to follow up because the rest of the team want to have all their abilities once they show up to the party. Xavier's going to be the first one on the front line with the smoke popping, but he doesn't have the snowball to hold off the aggressive maneuver. The Secret will find the 1-for-1, but that is a big kill for Polaris with how much farm that Resolution has been able to find.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to be very happy with that on Polaris. They didn't have any of the spells available on the Tusk anyway for another 10 or so seconds, so I feel like he half scouted out that. I mean, he's already had the the chainmail component of the phase boots first before he went Blades of Attack, just so that he survived that little bit longer, gives the time for Natsumi, the true carry this game, to be able to get away and get back to safety, even building up a few of his own stacks inside the Ancients.
Been impressed with how he's been able to catch up. You can see the offlaner for Polaris is going a similar build in regards to the Dragonland, so
going down bottom, and they'll probably get the kill onto AU here, but this is a 4-man rotation, and I'm not sure if it's... I mean, maybe they're heavily prioritizing the bottom tier 1 tower just because...
look at the triangle.
Yeah.
Chrysalis, he's the one that's in trouble. Shards needs to be on point, and it's off the mark from Xavius. And they're going to continue to go for the kills. So Zayats will TP in. Is going to prioritize holding back the Viper for the moment as Chrysalis is soaking away the damage from Xavius. So the Raze is going to be okay. And with Nisha showing up, they should be able to close the distance. Sunstrike's off the mark. They've got control of the high ground thanks to the sentry. Zayats, with the help of Chrysalis, will be able to get the kill onto Xavius, but Lelouch is showing up. He's going to turn it back onto Nisha. They recognize that the Invoker's already used all the abilities, and Lelouch finds another big kill onto Nisha's Invoker.
Yeah, you can't QQ walk if you don't have any points in Wex, unfortunately, so even without having any of that detection, means that Lelouch is able to get that solo pick off onto the Invoker. Really big deal, considering how well the laning stage went for Nisha.
Yeah, and the fact that we saw Lelouch TP down bottom early on and didn't get a kill out of it. Like, that first rotation didn't work out for the Ember Spirit. Resolution tips him, recognizing that he just wasted a lot of time. So the fact that Lelouch is able to get involved in some pretty good big kills versus Invoker means that he will have some impact now in the early game.
Oh, they're even pushing Puppey back with the Take It Over Wild Wing Ripper. And this is what I was talking about, right? This is the way Puppey likes to play.
It's a good spot for Dire to fight. Resolution, they're backstabbing on Lelouch. Someone needs to be able to tank the Sunstrike, but instead they're just going to turn to try and land down the kills with a Requiem clipping onto Resolution, but the rest of Secret is starting to chop. It's Chrysalis trying to lock onto Natsumi, but Forceful shove him out to the left side. And now with a poison attack, getting multiple stacks, but Polaris will respect the high ground without having any information there. They're not going to walk up blindly.
I mean, this is just solid Dota all throughout, right? This is what I came to see during the TI Last Chance Qualifiers, is two teams that know exactly what their strategy is and are executing it really well. The difference between a lot of these fights just comes down to like half a centimeter missing on some of these spells.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They've opened up a little bit more of the map as well now. This is the sentry coverage that I was talking about. They're making sure that they've got around all of these key objectives that they're going for. Not just the Observer Ward, but the sentry as well, to scout out a lot of this Zayat's positioning. He's already died 2 times this game, where a lot of times previously he was just straight up flawless.
Puppey top lane, just looking to make as much space as he can.
I mean,
this is a lot.
Burst damage, man. It's really good
Yeah.
against this secret style. They try and get up in your face.
Another kill. Position 5 also going down on the opposite side of the map. So both sides getting rid of the captains.
Polaris are so close to being ready to go, though. You've nearly got the Maelstrom available on the Lelouch. He's level 12. You can really look to start to amp up the speed. Already having the Mask of Madness and the Dragon Lance on Natsumi. Mech recently picked up as well from AU. They're ready. I mean, Xavier's still a while away from the Blink Dagger, but you're going to get that gold from a lot of these team fights that they're taking. And outside of AU, they've got all TPs available to be able to contest up on this top side if they want to. They might not, though. I mean, it's a Beastmaster with the Hawk and with a Siege Creep as well. So this might be one of the rare mistakes that they've been making on Polaris, just throwing a hero out here that isn't super capable of keeping a lane pushed out, and they didn't have the vision to make that play either. At least they might get mid lane in response.
Yeah, let's see what the call is going to be for Polaris if they bring some extra member to try and secure mid. Natsumi's going to be nearby. Radiant, they can collapse on the back, so they've got to be really quick here on Polaris, and they will indeed with Natsumi. A couple of right clicks and the T1 tower is going to go down. So a nice trade. Polaris have a net worth lead up to 2,000 at the moment.
Oh, they saw the invis being popped by Lelouch. They saw it. They have that ward in the mid lane as well. Freshly placed down there by Puppey.
Ooh, they see him. Lelouch is in trouble. The sun control, it's perfect. Lelouch will go down for the burst from Nisha, and look at all the summons into Roche they go.
And they've got vision of exactly where Xavius is as well. I don't think they want to be moving off to the side just to try and get a position 4. Roshan, much more valuable for them to pick up, but it's a lot of these trades happening. You know, Polaris aren't happy to let these things go just for free. They've still got a little bit of a net worth lead, despite the fact that they're going up against a Midas. They're going up against having taken the Roshan on Secret. So AU, he's just spending a lot of the time farming. He's all about getting into that next item for himself. Probably, I would think the 4-stuff, right? A lot of what they've got set up for is to be able to deal a lot of damage to someone that's just locked into position. You think the Sunstrike, you think the Static Link, even just an Nyx Assassin able to get off a lot of his stun combinations. 4-stuff is going to go a long way towards protecting against that. It's a big reason why Natsumi's just rushed a Hurricane Pike instead of necessarily going for an early-ish BKB or another farming item.
See Puppey under the observer ward. Lelouch is going to reveal the ward nearby, remnanting over the tree line to try and secure the kill. But it is, even though it's just a measly Enchantress, it gives them now the chance to be able to shove up mid, shove up bottom, and it does kind of slow down Secret from getting this kind of 5-man lineup going with the Aegis to be able to put some pressure onto the top side of the map. So that kill does help out a little bit here for Polaris.
It does, but Polaris are completely free to push on this bottom side. They have no glyph, and Nisha TP'd right in the middle of a creep wave. Like, even with the Boots of Travel, there's nothing that they could do to be able to defend this. Sure, he's got the Sunstrike, but I feel like you are not happy of giving up that big of an area of the map just for a little, like a couple of waves of farm.
Yeah, and again, often like a position 5, you're happy with going down, but we just see Polaris, they're in a position to be able to capitalize on the kill. So again, really big props for them with how they're setting up, and they might be able to get another. Puppey, very similar spot to what we saw last time.
Still haven't dewatered that spot. Look at this triangle of vision that they've got right next to where the tier 1 and tier 2 tower mid are. It's just like, there's nowhere that you can invade onto this bottom side of the map at all. And honestly, for Secret, there's no reason to come down here. There's no tier 2 tower to play with safely. There's no outpost. You know they've got vision
Top
control.
lane, Lelouch might be in trouble if Zayats can find him. They need to lead him with the initial stun. Nisha's going to blink in for the extra control, but it's not enough. A remnant away, the cold snap wasn't able to lock him into place.
Are they going to get an effective trade out of this, though? This is what I've been talking about the entire time. Polaris did a great job to get that tier 2 tower, recognizing that Nisha was slightly out of position to be able to defend it, but they don't have the heroes to be able to go up towards that top side to defend their own tier 2. Understandably, they're going up against an Aegis, but I'm not sure if they got enough out of that one. Maybe if they got a little bit of damage into that mid-tier 2 tower before this point, I would have been happier. They're actually just going to TP or start to TP a few people back to try and deal with this high ground push.
I love this call from Secret. As soon as you see the Viper up top, they're going to try and smoke and reclaim the bottom jungle. Because they know that this is completely water. Puppey, again, has died multiple times here. And as soon as you see someone leave this era, now you can take a fight as a full team to look to reclaim it.
It's not even just that they know it's watered. They know the number of... Or they're baiting the power rune. The bottom power rune.
Oh, Puppey, not again. Looks like the Enchantress in the lane should
slow.
be going down. Meanwhile, on the river, though, they're onto the Ember Spirit, but the Roar's going to be out. The damage should be enough this time with Nisha helping out. Lelouch just slipped out of their grasp underneath the T2 tower top, but this side in the river, Secret will be able to bring him down.
Much bigger kill, for sure. I mean, he is still a big part of the tempo. He's a big part of finding that backline, trying to bait out a few of these key spells from Secret. They're going to need to pop the glyph here, but I'm not sure if they're going to have enough to be able to defend against the consistent
Natsumi. Natsumi's going to be cautious. Nice 4-star, but the double stun. Sunstrike for Xavier's actually going to look to jump into the middle. Maybe Secret have gone too far. Chrysalis is playing around with the BKB, but he used it on the first life. It will not have the BKB for round 2. It's a Requiem's going to come out just before the tornado, so Polaris can look to surround Chrysalis and bring down the Razor with ease.
Oh, and they didn't even get the tier 2 tower. I feel like they could have very easily just stood in a lot more safety, allowed the supports to really have a much larger impact, and just hit down that tower. Sure, they popped the glyph, but you still had that Ancient Black Dragon. You had the Helm of the Overlord as well, so just maybe getting a little bit overconfident with all the vision that they have, thinking that they can get the double.
That takes the Aegis out of the hands now from Secret. They only would have had it for another 30 seconds. What are we expecting now for the next couple of minutes? Well, I guess that's maybe the answer is Polaris. They want to keep the tempo going. A smoke from 3 underneath their top jungle. Nisha's the closest here in proximity.
Ballsy smoke as well, considering how much Secret's been playing up on that top side. You're not 100% sure if they've got any kind of D-wards happening there. Trying to catch out Nisha. He's got a few points in the Wex now.
They might see him soon. Yeah, they see Nisha.
You've got the blink,
Not
remember,
an easy
on
kill.
Xavier's.
Xavier's has got the blink to get instantly on top of him. The TPs are going to start to come out, but the damage is raining in thick and fast as Nisha will go down, but the turnaround's going to be there from Secret. Force will be able to get some distance. AU's got the mechanism still to play with, but it will not matter. The damage, it's been dealt, but Lelouch has shown up to the party. In goes the Ember Spirit. Even Natsumi's going to close the distance as well, as Chrysalis trying to stand his ground with the BKB, but the right clicks are raining in from Natsumi, as Chrysalis just can't get any damage off in a resolution. They're going to chase down the Beast Monster in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower, and they will not forget the tips that were given prior, as Polaris will send some back resolutions way.
You got any tips? We'll give them back with interest. That's exactly what they're saying. I mean, Rezo, he's been pretty vocal about how he feels about the C server and the C pub, so I'm sure Polaris, they're taking that a little bit seriously. They even popped the glyph there. They don't have a glyph refresh as well, so they're going to be very easily able to take this tier 2 tower. They can look to get the tier 2 mid as well if they wanted to, or if another team fight goes their way, there's nothing stopping them from just breaching that high ground. We've seen just with the amount of kills so far, 31 kills in 23 minutes. It's not like either team are lacking for their ability to be able to team fight. I'm really impressed with Polaris' itemization. These 4-staffs, these Hurricane Pikes have just been on point, allowing them to play on the back lines a lot of the time, forcing a little bit heavier of a commitment with that extra attack range from Team Secret, and then repositioning off the back of that.
At the triangle, Force might be in trouble. Nisha's going to be able to set up with Zayats as well. A beautiful 1-2 punch. Force will try and get some distance. No way. Force is alive, and Nisha is in trouble. A BKB, beautiful lineup with the tornado. In fact, Secret, they're going to jump into the middle, taking the fight around the Secret shop. As Lelouch can instantly follow up forward, as both supports are going to go down from Secret. They will keep Nisha alive. A BKB, a great tornado gets him out of harm's way, but in the end, Polaris will still find 2 kills.
And that slippery snake nearly got away, going down onto the low ground, dodging the deafening blast.
Resolution?
All right, free kill. Tip it back, Rezo. Come on, you know you want to.
You can't feed the beast, man. Again, we've spoken. Polaris are a vocal team. You give some tips over to them. When they find that lead, they will definitely give them back. But You did just say prior that you're incredibly impressed with Polaris' itemization and how the force staffs and just the defensive toolkit they're going for is a big reason on how they can shut down Secret's kind of team fights and their strategy. Now, what can Secret do to address that? What do we need to see coming out from them in the next couple of minutes to kind of deal with the defensive toolkit that Polaris have?
See, the thing is with Secret, it kind of feels like they're a lot more committal with a lot of their spells, right? With the Tusk, you can roll in, punch, blink out if you're really on point. You've got an Ember Spirit that could just poke and prod from the back lines, whereas Secret, they're kind of like, well, if we just need to max out our damage as much as possible so that we're guaranteeing that we're getting a kill onto a high priority target. That's why Puppy's gone a Witchblade on his Enchantress and he's going into the Dragonlance next. He just wants to amp up that damage as much as possible. Both teams really looking to play around this Roche Pit. They should know that this smoke is happening. I mean, Puppy just got his Wildwing Ripper taken away. Right now.
Lelouch at least.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Sentry Ward to play around, and that's where they're pinging. Like, Zayats is pinging up there saying if he comes here, he's dead. I'm sure he would absolutely love on Lelouch to have a Sentry set up between the Tier 3 and the Tier 2. Who can you look to commit out here? A couple of seconds left on the smoke, and they're going to use it on Puppy.
Jesus. The damage from that too, and that's going to continue to get scary and scary as the game goes on.
They don't have the glyph, so they could use this siege creep. They can push in. They've got extra armor from the Wildwing Ripper and take away all of the outer towers now that Secret have to play around with just 1 minute left on that Roche respawn. Glyph being popped by Polaris, and they'll be able to clear out the siege creep. Yeah, why not? Force people back.
They got the presence or affecting buildings. They will do a lot of damage here.
Maybe, yeah, they have enough vision to know that these TPs had started to come back. Lelouch even cutting the bottom wave, making sure that there's not going to be that additional pressure coming in to the bottom side. Their lane's going to be passively pushing out, meaning that any kind of smoke rotation that they make around the Roche Pit is not going to be quite so obvious. Even just some of these Sentry Wards being placed down, guaranteeing that there's not going to be a Beastmaster Hawk just scouting out this huge, huge objective for both teams to need to take.
Do you feel like Secret need to prioritize their supports at the start of the fights? Because it feels like if they jump the cores, they're not going to be able to kill them with the Hand of God and the Snowball as a save.
It depends if they're just completely on point, right? They do have that ramping up damage, so maybe they can kill the Ember Spirit, but outside of that, I don't know. I mean, Tusk could be a great pick. They go the full wraparound as well. Just trying to find someone on the back lines. They're all avoiding the smokes for now. Puppy's the main target that they're looking for. I'm not sure if that's the best one, though.
Just gonna show. Natsumi's already starting Roshan, so Dive feels strong enough for the 3,000 net worth lead that they can just brute force down this second Roche.
Well, they've got the gem on
very
Tusk
good
as well,
vision.
so they got complete vision.
Roche is just melting.
Yep,
Secret,
so
they're not going to be fast enough to contest it. Natsumi gets the Aegis, they get the Aghanim shot, and now Lelouch is going to jump instantly over towards an Nyx Assassin. A BKB used to get the kill onto the support, and our Secret, they need to get out.
Well worth committing that BKB for it as well, because just look at what else you're up against, right? What's an Enchantress or a Razor going to do with a BKB? A little bit of extra damage? Who cares? All you care about is getting stunned as this Ember Spirit, and, well, there we go. The gem coming in even more handy. Xavius has already got 3 Observer Wards out of the last 2 minutes, just based off of this gem purchase.
Ooh.
Even a DD
Double
on the top
damage
side. Yeah, they're
room.
giving it to Natsumi.
Almost level 20 as well here for the Shadow Fiend. They're not going to wait to go up the high ground, though. They already just need to get the lanes in a position where they can put Secret firmly inside the base. Just trying to look for what the answer's going to be here for Secret with the high ground defense. Invoker,
they're trying to rack.
an incredible...
That's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to get a lot of these lanes passively pushing out. They don't have a mid creep wave to play with, right? Yeah, TP coming back here from Force. To ensure that this isn't going to be the case for quite some time, but it's smart play from Secret, just delaying things out a little bit. They're not going to be too sad about the situation though on Polaris. It means that they're going to have BKB up in another 15 seconds for Lelouch. It means that they can take this next fight now that the Nyx Assassin has respawned.
It feels like early on though for Secret, is a lot of it's going to come down to how you can address the Shadow Fiend. If you can get the Helmet off before the BKB, maybe even the Deafening Blast as well if Niche is in a close enough position. But Crystallis, he has to lock onto the Shadow Fiend. If you are not stealing his damage in the middle of the fight, then it's going to be very, very difficult for just his involvement, because that's pretty much his role in these fights. You need to slow down the Shadow Fiend. Everyone else on Polaris are just going to look to make as much space for Natsumi to right-click.
And he doesn't have a BKB yet on the Shadow Fiend, but that Titan Sliver is going to do him a lot of good, just for a little bit of that magic resist. You know, some of the status resistance coming through means that he is a lot more capable of just standing and tanking this. And, well, they've been able to push out one of the previous waves, but this one is all well and good. They're going to force out, you would assume, another glyph coming through, even the 4-star, just to make sure that they're not getting rid of the
jump in, Xavius. Onto Nisha. They might look to turn to deal with Puppey as well. Force on the low ground, starting to stack up the damage, and there's the 4-star to disrupt the combo. And Lelouch's going to look to jump in, but all it is just space for Natsumi, as the objectives are starting to fall.
Actually, the DD's gone, but look at how quickly a lot of these waves melt, and yep. Going to use the glyph, but that means they have nothing left. No glyphs left at all. If they lose this fight, Secret lose the game.
Natsumi toying with them, but Zayats is in with the double stun. Meanwhile, Xavius to the left side as well is in trouble. It's going to snowball forward with the help of the Requiem, but Crystallis is protected with the BKB. Polaris have got to be cautious. They need to respect Secret inside their base. And Natsumi's just getting all of the space once again. A full set of barriers clean, but Zayats! A triple stun, but there's just no follow-up. You can stun all the people you want in the world, but you need the team nearby, and Nisha wasn't there. You had to refill up in the resources. Now the Invoker's back in the midst. They weren't able to capitalize on the opening that Zayats found for them.
I mean, they're happy to just go. Again, they didn't lose the full team fight. In fact, they didn't even lose any heroes throughout all of that. Puppey getting incredibly low, but look at that. They've already got popped the carapace on Zayats. I think they're going to commit onto him.
Trouble. Great snowball. Onto the Kree wave as well, so Natsumi will not be sent further inside the base. Are they going to stick around here for Polaris? First life almost claimed. They want to give it up. Still have a minute 10 left on the Aegis. They were going to try and Sunstrike to get rid of it, but it will be off the mark.
They can take away this outpost, prevent any cheeky little backstabs. AU as well. He's gone the Aghanim shards, so he's even able to steal away a big part of Secret's damage output with that Helm of the Overlord.
And the smoke from them, they want to continue to keep Secret locked inside their base.
Why not?
They see Nisha out.
45 seconds on the Aegis, 15 seconds on the Requiem.
It's going to catch him off guard. Oh, smoke pops.
Nice.
Great reactions out of Resolution as well with a blink inside the base. Lelouch is going to hold two people into place for the moment. Crystallis is still playing with the BKB, but it's going to be too late with Natsumi into the middle with the right click. Oh no, they get a couple of misses. Crystallis just survives.
The halberd.
Secret keeps the Razor alive.
Heaven's Halberd doing a body of work. They don't have that. They have, the backdoor protection for now, but that mid creep wave is going to push its way in. Again, no glyph to be able to protect against this.
Zayats again. A beautiful double stun onto two cores. The snowball used onto the Shadow Fiend. They'll just turn and blow up the Nyx Assassin. Meanwhile, to the north as well. Force bodies Puppey. A solo kill coming out from the Riot Puppet. Nisha's into the middle. A defensive use of the BKB is going to be able to allow him to reposition. But the Aegis has expired. Polaris have to be cautious. They're going to reevaluate how they can take this team fight. Secret are pushing outside the base, but they will not be able to catch up as Polaris group themselves around together as 5 and make sure they will retreat as a team.
Man, I am really feeling the influence of AU this game. You could just tell, like, the ex-coach making those in-game calls. Even just something as simple as the Sentry Ward on the retreat being dropped down, realizing the way that Secret like to play. They always want to go for the +1. Zayats is hitting some amazing impales so far, but they just don't have the damage to be able to follow up. And now,
yeah, I think that's an incredible point. Like AU just the communication and the captaincy that he's providing them. We see the call, like they're going high gun again, and they don't even have Aegis. They feel so strong.
Yep. They got the Wraith Pact that they can happily drop down. It's going to be prioritized a little bit here. Has to be careful with the position. Natsumi just denied the Wraith Pact. All right.
Xavius, jump in. Snowball used aggressively this time. Puppey's gonna go down. They might be able to hold back now without the snowball used defensively, but the Ember Spirit's going to be in some trouble. But in the meantime, Natsumi once again has a free fight. The chains leashing two together. Polaris need a way to close the distance, and that's where Xavius comes into play with a double snowball, clipping Nisha, who will look to buy back, but they just don't have the ways to hold them inside the meatball as Razor goes down from afar. Polaris an 18,000 net worth lead, and now Secret's base is their own home.
There's nothing that they can do about this. The big part of the damage is the Razor. This was just an outplay by Polaris. I really liked both drafts. Both of them wanted to do the exact same thing. Xavius, again, embracing the SEA server, diving into the fountain. But what a game. What a game. This is exactly what I want to see out of both of these teams. But Polaris today, they were just better. They executed better. Their strategy was better. A lot of the movements that came out were just a little bit superior. And the itemization for mine, that was chef's kiss. Perfect. All the way from Polaris.
Yeah, I felt like their read of the game was incredible. And like you said, the itemization, it could not be any better. It completely disrupted whatever Secret were attempting, and the draft and the Tusk as well. Like, not only the itemization, but this Tusk pick. We just saw that the rush of the Blink Dagger, because early on, like throughout some of the lanes, and once the lanes were dissolving, we saw it was the use of the Raw into the Sunstrike. And Polaris, they had to read that. We need to break that. We need to be able to kite the Razor. We need to stop this Nick stun or Raw into the Invoker combo. And as long as we can do that, then Secret are really going to struggle at taking fights. Polaris, what a beautiful way to start this series off.
Now, I want a little bit of a prediction for you, because we don't know who it's going to be yet. Who we got as the MVP? I want to give it to AU, personally.
I don't think it'll be the Chen, but I do completely understand why. It's not going to show up in like the scoreboard on the value that he
was 2-2 and 16. He did all right.
Sure, 2-2 and 16. I mean, when was the last time we saw Chen have MVP?
You haven't seen my games.
Well, yeah, your micro of Chen?
Yeah, for sure, my terrible micro. But again, like, even just the Chen, obviously for all of the calls that he was making, but even just the Aghanim Shard, right? You go on this Beastmaster, I'm not sure if the Helm of the Overlord was the right pick to be able to go around. I think you could probably get away with Helm of the Dominator, and then you're already against a Chen, right? So that's going to be countered. But to go all into the Helm of the Overlord instead of having something like a Wraith Pact, I think really did them a disservice. It meant that they were able to turn around and burst down whatever target onto Chrysalis whenever we would try and static link and try and get that full link off onto a target.
I'd probably give MVP to Xavius. I think what he was able to provide in this game, and I think just in general, what Tusk provides a team is ridiculous.
He didn't get the kick yet.
Stuns.
If he got the Walrus kick, I would agree with you.
That's very true. We saw what he could do even without the kick, though, which is crazy. You have a BKB piercing stun with one of your abilities, then you can go for a second with repositioning. You have a save in snowball, which is also a stun. You have tag team, which allows you to take Roshan, and also is incredible with the ranged hero in the lane. Let's go. Let's go. And shards as well, just to block off pass. It's like a mini stun
for the
in
lane
itself.
With the Viper.
Yep, exactly right. Like, I really think this Tusk hero is incredible. We spoke about it before, I think kind of midway through the draft, that this hero really could start to rise. And well, it's very popular at the moment, but I think it could be one of the really, really top 10 heroes because of the possibility to play it as a core as well. I wonder what Secret look to do now, because they are a team. Zayats loves the Tusk. I wonder if they shy away from the Nyx. Not that he had a bad game at all, but I think now you need to take a look at this series in particular. If Polaris are going to play that well with the Tusk, you might have to pick it up for yourself.
I think by all means, if you're going to Nyx, do it, but I don't think it's first pick material. Like, I think Polaris did exactly what you need to do whenever you see a Nyx assassin, and just go for this full-on death ball. They didn't wait. They weren't passive. They weren't waiting for like these 50 million different items and let it get to the later stages of the game. Just go, go, go. You cannot deal with split push very well, especially considering how many ways they had to push out these lanes.
Yeah, we were seeing the praises yesterday of Secret in the Tempest game, where we saw them have just a minor net worth lead, but just a recognition of when they are strong and when their kind of conditions are to look to get objectives. And that was very similar for Polaris in this game, when they had the read of when they're able to get map control and when they were just, steamrolling down T2 towers, forcing Secret to come back on their side of the map. So for Polaris, an incredible game 1 victory from them. They've got the momentum heading into game 2. We'll find out though if Secret can stem that momentum after the break.
Dire's middle tower is under
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers. We got Game 2 on the way shortly. Secret taking on Polaris. An important series here, Daniel. Of course, we saw in day 1, both Polaris and Secret were off to some really good start from these two lads. But in day 2, it's going to be Polaris at least being able to start off a little bit better than Secret. But of course, there were some bright spots for them in that game 1. We'll see if they're going to be able to hit back in the second game, however.
Yeah, there were bright spots. I mean, people forget. Like, you look at the end result and people are like, Polaris, they had it easy. Double the kills. The game ended in 34 minutes. But Secret had the win probability up until like 25 minutes. So in 9 minutes, Polaris were able to take back the Aegis advantage and then just zoom down the lanes and basically demolish Secret's base with their lineup. You know, you have the Shadow Fiend with the presence of the Dark Lord affecting buildings. You had the Aghanim Shard being purchased up by the Chen, which meant that you were able to, again, increase that potential even further. I think this honestly just came down to, like, I'm going to say, like, 4 bad decisions that Secret had. 1 was going for the Helm of the Overlord. 2 was going for that dive behind the Tier 2 tower when you had the Aegis instead of just taking more map control. 3 was the bad use of glyphs. And 4, I forget, but I'm sure it was there somewhere.
Well, this is a bit interesting here for me. I feel like Secret had the opening to go for an Enigma if they wanted to.
The Little Friends. I remembered it now. They should have got the Little Friends, because if you're going to give up your Ancient Black Dragon, why not just turn him around, having an extra 100 attack speed, and just demolish a hero, right?
Yep. So what are your thoughts here? Because we see, in regards to the bans, Polaris, it's completely different now because they have first pick. So Secret, Marcy, Primal Beast ban. Polaris get rid of the Chen Monkey King.
Just keep looking at Zayat's hat and laughing.
Oh, yeah, his hat.
I think it's going to be a much less full-on run-at-you Brawley style this time. You know, this one, you need to set up around areas. Like Clockwork, Undying, they kind of need to plant their flag a little bit. With the Tombstone, you pop the Flesh Golem. They're much longer cooldowns relative to someone like the Tusk that could just, in, out. The thing is, where does this Earthshaker lane? Because now both side lanes are pretty horrendous for the Earthshaker. So I think you still want to set it up into the Undying's lane, just because of the fact that he doesn't have a stun and he's not going to be able to stop you from pulling the creep wave, but it's still going to be very challenging to even just get even trades happening with the Undying when you've gone for that creep pull.
It's very interesting, isn't it, that where we have a draft where in the first phase both teams go for their support.
We think. I mean, this isn't T1. We're not going to see an Enchantress mid, I don't think. But I'm still holding out hope for a Clockwork core, man. You know me. I want it. I want to see it. Even the Undying core, it's a small possibility.
Well, Force did play a lot of the Undying as a position 3 in the qualifiers. So, yeah, it's something that Polaris definitely have in the arsenal. So something that I think is maybe a little bit more of a possibility than the Clockwork core. If it was T1, then I'd be like, sure. Because every time T1 plays and you see the Clockwork, you're like, oh no, he's got this potential. He's been playing in pubs.
There's always potential, but there's a reason it's called potential. It's because it doesn't always work out that way. I had potential to be a top esports player in my time, but it didn't work out. So now I'm a caster. Not for Dota, let's put that out of the mind. It was for, some boomer game. But anyway,
what was the boomer game? No,
I'm not mentioning other games than Dota on this stream. Come on, man. But we're
wow, was it League of Legends?
No,
Hang on,
it
man.
was not that
hell?
game. It was not that game at all.
What is it then? Why aren't you saying it?
So we've got this draft with Secret against Polaris. We're getting to the end of the second batting phase. I wonder what they're going to go for. In all honesty, I think they need. Oh, well, this kind of means it's a Morphling, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You see, AA fan is like, oh yeah, it's Morphling. All right, just get it out the way.
Prediction gods here. You know? I think this is much more likely to be a niche Morphling, though. Again, like, I think you just need to put a lot more onto the back of him because, to be honest, I like the guy, but Crystallis, he got given one of his signature heroes and he didn't perform that time. You know, there were a few BKB usages that just weren't on the mark, and they gave away that Aegis for essentially free when they really didn't need to. So I think Nisha has been performing to an exceptional level, and I want to see a little bit more emphasis given to give him the best game possible. So if they can just draft completely around this Morphling, by all means, go for it. And just as well with the Morphling, they're lacking in stuns at the moment. You've potentially drafted 2 of your supports already that have no extended lockdown and have that slow ramping damage. And now you've got a Shadow Fiend who does have the burst, but I'm not quite seeing it yet. You know, you still need something that's going to be able to deal with this morph.
Yeah, I'm under the assumption that Morphling is very good versus...
Yes.
It's happening.
Yes, one of these two is going to be a core.
It's happening. I'm under the assumption that Morphling is very good versus Agi carries. From everything I've been hearing, that this is pretty much when you go Scepter.
Yep.
Because of how much you're able to steal the attack speed as well. Again, like this, maybe actually this could be different now. Because again, we've spoken about Shadow Fiend and his versatility. Like this could be a Raze build instead, going for like or I should say magic damage build, going for like Arcane Blink. That makes a lot more sense.
It needs to be.
Yeah, that makes, yeah. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, you just want to be able to burst this Morphling 100 to 0. I think it's much more likely to be an Undying core as opposed to a Clockwork core, because your goal is still to be tanky enough that you can just stand around in team fights and have that that damage amplification from the Flesh Golem so that the Morphling does die when you make a lot of these engagements, right? And I feel like with a Clockwork, if you put that as a core, then you're going to hookshot onto an important hero, like a Morphling, for example. They've still got 2 picks to go, but and he's just going to waveform out. You can still waveform out of what Undying's trying to do, but he's going to get a slow onto you. He's going to get something that's going to influence the team fight.
Mm-hmm. It feels like they're for secret, because like we're mentioning, we kind of believe this is going to be the niche Morphling, so you need to have a hero on Chrysalis that is not the win condition. Monkey King was banned out first phase, which is again something you can itemize, very dependent on the game and can kind of be active. Is there another hero you feel like he has the potential to play to kind of help fulfill the role of making space here for Nisha?
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey King being banned does kind of throw a bit of a curveball through there, doesn't it? It's not a terrible Razor game, but I think... Oh, no, they banned it, actually. They banned it. What else can they look to do? Could they Dawn? Enigma, okay.
Okay.
Slows down the game a little bit, allows the Morphling to be the one true carry. What are they going to go here for we're assuming... No. If it's magic damage Shadow Fiend, I kind of feel like you have to run it mid. That's the thing. You need the levels early on. So, assuming that's the case, what can they look to get? Maybe a Troll Warlord wouldn't be the worst here. I mean, they don't have an amazing amount of mobility right now on Team Secret. You could deal with the Eidolons very well in the lane, assuming it's going to be a 3 Enigma. You could just lock down a Morphling or an Enchantress, especially, like, even a BKB isn't going to save a Morphling if he gets the root off, right?
No, I suppose you can go like Manta.
You can Manta.
No, not really. Yeah. I'm just a little bit concerned that Troll can die, or at least be kited with Fissure. And it is also, again, an Agi hero into Morphling.
They'll buy 4 staffs. It'll be fine.
So, I guess, quickly speaking about the Enigma, though, it's interesting that Secret still pick it up later in the draft, even though there are some counters already in the Clockwork and the Rubik. So you've already addressed the Black Hole. You now need to be able to address the Enigma lane. You mentioned the Troll Warlord to be able to do so, but you need to cover all your tracks here with Enigma. You need to make sure that this hero does not have a free game, because Resolution Enigma is very scary.
More burst damage is what I want to see. What can we look to go for here? That's good in the lane and is good against old mate Morphling. I don't want slow ramping damage. I think Dawnbreaker's not bad, to be honest. Like, you get the blink in with the Starbreaker, with the Aghanim Shard. It's a lot, and oftentimes you just need that little bit of damage that's, that little bit of stun that just locks him in place for long enough, because you can chain it. I mean, Polaris have been team fighting really well. If you get the Aghanim Shard on the Shadow Fiend, that mini fear does help out a little bit. I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the level 20 talent actually increases the fear from the right clicks as well. It's the plus 0.4 seconds Requiem fear per line. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. He went for the plus 3 damage per soul in the previous game, but I think it might work that way. I'm not a Shadow Fiend player, but I think I remember seeing that one time.
So you think it affects the Aghanim Shard fear?
I think it does, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What's the last ban going to be? So the Pangolier was banned out here, so
Don't
Secret. So they're under the assumption that this is going to be a right-click Shadow Fiend, though. They are banning out heroes that are not the win condition, and that is going to look to make a lot of space here for the Shadow Fiend. Very similar to what we're expecting kind of Crystallis' hero to be, to look to make space for Nisha.
Give me the Dawnbreaker. I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you can even go for your Trident, Trudent, Bristle against the Enigma.
This works too.
Man, I cannot believe we did not mention. I mean, Natsumi loves the Conquer. It's a great matchup versus the Enigma.
So does the Lush as well. They can still flex this.
Yep. That is an incredible point. They have the potential to play the Conquer and the Shadow Fiend in both lanes, because both the players are very, very comfortable in them.
I don't know if you'll have the damage to be able to kill this Conquer early on. Like, it's going to be all around the Morphling. And if Morphling's the one true carry, they're running out of time, by the way. They're going to go the Bat Rider. Okay. So does this mean... I mean, it's probably going to now be the Shadow Fiend mid, right? Yep. Shadow Fiend mid. Natsumi's playing the Conquer. They've switched Puppey to playing the Enigma. So this is just musical lanes right now. So it's going to be an off-lane Enchantress, it seems, going into this Conquer. Very interesting. Force Undying. This is just teams trying to, like, next level mind game each other over and over and over again. I'm here for it, because I feel like at this stage, that's what you're going to need to do. You can't just draft normally and expect the enemy team to not be smart enough to be able to counter it. You've got great minds on both sides. We'll see how it works out, but I like the fact that they've switched the Enigma up to the Clockwork Undying Rubik lane, got it the third time. I think it's going to do a lot of work. I think it's going to enable Crystallis to be that true Morphling hyper carry that he needs to be. And yeah, I really want to see this magic damage Shadow Fiend. I think that's going to do all right in the lane against the Bat Rider, especially with the turn rate change and all of the additional damage just from the Shadow Rays. I think he's going to have a fine enough time.
This really turns the draft upside down with the last phase, and with how the heroes are getting picked up, like you said. I mean, you're now avoiding the Enigma Conquer matchup. We get to see the Enchantress once again played as a core. This time it's not going to be mid. Thompson attempted it yesterday and didn't have as much success as what they were hoping, but we're in for a treat, because game 1 was really exciting. Game 2 draft looks pretty goddamn exciting as well.
It does. I'm keen to see how this is going to influence the meta, because a lot of the other teams, of course, they've got scrims and that, but the teams that are in the group stage, the 18 teams that are already qualified, they're watching this. They're just seeing, okay, well, what works? Can this actually work as an offlaner? Can we get away with this Enchantress being a true flex pick? I think the Thompson mid Enchantress was a bit of a meme, to be fair, and I mentioned it mid-game that, they're going for the Ag Sproink with the Tumbler's Toy, with the Hurricane Pike. It just never ended up working out. But this time around, I feel like it might work. I mean, it's specifically done for what it means for the laning stage.
So yeah, again, I think the good thing here that Secret, they're going to have, I think, a slight advantage in regards to the side lanes with the shenanigans they pulled out. I do think mid, though, it's pretty good for the Shadow Fiend.
It's skill-based, though. Like, you can absolutely get kills with this Bat Rider, but it's a lot harder than it used to be.
Yes, I'd agree. It is skill-based. It can be a bit awkward if, like, the Bat Rider needs to run up to the Shadow Fiend, and as soon as you do that, you kind of eat 2 razors. And this is also a hero that has got your, for a long time, everyone likes to kind of meme on some of the patch notes, but Shadow Fiend was one of those heroes that continuously got base movement speed buff. So you are relatively fast. He's even got to go boots as well as the next item. Already has the stick, of course, being into the Bat Rider matchup. So, yeah, again, I think we're in for a treat. It's going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's going to use one of those Iron Branches to just plant and eat a Tango just so that he can stay in lane longer, get those levels up as quickly as possible, and yeah, like you said, go into the Boots of Speed to both enable his own kills as well as to retreat from the Batrider when inevitably you're going to be going for it. And I was wondering if Puppey might try and do a bit of a repeat of what we saw yesterday and use the Demonic Conversion onto that mid lane just to give Nisha an even better time, but no, he's going to do it for Crystallis, and completely understandable.
We 4 bounties picked up as well for Polaris, so nice little start for them. Call it. Well, this is Lelouch missed the long raise onto the range creep, so something that we see kind of early on here for the Shadow Fiend. If the raise clips onto the range and also the melee as well, then you can double raise follow up to secure. But it looks like still he should be able to do so regardless as Nisha. This is the thing. Again, you've got to also be very cautious about the spam from the Shadow Fiend, but it is a little bit more mana dependent.
The thing is, against a Batrider, you're not as concerned though, right? Because this is a couple of creeps. I mean, to be fair, in game 1, he missed a lot of creeps as well in the laning stage, but that's just because Nisha is legit one of the top 3 mid laners in the world.
Do you still believe
Rezo might be in a little bit of trouble up here? Good body blocking by Zayats to make sure that he was tanking half of those battery assaults. And well, they're going to back up, but level 2 is approaching pretty shortly, and he's got 2 mangoes available on AU. So I feel like Natsumi might try and go for a kill up there onto either of these 2 targets, to be honest, as soon as he picks it up.
Well, what's Zayat's role in a lane like this? Because the Clockwork is an incredible counter, not only into the lane, but also the game against the Earthshaker. So what does Zayats need to do here?
Well, I was thinking that they would try and switch it up so that you're laning into the Undying's lane, wherever it might be, and then just try and use that to be able to influence and pull creep waves, because he's got the wind lace. You're going to be able to outrun the Clockwork, and then you just pull the creep wave behind the tier 1 tower and look to farm it up that way, because you would have to say, even with an Enchantress, the lane is stronger on Polaris' side with a Kunkka and a Clockwork.
I think a big thing for them is going to be looking at just the levels. AU, if he can find that second point in the battery soul, give him the opportunity
might be in
to
trouble here.
Bottom lane. Crystallis trying to do whatever he can to hold them back for the moment. Force has got to decay in a couple of seconds, but only level 1. Doesn't have the potential to provide the damage, but the soul will be necessary to find first blood. Again, we mentioned in the draft that Force has been playing a lot of the Undying core throughout the qualifiers. He had a lot of success on it, so we'll see if Secret are going to have the answers in this game.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to get that kill, but they recognized that Puppey didn't have a TP available. That's the only reason they went for it. They used the lift super early to get him right next to Force. They were able to secure that one there. I believe they've already finished up the energy booster as well, so Arcane Boots for Force means that he's just going to continuously look to spam out this lane. And look at the net worth already. I know it's only 3 minutes in, but he's 800 net worth ahead of Crystallis right now.
And this Arcane Boots is going to have a lot of value with Xavius as well. Another hero that likes to spam. That Fade Bolt potentially to help deal with the Eidolon. So already off to an incredible start for Polaris down bottom.
And now you've got 2 points into the decay as well, considering it's being played as a core, right? You need that farming mechanism. So you can actually start to deal with the Eidolons now, but even more so once you hit level 5. But remember, it deals that double damage to creeps. So even though Puppey will have that 40% Eidolon magic resistance once he's level 3, it still doesn't feel like it'll be able to do too much against the level 2 Fade Bolt plus the decay.
Do we feel like this game for Secret, there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Nisha to make space? Because it already looks like, again, bottom, like Crystallis is, I mean, the Morphling in general is a hero that, if you're not played as position 2, you know, like the kind of the Thompson build, you're really just, you're farming as much as you possibly can. And Puppey is going to be greedy on the Enigma. You have an Enchantress Earthshaker at the top lane, so is it all on Nisha to really make the plays?
I think it is for sure. I mean, Nisha... He comes through. I mean, he did in the last game. It's just there's only so much that one hero can do when you're going up against this fully cohesive lineup that Polaris have got. Xavius has been doing a pretty good job of making sure that these pulls aren't being completely interrupted.
Are you just going to be able to step away?
You'll be fine. How's mid lane going? A little bit of a net worth lead right now for Lelouch, although he's running a bit low on the old resources. Just had the bottle delivered through to him, though, so we'll be happy enough about that. 12 denies as well, and he's got 10 more denies than the Batrider and 9 more last hits. Pretty rare to see that against a bat lane.
Do you feel like the nerfs were enough to the Bat Rider?
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit more of a niche pick right now, and a lot of the mid laners that are strong actually don't have a terrible time. Top lane, Rezo, he's getting dived here, but not caught inside of the cogs, means that he's able to just walk on away.
Mid lane. Fissure into the fault from Nisha. Instant TPs coming out from Polaris. They're not messing around. They want to make sure that Nisha doesn't get off to a good start to slow down the Lucian on the Shadow Fiend.
He's here. He's got 8 stick charges, but he's running a little bit low. He wants to stick around, though, because you've got those 6-minute runes coming up, and very important for both of these heroes to make sure that you're securing that. I mean, a single haste rune or an arcane rune can really turn the tide, especially if Nisha's the one to pick it up. You even looking to be doubly as efficient, getting a stack off while also protecting that bottom rune. Both teams committing down onto this bottom side, and it's going to be the DD. Ayats actually ends up picking it up instead of Nisha. Should be able to secure a kill here, although if he uses the cogs, might be able to push him away. Not enough, though.
Really nicely done there from Nisha. Minor thing, but before the power rune spawn, he started to stack up the sticky napalm, so that the Shadow Fiend wasn't able to step in. Natsumi with the cleave? No, not enough onto resolution. So yeah, we saw there was just like 3 stacks of sticky onto the Shadow Fiend, and in a position like that where you're not close to the tower, he couldn't really contest the rune. So a minor thing that helps him secure the kill along with the power rune.
Yeah, a lot of like what mid laners used to believe were important, like, you know, manipulating the lane, dragging them underneath the tower, blah, 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 blah. That sort of thing, of course, is still important. But in my opinion, the most important thing these days for mid laners is making sure that prior to these power runes coming up, you're influencing the lane. You're influencing the enemy team's ability to be able to contest it. And that's either by pushing the lane out, so they're forced to choose between letting a full wave go underneath their tower or securing a power rune, or, like what you just said, putting enough sticky napalm charges onto them so that they can't, otherwise they're going to die.
Force is doing a really good job down bottom to be able to keep this catapult alive. Tamed up multiple tower hits, and look how much damage they've been able to pump into it thanks to this. Very nice play.
The deny. Well, he's got 24 stolen strength, so it makes it a bit easier. I actually haven't seen what the how much damage it's going to be able to do, the level 3 decay into the level 2 Eidolons along with the Fade Bolt. So Puppy, you can see most Enigmas would just be trying to deny creeps at every single possibility, but he just can't. They're just going to die instantly, and I feel like that's what he's afraid of.
Chrysalis has got some 1 charges to play with. Continuing to stalk him into the tree line. Trying to blow him up with the telekinesis to prevent those 1. Chrysalis holding him off to the last second. Now Anisha's going to look to tip it down. Hey, you snipes Chrysalis. Oh, no way. Nisha will get some revenge, but oh, that's going to feel juicy for the Clockwork. Oh, they give him the tip, and meanwhile, look at AU. He's just soaking up some experience. Mid, love and life, and top lane as well. Lelouch, with in combination with Natsumi, got a kill onto the Enchantress, which was resolution. Keep in mind, in position 3 Enchantress, and the T1 tower goes down.
Yeah, they haven't looked to... oh, look at that clever sentry ward as well. They didn't see it somehow, or maybe they just... didn't want to reveal it, and Natsumi will be able to get... Ooh, never mind. The D-ward, he actually ends up hitting the sentry instead by accident. So he's going to stick around this area for another 5 seconds, get that second torrent off. Never mind. AU again, the Rocket Master, gets a kill, helps with the D-wards. He's doing everything right now.
It's not looking good for Secret. Danok, 4,000 net worth lead. Don't have the craziest amount of kills, but look at all the cores. Polaris off to an incredible start. Trying to see what they can...
Elton John, the Rocket Man.
Elton John, okay.
Before your time, I understand.
Yeah, before my time. I can still appreciate a master in his craft. But yes, a bit before my time.
Yep. I've been so impressed by Polaris, just... everything that they're doing. You know, the lanes are solid, the rotations are there, the warding is on point. They just... more teams got to try playing with a coach, man. It works.
Wow. Yeah, we see one team in particular over in Western Europe can have some success when they bring some other members in.
Alliance,
of the organization. Yeah, sure, Alliance.
Oh no, they missed the haste rune at bottom as well. Sometimes luck's just not on your
top
side.
lane, Resolution. Drag back once again in combination. That is a filthy combo. The X to get them closer to the Shadow Fiend so we can land all the razors that would need to blow up Resolution. This is a hero, especially as a core, you cannot fall behind. And we said it early on, this game's all on Nisha. He's got the boots of travel now. He has to make some incredible plays to even have a hope of Secret coming back. It's a 5,000 net worth lead this early into the game.
Oh, bot side,
This could be the start of it. Yeah. Lasso with Crystallis nearby. Force gonna try and lay down the Tombstone, give him some extra summons to be able to get health back with the Soul Rip, but it's only level 1, so not really gonna give it too much.
It was close to living. He nearly got off that next decay and would have given time perhaps for someone else to be able to connect down onto him, but still, whatever he's doing, he's just creating more and more space for the rest of the team to be able to farm. You can see Shadow Fiend, he has opened up a 1,500 gold lead over the enemy carry. And well, this is a handy little tool to have. Now you can also get some D-wards going by Xavius as well onto the cliffs with that sticky napalm being stolen. I mean, he might look to try and make some rotations as well with the Shadow Fiend as, well, speaking of SF, he's juicy little stack. And yum, 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 yum. Just eating up all those little creeps as, yeah, I was saying before, just Shadowed Razors with sticky napalm. Do you even move? Or are you just, like, stuck in tar, basically?
You just... Oh, is it just quicksand?
Pretty much.
You keep sinking further into your own death, your own demise.
That is one of the things I'm afraid of, is quicksand.
Really? That's an interesting thing to be afraid of.
I'm afraid of a lot of things, dude. Did you see what happened? It was the trusty shovel creep.
I did. I saw his reaction as well. Oh my lord. Dude, his reaction was so funny.
Oh. That's when you know it's just not your day, man.
Oh no. Dude, that's... Alright, let's see. What can you do? Can't let these towers go down. And Secret, they're gonna try and get towards AU. Hookshot's gonna be off the mark, so Resolution will claim the kill. Nisha's gonna try and find an angle to step in. Xavier's still in the fish, is gonna help out. Meanwhile, off to the left side, Puppy's black hole. We stopped in his tracks, but Secret find a double kill. Resolution getting both the kills, some much needed gold given over to the Enchantress.
For sure, all 3 cores alive though, so it's something that you're able to rinse and reset, right? Because
look at this. Wait, sorry, I'm so sorry. Oh, look at this. No! Hey, look at his reaction.
Not like this. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. He's already having a rough day, and that just makes it even worse. They're just going to look to clump around the mid lane again. Look to try and take this tower. That'll open up a lot more of the map. And, I mean, you know, for a Bat Rider to be accelerating his farm, he needs to be trying to take some of these stacks that are being built up in his jungle. Nisha is going into a much more unorthodox position up on this top side. They're even going to start taking away a couple of these stacks.
Crystallis used the shovel for a last time, and he was very hesitant. A bounty was dropped, and he didn't know what to do. It took him a little bit of time to pick up, and AU just snipes it.
Oh, this is bullying, man. This is straight up bullying.
Bottom lane, make an attempt onto Zayat. Xavius.
They don't have Glyph again. They also don't have the SF and the Kunkka, the main tower hitters, but at any time that they want, I mean, this is up to Polaris, whether they want to stick around, if they want to block up some of these camps, or if they're just like, you know what, we want to have 3/4 of the map for ourselves to be able to farm. Secret are just clumped into this tiny little area. So the network's just going to continue to grow.
See, they're going to try and sweep over towards their bottom jungle here on Secret. Players have some pretty good vision to play with the ward placed on the high ground.
You got to protect it though. You can't let them just
look at the trio running in. Off the left side, they're going to be on to Poppy. Meanwhile, back towards the outpost as well as AU finds the hook shot. That's a big echo slam from Zayat. And Secret will find the double kill. They're going to be off the mark with the boat as well, so Resolution can get back to the safety of the tower. It is a 2-for-2 trade in the end. Somehow Polaris are actually the ones that get the gold advantage, but I would imagine the experience is much needed for Secret.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anything that they can do to slow this down, if they could somehow last the next 3 minutes without the glyph should have been used at that time, and they're able to get the actual reset of it, that's going to be enormous for them, because you just need to wait. You've got an Enigma. You want to get this...
Bottom lane Nisha's in trouble.
Oh, this will not help.
Natsumi in combination with Xavius. See if they're going to have enough damage for the moment. Zayats can disrupt this with the fissure. He's got the Aghanim shard to work with. Nisha tries to turn it around, and in fact, that's enough to get the kill. Natsumi with the armlet toggles.
Inside
will end up dying to the Firefly.
Yeah. Can't be doing that one. This does feel like a game where, you know, of course, the Blink Dagger, the Aether Lens are important for the Rubik. I'm going to need to see the Aghanim Shard picked up here, because just to be able to reposition, again, we've mentioned how important a lot of those styles of spells are. Rubik's got one, but specifically for his own team, right? So it just makes it so much easier to get away from the danger of the Batrider.
Force? Okay.
Already having the Lotus Orb.
I think for Secret, one thing, how they need to address a lot of the fights is they need to play their distance, where Diodes are very difficult for them, because once they get into the middle, them being able to retreat is very awkward. Like Clockwork's kind of hook shot in, and you're pretty much dead after that. As soon as Conquer steps in before the BKB, I'll hold that thought top lane. Attribute Shift's going to be there. Beautiful reactions out of Crystallis. He okay for the moment. Has the waveform as well as AU. Attempts for the preemptive hook shot. Crystallis will escape. So again, I think for Secret, a lot of it is going to be counter-initiating and just playing your distance. Batrider, you know, trying to stack up the sticky nade from afar, trying to get the flame breaks out, trying to spam the impetus as well. You do not want to be the ones committing. You need to wait for Polaris to just overstep slightly, and then you can block off an avenue with Fissure, and then to be able to go from there. It's not going to be easy, but I feel like that's kind of how they need to take some of these team fights.
Well, they're going to be going for Roshan right now on Polaris, and I mean, they've got the Echo Slam, they've got the Blink Dagger, but they've got no ways to be able to connect through onto this. So Secret just taking their time to say, look, we want some map to play with again. Let's just try and get these lanes pushed out. Let's try and get some D wards happening. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that the Observer Ward to the right-hand side of the mid-tier 2 tower for Radiant is still there. I mean, they've seen that this camp's been blocked off for quite some time, and I mean, it's just giving them a lot of vision of exactly where Secret are playing.
We saw what could happen last game when Polaris pick up the Ages. Start walking down some lanes, and now this time with the Lush.
Top tower is under
up to top they go. They stole the Eidolons. Plenty of extra damage to be able to help out with the siege. He's going Aghanim Scepter for Xavius, so it'll be more of the greedier route here for the position for Rubik.
Oh, if he's feeling himself, he's feeling himself. He's allowed to be that way. But they were able to last long enough to at least get that glyph usage out that I was mentioning. It won't be able to do too much. It's just going to die a couple of seconds later. But honestly, 30 seconds of being able to farm is more than Secret have had all game, it feels. Going to try and move on back with Natsumi. Of course, one of the big strengths of the Kunkka. Very easily able to just split push out, clear out the Eidolons, and then get straight on back to playing with the rest of your team. And I mean, have a look at what the vision looks like for Secret right now. It's in a lot of pretty useless spots, to be honest, right? Like, you're not wanting to play on your side of the map if you're Polaris right now. You've got the Aegis, you've got this early-ish timing lineup.
Eidolon versus Eidolon War down bottom onto Puppey. As soon as two heroes show, though, they're going to move top onto Force. The Ward on the high ground does scout out Resolution, starting to pivot his attention to the Undying, but the rest of Secret under the cover of the smoke, so they don't have this information. Force, the Lotus Orb will not protect him, so a great movement out of Secret. This all comes down to just Puppey making space down bottom. As soon as they see those two supports, they instantly go to the Undying.
Yeah, and they didn't commit anything heavy on it either, other than a smoke, right? No lasso being used, use the Firefly for sure, but who cares? You're very happy to be able to get that pick off, and, well, maybe it'll mean that they want to actually contest against this push that's happening without the Undying being there. Seems like they still feel like they need the farm. Morphling, of course, realizing that he needs that Aghanim Scepter against the Shadow Fiend, who, in fact, isn't going for the magic damage build that we were thinking.
Bottom lane. Under the T2 tower, beautiful fissure onto 2. Nisha steps in as well. Lasso drag back into the Echo Slam and the Black Hole for good measure. A Secret are continuing to find some decent team fights at cutting this net worth lead.
Yeah, they are for sure. I mean, this is the play that I was wanting them to make, right? Force just used his TP quite shortly, I believe, and wasn't able to influence that. He's still playing around the top-hand side. If you're going to take a fight when it's 5v4, that's the time that you need to do it. It forces a pretty heavy commitment with the Black Hole and the Echo Slam being used, and the Firefly. So maybe now Polaris are like, look, we got 2 minutes left on this Aegis, level 15 Shadow Fiend, Presence Aura affects buildings. If we can't get some objectives and some kills now, there's something seriously wrong.
Beautifully done from Nisha. Gets aggressive onto Force. Never felt like he was ever really going to be able to get the kill. Maybe they thought that more people were playing behind the Batrider, but he gets 2 TPs out of it. AU top, Xavier's top. So again, and a Flesh Golem. Very good point. So we saw what Secret were able to do prior with that information when Poppy brought heroes down bottom. Maybe they won't get a kill, but it's space. Zayats gets a full creep wave at the bottom side of the map, so this is getting him closer to the blink. They know that Lelouch is alone. Nisha's going to TP into the idol, and some Lelouch will be forced to pop a BKB. So now this Aegis is completely wasted. Like, you are not going to push without the BKB. Secret have done an incredible job to withstand the first Aegis.
Oh, yeah. They've done very, very good. And 75 seconds left on that BKB, on the Aegis, and you've got 100 seconds left on the Black Hole, and Echo Slam's going to be available. So you might even be able to, if they give them the space to be a little bit greedy, have that Blink Dagger available for Zayats.
Bottom lane, Natsumi. Going to run into Zayats. Lelouch is nearby. They're close to the tier 1 tower as well, so the TPs are going to start to rain on through.
Exploded.
As Natsumi just cleans them up. The cleave and the crits was all they would hope for to blow up Poppy, and Zayats is killed off as well.
He's going to TP away in time. They use the scan, but they'll see that without the trees being cut from the Firefly duration, he would have TP'd on away. So with that, they've already taken the tier 2 tower. They take on the top side, they take the outpost back, and they're just saying, look, let's try and force another glyph out of them. That was one of the big mistakes they made in the previous game, using the glyphs a little bit too readily, meaning that they weren't able to defend the high ground. So seems like that's the next main priority. Keep the lanes pushed out, let the creeps do the work. Right now, they're only committing Puppy for it, though.
Xavier's is giving them a lot of information in this invis. They see Nisha. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up. Oh my lord, the right-click damage from the Shadow Fiend. Lasso with the last second, but no, Lelouch. They'll find the kill, and now Crystal's, he can turn it back around, playing with the Earthshaker replicate. Will give them some extra control. In fact, it was the Rubik instead, the telekinesis used to hold the support into place. Secret, again, some really nice sequence of events for the lads on Radiant. They are continuing to stall this game out, and they might be able to get an objective off the back of this.
Yeah, they're 7k behind, but they haven't taken a single tower yet, so that's really going to open up the map. They haven't had the space to be able to farm. There's the glyph. They know they're going to get it reset. Will Natsumi look to commit onto this with his BKB?
Where are you? Lands the hook. The rest of Polaris are very hesitant to move into the middle.
I don't think they should.
Natsumi will chuck out a boat, but won't help them out at all.
Puppy's got that Blink Dagger, and you've got one coming out from Zayats as well, so they've almost weathered the storm, just 400 gold away from Chrysalis being able to pick up that that Aghanim Scepter. And there's that replay. We've been speaking out AU's praises a lot this game, but there was a mistake that he made. He was playing close enough by that he probably could have landed the hook shot there and at least stopped the drag back even further. It was only like 1 or 2 right clicks that Nisha needed to be able to fall down, and you probably live on your Shadow Fiend.
See what the call is going to be for Polaris. Again, they still have this net worth lead. Positioning around the top side of the map, there's an arcane rune for them to play with. But Secret, they look like they're ready to fight.
Oh, yeah.
They've got all their ultimates ready. They've got a very good Observe Ward around the triangle as well.
They don't have the Morph yet for Morphling, though. Like, they've got the Aghanim Scepter picked up, but they don't actually have that item.
Maybe a little bit of a bait here. The Silver's Edge is in. AU's going to hook shot forward as well. A beautiful target to look to take out of the fight. But Science still lands the Echo Slam and they just rip apart Polaris. The damage is too much for them to handle. When the ultimates get laid down, they don't have any answers. As Xavier's will whiff on the stolen black hole. And Secret are back into this second game.
Oh man, it just takes a couple of little things, right? That's the thing. Zayats, he is performing all throughout this tournament. Even like game 1, amazing stuns on the next assassin. This game around, just on point with the Fissures, not getting them easily stolen away by Xavius. Black holes enabled by his Echo Slams. It's a crazy amount of work that he's able to do on this Earthshaker.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Look at that. You expect the clockwork to be counter to Zayats, but they all just group up. Steps in. What an Echo. That's a couple of fights in a row that somehow has been landing these Echo Slams even though they jumped the Earthshaker.
Yeah, I think that time around it was just a little bit of a mistake from the Lush, right? He just gets a bit too close. He doesn't have the Dragon Lance, but he still had plenty of range to be able to stay away from all of that Echo waves, I guess you could call them, from coming through onto him. He needs to prioritize that Lincoln Sphere, though, of course. The Bat Rider has been the bane of their existence for so far, but I really wouldn't be surprised to see him go a little bit more of that increased attack range after that point.
Dire are scanning.
It's a very different game now. Just a single tower going down opens up a lot more space that Secret feel comfortable to be playing around. And Polaris, even though, you know, you don't have the black hole, you don't have the Echo Slam, you don't have the lasso, they're playing a little bit scared. They're saying, okay, well, maybe we're not ready to fight into this. Maybe we need that next item. Maybe we need the AC just to be able to withstand a few more of these right clicks.
Nisha's hunting. See Natsumi at the moment. Meanwhile, top lane, Xavius is going to end up going down. 3 heroes from Secret. Get the kill onto the Rubik. You were saying is the game that they've had, it's okay for him to be going to the Scepter, but it's taking him quite some time with the momentum that Secret have been building.
Even a double courier kill, very nicely done there.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Won't be the worst for Lelouch, just stops him from having a perseverance, and he's still not close enough to the Lincolns to make it matter. But now, Rezo just doing Enchantress things. Beating down a tower. Not sure if that's the greatest glyph, though. They'd lose another fight. They could lose a ton of map control.
Nisha. Oh no, they won't have the Bat Rider for this fight. Gotta be cautious, Secret, if they still want to take the skirmish. AU's gonna be in with the hook shot. I'll take care of the Enigma. Even drop the Tombstone as well from Force. But the rest of Secret, they've been able to back up. They're gonna turn to try and deal with Resolution, and the X into the Requiem just evaporates the health pool. Secret, they're nearby. They've got the ward on the cliff. They're going to try and aim down the Shadow Fiend. They know the BKB was used prior, so Zayats jumps in with the Echo Slam. Chrysalis has the follow-up as well, and Polaris, they've got to get out. You cannot continue to take the skirmish. A Secret will move in and find a second kill.
Sometimes you just got to do the simple things correct, and you know, I was mentioning that maybe he was feeling himself a little bit there on Xavius, going for this Aghanim Scepter purchase. There's a ton of good spells to steal, don't get me wrong, but you could have very easily potentially closed out this game if you just had that little bit of extra cast range, or you had that save potential from the Aghanim Shard. Now Puppy's actually starting to do Roche.
Let's go, Enigma. What can't this hero do? Solo Roshan as well? Jesus. Ah, he's got the boys. They're in second Roche. It's an important one. Secret get this Aegis. The ones in control of this game. I was going to try and play with the Tombstone, but he's ever going to lead in with the BKB. AU attempts with the hook shot, but it will not be fast enough as the Aegis will be claimed. And now a Secret with the second life. They might look to chase down the rest of Polaris, but in the end, a 1-for-1. Did he get any components? It looks like the Aegis and the Aghanim Shard. I think we're giving over to Radiant. Where's the shard, actually? Okay, no, Undying got the Aghanim Shard.
Okay. Not terrible. Did he give it to someone? Gave it to
Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. Well,
Lelouch is still in top of the net worth. Almost level 20, working to the Lincolns next. Are we worried that a lot of the weight might be on his shoulders as the game goes on here?
I wouldn't say worried necessarily, just because I feel like he's got, of course, the capability to be able to carry out this game. He is closing in on that Lincoln Sphere, and I feel like taking away that Aghanim Shard from the Morphling is actually enormous, right? Because previously, with the relatively low amount of stuns that they've had, Chrysalis would have never gotten caught out without having that attribute shift going off. But now that you've got that little bit of an extra fear on the Shadow Fiend, it becomes a lot more challenging. Maybe you can burst down the Morphling with just that little bit of extra control that they've got right now.
Mm-hmm. And just the important thing, it really feels like Shadow Fiend is that replicate target. So if you can take away, I mean, again, Chrysalis went for the Aghanim Scepter. This is a 4,200 gold item. If you use Morph on the Lincolns, and all of a sudden you just completely wasted an item through a big team fight. So it is something that Chrysalis has to be aware of. He might turn his attention. Of course, he has the potential to use it on the Earthshaker if he wants to, but really feels like the main one is the Shadow Fiend because he is going for this right-click damage. And Agi Hero, you will lose a lot of your stats, and there's a lot of his toolkit.
And a lot of the damage for the team as well. They did steal the Undying last time around just to be able to drop the Tombstone, have a little bit more of that team fight presence. And I think that's still an option as well. But yeah, for sure. Shadow Fiend, target number 1. He's level 20 now as well. He has the Lincoln Sphere picked up, so it really feels like, despite fighting into this Aegis, that Polaris are ready to try and make an attempt, but so is Secret.
Smoke up.
Good positioning by
He's going to reveal himself. Even the high ground, ready to hook shot as well. Nisha's going to move forward with the smoke popping. Separate fight to create the moment by the outpost, though. Nisha's alone. Tries to get the last one, but instantly Lelouch's going to turn it around. The Requiem's there. Chrysalis jumped into the middle, and he doesn't have any boys to back him up. The telekinesis to hold him down. And Secret, they're completely zoned. Resolution's going to be able to deal with the Tombstone, but the boat's too late as Chrysalis just waveforms away. And Polaris, are they looking to reset, or do they want to go back in? They'll lose AU on the Clockwork. Meanwhile, Force, he's out, and Natsumi as well under the cover of the BKB will escape.
That exact situation that you talked about ended up happening. They used the morph into the Lincoln Sphere, so 4,200 gold was just completely wasted by Chrysalis. He would have been able to survive if he was able to get that one off. So little things still hindering Secret's potential to be able to truly come back into this game. He's nearly level 20 as well, so he's going in BKB next, but I want to see some lifesteal come out from him as well, because we're assuming he's going to get the waveform attacks targets. I think he just needs to be able to survive on his own away from the rest of the team, because it kind of seems like how Secret are wanting to play this one.
Xavius. Nice TP. Secret will find the T1 tower. They might even look for the T2 as well. They have a glyph if they want to look to play with it, but instead all the other lanes getting shoved out. Mid's going to be pushed, top's going to be pushed, and Lelouch going to look to farm under the triangle as well. Now, Radiant do have a lot of information, though. They both see Force and the Shadow Fiend, so this is some intelligence. Allow Secret to do whatever they want, and they might look for Natsumi. Nisha with the blink straight on top of the Conquer's location. AU with the counter initiation, but it doesn't buy enough space for the Conquer as Natsumi is falling low for the arm. The toggles, it's not enough. The Conquer goes down, and our Secret, they've got firm control of the team fight. Tombstone lay it down thanks to the Morphling replicate. The T2 tower will fall as well. A 2-for-1. A Secret continuing to find map control, continuing to build the momentum.
They're slowly re-establishing their control. I mean, they've had such little map to play around from the beginning of this game that, I mean, again, late game Enigma, late game Earthshaker, they feel a lot more scary than a Rubik and a Clockwork for sure. It is a Rubik with Blink now. A Blink and an Aghanim Scepter and that extra cast range from the Psychic Headband, fully strength morphed as well, so he is having a huge
It's a big kill on Nisha. It's going to be a big kill on Nisha. Oh, wow, the smoke popped and he wasn't fast on the jump.
Mm-hmm. He's got the gem as well, so that Silver Edge positioning completely revealed.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. I thought the Rubik was just out of range, but yeah, I did not see the gem. So
we're human.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am a robot. I make zero mistakes.
I see. Well, clip it. There was just one there.
Well, a malfunction happens occasionally.
Ah,
right?
true. Ares bot.
Take a look at how really the mid lane has been shaping up throughout the game so far. We mentioned early on that Nisha had to be a huge reason for them to be able to find a way back into this game, and with all the space that he's been able to make. Comparing up against Lelouch, who is going to be a scary prospect as the game goes on.
Does feel like Polaris have lost a little bit of their mojo, right? Their confidence that they had on the early stages, needing to wait until they get their next item. But again, I keep talking about it. The late game potential for Secret feels like it far outweighs.
What on the cliff, so instantly is going to have to blink away.
5 seconds left until that Echo Slam, and they go for a smoke of their own.
Okay. This could be a big item as well. AU just completed Wraith back, so a lot of damage mitigation now.
Got to make sure he's with the team, though, to be able to get that pickoff happening. Preemptive Rocket Flare just around some of these choke
Force
points.
jumps in, lays the Tombstone, a big kill onto Zayat. The Echo Slam's going to be whiffed. They get no value out of it. Lelouch has to be forced to deal with the Tombstone, but thanks to the high ground positioning, the Shadow Fiend won't be able to do so. So a little bit forced out, a couple of BKBs, the life of Zayat as well.
The thing I'm liking as well by Polaris is it's very clear that everyone is on the same page. There's no individualism coming through here. And I feel like it's still on the back of AU. If he makes the call back, the team backs. No questions asked. And, you know, it was like clockwork, basically, kind of fitting, that they all just did it together as one complete unit.
What do we feel like the role needs to be for the Undying as this game goes on? Because we really have not felt the impact of Force. In the previous games, when he's been playing the Undying, has been a big reason of why they've been able to win those games, kind of snowballing. But this game, it's been completely different. So does he kind of need to change something in regards to itemization to have a little bit more impact? What do we need to see out of him?
I don't even know necessarily, to be honest. Like, maybe he's going the Shiva's Guard next, which is going to be a nice item against the Morphling, for sure. Gives them a little bit of extra vision, which is going to be nice, but it's just tank up, I guess, is the biggest thing that he needs to do. And, you know, if he's able to get into maybe a Blink Dagger, might go Overwhelming Blink a bit later on, just so that once you start to really get those decays stacking up, you could deal a lot of damage as well, just from the Overwhelming Blink, and get it onto the backline, start to you know, just one hit or two hit these squishier supports. I think that's going to go a long way.
I think another big item is soon to be completed, which is Natsumi's Hex. This now gives you a big opening to be able to blow up the Morphling. Something that attribute shift with the Aghanim Shard is not going to have an effect over.
Like in the Dragonlance as well on the Lelouch. So they're waiting for the 37-minute mark. Flicker's a pretty nice item against a Bat Rider and against the Malefice, just to be able to not have to use that BKB quite so readily. Even just the Enchanted Quiver being held by the SF right now.
Jump in. Nisha is going to be able to get the drag back. It's on to Xavius, the rest of Polaris. On the opposite side of the river. They will not be able to follow up and look to protect the Rubik, but they are still sticking around to see if Secret split up as a unit.
Speaking of that Hex, Resolution, he's got a ton of gold saved up as well, so he could very easily look to go into it for himself. They're both scouting out Roshan, realizing that this is the next key objective.
Nisha, smoke's gonna pop.
It is, and, well, quick use of the napalm, giving him all the information they could need, but he doesn't have the lasso, so he has to be a little careful.
Lelouch is going to try and charge up the Requiem. Meanwhile, to the northern side, the AU, he's been picked off. Polaris is still going to continue with the team fight. They're trying to close the distance on Tanisha.
What can Puppy
but the
do?
Bat Rider free pathing won't be able to get out of harm's way. And now look at Resolution. Just pummeling the impetus onto Force, but it's going to be cautious, so it can lose.
Science!
But Science! In with the Echo, the Black Hole as well. A Secret land the ultimate for Xavius. The turnaround's there. Black Hole stolen, clipping onto multiple heroes, but they were lacking the damage. They didn't have the Shadow Fiend. The main damage component on Polaris was dead in the grave. Lelouch brought back, but it was too late to rejoin the fight. A Secret white Polaris.
Someone's got to check that little hat that Zayats is wearing. It's giving him special powers right now, because the man is playing like a god. He is just doing everything imaginable, and a big part of it has to be given over to his connection with Resolution as well. Just Rezo putting himself there on the front lines. Zayats, you know, he's putting himself there to get the key pick-off onto the clockwork, which just means that, look at Rezo, standing there with the BKB saying, hit me. What can you do? What can you do? Are you going to commit? Are you going to commit? You're going to need to, so otherwise your tombstone's going to die, and, well, without the clockwork, it just frees up space for these big plays. You know that there's going to be no interrupt for the black hole coming through, and Xavius, nice steal and a nice black hole usage, but, you know, the team fight was done.
And now this gives the Earthshaker the level 20, so extra fissure range for Zayats to play with. And Roshan for them as well. Ayu's looking for an angle. Eidolons, everyone's surrounding. He tried to get crafty with the angle in, but not going to be the case. Christus, beyond godlike. Who would have expected the Morphling? You're taking...
Who would have expected the Morphling to be beyond godlike? I mean, it's a pretty good hero, this patch.
No, I mean, come on, man. Let me finish what we saw before, where he died to the shovel, where they were 5,000 net worth behind. The fact that he's beyond godlike, we were saying that it just wasn't his day. And well, Chrysler's, it's only a bad moment. You can always stamp that away, and he's done just that.
Yep. Died to the rocket flare as well. Those are his only 2 deaths.
That's true. Exactly. See, like, some really tricky things, some unfortunate scenarios happened early on, and he's beyond godlike.
And now he's got the Aghanim Shard as well. So previously they were fairly good at being able to find those pickoffs, be able to burst him down, or at least to get him incredibly low, but now it just feels like they don't have that potential. Top side, they're going to look to try and find this pickoff. It's just onto Xavius, but he had used the buyback previously, so I'm pretty sure this is going to be his dieback timer. 65 seconds in the grave, and opens up that top side of the map for them to be able to push into, knowing that it's a 5v4 situation. Nisha's even going for more. Completely taken over the Dire jungle, has Secret. Actually consuming the Aghanim's blessing on Resolution, so not only does he have that stupid sproing, but he's got the Witchblade as well, so the travel time is incredibly fast. He was holding on to the...
Oh, lasso out to the right side. Look who they found. It's the Lelouch. He brought back Prior 120 seconds without the Shadow Fiend. They can look up to see.
This could be game. He is the damage on the Shadow Fiend, and I feel like with Aegis, you're going to be feeling incredibly confident just to push in here.
Oh, that fissure, such long range.
They're swapping around neutral items as well, just so that Zayats could be in the ninja gear.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. He's got to go in with the hook shot before the X. Tatsumi almost dies. He might still tick out. A BKB has to be used. Meanwhile, once again, Xavius is caught out. The fissure from Zayats, he's done it again. The position 4 from Secret, a big reason of why they're about to close out this second game.
Oh. I mean, Force, he went for the 20 talent tombstone on death, but it feels like if you're dying at this stage, you're just going to be given the game up. It kind of felt like maybe the extra, the lower duration on the decay cooldown might have been a bit better. Allow him to be that true frontline presence. There's just way too much damage right now. Rezo, he's reached level 25. He gets that extra impetus damage as well, so he is right-clicking like an absolute beast, even with a Moon Shard picked up on this offlane Enchantress. Rip to my pubs. If Thompson didn't do it, Rezo has just completely changed the situation.
Feels like the call for Polaris, it might just have to be give this up. 20 seconds without the Shadow Fiend. He needs some souls as well. AU's trying to charge up, and Nisha's going to get the jump before they start the damage. It's too much. Conk is gone. He's got a buyback, so Natsumi can rejoin, but AU, a third of his health just taken away with ease, and Resolution will get Force as well before he makes it away.
Another tombstone being dropped, but it's just going to get dealt with pretty instantly.
Force is going to jump in, do whatever he can off the back of the buybacks, but Secret, they're already retreating.
Still got Aegis.
Crystal's in the mix at all. They've got the Requiem as well, but the extra fear control will deal with the first life. Resolution again, if they just look to avoid the Enchantress, the impetus damage is something that you need to fear, and Resolution and Secret will be able to take this game too. What a performance from them. Secret down 6,000 gold off the back of the laning phase. They find a way to come back in and end up tying the series 1-1.
We talk about that fancy offlaner being the true carry. Resolution ended that game top of the net worth on his offlane Enchantress. I think it was 34,000 net worth that he had. What a ridiculous performance coming out from him. Top damage in the game as well. most building damage done behind Chrysalis, most healing done in the game. Ridiculous. Most kill involvements as well. He was just doing absolutely everything, but it was all on the back of Zayat. Zayat's brought them back into that game, did the heavy lifting, and man, what a player. This is probably one of the best signings that a team has had in a long time. This Rezo Zayat's offlane duo is just doing wonders for Team Secret right now.
Yeah, Zayat's got a couple of fans out of us, I think. We've both been very impressed with his performances so far.
Show the replay again. Oh, you can't do it to him.
It's a storyline. It's all for the storyline. Again, like you mentioned, the only way that Crystals died was 1, to the neutral item, and 2, to the rocket flare from AU from across the map.
Look at this one. Lelouch, he just walks a little bit too close. He cops the stun, he cops the echo damage, he cops the firefly. And it really felt like from here, that was the big turning point. They had a 9k net worth lead on Polaris. They were miles ahead. What was it, 5,000 gold lead like 9 minutes in? Or something ridiculous like that? It was insane. That is nearly a 100% win probability, but somehow they were able to just stall it out on the back of some clever movements, giving up their supports and putting them into spaces that allowed the cause to truly be able to farm.
Yeah, exactly like you said, just really the plays from Secret where you just had that one example, like we mentioned a couple times, was Poppy down bottom at the T1 tower where he gave up his life, but then instantly the rest of Secret, as soon as they saw the rotations down, they moved to the other side of the map, got a kill on force. Nisha did that a couple times as well. He was doing a really good job to take away some of the ancient farm at the triangle from Polaris. They were just doing the best you possibly can to stall this game out, and then we saw what happened as it further went on. Like, they had some incredible teamfight execution. Their vision enabled them. Zayat again in team fights, and unfortunately for Xavier's, the black hole stolen. I mean, that's you always hope for it in a Rubik game against the Enigma. You get that one opportunity where you steal the black hole and you turn a fight around, but they just had no one there.
Yeah, I'm not sold with Rubik as being the counter to the Enigma. I think it's better than it used to be, just because of what it means potentially for the laning stage now that the Eidolons take a little bit more damage, but I feel like you're just spending a lot of your time waiting. And if you're playing it like Puppy was, super patiently, then you just essentially are giving up a position 4 for a position 5, which is not what you want to be doing. So I think Polaris shouldn't be getting too down in the dumps about it. They had that game in the palm of their hand, and Lelouch, his expression says it all. He's just like, look, it's unfortunate. We can do it next time, though. Like, I have a lot of faith in Polaris to be able to dust themselves off and bring themselves back against... Again, Secret are easily top 3, top 4 team in these last chance qualifiers, so we'll see what they're able to do once we eventually do get to the playoff stage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Enigma continues to develop so far, because we... Again, very early through Last Chance Qualifiers and TI in general, but so far we've seen multiple times that the Enigma has been pushed to a position 5. We even saw, I think it was AU that even played it once as well. Poppy's already done it, so it even looks like if you're into a crap load of counters, it doesn't matter. Like, this hero, we've known for a while, is still incredibly strong, but the fact that you can put in 5 and go Wraith Pack and still have a lot of impact in your save flame just means that it gives you so much more value now, where even if he gets countered, you can just relegate him down to a lower priority in a position 5 and him still have a lot of impact in the game.
That can't be right. He didn't place 35 Observer Wards, did he? I think he placed 15, so he still did a lot. He was the true, again, the position 5 to allow Poppy to be as greedy as he was. And, I mean, this is... I think you can't find a more complete position 4 player in terms of what they're able to do. The laning, the sacrificial nature, still able to get some semblance of farm, and then the team fight execution. Zayat's right now is number 1 for me in terms of position 4s throughout these entire qualifiers.
Yeah, without a doubt. We've, of course, had the pleasure as well of being able to cast a couple of Secret series, and I've always been impressed with him so far and the rest of the players with how they've looked. So for Secret Polaris, with our first series of day 2, it's going to be a 1-1 tie, so nothing too crazy for these two teams, but we do have some fresh faces for us on stream. Next up, it's going to be Vici Gaming taking on Na'Vi. We'll see what is in store for us after the break.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
And we are back. We've got two fresh new teams here. Na'Vi taking on Avicii Gaming for our second series of day 2. Deno, we had a bit of a prolonged break because we had some results that we still had to see. Avicii were playing on the other stream, battling up against Nouns, and Nouns took the 2-0. So we are in for a very exciting day 2. I hope we get tiebreaks. I'm going to put that out there early on. I know I can jinx some things I've done, in the past where with this tiebreakers going on, and I want them to go twice, even 3 times, and it just doesn't happen. We stop short. I want games to go game 3. Sometimes it stops short as well. I'm hoping this time I don't jinx it. I'm hoping this time it doesn't happen.
Well, okay, you put it out into the universe. Let's just leave it there. Let's let it percolate a little bit. But a team, or rather a region, and its fans that might be a little bit anxious based on a few of the results today would be China, surprisingly enough, because Extreme Gaming, they also went down 2-0 to T1, one of the teams that a lot of people would say underperformed on the first day. Cuckoo really feels like he's put his big boy pants on today and wants to carry the team forward to victory with his Nature's Prophets. So we'll see in some of those games later on if that's going to be a bit of a ban focus. But at the moment, China 0-4, and now they're going up against Eastern Europe with Na'Vi. And I mean, Na'Vi, they came out of day 1 looking pretty damn solid, right? They have is it a 5-1 record?
Yes, 5-1 record.
Yeah, looking real strong, but, Vici, even though they did drop that series, they're still an incredibly strong team. They've got a unique playstyle as well, but as we can see as we go through Lies, No One, Solo, the man, he, did you see the Reddit post where someone was like, it's been 32 years and 2 months since he was born or something like that? Just to kick on with the 322 meme going through there, but really, what's been impressing me most about Na'Vi is A, their confidence, but B, their versatility. In the past, Vitun's been one of those guys where maybe his hero pool has been a little bit too shallow, but he has literally played a different hero every single game so far, these qualifiers, and I'm sure he's maybe looking to try and keep up the trend, but the man plays a ton of Dota, and he is incredibly versatile, so I'm keen to see what he's able to output here.
So is this a Eastern European carry type of thing where you're forced to play a new hero in every different game?
I think he's happy to do it. Like I said, the man plays a ton of Dota. I kind of feel like, I wonder who's influencing this position 5 meta where it's a lot more leaning towards like the strong laners as opposed to the ones that have like, some save potential or some save or heal potential or some save or some incredible team fight. It's more about like, the silencers and the disruptors and the, we're not really seeing the Wyvern, we're not seeing the Io, we're not seeing the Dazzle. We might see the Io this series though, because it is a hero that Vici like to prioritize, but Solo for sure is one of those guys that likes to play those off-meta 5s that are meta right now.
Yeah, well, we saw in their first series, they opened up with a silencer. They first phased it in both those 2 games, which was against Nouns. And we're seeing the silencer rise a little bit more in popularity. China is putting some emphasis on it as well. I think Extreme actually just played it in their game versus T1, which is a very interesting hero. Again, they feel warranted that the buffs were enough, and we'll see how that's going to shape up in a series like this. You did just mention that VG Gaming lost their series 2-0, and they are really needing to get some wins under their belt now. They are 3-3 overall with map count, and going up against Na'Vi is not going to be an easy opponent because they also have to verse... They've got to verse Polaris as well, and with the way Polaris are looking, like, of course, we did just see them lose one map versus Secret, but they were in a position where they could have just 2-0'd Secret, so that is not going to be an easy game at all for Vici.
And it's not like back in the day as well for the SEA teams where, they get a little bit too stuck in their own meta. A lot of teams are scrimming China these days. Probably not scrimming against each other because they're coming up against each other, but really wouldn't surprise me to see Polaris scrimming like Asta, for example, or even LGD, to be honest. Polaris have really had that much of an upward trend, as Yang just looking to get real comfortable there on his chest. I mean, you and me, we keep talking about how people like to sit, but I don't know if I'd want my teammates' feet up in my face while I'm trying to go for last hits.
When you try to get comfy though, like if you're just watching something, you're at your desk, you put the feet up, surely, right? Come on.
Nah. I mean, if I'm watching something and I want to be comfortable, my position is lying in bed, laptop on my chest, and head propped up like this. So it's pretty terrible for my neck, but whatever. I'm gonna sit here and judge.
Okay, well, like you were just mentioning, the man on screen with the feet up being comfortable, Yang, he is... It's been an interesting road for him. Of course, someone who has had a lot of experience in the China scene and recently being pushed over to a position 5, which is very, very interesting. I mean, we've seen some of the other people in particular. Skem was previously a carry. It was a core.
He was everything.
You even see Fodder. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, and then Fodder as well, was previously a core, getting pushed over to the position 5, the captain, and we're seeing this come out of Yang. So it's going to be very interesting because they did not have a lot of success. Like Vici Gaming, their initial roster, Irving, YDS, and Victoria, along with Erica and XM, and that just was not the lineup, unfortunately for them. They were having some really difficult showings through the DPC. They didn't make it to any lands at all. 2-1, 2-2, they placed 5th, and then 2-3, they placed 7th. So something had to be changed, and that's where the swap to the position 5 came out from Yang. And since then, they've been looking pretty solid.
Yeah, they have indeed. Even, a lot of people would have seen there on the intros Frisk, that's Fade, who played together on Vici Gaming with Yang back in 2019, where they got top 6 at TI. So they're capable. They've got the experience to be able to play on this big international stage. Just like you mentioned with the previous roster, it wasn't all coming together as, well, now we get a look at the Eastern European boys in Na'Vi, looking to prep up. They've got the papers ready. They've got the drafts fully analyzed. And like I was saying before, Vici are one of those teams where you need to be looking a little bit more into that side of things because they play some heroes that a lot of others aren't right now, like the Aya, for example. Even the Timbersaw tends to come out fairly commonly for Vici Gaming when really doesn't for anyone else.
So we'll see. He's starting to get a little bit of grey in there. Maybe
he is the old man now. Maybe it's he's gone for the Silver Fox look,
Silver Fox, yeah.
I was looking at the Kiev Major True Sight the other day, and Solo, he always seemed to be pretty PMA. Like, he was the real steadying force for, he was on VP at the time for them and their journey as, well, you get into the draft and they're going straight into the Earthshaker. So Earthshaker is another one of those heroes that they like to go for a little bit of a 1-2 punch here. They love pairing it together with the Morphling just to give them that option. And especially if you've got this first pick, it's something that you need to address. So I want to see if Na'Vi look to preempt that a little bit. You know that they're not going to be able to go this full-on burst. Silence is not bad. I was thinking maybe they might consider going into something like an Ancient Apparition, but maybe they just want to feel like, look, we just want to try and dominate these lanes and still have a solid team fight after the fact.
Interesting. So it does seem like Na'Vi continue with their identity so far. Multiple times they've ran the Visage on Lice in the offlane, and for Vici Gaming, they're going to go down the Lycan route at the end. So I kind of like this from either side. Like, it's very similar. You see the Earthshaker opener, something that's very, very vulnerable to being run over. So Na'Vi try and put the Visage into the first phase. And then for Vici, well, they say the Silencer. They're like, this is a hero that doesn't deal with summons at all. So that's where the Lycan comes into play. So both Visage and Lycan kind of very similar with how they're able to address the supports on either side.
Kind of reminds me of Game 1 of that Secret Polaris, right? Both teams are looking to do pretty much the exact same thing, and it's just like, well, which one of us can do it better? Of course, Na'Vi, they have the confidence of coming off that day 1 being 5-1, and Vici, they might be feeling a little bit. So we'll see if their coach is able to rally the troops somewhat and say, look, a 2-0 against Nouns, it's not great, but we've still got the potential. But, I mean, that was the other thing that we were actually mentioning, right, is that with all of these upsets, it's bringing the likelihood of tiebreakers to be so much more likely. And that's going to be, at the end of today, that they're all being played for the groups.
Yeah. I have to change topic. You know, I want to talk about tiebreak and say I hope it happens, but you said I can't say anything. Just let it. What
I'm allowed.
was the
You're
word
not.
you used? You're
cursed.
As long as you're allowed. All right. We'll let it be. I won't say anything more about tiebreakers. As we'll see
Immediate
how
Morphling ban as well, by the way. Just realizing it. They've done their research on Na'Vi for sure. Analyst putting in the effort there, and I mean, it's completely understandable, right? It's just something that they super commonly look to pair together. They like doing it together with a Queen of Pain as well, but I'm not sure if Quap's the best thing to have against a Visage and the Silencer. It's just a little bit too... I don't want to say it's single target, but like, you're very committal, you know, and it feels like you can't fight once Silencer's 6 until you get a BKB.
I think one thing we could be looking at as well with the Terrorblade ban is, what are we?
He's so comfy, Yang.
Yeah, he's chilling.
That is my movie watching build. Just imagine a laptop on my stomach, and that is my my posture.
That's nice that the seats are able to recline for him as well. He's getting extra comfy there. I think one thing to mention is that Erica is very, very known for his kind of hard win condition carries, and XM is more of the playmaker. So you mentioned the Morphling, of course. The Terrorblade even fits into that. I also wonder if the Terrorblade could even be kind of protecting a Lunar at the 18th. We saw a lot in South America in the qualifiers, the Visage Lunar, and something that I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen much elsewhere. So Terrorblade has an incredible carry-to-carry matchup versus Lunar, so this is something that Na'Vi could have in the back pocket at the 18th.
Something that... Have we seen a Faceless Void at all on our stream?
No. No, I do not think so.
Yeah.
We've seen it in other streams, but yeah, we haven't casted in here, I don't believe.
I don't think it's too bad here for Vici if they were wanting to pick it up. Like you mentioned, Erica really loves going for those super hard carries. I don't think there is a harder carry right now than a Faceless Void once you get to the late stage. And, I mean, the Soul Assumption wouldn't have done that much in the lanes, right? You can just time walk it off. Now, with the Tiny, you're a little bit more hesitant, right? Avatos combination into the Global Silence, into the follow-up burst. It's enough to kill the Faceless Void unless he gets a Manta or a BKB. So instead, they're going to go something else that's very, very capable of dealing with this Visage in the laning stage. Juggernaut, Lich, slow, lots of damage over time. I really like it.
Yeah, and also, again, back onto the Lunar, if it was something Na'Vi considering, like now you really, this quarter-comp matchup with the Juggernaut is not the greatest. So I like to pick a lot from VG Gaming. You've got some comfort. We've already seen the Lich, and that was the Polaris game. It was a Lich and the Marcy, and they had an incredibly strong lane. And this should be no different here with the Juggernaut.
Ursa, huh? I mean, I quite like the Ursa. Back in the day, Ursa offlane was actually something that a lot of teams did to be able to combat the Juggernaut because he just comes forward for a last hit, you swipe him, and then he didn't actually have the little hop as well on his Q at the time, but you won out most of these trades, so I doubt that that's the route that they're going to go down. It's going to be even stronger against the Lycan versus the Jug in the lane, but really looking to play this super early timing, right? All you really need is the Blink Dagger on the Tiny. You've got a Visage that just needs the Helm of the Overlord, and then you've got an Ursa playing on Radiant with the Roshan advantage.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned right now for Vici Gaming that they need a lot of items to be able to combat Na'Vi, because we're going to see a very early Roche getting picked up from the Radiant side, and for Vici, you're looking at the Helm of the Overlord timing from the Lycan, potentially like an 18-minute Blink Dagger from Frisk on the Earthshaker. You know, Jug's going to need like Maelstrom Axe Shard as well, so whereas Na'Vi, they don't need as much, which means they could get a lot of map control early on and slow down Vici. So I think this hero for XM of the 23rd needs to be someone that can kind of help control the tempo and get active early.
You think they might consider going the Ricky again on Na'Vi for Sweden Strong? I think it's a possibility here. Just because Lycan isn't one of those guys that loves to buy a BKB super early on. And if you could just sleep dart him, and then he just does nothing during the shapeshift, you're incredibly happy. It frees up so much space for the Silencer to be able to actually have an input into the team fight outside of just the Global Silence. He's done it multiple times.
Yeah, I don't know. Ricky's a very unique hero, so I think it, like you said, the sleep dart has value this game, and they have the flex with the Tiny later on as well. So they're going to continue to hide where this hero is going to go and maybe pop out a scary Ricky later on.
I think every time it's been
last phase that they've picked it up. Not necessarily last pick, but it's been last phase so far. So
have they done it? How many times have they done it so far? I saw it once.
Twice.
Have they done it more than that?
They've done it twice, and they've done it multiple times during the Eastern Europe qualifiers. So we shall see. And for Vici, what do they need? They need their mid laner still yet to come. Something that is going to be able to either buy an early BKB or something that likes to buy a Yule Scepter that's able to...
10 seconds.
I think they've got vision with the wolves, that's the thing. So I would just be looking to go into something like maybe an Ember Spirit, just for some of that damage over time against the Visage, something that's able to, again, pop the BKB and just solo down the Silencer, and something with good sustained mobility against... Oh, okay, never mind. So they're really not wanting to... Is this mid-Lycan?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, actually. I think it is. This is something I really have not seen XM run. Like, again, he is someone that likes a lot of the playmaking heroes.
Because it
thrives on...
You either want the Viper to be a 1... Or is it, I don't know. Like, the Viper needs to be in the Visage lane. Period. I think. Oh, no, it can be in the Ursa or the Visage lane. It'll be totally fine. But you need the Juggernaut to be in the Visage lane, 100%. So, I don't know. I feel like, are they outthinking themselves a little bit here? Seems a bit odd.
We'll see what Na'Vi look to go with the last pick. Again, we mentioned that the flex, where they're looking for a 2 or a 4. Viper definitely throws a spanner in the works here, because you don't particularly know. If it's going to be Viper mid, it's a bit awkward for the Tiny to go into that matchup with the Lesh. So Viper's got a lot of magic resistance with the Corrosive.
Who's playing what?
Looks it's going to be BAB on the offlane Lycan, so it should be a mid Viper for XM.
4 Tiny, okay. I mean, it's a good amount of burst damage again for the laning stage, right? It's really just about this... what can we call it? Roller coaster pendulum, that's the better word, where you're obviously going to be going for a lot of these early kill attempts with the Juggernaut Lich combination. Incredibly good against the Visage, who is very squishy, especially early on, because you have no armor. Gravekeeper's Cloak isn't that effective. The Grave Chill isn't going to help you with the Juggernaut running at you because he's spell immune. But as soon as that's not available, you could just turn around, level 2 Avatos combination with the Soul Assumption and the Grave Chill and easily look to pick up kills. So it's really just going to be how they're manipulating the lanes to be able to not give up too much at level 1, or who as simple as who's going to hit level 2 first, and then be able to get the full effect of their combination off.
Personally, what I'm excited to see in this game is just the Leshrac. This is something that I felt like was going to be a very strong hero heading into the Last Chance qualifiers. The Bloodstone change looks crazy for this hero. We've already seen it played multiple times. I think Thompson broke some ridiculous records on it in his game. I believe it was versus Infamous yesterday. So something that we are yet to see in our cast. So I'm intrigued to see how no one's going to look to be able to play with it. He does not have really a defensive support behind him, which I think is a big way to enable the Leshrac, where you've got like an Oracle and an Io, just someone to be able to, even a Coddle for good measure as well, someone to maybe help out with a mana or just help out with your survivability. So we'll see how the Leshrac's able to shape up here, but this is a very, very important game. Na'Vi, they've only lost 1 map so far. That was in day 1 against Polaris. They are 5-1. And for Vici Gaming, again, they are 3-3. They just got 2-0'd in their previous series versus Noun. So they need to start picking up some victories here, or they might be forced to be starting in the lower bracket or potentially playing in tiebreak as well, depending on some other results. But Denog, how are we feeling about this game one? Do we feel like someone has a bit of an advantage after the drafts?
I'm going to have to look at the drafts again, to be completely honest. Let me have a look. I mean, I feel like you're set up to have a really good... I think it's pretty even in terms of the laning phase, right? Jug Lich should beat Visage Tiny. Mid lane Viper doesn't lose to too many. The Leshrac will be able to at least shove out the lane and trade farm. But I feel like Ursa's going to have an exceptional time together with the Silencer in this Lycan Earthshaker lane. So it's going to be really dependent on Frisk if he's able to start to manipulate some of these lanes, get some of these lane pulls happening, because it is the dire off lane, right? You're able to pull it behind the tower and really nullify a lot of the effect of the Ursa in the laning stage.
Solo. Just watching the body blocks from the Wolves. Unfortunately, not enough there from BAB to allow an angle in for the fissure. I think with how you were just mentioning this Ursa lane should be pretty strong here for Vici. I think for Vici, with how they're going to look to address it, double melee, you need to play for pulls. I do not see how they're going to be able to play head-to-head into this lane matchup, so it's going to be off the back of probably the micro coming through from BAB with the Wolves, because he can drag the waves, and Frisky hasn't gone boots or anything like that, so it might be a little bit more difficult for him to do that against the Silencer.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the thing is, you're not going up against any stuns, right? You're just going up against a couple of slows, and Silencer's already so slow to begin with that I think you can afford to do it with the Earthshaker, but yep, using a Wolf is just as effective.
3 bounty runes to start though for Vici Gaming. A little bit of gold into the back pocket. We'll see. XM, this is someone who I'm really excited for him to be able to kind of showcase his talent on this stage. Someone who hasn't really had the opportunity, has really been in and around the tier 2 China scene for quite some time. You know, we've seen him in the likes of really, you know, he started mainly with the top side. Gotta make sure I don't miss no kills. I'm speaking about the boys is Sweden strong. Erica's in trouble with the soul assumption, but they're gonna win out of the man fight. Ice will still be able to claim the kill nonetheless, so it's going to be a 1-for-1. Yang draws first blood, however, and he's going to try and get back onto Lice. He's got another Frost Blast if he can get in range, but the movement speed from the Visage will just duck into the tree line.
I like the fact that they went for that on Na'Vi. They just clumped up a little bit too much so that the Frostbar slow actually connected onto both of them. And so they had that 30 attack speed slow. Of course, Tiny already attacks incredibly slow to begin with. It just meant that they weren't able to finish that one off. So nice little first blood coming through, but I would say more importantly, it's Lies picking up the additional experience that's far more important.
And bottom lane, this is really, really big for Vici Gaming. Frisk got the hard camp pull.
Oh, that's huge.
And BAB, he's got to drag the creeps under the tower because it is pretty much a triple wave here. So it doesn't have really the capability to keep it outside the tower range to trying to hold some of the equilibrium. But this is very important for the Lycan to be able to get as much as what he's getting this early on.
Yeah, I mean, Frisk even used the Fissure to just secure the big creep in that creep camp. So he's doing everything right now, just influencing the lanes. And I know it's super early on, but all of them looking like they're being Vici favored. No one's just being completely bullied out of the lane as well. Luckily enough, he had his bottle delivered to him. Water runes coming up, so he's going to be able to refill that one. And it looks like he might be going for completely pulling the lane away, or he's going to try to, but wasn't able to secure it. And that's what the voice lines are all about.
I wonder what the build's going to be out of XM in a game like this. You feel like we're going to see any difference out of the Viper, or is it really just the cookie cutter build?
I think it's just pretty cookie cutter. I mean, you just want to be able to stay as much at range as possible, so I'm expecting a Dragon Lance coming through here. You know, who knows, maybe the nosedive could to show his face. It's a possibility.
The best scepter in the game?
Oh, it's so horrendous, man.
I would like to see Vici get in a position where they can try and shut down no one from getting the water runes and eventual power runes as well, because at the moment we see how no one can play this lane. It's solely off the back of getting last hits with the Lightning Storm. So if you just bring one person to try and get rid of that next water rune, then you can really limit how much a Leshrac is able to get out of this lane.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how the other lanes are going, though, right? Frisk has done another good job of making sure that the small camp isn't there. Are they going to get a kill on solo here? No, never mind. Just on the wrong side of the Fissure. And actually looking to consider a turnaround kill. But yeah, with the lane pushed up this forward, I would be a little bit anxious about wanting to leave the Lycan in this Silencer Ursa lane. He might still consider it if he could get this creep pull off. Again, it would be very surprising if he was able to accomplish that, but doesn't seem like it's going to be the case, and it's just the single Bull Assassin as well in that small camp, so he's not even worrying about blocking it up.
Top lane, Lice. He's getting dived under the tower here with the Blade Fury. Not going to be enough damage. No one TPC top, but That's a big kill for them to find, and now they'll be able to catch out Yang as well. A great movement coming out from No One, and he'll be rewarded with the kill onto Yang.
Might even... Well, never mind. XM's got to get moving, though. You're going up against a Leshrac with boots. Looks like you'll be able to at least deny that water rune. Not that XM needed it, but, I mean, that's a way to fix what is a pretty losing lane for you so far, is just go somewhere else, especially if they make that sort of rotation. So good call from whoever made that one.
Still a 700 net worth difference already between No One and XM, but just the fact that Frisk in a little bit of trouble here. Ichun with the help of the Orb of Venom slow, along with Solo's second point in the Arcane Curse. He's not going to tick out, however.
Yeah, they were really banking on getting a few more of these kills out, right? He's got the early point in the Glaze of Wisdom. Of course, you want it for the Intelligence Steal, the Permanent Agi Steal. But Last Word probably would have secured that one for him. He's got the mangoes to be able to accomplish it. Speaking of them, he just pops them. He wants to try and pull this creep wave. Don't allow BAB to get more farm than he has. I mean, the fact that he's even remotely close to the Ursa in farm is a really solid thing for Vici right now. And we mentioned before, like, you've got this Viper, right? You're there to win the lane, but you're not like a Puck or a Spirit Hero where you're making these rotations around the map. So, sorry,
bottom lane, BAB. As soon as they see that Frisk has left the Lycan, really nicely done from Solo and Vichun. They instantly try and move on forward, putting pressure onto BAB. So we'll force a TP out.
No stuns though, right? So he can just make that TP, not even all the way back to base. He's already, with that early farm, got the Helm of Iron Will.
The river. Nice avalanche toss away, but Frisk with the position he's in, looks to hold him back. He can get just in range for the Enchant Totem, and Yang will even claim the kill. Unfortunately, XM's not going to get it. That's not the worst death, though, because the important thing is that Vici Gaming, they were starting to get themselves set up for a push onto the tower, but that completely wastes the catapult advantage that Vici were playing with, and now No One, he's going to get another free wave under the tower.
Yeah, he's got 3 free waves right now, which is something that a Viper doesn't want to let happen quite so easily. He's level 6 as well, basically. He's still a little bit behind, of course, in terms of experience relative to the Viper, but in a much better spot than he was previously. So the thing I was saying before was, with the Viper, you're very immobile. You don't want to be moving somewhere else. You want to be setting yourself up, and then your team just pushes around you. The fact that you've got a Lycan who's going to get this pretty early Helm of the Dominator into a losing lane, unless he dies here, never mind, it means that more of the map gets opened up for this slightly greedier draft. You know, you mentioned during the draft that they need a few more items than Na'Vi do to be able to get truly active. So if that's the case, then it's a real big win for you, because you get that extra 5 or so minutes.
It is also a bit of a different look, though, in regards to how Na'Vi can play early, because Vichun is going for this Battle Fury. So he feels like, and I don't blame it at all, because the Ursa does have a very good late game matchup versus the Juggernaut. So he feels like he can scale in that quarter core matchup. And the Leshrac as well is not going to be able to hit kind of some of the early game timings that we see out of this hero off the lane. So it might be a bit more of a slower pace game from Na'Vi.
Still though, BAB just getting more and more of this free farm. Sitting up there ahead of the Visage and the Leshrac. Should be very happy with that. He's also got the Helm of the Dominator coming out to him. He's level 6. If they wanted to make a play happen, they certainly could. They're looking to try and make some movements out around this power rune. Well, it's a valuable one. Great stun.
Oh, the fissure. Someone needs to get the DD. You'd love it on the Viper. They'll toss him further away, but it doesn't matter. No one's going to go down. And now Sweden Strong's in trouble as well, as BAB wants to show up to clean up the party. He's got the shapeshifter chase Solo down. The crits are not enough, but those 2 kills should help out with the tower siege now.
And what a fantastic stun coming through there from Frisk. Lands onto 3. Even, I mean, if there was anyone, of course you want to give it over to the Viper, the DD, but you don't hate to see it on an Earthshaker as well, with that Enchant Totem just absolutely pummeling into these heroes and the tower.
It's a big tower to find now. Again, Radiant needs some time now with how the lanes have gone and the way they're looking to itemize, and the Ursa wants to be farming up in the jungle. The Leshrac's looking to try and get some catch up with the jungle. But this tier 1 tower getting claimed. Well, BAB actually off to the right side. Now we're going to be able to surround the Lycan. Vichun, actually, in fact, it's Solo, so some plus intelligence given over to the Silencer.
Got to be careful about dying too many times against the Silencer as the Lycan. You don't have the biggest mana pool to be able to play with. Erica, though, even with those 2 deaths, he's doing just fine on this top side of the map. They're actually going to look to potentially go for a kill onto Liars, but he's got the Boots of Speed. He had the Grave Chill as well if he needed it. And, of course, the Birds really does deter any kind of aggressive movement too far from the Lich. Speaking of Lich, might be falling down here. Not quite close enough, though, for the Soul Assumption to truly start to stack up, and that probably means he's going to live.
Oh, look at the Frost Shield damage mitigation. Ice will attempt to TP up, but with Frisk's positioning, you can stop that instantly thanks to the Fissure. Beautifully done. Only 1 point in the Frost Shield, but so much damage mitigation against the Birds.
It's a fantastic ability. I mean, you don't want to grief getting at level 1 just because you're not putting any kind of harassment on, but level 2 onwards, it's just exceptional for being able to provide so much control.
So, both sides have these offlaners that want to be taking objectives. When are we going to see teams start to group up to try and bring down the safe lane towers?
Again, Vici's was all based around, like, getting caught in... Na'Vi getting caught in that poor position, right? Top side. Looks like they'll be able to get a kill onto Yang. Not the worst. But I still feel like Vici are going to be the ones more patient. You know, they need to play around the shapeshift as much as they can. They need to play around their ultimates a lot more than Na'Vi do. Na'Vi basically have 0 ultimates outside of the Global Silence, right? Erica's kind of up here on his own. He's going to need some assistance, but looks like he'll be happy enough just to spin TP out, but I don't think it'll be enough to save this tower. And now, with this tower likely to go down, you see that's when V2 makes the movement up towards the top side. He's going to have a couple more camps to safely play around, and of course, you always want to be located close to Roshan whenever you're an Ursa.
Yeah, nice read from him. And meanwhile, mid lane, the remnants of the tier 1 tower. Frisk and XM be able to kill off Solo. Just looking to try and soak up as much experience as he possibly can. And that wave does give him...
push someone else back mid as well. This is the siege creep wave, so at the very minimum, they're going to pop the glyph, you would assume. But that does open up a little bit for Vici to potentially, again, win another team fight and use their pretty decent sieging potential to be able to take away a lot more of the map. I mean, this is a Ursa that's fully committed to going into the Battle Fury, so if you're losing these tier 2 towers early on, that's a really bad look for you. You can't farm all of those camps that you want to with that additional farming tool.
You do see how much farm that V-Tune is actually getting, though. Second in net worth, having a very good time, and one more component towards the Battle Fury. And his counterpart in the Juggernaut, Erica, as well, is off to a pretty good start. Already 1 component towards the Maelstrom. Very close to that last one being the Mithril Hammer. So both carries having a good time here in this game 1.
You'd say that's what they're waiting for, right? Like, they're very close to picking up. I would say about 3 minutes time is what Vici are looking to play around. Nighttime for a little bit of that reduced vision. You've got the Lycan Wolves that are able to scout people out, and then you're going to have Helm of the Overlord, Maelstrom, as well as a Dragon Lance available for your team. That's enormous.
Do you feel like Na'Vi... is there anything shortly we could see out of them? I mean, Sweet and Strong's nowhere near the blink. Your Bloodstone as well is going to take still quite some time for no one to get towards it, so... feels like for them, they might just have to play this a bit passively. Sweet and Strong should be killed off here. Vici Gaming got to find another kill onto a support.
They're not that far away from the Bloodstone, right? He's got the Arcane Boots. You could disassemble them.
That's a good point.
So he's basically only 1 component away, just the recipe.
Yeah, okay, actually, yeah. Not going to take too long here for no one, considering how the lane shaped up. But he is, 4th in net worth at the moment, 2-1-1. No one's actually doing a very good job to put himself in a position where he can combat this mid-game that we're going to see come out shortly.
Mm-hmm. You've also got the lads basically finished up on Lies as well, so you can have those 2 timings link up with each other if you want to, but it's really just, it feels to me it's like Vici need to step out of position, and that's when Na'Vi can punish them. They've got a good lineup for punishes.
Just both supports are going to say hello to each other. Nice, along with XM, we're nearby. Gang's still going to try and drag him back as the rest of Vici is starting to connect. This is a lot of ultimates expended just for the Tiny. BAB's even going to use the Shapeshift. So they need to get an objective off the back of the kill, and well, they should be able to find the tier 1 tower top.
Makes that Roshan advantage not quite as strong though, doesn't it? They're able to just take away all of the tier 1 towers, remembering they do have the glyph, but if you're able to put a little bit of cheeky observer wards up or invade this area for an Ursa who's got the Battle Fury, I think you're very satisfied with that.
Just the slight economy damage that they can do with Erica taking the Ancients.
And someone needs to come in this general direction.
Nice micro with the Familiar is going to push him towards XM's position, so there was no follow-up with the Fissure Stun.
So you've finished Hurricane Pike, actually, for XM now. You are 600 away from Helm of the Overlord, and you're working into a Manta. So I would say probably... Maybe you could look to make a play with the Yasha just on its own, but you really want that Manta style to be able to get rid of the Grave Chill without using your spin, as well as to get out of the Global Silence.
Oh
no,
they're going to burst themselves?
This would be enormous. I mean, look, it's immediately once it gets to nighttime as well, right? So you're able to use that Howl to be global. Really looks to just keep those lanes pretty easily pushed out. Yep, instantly uses it as soon as it goes off cooldown just to make sure the lanes aren't in too bad of a spot. Really big movement coming through there from Vici, recognizing the strengths that Na'Vi want to be looking to play around, and yeah, they give it to the core that, again, just wants to plant his flag and be able to say, hey, fight around me, guys. You know you want to take out this mid-Viper early on, but they're not going to have the ability to do it anymore.
And I think for them, Vici shortly are going to look to make a play where they try and smoke down bottom, like XM's already TP'd down, because that is where they want to start controlling now. There's tier 2 towers probably next for them to claim, and if you can get some outpost control as well, it's going to be very important. Now without Roshan, you don't have to worry about the top side of the map, so I think we'll shortly see Vici look to bring more of their forces down here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could just have the lanes passively pushing out as well. I think that's the Helm of the Overlord completed. You've got an Ancient Thunderhide. So, I mean, you pop that buff onto the Juggernaut. He Omni Slashes. It's an insane amount of damage.
Oh, the Snowworth lead, so not getting too far out of hand here for Na'Vi. They are keeping up in farm, but the question is how much can the Aegis be able to claim for Vici Gaming?
And also, like, what are they actually going to do in the meantime on Na'Vi? You could see 4 heroes all clumped up on this top side, but they really don't have the same kind of tower-taking potential just yet compared to what Vici have. They do still have that siege creep on the top side, though, which might help matters a little bit, but bottom lane, all you really need to do is drop the Nether Toxin and yeah, just use the creeps for this sieging purpose.
It seems like Na'Vi are at the moment a little bit more like current initiation based, where you use the global silence whenever someone jumps, or because Sweet and Strong doesn't have blink, so you're kind of just waiting for someone to overstep and maybe you get the toss back into no one stun. But until you really have this blink dagger on Tiny or even blink dagger on V-Tune once you finish the BKB, they're going to be more of the reactionary team.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. The Na'Vi are basically relying on Vici to get into a bad spot and then look to engage onto them because they've got good pickoff, especially he's not really close to picking up that blink dagger on Sweet and Strong, but if you get the toss back, you break the formation really easily. And, well, they're saying, well, at least we forced a couple of people up top. We know they were bottom. We know they TP'd. So let's make this movement around the map and try and get a pick off on the right-hand side. I'm sure they might be asking no one, just, hey, show yourself in mid, see if you can get a little bit of a bait going on.
Well, this observe what's big.
Oh, yeah. EAB would be a fantastic target.
And they have an observer top of the outpost as well, so they see them completely split on Vici Gaming. Sweet and Strong's going to toss back XM for the moment, but they don't get the follow-up.
They were too early.
Oh, no. Completely break the initiation. Now Vici Gaming, this is time for them to be able to move towards the areas. XM trying to stack up the poison onto V-Tune. We're forced to use the ultimate. Doesn't want to use the BKB defensively, however, but it will not be required with the toss away.
That would have been an enormous kill, and I'm sure they're aware that there's some kind of vision up here, so I mean, we can see BAB. He's walking back underneath it, but I'm sure that's priority number 1. Just get that D ward off. Lyres has to be a little bit careful here. XM, he's got the Aegis to play around, so he's not worried at all about just showing himself in the lane.
That is not. Initial stun, Frisk already playing with the Aghanim Shard.
And again, they have to be cautious about, do they use this glyph or not? They've already lost the
How do they
T2
enter?
tower.
Oh, Sweden strong. He finds a pretty good angle onto Frisk. No messing around with the use of the global silence. They want to take the Earthshaker out of the equation and continue to stall this Aegis advantage that Vici are playing with.
Okay, alright, something. But, again, they can just look to go back in, right? They're still going to have the Aegis for a minute 15. You've got the Earthshaker with the Aghanim Shard, so he's able to have an influence there, just looking to walk back on BAB, get the Ancient Black Dragon, maybe look to make another kill attempt happen. He's even going the Aghanim Shard, wanting to keep those lanes pushed out passively, just constantly have them moving and moving and moving, and force some more defensive movements out of Na'Vi because they know that they're in a stronger position right now. Yep, look at that, instantly making their way back to mid. Erica might look to push out one more wave and then TP to mid or even walk his way through. I'm kind of surprised that the Observer Ward lasted as long as it did, and, well, it's just going to expire instead.
That's nice for Sweden strong, though. Philosopher's Stone given over to the Tiny, so closer towards the blink. This tower should end up going down. Yeah.
Might even... Do they consider tier 3s? 15 seconds on the Aegis, probably not. Still though, 2 towers really removes a big portion of the map that you can look to farm on Vici, and that's why he's all the way up on the top side. Might even run the risk of getting some significant damage into this tier 2 tower, which would be great for the second Aegis timing. I'm sure they've got it marked down that, hey, this is the timing that we need to play around. It's 3 minutes minimum.
It's just a lull in the game, and you see one team use some voice lines, the other team instantly uses some back as well. Sweden strong down bottom. This is really nice. An important kill just to slow down this tiny blink. Erica's going to be rewarded with it. And the Juggernaut that hasn't been involved too often. Meanwhile, no one caught out as well. Now, this is a bigger kill. The Leshrac, the Bloodstone, it's on cooldown. It's going to be back up shortly. He'll get the active off, but not enough damage to help out there. Oh, Yang to be able to connect. And Vici Gaming, all right, 2 kills across the map.
Not good at all. Yang just wants to push this mid wave out a little bit. Yeah, they're going to use that. I mean, they don't really care that the shapeshift was used. You've got a bot lane pushing in with the siege creep. You know they don't have the glyph. I'm a little surprised that they're not actually looking to try and push up onto this high ground. The defense isn't amazing. Maybe just thinking that, well, he's got the Philosopher's Stone on the Tiny, and maybe he had the Blink Dagger at the time, but he didn't. But now he might.
I don't know if I just saw that right or not, but I think Solo has like the 3rd highest damage in the game.
Oh. Well, that is surprising.
I think I saw like, wait, let's take a look again. He's got the highest on his team, which is kind of nuts, and 2nd highest in the game. What? What? Good old Arcane Curse maxed out.
It's the great
This is big. They just got the blink. Smoke off from Na'Vi. They've got no one in the tree line, but look at Vici's positioning. Do they dare this higher ground? There goes the familiars. They know exactly what's happening on Vici game, and they're going to look to continue to back up. It's Sweden strong. He's in with the avalanche, but the follow-up's not there. Instant use of the BKB, but they do get the Lycan off to the right side, though, so not the worst start here for Na'Vi. Can they follow up? XM on the retreat. He's still got the Hurricane Pike to get some distance if required, but the Blink's back up shortly from V-Tune. They're going to try and set up the Yules into the Split Earth. The Global Silence will disrupt the combo, but a great timing out of the Hurricane Pike, but V-Tune is going to jump on forward as well. Locks onto the Viper, will make sure he doesn't escape up the stairs as Na'Vi. One good fight from them, and they cut the lead in half.
The double Blink Dagger reveal, not just on the Tiny. It was a great use of the Sinister Gaze as well, just disrupting that toss back, making sure that you were able to get that quick kill. But have a look over here on BAB. They scout him out, and that's instantly what V-Tune looks to jump onto. Don't think he had the shapeshift at the time. Yeah, he didn't. So there's no way for him to be able to get away. They're looking to save the 4-star for some of these other heroes that had the potential to look to still contribute into that team fight. Are they going to let Solo get this one for free? I don't think so. And with the DD, he should just look to fall down pretty damn easily. That is an incredibly quick Roche respawn, by the way. It's already up. It was about 5 seconds.
All right, well, this is Like, Na'Vi need this second Roche. Again, nothing has changed with Ursa in quite some time. This Aghanim Shard is incredibly important on the hero. Second Roche on this hero, you very much rely on it. So if Na'Vi do not get Roche again, they are going to be very far behind Vici Gaming and what they would expect out of this lineup to work with.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they haven't immediately gone for it already. Maybe just waiting for that Ancient Thunderhide to be able to come through, but you know there's no global silence for the next 40 seconds. So it feels like that's the big thing holding them back right now. They've got the Manta style for the Dispel. They've got the Spin as well to be able to have a bit of a greater influence into it, but they're just looking to be perhaps a little bit too passive. They maybe go for a bit of a dewarding mission first. Understandable. Not wanting to give anything away when you're in this high-risk situation, and it's only then when they feel confident with their vision. But look at that, Sweden Strong just finding himself in that little nook there, dodging out the scouting from the Wolf. Means that he's able to get back to safety underneath their own vision.
They're gonna group up,
Will
Na'Vi.
V-Tune jump onto?
Smoke spot, V-Tune jumps instantly onto the Viper. Look at the bashes coming out as V-Tune will rip them apart. Now no one is going to try and get up to Erica to get a lucky bash. She's not there fast enough, but once again, a successful skirmish, and Na'Vi can now look to claim the pit.
Great jump, great movement from Sweden Strong, just playing around that vision incredibly well. And this is this Dota seems a lot more even today relative to yesterday. You really felt like there was a team that had set themselves up for success about, 20 or so minutes into the game, but this one is still anyone's.
This definitely puts Na'Vi in the driver's seat, though. Like, again, this lineup very much thrives on having second Roshan, and the fact that they have it now means that Na'Vi, you can rely on V-Tune to carry this game. This is a incredible Ursa game. You match up very well versus the Viper. You match up very well versus the Lycan as the game goes on. And now with the Viper, you don't particularly care about. With the Scepter change, like, again, I'm going to continue to bring it up, man, every time we see the Viper. That was a big reason of why this hero would have some late game kind of utility with the Scepter where you could control heroes through BKB. That is not the case anymore.
No, for sure. Just got to say as well, this is his 7th unique hero out of 7 games for V-Tune, so clearly, just again showing that versatility coming through there. That is the thing though with this Aghanim Shard that was purchased up by the Lycan. It means these other lanes get pushed in so much more heavily. You don't really have amazing capability to deal with it with both the Visage and the Silencer. It's a little better for Silencer now that you've got the base damage, the initial damage rather, 100, but it still doesn't make it easy.
Feels like we're going to have to see some pretty big things come out of Frisk in these fights. 2-1 and 8. Had a lot of impact in the game so far. Got this Blink to work with. Even the Tumbler's Toy is going to help out a little bit with his positioning, so we'll see how much damage is able to do.
We've got a little friend that hasn't been in the game for a while. The old Harpy Scout coming through on this bottom side. It's very clear that Vici are wanting to be playing around this. Let the OS Frogs fly in the chat, but there are not heroes, really, that are going to be able to take this tower with all the vision that you're giving. So a little bit surprising that they've gone for this.
Maybe they were trying to set up for a pick-off onto the Leshrac. There were some other heroes starting to connect with Frisk, but...
Yeah, XM was all the way back on his side of the map, though. He's still a big part of your damage at this stage. Lies just gives up one of his familiars for free, which is a little bit surprising, but it'll cause the resummon to come out from Lies, and I'm sure they understand that, so that's going to be the big priority for them on Vici Gaming. Just try and focus in onto Lies or even the familiars. You're going to be happy enough with that, just because, again, that is a big portion of their own damage output. Speaking of that, he's getting close to finishing up the Aghanim Scepter for himself, so he's going to become a lot more slippery. Silent as the Grave. It's a very effective item, but just kiting out these abilities like the Omni Slash, you could potentially look to disjoint it. You just run away from the Shapeshift. Same sort of thing from the Chain Frost.
Who do we feel like the Visage needs to kill instantly with the Scepter in these fights? Because he definitely will have that potential to blow someone up. So who's his target going to be?
I mean, I don't think he's going to be doing anything on his own, right? You've got V-Tune with the Blink Dagger, so he's going to be able to connect through onto whoever. And it's basically just going to be a joint effort. You've even got the Tiny, right? So much burst capability. You don't need to commit the Leshrac first into a lot of these team fights.
Speaking about the Lesh, no one's even gone the Blink Dagger route. And I like this item pickup with the Blast Rig. Definitely Leshrac is a hero that is very vulnerable to physical damage. So that extra 7 armor, along with potentially the mischance that can come out as well, is going to be very beneficial for this hero to be staying around in the middle of the fights. But it does look like from either sides, try and split up the map here. Vici Gaming to top, trying to put some pressure onto a tier 2 tower. Radiant have Glyph if they want to use it. The tower is going to end up going down, and on Na'Vi, they'll get their own trade as well.
That's some respect coming through from Na'Vi. They're just saying, look, we would much rather have that Glyph refresh for the tier 3 tower, especially now that they're actually looking to go up onto the high ground. You've got a 2-level disadvantage against Vici with the Aegis. And
sweet and strong.
Nice force.
Are they going to turn it back around? The Great Fissure with the damage coming through from Erica. They get an easy kill onto the Tiny. Again, their BAB uses a lack in shapeshift. Wasn't particularly required, so it is an ultimate expended. We'll see what else they can get out of this now from Vici. As Vici is showing 40 seconds left on the Aegis.
And that was a big bird that made sure to get that 4-star through. Ends up falling at the end.
Fisher from afar. Onto no one. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough for the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. V-Tune is going to be cautious, but the Global Silence going to cover the retreat. Man, where the backstab though lies is into the middle. Targeting down the Lich, turning towards XM, but Hurricane Pike protected with the BKB means the Viper won't be able to get out.
What's the vision look like right now? They see V-Tune just farming this wave. It's got 15 seconds left on the Aegis. I was wondering if Frisk might look to try and go for a bit of a sneaky play there. Look to Echo Slam him just as it looks to expire, but while he's under the cover of smoke, that doesn't seem like his main priority. Switches in the Silver Edge and they've found him out anyway. Oh, they see Erica.
Erica's in trouble. V-Tune needs to get lucky, but a Manta to be able to get some space. Nicely done from Erica. V-Tune's still hunting.
Don't know about that one.
Do Global Silence on cooldown, so they're going to think about the higher ground. They do push very fast from Na'Vi. Not going to be the case going to a Lich and a Viper. Very difficult with the turnaround as well with a Shaker up shortly. So they're going to look to try and deal with their lanes. Top is something that needs to be addressed, and no one will do just that.
Yeah, I mean, he's very close to picking up the Boots of Travel, so again, this is something that we've seen players do very well so far during these qualifiers. The itemization always seems to be on point, and when you're going up against this lineup that's constantly going to have these waves pushing in. I mean, look at bottom side, right? You've got double wolves there coming through from the Aghanim Shard, so V-Tune goes there and deals with it. He's got the Battle Fury, he can do it. That same sort of thing with the Boots of Travel on the Leshrac. It's a lot later than some people might get it. Never mind, he switched into going for the Aghanim Scepter, and I'm completely wrong. But it's understandable, right? It means that you apply that ethereal form onto other people, and you're able to dodge out a lot of the damage coming through. I mean, look at the cores. Where is the damage coming through if not for physical?
Dire's courier has been killed.
See what they can do here from Vici Gaming. They started the game off well, but Na'Vi are the ones in the driver's seat. 5,000 net worth lead. And the map continuing to be all theirs. You see how sweet and strong and Lies are playing. Gonna try and see if anyone's home by the triangle, but Vici Gaming are aware of this.
Oh, an Arcane Rune. No one loves to pick that one up. He's established a 3-level lead right now over the Viper. I was about to say 4, but he's basically level 17. And he's even picked up that Arcane Rune for himself. They still do need to consider just this top lane, constantly pushing into their base. That's why he's just making sure to keep running around that sort of area, even looking to commit a lot of spells just to try and deal with the Ancient Thunderhide. It's a game of tag right now, and well, he's it on BAB Thunderhide.
There's something I've always wondered. Why do you get 254 gold? What's going on there?
Good question. I saw 250 before, so maybe it's a bug. Game's in beta.
Bug. Beta game. Come on.
Oh, they were trying to bait there as well. With the Juggernaut Illusion on the top side, he manted and sent it out first, but didn't take the bait there on no one.
I'm still very concerned for Vici Gaming. I do not think this lineup is going to scale. The only way I can see them winning a team fight... this might give them a bit of an opening with the butterfly now. You're not going to have enough time to answer in this next fight without an MKB, so it's going to be that and a big ultimate out of Frisk if they're going to win this fight. But look at Sweet and Strong. They're in still with the Echo Slam, but there's going to be no fall, but the Global Silence disrupts them instantly. Erica's going to try and charge in the middle. He'll bring down the Tiny, but meanwhile the higher ground, no one in V-Tune are just running down XM, and BKB along with the Fissure will get some distance away. Back towards the left side though, with the Omnislash just completely being nullified. The Yule Scepter along with the Gravekeeper's Cloak mean that Erica will get no damage out with the ultimate, and now V-Tune will re-enter. A blink onto the Juggernaut, stopping him in his tracks. And the rest of Ichi, they've got to get out, but Lies along with Sweet and Strong, they're on the prowl and they'll catch up BAB before he's able to enter the high ground. Another member of Ichi going down, and they're not done just yet as no one looking for more blood. Onto the Viper they go. XM down, 60 seconds without the core, and Frisk as well is in trouble as Ichi Gaming will lose all 5.
Lose all 5. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, though, they can't take the base. All the lanes pushed in very heavily, but for their benefit, they're going to find a DD on the bottom side of the map, and Roshan respawning in 1 second. And what is he going to have in his inventory? It's that nice refresher shard, so give that one over to Solo. And then he's even starting to, we saw, deal significant damage in the early stages of this game. He's going into the old Hurricane Pike for himself. Really wants to keep the theme going. Just look at that, Sweden Strong jumping in onto multiple, forcing in a lot of these early abilities, and Na'Vi didn't make this play until they had the Aghanim Scepter available on No One. I mentioned before that if you've got the ethereal form for yourself, there's really nothing the enemy team can do, but it turns the others into the enemies, into ghost form as well. So unless you're popping something like a BKB, which a Juggernaut isn't going to go, or the spin, you're just not going to do any damage to anyone else on the team as well. So the only person they got out of that entire engagement was the Squishy Silencer.
Solo giving over the refresher shard. Ages onto V-Tune, and No One on the left track has the cheese as well with a 15,000 net worth lead. Na'Vi looking to continue the hot form that we've seen out of them.
Wonder Solo might want to buy one of these items now, because as things stand, he does not have the mana pool to global Refresher Global now that Refresher's got that 200 mana cost. He has it right now. He has 1 extra mana now than what he needs now that he leveled up to 15.
Oh, nice observer board from Radiant. Look at the information they're getting. V-Tune in. Oh, Yang, that's not a position. Maybe it's actually a decent TP out location. He'll escape. Meanwhile, to the north, though, Erica trying to target down No One. Viper strike out as well. No One's in some trouble. The Bloodstone active is not enough. The left strike's going to end up going down. Erica did drop the Omnislash for that, but now they still feel like they're in a position to take the team fight. Once again, they're XM with a beautiful Hurricane Pike to get enough distance away. Ichi Gaming, do they want to continue on for more? They don't have the greatest vision in the lane, so Na'Vi will be able to retreat safely.
Gotta be careful with where you're moving, V-Tune. No detection just yet. Looking to heavily commit with multiple heroes just to be able to take back that outpost. Some sort of control, V-Tune. Ready to hop down the cliff if he needs to. Might look to go for a solo pickoff instead, but again, while all of this is happening, look at the lanes. Top side is having to be addressed.
He's not going to, is he?
Oh, he's considering it. Maybe on Erica?
Maybe on Yang, maybe on Frisk, maybe on BAB. Let's go for the Lich instead. Oh no, they force it back over. He's got the Glimmer Cape, the detections out with the bashes as well. V-Tune. He went for the individual play, but they don't even get rid of Yang, and now he's in trouble. Nullify doesn't connect. Frisk gonna jump on forward over to the other side. Lands the Echo Slam, but how can they set themselves up for round 2? With the BKB, it's still on called up with the Global Silence. Beautifully utilized once again from Solo. Will give them enough time to reset after round 2. Now they can consider about how they want to go back in. In fact, it's Vici Gaming that are moving into the middle. Erica will find Sweet and Strong inside the river. V-Tune's going to initiate once again, but BAB gets some distance thanks to the shapeshift. No one's going to teep into the middle. You got to be cautious about the left track with the BKBs already used prior. No one's going to try and target down Erica, but a use of Blade Fury will give him some distance away. A blink as well to get out to safety, but no one continuing the hunt. The Leshrac has got plenty of ways to catch up to the Juggernaut. And in the end,
the mid lane, though,
they will be able to catch up.
Is just pushing all the way in. They took a range racks while all of that was happening. Just the power of this annoying Lycan shard, man. They nearly had that one on Vici as well. Finding that great pick-off, some good spell usage coming out. Even just the split-second use of that Global Silence was actually so influential. They were clumped up really heavily together for the perfect Chain Frost to go off.
I think Solo's feels like every Global Silence, but the amount of impact we've seen, it's been incredible so far. I've been very impressed with his Silencer performance.
Yeah.
I wonder... They did just get a Spell Prism, probably more beneficial on the Leshrac, but I wonder if they do consider.
I want you to watch on this replay, like where they're looking to move here on Yang. He's like literally mid-cast of the Chain Frost when the Global Silence comes out. Like it is perfection, the amount of timing that Solo has. That's what years and years of experience and grey hairs does to a man. And of course, you know, the Ghost Scepter kind of doing Swin Strong in a little bit, but if you're able to get the turnaround and find the higher priority kills after the fact, there comes the Chain Frost, but unfortunately it just bounces around onto nothing.
I mean, no one is proving to still be a very big issue for them. Struggled in the lane matchup, but we see how he's been performing afterwards. He's about to hit level 25 as well. Well, needs like 25 experience, so we'll get that out of this lane. There you go, 25. Even another member, Solo. Even got the Octarine to work with.
Okay. All right, you've got plenty of cooldown reduction coming through. He even has that flat 25-second Global Silence cooldown reduction as well. So it's all the way down.
Wow.
What up?
I'm just amazed at how low it is, because always one of the big criticisms about the Silencer is your ultimate cooldown. 56 seconds. He's about to be level 18, surely. That's crazy.
And he's going into the Refresher. Probably one of the heroes that doesn't mind holding onto a Refresher shard these days, now that you can't just backpack it and have the cooldown tick down. Silencer, he needs that mana regen.
What are your thoughts on... Well, we have a little bit of time. What are your thoughts on Silencer being played as like a 4 instead? Like just in general, where you have a little bit more priority, where you can get experience, and well, it seems like level 15 is like a very big time for him to get that 25 reduction.
I'd say a lot of the strong offlaners these days are ranged, and so I'm feeling a little bit less inclined to do that. And also, you're not really a rotator, you know? You have no movement spells, you have no stuns, you're so immobile, and you're kind of squishy as well. So I think for me, it's like 5 and maybe a core if it's like the perfect game and the enemy team doesn't have any kind of gankers.
Yeah, I think one thing we were speaking about off screen is the fact that like at the moment, games are going later and later. And even though the experience was changed, it's going to take you a little bit longer to get to that level 15. But 40 minutes in, this Silence is going to have a lot of effectiveness in team fights. 56-second cooldown in Global Silence. Yes, the ultimate can be counted in a lot of ways, but yeah, they haven't really itemized for that. Not many Manta Stars, not many Lotus Orbs. So and we saw what can happen prior. Pretty much every ultimate I've been out of solos, done them a lot of work. We'll see if this is going to be the case in this next fight as well as Vici Gaming. Erica's going to jump in straight onto no one. There's the Global Silence as well. Instantly out. It's going to give them a way to be able to reset the team fight. A lot was forced out from Na'Vi though. No one used the BKB. Global Silence expended as well. So Vici Gaming, if they want to consider about going back in, they definitely can, but they need an angle.
I mean, they might be happy enough just to try and shove these lanes out a little bit, right? You've used the shapeshift, so there's no one really that can look to go in onto the front lines. It feels like Erica, whenever he's made that Blink Dagger play, it's been to have like a bit of a spin, TP escape, but, well, you obviously can't do that against the Basher, the Abyssal. Yep, mid lane with it pushing in. Vichun makes the full-on rotation back, nearly level 25 for himself, so wonder what he's going to go for here, if he's just going to lean even further into that fact that you do most of the time have the better end of the matchup against the Juggernaut, but providing Enrage to everyone in the 700 radius feels kind of nice too. No matter who gets focused on, as long as you jump in and just press R, you're pretty happy.
Don't even remember this being a 25 talent, but 7.32, they changed it?
Sure, let's say
this one. Sure. Liars? They have detection. Look at the information he's providing with the global silence out as well, but the Viper's instantly got to go down. No XM for the team fight, and Sweden Strong is on to Yang. VG Gaming, they need to cut their losses. That'll stop at Lich's life. Erica's actually considering about going back in, but doesn't see an angle.
Radiant's bottom tower
Bottom is
not
getting shoved.
Oh, yeah, it is. They've even got the Ochre Bruiser there, the biggest mallet I've ever seen in my life. Someone's going to need to address this. They're going to look to try and push, and with these buybacks, I think they're going to be able to.
They know that no one is not here for the moment. Can always rejoin with the boots of travel.
And it's just a Lich buyback. So, not a core. I think that's very well worth your time commitment, as he did eventually go into that boots of travel with all of those team fights going so effectively for no one. He has got a luxury of riches right now. Still holding on to 6,500 gold. Plenty for the buyback. Could even look to go into something like the Aghanim Shard just to make that sieging onto the high ground that little bit easier. You can't really commit into it as the Viper or the Lycan or even the Juggernaut outside of your spin.
Oh, okay. Ooh. See what they're able to do here with the Hex. It's, I suppose, not going to be easy for him to... How does he really get in the middle? I should say, how does he, like, because you got to be really quick. You need to jump in and then Hex. If you're going to run in and Hex, and you do have time to react.
Yeah, you don't really see a Lycan going
Erica?
Dagger too often, though, do you?
No, you don't. Jump in from no one. Not going to catch anyone out.
I was thinking maybe he can, like, backpack the Trickster's Cloak, use it for the invis, and then run in. But even that would be quite challenging.
Do you feel like VG Gaming are at a stage where they have to consider about just looking to avoid team fights and playing for Rat? Because you do have, again, like, there's only a melee racks mid, bottom's completely open as well. Do they have a lineup where you feel like they can still 5v5 in Sweden Strong?
That's a heavy
It doesn't get the initial stun. Ghost Scepter's going to help out for the moment. Blade Fury soon to expire, but they've got the damage to secure the kill. Buyback coming out from both supports, but Erica's completely alone. And the Juggernaut, he doesn't have a way to rejoin the team, as Navi now can look to clean up as no one's into the middle. Chasing down Yang, soon to be a dieback, but the Lich will just escape. I think they're going to have the capability to bring down no one. This Leshrac, a difficult person to kill once he has his Bloodstone active.
And they don't want to leave this lane. It's such a rarity to have the mid lane pushed in when you've got a key pick off. They're going to consider going into Roshan, and understandably, I was thinking, is anyone on Vici going to be able to walk out and see that bounty rune on the bottom side of the map? He's only 90 gold short right now on Erica for having that buyback, but it doesn't seem like Na'Vi are going to be able to accomplish too much despite getting such a huge pick off.
I'm going to answer my question prior. I really feel like Vici cannot 5v5. I think you are too far behind, and I think Na'Vi have, again, the global silence, like we mentioned a lot, and the Ursa matches up very well versus a lot of the cores. I really feel like Vici Gaming need to set up the side lanes and start trying to rat. I really struggle to see. Yeah,
do that?
Yeah, that's a great question, but how do you 5v5? I don't see a way.
Look to try and greed it out and not lose too much, and then get this wolf bite on BAB that he's got queued up. Give that to the Jug, full man mode in the middle of a team fight.
Do you reckon they can delay the game long enough for this?
Probably not, but I don't think they have the heroes to split push either, so it's kind of like pick your poison. Lich nearly level 18 though. It's going to give a nice little damage increase. I mean, we haven't seen an amazing Chain Frost yet. A big part of that has, of course, been solo, like we're mentioning, using some great global silences.
We got the blessing from the Roche. Does it 4th one drop it still, or do they change that?
I want to say Lesh got it and he sold his Ags.
Yeah, okay. Shard once again on to Mr. Solo.
Probably more likely that Ursa got it, and then he just bought the blessing on the Lesh. Anyway, they go for a smoke here, but it's under the coverage of a Lycan Wolf, so they're going to need to be careful not to get too far out of position, because Sweden Strong's been fairly on point with a lot of these repositions. I mean, it's something we were talking about all throughout the day, and just being able to find a way to split up the formation of a team fight.
They're onto the OSR. Instant use of the global silence, so it's not going to mess around with any opportunity for them to try and blow out V-Tune.
they get that reposition. Looks like they're just waiting for the other connecting cores to be able to actually get that kill. Sweden strong. Doesn't seem like they feel comfortable enough, and they're using the wolves really well on BAB just to scout out a lot of this movement. They know they're there as well because Vichu's getting blocked into these trees. They know exactly where he's looking to position, so I wonder if they might look to try and maybe make a play up top, but they're both under cover of Invis, so you just can't see anything outside of the Ursa on Vici.
It's just wrapping from top to bot. No one TP's in, then Sweden Strong starting to move down.
Just growing the net worth further and further. It's not like they really need too much else, though. They're basically 6-slotted. Someone's going to need to show mid now. This mid lane pushing in, top lane's pushing in. It feels like this is the first time that this has happened the entire game. Lane's actually in a good position for Na'Vi. Even bot, not too bad. No one with a level 25 talent, the Diabolic Edict explosions, some of it being tanked up by the wolf.
Well, they're going to jump on the fissure.
They got the ghost.
Damage coming through very fast to try and bring him down. They'll secure the first life. Lyce is very split for the team as well, so Frisk going to try and jump in with the Echo Slam and the Omni Slash as well. But Lyce is okay. A Gravekeeper's Cloak is going to be able to keep him alive, and now they can turn it. Na'Vi, they've tanked up the initial spells. They just have to be cautious about the buybacks. One will come through from Erica. He's instantly going to jump on forward. They know that the Stormform was used prior, so Lyce is going to end up going down. That's gem dropped on the deck, but a heavy commitment from Vici Gaming.
It is, but they still haven't lost anything in terms of the lanes. They're still just going to be in a pretty good spot for them. You have to actually expend the refresher shard as well coming through there, so Solo, even though he's level 20, and the Undispellable Arcane Curse, he's going to need a little bit of time until he picks up that refresher orb, so it's just another case of rinse and repeat for Na'Vi. They know that Vici probably aren't going to do anything crazy. They're going to still look to play kind of conservative, at least until that Juggernaut hits level 25, because they just feel like they're lacking damage right now. It causes a very heavy dive to try and get any kind of kills happening.
Looks like Visage tried to recover the gem. Actually, they just snagged it up from Vici Gaming.
They buy another one.
And they're like, all right, I'll just buy another one. Why not?
Money bags.
Yeah, they're stacking up the gold right now. Yeah, no one doesn't know what to... Well, I guess he does know what to buy. It's going to be Overwhelming Blink next here.
Solo. Aegis, Outburst reclaimed by Sweden Strong. Yeah, he's under the cover of his ninja gear, but no buyback, and there's only 2 heroes in the game that have it right now, and it's Visage and Ursa. No one's close.
What?
What are we wanting?
Have you seen the win probability?
Yeah, I'd agree.
41,000 deficit, you reckon they have a 21% chance?
Yep. Have you seen these lanes?
Okay. Alright. Vici Gaming, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
They just saw that they had the Visage Familiars resummoned, so this is actually a really big deal. I mentioned before that Lies is one of the only people, there's a few more that's come up since then, that have the buyback. But if you kill him, even if he buys back, he's not going to have the familiars available. So it's a case of, do you leave the base now, or do you wait for that timing that I was mentioning before? Erica, he's hit his level 25. They've even got a satanic.
Right.
Well, they're hitting some timings for sure.
Oh, not BAB's choreo.
Could be worse. He doesn't quite have the Ags yet, so at least he hasn't lost that.
Just to send himself packing on the other side of the map. Looks like Wise trying to... Again, it just feels like Na'Vi are back in this position where they're just sweeping from bot to top, top to bot, seeing if they can catch out any stragglers, but Vici Gaming. There's some gameplay from them. They will make sure that no one leaves their home.
Just having a look as well. I'm going to have a peek at it when the next creep wave spawn for Vici. Just wonder if the level 20 talent, the Feral Impulse damage, actually impacts the uncontrollable wolves, because they're not technically under the control of anyone if it's spawned up top. So, looks like he's got the Feral Impulse on him. So if you just went that level 20 talent instead, you could just go further down the rat path and, you know, maybe try and get these other lanes just pushing out even more heavily. Only 150 gold away from being able to get that point booster. Using the creeps to do your bidding. Will they venture out just with their bodies, considering he doesn't have that career respawning for the next minute and a half? And looks like they will. Smoke up, get the Aghanim Scepter, give it over to the Juggernaut, and see what he can do. All in play coming through here from Vici. Even picking off Solo would be pretty enormous, honestly.
Yep. You take whatever you can get when you're this far behind.
There we go. Instantly pops it. How Solo's fingers.
Not fast enough. Fisher to be able to follow up. Solo's going to go down, so they won't have a global silence now for the team fight. There's Vici Gaming. Let's see if they get more. No one's actually going to jump into the middle. A Viper Strike should enable them to retreat, but Vici just blows up the Earthshaker. No Frisch now. Without a buyback, but XM and Erica still combination. Look at the damage. Erica. Oh my lord. The Wolf Bite will expire, so he's going to have to back on up. Vici will pounce on the opportunity, recognizing that Erica might be vulnerable for the moment, but Vici used the BKB and he got nothing out of it. So Vici Gaming, can they push forward for more? They got the Wolves stalking the Ursa.
You can't.
No detection once he enters the cover
There's
of the
no reason
Silver's
to
Edge.
fight right now without the global silence. That's the thing that you need to be waiting for, and they'll even see a double damage up top. Any bottles in the chat? Doesn't look like it. So Vici, he's just going to look to pick that one up for himself. That's what I'm talking about. They have the potential to come back into this. It just requires the right sort of pickoffs at the start of these team fights. You went the shape
I think a lot of it
on BAB, so that's, it didn't go the Feral Impulse unique style that I was maybe thinking.
Dire are scanning.
Top lane. XM is alone. They're trying to wrap all the way around. Let's see if XM's going to be able to stay alive long enough, and that's not the case. Vici with the double damage room just rips apart the Viper, but they're going to go for everyone else instead. Sweet and strong. A cheese, but that will not be enough to keep them alive. Look at the tiny kill, and BAB's looking for more. Vitri's already on the retreat. No one as well. The first ball back, right?
Yes.
Rush is up. See what they want to do. I think now for Na'Vi, it's just going to be looking at with how much commitment Vici need to put into the fights with this Wolf Bite. That feels like it's a big fight condition for them. If they're ever going to win it, Erica needs to be bidden. So for Na'Vi, whenever they see that, if they can back off and only lose one and then go back in afterwards, then they'd be very happy.
Just trying to think if there's anyone that would be more beneficial to holding the Ascetics cap as opposed to the Lich, because that's a pretty useful tool to be able to have against the Global Silence, just for that 40% status resistance. I guess, considering it has the cooldown, and if he's in the right position on the backlines, that's the first debuff that's going to be applied to him. So you know that you're always going to have that status resist for the Global. Here we go. Going to go in again. They don't have the Wolf Bite applied to Erica just yet, but looks like that's what they're going to be looking to play around.
Smoke's gonna pop.
They're going to do it ASAP. There we go. Where's the blink? Who's he
Oh
going to
no. Oh, Vici actually jumps in. They're going to try and target on Yang for the moment. Let's see if the Juggernaut's going to be able to man-fight Vici, but the Global Silence gives an opportunity to try and push on forward as no one's on to BAB, and there's nothing they can do to keep the Lycan alive. It's Vici, and he's still hunting. No one's even going to jump in as well, seeing if they can catch out some stragglers. Vici Gaming will be able to make it back inside the base.
He would have normally Yule-Scepted him, but he's just too damn farmed. He doesn't have a slot for it. He's got Boots of Travel level 2. He's got level 30. Ag's Blessing consumed. Ag's Shard. Absolutely everything you cannot get. A more farmed Leshrac than no one right now. The real question is who do we give this one to?
Who doesn't? It's so like, oh, I'll take the Scepter. Let's go.
Give him the Scepter.
This is, I think, his third refresher shard of the game. Not that it has too much value with refresh or orb. I suppose it... yeah, I mean, it doesn't particularly work out too much anymore.
It'll be fine. Who else are you going to give it to, really?
I think he just gave it to Sweet and Strong. Bottom lane? No one?
You could just
a man fight. Yeah, I think he's gonna win this. The Diabolic Edict damage. Erica's in some trouble. Blade Fury's back up. The rest of this team is starting to move to no one. Vici, you've got to get out. A TPR, Erica. Oh, in the tree line. No one, no way. Oh, the stun's just not there. And out there come the goons. Yang Oh, the only person left down bottom. Meanwhile, Vichun, he got some buildings and also got a kill on XM. So he's like, all right, I don't need the boys with me. I can bring down some of the members on Vici.
Yeah, and they were able to keep this moved around. I mean, they know what Vici's priority is as well. There we go. This is the last-ditch attempt. Shapeshift coming in.
Erica is going to jump in onto Sweden Strong. A big ultimate out of Frisk. They're going to try and turn to deal with Vichun as well. He does not have the ages. They're kiting it back and forth, but no one's now entered the fight. And as soon as the Leshrac shows up, they need to split away from the disco pointing. They don't have the capability. No one gets multiple kills, forcing out some buybacks out of Ichi.
Back on up. 3 buybacks left remaining in this game. Leshrac, Ursa, Visage, all 3 cores on Na'Vi's side, meaning that they're going to feel very comfortable going up onto the high ground if they feel it's necessary. Might just wait that 30 seconds for the global silence, though. Continue to fix these lanes. No one... I mean, we just saw how tanky he was previously on that bottom side of the map. He feels very comfortable just solo pushing out on the top side. Could it be the tier 5 items that bring Vici back into this? Because we're only a minute away. You know, some crazy Book of the Dead, some, Arcanist's armor for some of the damage reflect going back into the Ursa. You know, Giant's Ring, never know.
This is probably the biggest net worth lead I've seen in a very long time. Oh, Jug? Look at the stun control afterwards.
Well, no,
die back out of Erica. And now this should be all she wrote. It is underneath the tier 4 towers. BAB. Yeah, the G's are dropped. As Na'Vi continuing on with their really strong start here. We hadn't seen them so far on day 2. But their first game will be no different from day 1 in the performance we've seen from them. They're going to be able to take this. It took a while. 73,000 net worth lead in the end. But they'll take it just before the 60-minute mark.
Yeah, they didn't want to let any of those little possibilities really come into the equation there. I understand it. I think they were very patient, but understandably so. Vichun, not a single death that game. Really feels like you would probably have to give... I would give the MVP over to him. I know no one was an absolute beast. He did a crazy amount of damage, but for me, it was Vichun in those clutch moments along with Sweden Strong, finding the ways to jump in and burst down. That double Blink Dagger reveal completely turned this game around.
Yeah, that was the exact team fight I was going to bring up, because that was at the stage where Vici Gaming, they were really starting to get a little bit of map control out of it, where they found that first Aegis as well, taking it away from the Ursa lineup. But like you said, that Blink Dagger fight around the triangle put Na'Vi in a position where they could be able to turn this one back around. And for Vici Gaming, we saw signs of life for them, but unfortunately just, Na'Vi look a little bit too crisp.
Yeah, I think they were expecting maybe the mid lane to go a little bit better. Even just the small things, right? Like no one making that rotation up towards the top side to get those 2 kills in the laning stage. This was one of those instances where, unfortunately for Frisk, he uses the Echo Slam, only connects onto 1, and the follow-up damage just isn't quite there. Get another great use of the BKB and the Blink Dagger by the Ursa. They just don't end up connecting into more than just Silencer right now, because that was the fresh pickup of the Aghanim Scepter for no one. Everyone's in ethereal form himself, the enemies, and it just means that no one's going to die. Not no one. Nobody is going to die.
I mean, this is a person who you would expect on such a tournament like this to be able to show up big time. Of course, we haven't seen him at TI in a little bit here for no one, but someone who has definitely performed at some high caliber events, and with what he was able to do, just making those plays even though the lane are difficult for him. So I mentioned at the start that I wanted to see how the Leshrac would be able to shape up, because it's something that we've seen a lot in other streams and that have success on, but we haven't had the opportunity to cast a Leshrac game. So yeah, this Bloodstone build and no one in general showed that the Leshrac is pretty strong hero at the moment.
I was impressed with Liza as well. I mean, we just saw in that fight that's on the screen right now, you got the Ravage coming out from the Familiars, landing in onto 3, means that everyone's just able to reset, go back in, allow the Blink Daggers to come off cooldown, and then look to re-engage, pick off the most important heroes. And I mean, it was just too much at the end of the day. More than 6 slotted, basically 7 or 8 slotted on both the Ursa as well as the Leshrac. There's no way that you're going to be able to deal with this, Wolf's Bite or not.
Yeah, it was a crafty attempt from Vici Gaming towards Yen. You mentioned that you still felt like they had the capability to be able to show up in these fights, and they really, that was their only avenue. And we saw that be the case with the BAB going into the Scepter route, and they were starting to very minorly get a couple of kills. I mean, they were still very far behind, but just nice to see, at least from Vici Gaming, being able to try and find even though that 1% chance to potentially have a way back in.
It's a bit of cope, like we try and be as unbiased as possible, but at the end of the day, Na'Vi just had a complete stranglehold over that game, and if you're playing a Viper mid and you don't just dominate the game, this is what's going to happen, right? And I think that's a very worthy MVP going through to Vichun. Great spell usage, great itemization, great map movement to prevent this consistent rat play that they were going for on Vici, and of course that Blink Dagger reveal, like we've been mentioning, it's incredibly well deserved.
Yeah, it's a bit of copium, but I think when you lose the game with a 72,000 deficit, like you need to look at some of the positives and make sure you don't get too down on yourselves, because this is again a team that you've got a lot of experience in some of the other players, but you also don't in multiple, like BAB and XM. They do not have the experience as like Yang does and Frisk does as well. So you need to try and look at some of the positives and take something out of it. And well, unfortunately for Vici Gaming, there wasn't too many for them in this game.
Yeah. Laning stage went all right, I thought, but yeah, beyond that, really felt like, and the first stages, but other than that, it was all Na'Vi. So we'll see if they're able to turn it around, or if Vici are going to start this day 0-4. Screw you, Aries. I'm the one that's throwing a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Make sure you get a snack, because after an hour, I know we're going to need it. We'll see you in a few minutes.
our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
And we are back. An incredible Game 1 performance out of Na'Vi means that they are one game up here in our best of two. Denog, just checking as well with how all the standings are looking so far throughout the break. Looks like Na'Vi, they are guaranteed at least a position in the upper bracket. So this is going to give them a lot of confidence, and also maybe they're not as much pressure in some of the remaining games for them today.
Yeah, but you got to be careful, because I think you just got to keep treating it uber seriously. I know it's mentally exhausting, but it's going to be a rough few weeks for a lot of these teams at TI. You know, with it being extended over a longer period of time, you can't afford to lapse for even a couple of seconds. And, you know, I know, for example, from some reports, some of the, at the time, outsiders guys did chill a little bit once they thought they'd qualified for TI. Turns out they didn't, and now look at what's the situation. Now they're still in these qualifiers. They just got 2-0'd by Liquid, and they're in a risk of not even making the upper bracket of these last chance qualifiers. So I think you just got to keep playing every game on its merits. Don't chill, because even something as simple as seeding is really important as we get into those playoff stages from tomorrow onwards.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, that not only is the upper bracket and lower bracket important, but the seeding is incredibly important as well. If you're first place seeded against fourth place, and if you have just that, maybe that slight advantage, then all you need is 2 series victories in the upper bracket, then you have 2 chances to qualify to TI. So, you know, seeding is a very important thing as well. So yeah, I'm in agreement. So try not to calm yourselves too much. Still be in the mindset to look to try and take this, as we see for Vici Gaming. They're looking to try and find how they can reset after that game 1.
Whatever they've been doing so far on Na'Vi, just keep doing it. It's as simple of an equation as that. Whereas Vici, something needs to change a little bit. You know, the mid Viper didn't really work. No one incredibly skilled in that mid lane. And that's not to say that XM isn't. He's, I think, ranked number 7 in China. But no one, he's been ranked number 1 or top 3 at least for quite some time now. And of course, you know, China server, Europe server, it's always a bit of a debate of which one's better. Let's not talk about NA, but it is something that, you know, is going to be a hotly contested lane. I just want to see a skill-based matchup come out here, because no one, he understands what it's like to either be counterpicked in the mid lane, both from competitive as well as pubs, as well as just what you need to do in that regard. And that time around, he knows that, well, I can't just lane into this Viper. He's going to beat me every single time, makes the rotation, easy game.
Well, Jaeger's still more chill at the moment. Still just leaning back. Nothing changes for him. We'll see how the draft is going to end up changing, though, with Vici Gaming, with Na'Vi. Draft 2 underway. A little bit of difference with Vici being on the Radiant side, and Na'Vi is actually even going to look to put some respect on Friss Earthshaker, and they even get rid of the Visage as well, which was a big component to their success in Game 1.
Yeah, I guess really appreciating the success of it. I mean, they're just going to go straight back into the silence, so why not? I'm a little surprised. I thought they might look to consider picking up the Visage again with that last pick of the first phase, and it got pretty much directly counted in the laning stage, but got out of it in a pretty decent spot. Of course, the kill that they got, the first blood, and the sorry, not the first blood, the second kill, and the experience certainly helped that lane out a significant amount. But well, clearly they're thinking, you know what, we're not just going to go into the one strategy. We want to try and switch things up a little bit. Not necessarily use it as like a testing ground now that they're secured in the upper bracket, but show that it's not just one thing that the enemy teams need to be drafting against.
We'll see what route Vici, if they continue with the kind of the push against the silencer, and similar with the Enigma getting.
This is a little bit of a flashback, right? We saw this yesterday. We were like, all right, early pick silencer, and then the Enigma. Okay, Solo, that's not how you wear headphones, for starters. You gotta turn them basically 90 degrees there. But what I was saying was that when we saw the Enigma get picked up into the Silencer, we were like, hold on a minute, what's going on here? You know, typically that's the other way around. You use the Silencer to counterpick into the Enigma, but what Polaris did when they picked it up was that they just threw the Enigma into the position 5 role. They avoided the lane. They made sure that they were able to just play it a little bit more passively. You know, you eventually get the Blink Dagger for sure, but you take away a big part of Silencer's toolkit because you just can't deal with the push all that well. That's why the Pangolier is such a good pick, because it does do a pretty good job. Especially if you get into the Maelstrom, you just need to commit the Swashbuckle, but even before then, Swashbuckle Shield Crash clears anything.
It's something that no one's incredibly comfortable on, and now with the 8th pick, you can look to protect it. Bloodseeker banned, Queen of Pain banned as well.
Yep,
One of XM's best heroes, and also just with the... It's a bit more of a difficult lane for Pango to play in, and that can be one of his weaknesses. When you start to fall behind, it can really slow down your game.
We also saw in that Polaris game that I'm referencing that Force actually played the Tusk in the off lane as well. So maybe against a Silencer, that isn't the worst option. You know, you can just look to get aggressive consistently onto it, although... Was that the Silencer that ended up being mid? I forget. You know, there's been so many games going on, but regardless, I think it's some clever drafting by Vici, and I think it might be throwing off Na'Vi just a tiny bit, but I feel like they've addressed it quite well too with the Pango.
Yeah, I think there's even value on a core toss just for the Scepter to come out earlier to deal with the Pangolier. You could just completely kick him away through the roll. So
kick the ball.
If you want that as, kick the ball. Yeah, very true.
All right. Well, I mean, what leads me to believe that this might still be just an Enigma being played as a position 3 is A, the Tusk is still a really good pairing together with it. B, you've banned out the Bristleback. And C, Silencer, assuming it's being played as a position 5 like Solo's done basically every single time when he's got the chance to, really doesn't clear the wave all that well. So I'm thinking that's sort of the route that they're thinking down. I wonder if Na'Vi are going to look to try and pick something else that's relatively capable of dealing with the Enigma. Like, is an Alchemist a possibility or something like that? It would mean V-Tune's 8th unique hero over 8 games if he did go down that route.
Surely he continues with the trend, right? Come on, give me the 8th. Whatever it be.
I'm sure he has no idea that he's picked 7 different heroes so far. And that's what you want. Nah, you don't want to give the players an ego, man. That's when some of these mistakes can happen. That's when you could start to, feel yourself a little bit too much. There's a difference between confidence and, a little bit of cockiness.
Is it sometimes nice to play with cockiness, though? A little bit. Nothing like that. There's also kind of levels to it. Like if you are a bit too cocky, then all of a sudden it can be a bit rough. But
5 seconds
a
remaining.
little bit of cockiness. Do you think it can be a bad thing? Just a little bit?
I think it could be a bad thing for position 1s. I think mid laners can get away with it because they're able to go for those individual plays. You're not relying quite so much on the rest of your team. And if you die, it's not like game over if it's mid-game, So I feel like you need to be able to play a certain role to get away with it. Position 4, probably another one of those that can look to style on a little bit. Although we saw earlier today, with Xavius unfortunately going for the Aghanim Scepter on the Rubik when they had a really firm control of the game, basically never got usage out of it. And he would have been in a much better position if he wasn't so confident and wasn't so cocky with the situation.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, let's see what Vici Gaming look to do to try and address the Pangolier, because that is really something they need to do now in the draft. Na'Vi had ample time to be able to protect it. Shadow Fiend as that last remaining band in the second phase. So something that we have seen a couple times so far is this Tusk Shadow Fiend combination. Very, very scary with the amplification for your right click damage, and also the lane matchup would be pretty nice as well with just the raise spam. So what do Vici want to go? And it's going to be the Templar Assassin. Okay, so something that they can play in multiple roles. It's on Radiant as well. You've got Tusk to be able to help out with taking Roche with the tag team. Now you've got the T8 as well. So there is some synergy between these heroes.
Seems like they're leaning a lot more into the early-ish stages of the game. Not that they didn't last time around, but these are heroes that have the capability of going into the late game and still being just as potent, right? Enigma's strong in the laning stage, plus you've got that, TI Black Hole coming through, once you get the Blink Dagger up. Tusk, he gets the Aghanim Scepter, or even just the Blink Dagger for himself. the saves, the repositions, the BKB piercing disable, and TA, of course. You farm very aggressively, and then you could push and take Roshan. So I feel like this is nowhere near the level of something like that Viper that we were seeing previously. Most of the time, it's actually XM that plays it in the mid lane, this TA. So Erica, of course, super capable of doing it, but I wonder if they might look to put it mid. Probably not the best choice against the Pango, though.
Yeah, which is, again, going to be interesting, though, because Erica does play a lot of the win condition heroes. So we'll see what they're going to look to do where if they do give the Templar Assassin over to XM, like you say, more than likely it is going to be him playing it. So Erica needs to be on someone who doesn't need as much priority across the map.
Don't hate this.
Alright, so they get their own little bit of team fight. That they already have. I mean, their lineup really thrives in team fighting at the moment. And Vici Gaming, for them, they're just going to try and look to group up with the Aegis. So we'll see. Do you think Vici should double down now on not relying on as much team fight? Or do they need to kind of supplement a little bit, seeing Navi's heroes?
What can they look to go in a response to this? I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing something like, and I never hate it, but a Wyvern coming through here, just because, yes, it gets rid of that little bit of flexibility that I was talking about, but I think you still need to keep Vici considering, is this TA being played mid, or is it being played as a position 1? Just because the Wyvern, it's going to be good against the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be... I mean, you're picking this into a Snapfire. I'm not sure about this. Does feel a little odd, doesn't it?
I think it does have some value in this game, though,
Double
at least.
strength
Like with
lane,
the double strength lane. Undying TA is a very, very strong safe lane duo as well. So a hero, if you do want to put the TA safe lane, if it's not going to go mid, you can secure his lane. Someone who has a little bit of sustain early on and can kind of help out with a lineup that wants to maybe end the game early. So I'm 100% in agreement. Like Snapfire is going to deal with Tombstone, but it will have some value in some other aspects.
I mean, we've seen some players hold on to their first skill point for a good minute and a half, just wanting to wait and see, is he going to put up the Tombstone, just so they have that initial response to it. But I really wouldn't want to see Tombstone prioritized too heavily by Yang this game. I think, like you said, it's strong for the lane and it allows you to anchor the fight a little bit alongside of the Tusk with the Ice Shards, just to keep them in a relatively small position. But I'm not super confident about what it's going to be able to do in the mid game. I think you are still very capable of being picked off.
See, we're looking at the 23rd pick here coming up from Navi last, so it's going to be the carry for V-Tune. Is there any now that's really standing out for them? What do they need to cover with this last pick with some of the flaws that they might have at the moment?
I like a Naga Siren here. I think it'd be pretty solid. I think you can keep the Enigma lane shoved out with your illusions. You can deal relatively well with a Tombstone. You have the Song for a disengage, especially if this Enigma goes a little bit greedier and doesn't get the BKB super early. And I think any kind of multiple hit units against the TA is going to be solid. PL's already banned, so yeah, I'm thinking Naga Siren's looking pretty good here. Even more team fight too.
Do you feel like the Alchemist still isn't a potential?
It's a possibility, for sure. I mean, it's good for the lane. It deals with a Tombstone, Acid Spray, plus a potential Radiance against the TA. I wouldn't hate to see that. Terrorblade was one of the other options, but they've gone ahead and banned it out for Vici Gaming.
I'm just trying to think of what else is available, because you did mention the Elk earlier, and I don't think anything else that Vici's picked up is really enough of a deterrent for that hero, so it does seem like there's some options here for Na'Vi to be able to pick, even though they are not quite sure on XM's hero. And they're going to go down the Sven route. So it was actually even banned out last game. Vici Gaming felt like they needed to ban it for a different reason. So we're going to get the answer. Instant answer is going to be the Lifestealer. So probably going to be the Helbert Lifestealer, I imagine, against the Sven. Can match up pretty nicely with all the evasion. And again, you don't particularly want to be too greedy with your item build, considering you do have a Templar Assassin.
Unfortunately, VTune has played the Sven already. Yeah, I know. They normally like to play it as a flex, so they can give it over to Sweden Strong as well and play it as a 4. But yeah, I'm in agreement with what you were saying about Erica going a little bit more of this utility style of Lifestealer. Of course, the Halberd still is pretty good, right? It just allows you to man fight a lot more. You're against multiple strength heroes, but you've got disarms to have to deal with. You've got global silence to have to deal with as well, and you're really not wanting to buy a BKB. So I think this game's pretty heavily on Solo and how he's going to be able to time those ultimates, because he was pretty damn good in game number 1.
Yeah, I think, again, this is a very, very good Lifestealer game with how you're able to address the Mars and the Snapfire combination, something that very much relies on your magical damage. So it's going to come down to, I think, Erica, really the item build. It's going to be a bit awkward because you kind of do want this Manta style as the game goes on, because you need a way to address the Silencer. Halberd needs to probably be put in there somewhere, because that was a while ago really the item build to deal with the Sven. So we'll see how much farm he's going to be able to get, and I'm 100% in agreement again that I feel like Solo, we saw what he was able to do in game 1 on the Silencer, and I feel like it's going to be no different in this game as well. Na'Vi have a big advantage in teamfight. Let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize on that advantage, though.
Yeah, just press RXD. It's just as simple as that. I would feel a little bit more confident for the Lifestealer with his build, but he does need to go the Manta or the BKB, right? Look at the other heroes that they've got. Undying doesn't want to be buying the Lotus Orb early. Enigma, Tusk, they don't. They need their Blink Dagger. They need their Wraith Packs. They need these other items that are going to provide a lot more utility. And I just feel like Yang's not going to get enough farm for it to truly be effective. Maybe he can. I mean, you can just go the early energy booster for the arcane boots and then be fairly solid, and then just go down a little bit more of a greedy route, but it's going to take a while for him to get there. Na'Vi,
look at the smoke from Na'Vi. Eric has already leveled up the Rage, so he should be fine. A level 1 Rage, though, is never the greatest, but at least he doesn't give over First Blood.
It's not horrible. I mean, you're into a Mars with not spear level just yet, so he's probably going to go the God's Rebuke instead. Now that he knows that the Rage has been leveled up by Erica. But I mean, he's just going to look to, single point in the Ghoul Frenzy, level up the Feast, and then maybe more points in the Ghoul Frenzy. But the Feast is extra value in this lane. I mean, you talk about the Undying into a couple of strength heroes. The Lifestealer is kind of in a similar boat, right? More HP you got, more HP I'm getting.
The battle begins.
It does look like at the moment, Na'Vi with some of their starting items, in particular down bottom, Sweden Strong has got boots already. So it seems like they're going to try and play this lane off the back of pulls and just trying to avoid Vici gaming. Like we mentioned in the draft, that this Undying should be able to deal pretty well with the double melee that they have so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you don't have any stuns that you're going up against, then you can just very easily make these pulls happen. Sweden Strong won't be able to aggro this one because it's the first creep wave, but it's still looking like a pretty decent spot for being able to get these pulls off. Top side, I'm looking at VTune. I mean, you've got the Stormhammer, of course, because they were going for that First Blood, but the Great Cleave does a relatively decent job at dealing with the Eidolons too, even though Solo Silencer does a pretty horrendous job at that same role.
What lanes in particular do we feel like we need to be putting a lot of attention on for Vici Gaming and Na'Vi? Like, what is that one person that needs to get off to a good start for their lineup to work?
Well, I'm thinking, like, how are they actually going to start to build up some of these stacks for the TA? Because you really do want to be staying in this lane as much as possible with the Tusk and the Enigma. And I'm thinking maybe you can afford to throw one of your Eidolons out just to start getting some of those stacks happening. Topside Solo, he's getting ganked by Frisk. Should be able to slink away, though. But yeah, like, considering you're going up against the Sven, who's going to probably have the Greater Cleave leveled up sooner rather than later, you could afford to just throw out one of those Eidolons to fulfill that purpose.
No, not the Eidolons. Don't let them die. Right, they're chilling for the moment. Decent position with the creep wave, so at least BAB is able to try and get some experience, and Frisk, the classic position 4 thing, is going to continue to block up the small camp as well, so nicely done. Might even get a Cory snipe if he sticks around for a little bit longer.
And there on the bottom side is Sweden Strong making this pull happen that we were talking about. He's going to pull it behind the tower. Plenty of space to be able to farm. Never mind, misses half the wave. So A little bit of a misplay coming through there, and Yang's going to make sure to get right up in their face and let them know about it. Oh, this is not ideal. The range creep dying to the camp. Ooh.
I have no idea why the range creep aggro to the hard camp, but yeah, tough scenes. And then Sweating Strong just eats a bunch of damage from the neutrals as well.
He owed him money, that's why.
Ah, he got his money in the end.
I don't think you can go in onto Yang down here. I mean, they're positioning very heavily around it with Sweden Strong just pump faking the scatter blast. Maybe leaving Yang to think that he might be able to put a point into the tombstone if they're going to go for that.
Etrian's in some trouble. Looks like they should be able to find first blood here, in fact. BAB, beautifully done. Already got some urn charges to work with as well.
This is what happens when you just don't have anything in the Greater Cleave just yet, right? Very hard to deal with those Eidolons. A lot of the pressure came through from them. By the time they expire, the kill's already secured, so great first blood to be able to claim, and this lane just becomes a lot harder to get back into. At least Solo's probably going to get this pull off, so helps to realign the position of the lane. Frisk, he's on point though, being able to pick it out. Just roaming around, making sure not to give up any of this experience for free. And now, some of the emphasis can be given onto this tower to try and put a little bit more pressure in onto it, deny more of that experience away. Can't be in all places at once, especially this early into the game.
Might be a beautiful thing if you could be everywhere at once, especially for a player like Frisk. Maybe he doesn't need it though with how goddamn good he is. We've seen what he's been able to do prior. Previous iterations of the Vici Gaming roster. Winning 2 majors was Fade at that stage.
There's even a little bit of a repeat of what we saw in game number 1. All lanes going fairly well for Vici.
Top lane, Vtune. Again, it's going to be in some trouble. Great shot positioning out of Frisk, and they're expecting this lane to go a lot better than what it is currently on Na'Vi. They're struggling.
Yeah, I mean, the Sven, he has to level up that Warcry just to have that little bit of extra armor against all of these different units coming through, but it's just way too strong. Especially picking up that early first blood means that he gets into the urn super early. He's going to look to try and put some pressure in onto the Sven. Just lets him stay in the lane so much more easily as well, right? Ring of Basilius. He's even got the infused raindrops ready to come out on the courier here for BAB, so there's no reason for him to back up at all. Just constantly spamming out his spells off cooldown.
His lanes are going much better than what we saw for Vici Gaming. Off to a very good start everywhere. Looks like the one lane at the moment for Na'Vi is mid for no one. 27-4 compared to the 31-6. In fact, he's got a slight net worth advantage. Nothing crazy over the Templar Assassin. What do we need to see out of no one to kind of stabilize the early game? Oh, hold that thought as Frisk. Oh, great shard placement. Oh, Frisk, beautifully done. Vitri didn't want to use the Tango to cut through the trees, and Frisk just kind of TP out.
A lot of space being given over to BAB again. He's having a great start. From Pango, I really want to see him start to make a bit of a rotation up towards this Enigma. You can't let him have a free early game. He's the one that's going to be opening up the map by pushing a lot of the towers. Lifestealer, TA, they don't want to do it super early on. They've got jungle camps to farm. They've got lane creeps to farm. You don't deal the hugest amount of damage, at least super early on, into the piece. And if you rotate down to the Lifestealer, he's just going to rage and walk away from the Rolling Thunder. Make their attempt anyway. He's got the bottle filled up with the illusion rune, but I'm not sure how much this one's going to accomplish. Maybe just trying to bait out a usage of the rage on Erica for now, but here we go. Committing the Rolling Thunder, just wanting to take out Yang, I suppose. Really feels like
they still get the kill.
Will they?
Oh, they will finally.
Heavy commitment though. I mean, look at what XM's doing to the mid lane. We're going to need to get back to this lane very quickly on no one. You're not going to lose too many creeps underneath the tower, and well, might make a stop off by the bounty rune in the meantime, but maybe just thinking on XM.
Top lane solo. Gonna be another death. Frisk at BAB, man, they are. What a start these two are on. Just a measly solo kill, but still continuing to get those own charges, get the experience. Solo kill. Alright.
But, I mean, these were the first 2 heroes that were picked in Vici's draft, right? So you had plenty of chances to be able to counter this. I'm sure Na'Vi understand that they could be flexed into a multitude of different roles, but it feels like they should have addressed this a lot more convincingly. And Solo TPing back, refilling the bottle on no one. considering he did have to use so many spells down bottom just to be able to deal with the Undying. But yeah, what I was saying before is maybe Lies just made the call of, guys, I'm having a horrible lane, I'm against a Lifestealer and an Undying, I need something to try and fix this, but I'm not sure if using the first Rolling Thunder with the wave pushing under your tower was the best option for that.
Yeah, I think the next one for them is just waiting until he's going to get level 6, which is going to take quite some time, because Erica can just solo this lane. And we're seeing this really free up Yang to make a little bit more movements. He's been able to block the Ancients, drop a ward down as well nearby. I've seen him even try and disrupt the Snapfire from getting some stacks as well. So, you know, with Erica, how much he's able to do versus Lies in this lane, it's going to take quite some time for him to be able to find that level 6. And I think that is what they're waiting for here for Na'Vi, to maybe find a way back in for the Mars. But in the river, well, there's that second use of the Rolling Thunder. Some pretty good body blocks coming out from Sweden Strong. Yang's going to try and get in a position where it's difficult to play with. No one's going to miss out on the Swashbuckle. Yang will not look for the TP. He's just going to wait. And in the end, Na'Vi will find that kill. So they make him work for it.
It's the definition.
Solo might be caught out as well. Yeah, that's the space, exactly like you're saying, because of the river, Frisk and XM in combination together. Frisk, a good old support, the classic one. Would you have taken that kill, Danog, or would you have given over to the TA?
Absolutely not. No, I would have... you got to give it over to the TA. This is a mid-TA. This is your true win conditions. So you got to be a little bit more selfless this time around. Actually, we're going to make the TP up towards the top.
Hang on,
side.
no one.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder for the next 30 seconds. But if
they have a sentry. It might catch him off guard. BAB tries to turn it back around. They've got to be cautious about the threat of the Black Hole if they group up. BAB is going to drop the ultimate. There's no way to cancel it. The damage it's slowly racking up. They'll get rid of the Sven. But in the end, no one might be able to clean up as well. Frisk is out to the right side, be more to the left. Yang finds the damage with the decay, so the Undying gets the double kill. And now Frisk, he's also going to end up going down as well, potentially. Can they turn it around? Frisk, he's got some one charges to play with. Shards is out as well, and Frisk gets no one before he dies. And now XM even wants to get involved as well. It's a little bit too late to get both bounty runes and the kill, but he will be able to wrap around to get rid of Solo.
This is looking pretty grim, though. I mean, you compare this to what we saw last game. Last game, you had a Lycan, fairly early timing. Viper, fairly early timing. Juggernaut, he can go to the late game, but this time around, Lifestealer, TA, Enigma, all capable of going late game, and this is, again, space created. All while that was happening, you get the advantageous trading there of heroes. I think it was 4 for 2, and TA took mid tower, and Lifestealer was just still standing 1v1 against a Mars in the lane, getting a crazy amount of farm. Like, Vici are just winning on all fronts right now.
It's very interesting that XM is even itemizing to a Blink Dagger next item, which I wasn't sure if he was going to, because he's kind of that win condition, so I thought it might be the Desolator route. Okay, he's going to switch up. Looks like he's going Deso with the... He bought one of the Mithril Hammer components.
Yeah, I think maybe the thought process behind maybe going the Blink Dagger first was... If they look to get a pick off, they could take the Roshan early, and then both TA and Lifestealer have amazing Aghanim shards for this game. You know, you really want to have that open wounds against, 3 strength heroes right now, just to be able to chunk them down and much more reliably man fight against a Sven.
You see both of the carries this game, XM and along with the Sven for V-Tune. Back over to the Ancients trying to take some stacks, and meanwhile Na'Vi looking to make some space. It's going to be Sweden Strong and no one together. The ultimates in combination looking for BAB, but the TP out! Oh, what a read! BAB will escape. There should be able to kill off Yang. Maybe Yang will even find him with the help of the Eidolons. They'll get the kill in the end, but my oh my, the fact that BAB lives and meanwhile bottom lane Lies, he's in trouble. Frisk and Erica in combination. This is a different Vici gaming we're seeing here in game 2. They're making sure that there's no way for Na'Vi to re-enter here.
They're just doing all the basic things right. You know, they're understanding the strengths of their heroes. They're going for these pickoffs. They're going all in onto this style where they're itemizing pretty heavily for physical damage, and there's a lot of synergy coming through from their heroes. So, we'll see what they're able to do to follow up on this one, but I mean, what it needs to come out, I mean, so much of it is heavily onto no one to be able to land some of these lucky shots that are eventually going to come with levels, but until then, it just feels like they've got nothing to do with this. No one has great armor.
They're going to get another kill here. Although Sweden Strong Get some distance away. No one's going to try and attempt with the Rolling Thunder. Let's see if Frisk can put his positioning in where no one can't catch up to him. Arena's going to be laid down. Yang's in the middle with the Tombstone still on cooldown. They're going to pop one out. But Erica's in some trouble now at the moment. Raid still on cooldown for another couple of seconds. Vici Gaming, their eyes are all over the Roshan. And, well, looks like Erica won't even need some assistance. So this is, again, space created.
Is for sure that Desolator coming through. It's a pretty early Roche take, even for this lineup. So they're going to be happy enough with this, only losing the supports. They still are able to expand their net worth lead just through taking that.
This is... It feels like they're just going to look to go top very, very shortly here. I don't know what's stopping them from Vici Gaming. You got Aegis, Deso...
That's it.
A Blink Dagger? Okay. Because I'm looking at BAB. I'm like, he's already got a Wraith Pack, man. He's so incredibly farm. But, I mean, why... You wait for a little bit. Why not push it too far, get that next set of items, and then guarantee that you can get the tower and make sure there's no opportunity for Na'Vi to find a way back.
I actually really love this build from Yang as well. He's maxed out the Decay this time just to make sure that the lanes are not going to be in a situation like we saw last time. And, well, it means that the Tombstone, it's not exactly countered by the Snapfire if it's basically not going to be used a lot of the time. So against the 3 strength heroes too, going to be quite effective just to continuously spam that one out. They're going to back off in time, but Yang still going to be able to get some vision denial up on the map.
Radiant saw Na'Vi smoke, so they were aware of this movement down to bottom. So great read as well coming through eventually. Erica's going to look to TP out. So Na'Vi should be able to get at least their first tower of the game, but this is going to free up all the other lanes. Mid's getting shoved out, top's even getting pushed from XM as well. And they're going to go for a dive. V-Tune is showing too aggressively. A global silence used defensively. That'll buy him some time for Na'Vi's reinforcements to show up. Liza's going to look to TP into the middle. He's got the arena to work with. Instead, he's going to try and spear away Frisk on the Tusk.
They still haven't used the glyph, so they're a little wary of diving completely underneath that tower for the multi-shot. It's only 14 minutes in, and this is how aggressively Vici are positioning, so they're not wanting to get caught off guard by the tower just melting their entire team. But XM is still using this space to heavily push in top on his own. Aegis, Desolator, that's all he needs, and he's got the Blink Dagger coming out to him as well. No global to have to contend with either, so suddenly BAB's become enabled.
It's a very good point. Now you can just look to use the black hole on a solo target if you want to. They're playing sweet and strong. It's not going to get blocked in from the shard, so they've dropped the Tombstone for this. They've got no vision on the high ground, and maybe thinking that there's some extra heroes nearby, and well, at least Sweet and Strong is able to get the bounty gold from the tomb before they get the kill, but probably look to transition into another tier 2 tower as Vici Gaming have a 7,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, and again, they have to be very conscious of, do they actually want to fortify this tower at all? They don't have the refresh. They're going up against heroes that are just smashing into your tower. I mean, look at it. Erica might actually go ahead and buy the Aghanim Shard just because of how far ahead they are, not even wanting to wait another 5-6 minutes for the next Roshan. I completely understand that thought process as well. If it does go that late, just give it to XM.
It's very scary here for Na'Vi. Like, your carry on Sven, you rely on having an item advantage. You are someone that has his built-in farming accelerant with the cleave. You need to be at least an item ahead of someone. And the fact that you are not in a game like this with 3,000 gold behind your TA, even if you somehow catch back up at or even net worth, it's going to be very difficult to combat Vici Gaming. The solo
Vici's basically doing exactly what he needs to. He's playing inside of the enemy's triangle, just finding any kind of space to be able to farm. But the thing is, he's got the Echo Saber completed, but the Ogre Axe is all the way back in base. He doesn't want to send it out because that's just going to reveal his positioning. They know that Vici have just set up wards all around the map. There's no way that it gets to him without just showing himself on the map, so he's not farming that quickly.
And you were mentioning before that with the lifesteal itemizing into the Aghanim Shard. I'll hold that thought because they're making an attempt onto Erica. They'll need the initial stun from Sweet and Strong, but the global silence going to come out as well. The chain control needs to be perfect. Li's going to try and lay down the spear, and that's enough. Beautifully done from Na'Vi. The global silence from afar with everyone else nearby providing a stun. We'll deal with Erica. That's his first death of the game.
Heavy commitment though. He's switched it up into the Talisman of Evasion, only about 300 or so gold away. But you did have to use God Strength for that. You did have to use the Global Silence for that. And the lanes are not in a good spot for Na'Vi right now.
And look at the Observer Ward. Frisk and BAB in combination together. Liza's going to drop the arena, but there's just no follow-up. And meanwhile, on the other side as well, XM and Yang find a double kill here for Vici Gaming.
It's all around no one. You've got the Echo Saber finish. You just got to wait another minute or so. Have level 12, have the God Strength available on the Sven. Probably another item, just the Ogre Axe for a little bit more of that tank ability, and look to get that key Blink Dagger in onto a target.
An aggressive glyph from Vici. Going to lose still their full create wave in the Ages as well. But this first Roche has given them so much map control to play with. 7,000 net worth lead at the 18-minute mark. Like you were mentioning though, like Na'Vi is still doing a very good job in regards to where the cores are positioning on the map. You're just saying the praises before a V-Tune farming up inside the Radiant jungle, and this time it's going to be no one looking to try and get some neutral items.
What's he going for here? I mean, he's got 2.6k saved up. He had the Blink Dagger queued previously, but he's a little bit indecisive. Is he wondering, like, oh, is it early enough into the stage where I need to go for this Aghanim Scepter build with the shield crash cooldown in Bolt, just to constantly have that disarms coming off in the middle of these team fights? Not wanting to show on the map as well. Just trying to stay hidden as much as possible. He knows that with the advantage that Vici have, they're not going to be farming their own jungle.
Solo? In front of the tier 3 tower. Is this in a position where Na'Vi can jump in? Shards is going to be able to set up for the spear. Frisk is not an easy kill though. 1,500 health that they have to go through. And all of Vici Gaming standing around him. And, well, they might consider about walking up the high ground. They've already got the Tombstone laid down for 18 seconds and the double damage rune on XM.
Why not? Just keep on pushing in. Just
oh boy,
very early using that Mortimer's Kisses. Maybe just go back in after the fact, but they can easily enough back off too. Yeah, the cut bot. Top's being shoved in a little bit too. BKB almost picked up for the TA, only 1,000 or so gold away. So I feel like you're happy enough with this.
Oh, top lane. Frisk, he's going to see the camp was cleared. Reading that V-Tune's going to go for the hard camp, but that's already gone as well. Does he go for the next wave? Oh, V-Tune's going to get greedy. He's going to get greedy for it. Frisk is found him. Snowball is there. Poor old V-Tune is shortly going to see Erica pop out as well. Frisk needs to make sure he holds the punch so there's no TP. And now he'll use it at the last second. And they also know where no one is. On the other side of the map, no one's going to try and use the Rolling Thunder. But the Blink already used prior from BAB, so he won't have a way to catch up. And no one's escaped. No one?
He realizes how important this Aghanim Scepter is for him, man. I really want to see him go level 15 Shield Crash and Ball. Just that lucky shot in these team fights is going to mean so much. They see him farming underneath this trap here, and they know that he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder. Even just low mana is going to mean a lot for him.
Oh, he's going to look to DPR. Oh, BAB. Oh, just too far away. I mean, Na'Vi doing honestly everything right to find somehow an angle back into this game. They everything right up, just slightly maybe with that extra wave top. Yes, that's it. Yeah, as much as they can. Like when you are this far behind, using Mortimer Kisses and cutting bottom to stop the push with the double damage rune, invading into the enemy's jungle to try and get a little bit of farm you can. Working towards, like you said, the Scepter, which you feel like is going to be that item for team fights, and he has that now.
Yep.
So this is big. Once
they gave
you
him
get
the
that level
tome
15,
they gave him the tome, so they really want to emphasize it. He's already used it, so
Erica. An early use of the Rage, going to be able to kite the spear. Cookie's going to give Lies a little bit of distance. They've been able to retreat safely back to their high ground. Very nicely done from Na'Vi with the Tombstone drop. They'll look to avoid this area for a little bit of time.
That's big by Na'Vi. I'm sure they were making the call consistently of just, don't use spells. I want you to have spells for this next team fight. We're so close to being ready. And they didn't.
Look at BAB's position. They're all grouped up. BAB is ready to go. Black Hole onto 3. Eric is nearby for the follow-up damage. And Na'Vi just crumble. V-Tune has to use the BKB defensively, but the shards was perfectly placed from Frisk to block off every avenue to escape, and BOB, my oh my, what an ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have to play around these little choke points, and yeah, they're just going to call it. 21 minutes in, Vici, they are, I mean, how do you fight this, right? They had one chance to be able to come back into it, and it was on the back of that level 15 on the Pango with the Ags. He eventually got it, but it was just one team fight too late. So big props to Vici. Means that they don't start the day with 4 straight losses. They come back into this with a win and give themselves a little bit of mojo to... Are they done, their games, or do they have another series yet to come?
They're going to verse Polaris. That's the last series on Stream A. That will be very hype, and that's very important as well. I think that... I'm not even going to try
I don't think they're confirmed for anything. I think they still have a few things to come.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I'm not sure if Liquid PD's updated, so that's what I was going to say what the result is looking at the moment. But that is a very big win for Vici Gaming, considering, again, Na'Vi, they've only lost one map so far. That was against Polaris, and Vici, with the start they had, they were almost in a position where you got to win that every single game in your last series against Polaris if you're going to have a hope of even making it to tiebreakers. But beating Na'Vi here, and we do have to keep in mind as well, like game 1, what we saw out of them, they were in a pretty good position to take that game. Like, Na'Vi did find a way back in.
Yes, they did, but at the end of the day, when you're playing like this on Vici, it's just going to be way too much to have to deal with. I don't know what it stands for exactly, but I'm going to call him Beast and Based, because he was absolutely godly on this Enigma. Just the multiple effective kills in the laning stage, bullying away this Sven. It didn't really feel like that super effective last pick that you would have been wanting to get out of your position 1, when they kind of protected it as much as possible. So for you to be able to have the confidence to first pick this Enigma and still come out of the laning stage with a win, that's just such a big draft advantage for you to take into the later stages.
Yeah, and like you said, it just showcases how strong this hero is when you can, here's the big black hole. Bam! I was just ready. I mean, we were seeing, I was saying this, they're all grouped up, man. Like, this is looking like a good chance for BAB to shine, and, they got solo inside the black hole as well, so there was no opportunity for the global silence. It just showcases how absolutely strong this hero is. When you're able to pick the Enigma, when the enemy team first pick one of the biggest counters, the BKB black hole, and you can still pick this hero, and he has so much versatility with how you can play him in other ways. Like, this is... We're still yet to see the Marcy today so far. Of course, it's been banned out a lot, but the Enigma is always making it through, and there's a big reason why we've seen him in a lot of recent tournaments.
Yeah, if it was me and I had to choose some bans, I would probably say top 4 would be Enigma, Marcy, 100%, and then depending on the team, it'll be like Tusk, Undying, not much else beyond that. Those Batrider. Batrider's probably the other one. But other than that, Faceless Void. There we go. I've given you 6 or 8. I can't count. But those are the ones very clearly at the top of the leaderboards for me. So if you haven't done your predictions yet for the Battle Pass, make sure to do it, because there's some free points on offer. I think it counts from the group stage onwards, not the last chance. So quickly, before Valve notice, make sure you get them in.
Yeah, gotta get those 3 points going. Gotta get the Battle Pass levels, and there we go. BAB.
Beast and Based.
Beast and Based. There you go. Beast and Based with the MVP, 5, 1, and 8. The lane all the way throughout the game as well. It was a really good performance out of Vici Gaming, and we'll see. Their next series, again, we said later in the day, is going to be up against Polaris, so they'll get a little bit of a break here to try and reset. See how they can set themselves up, though. That's the important thing, because again, they're still not guaranteed anything, lower bracket or whether it's going to be the upper bracket, but hopefully they can set themselves up with a strong series later tonight versus Polaris.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so close across all of the different groups, and I'm keen to see how it's all going to play out. It's anyone's game. I want you to make a prediction. I want you to make a solid prediction. Who is going to be number 1 for both of the groups?
I think Liquid already guaranteed. Yeah, I think Liquid already guaranteed, so we can't particularly say Liquid. So we can't really say Group B. I'm trying to double check if that's the case or not. But
you
it
could
does
say
look
Liquid.
like
I know you're a fanboy.
Well, I mean, it's already. I think it's cemented for them being first place.
So take the W, bro.
All right, Liquid. Okay, sure. I mean, all right. I think that. Well, what is really going to be an exciting series is Na'Vi versus Team Secret, which is going on in Stream C, and that's one that we are casting. So I'm excited to see that. That I think it's probably one of those two teams who's going to be first place, and I'm gonna say
no Polaris
Secret. Polaris, yeah, they can 2-0 Tempest, and they could do it. I'm gonna All right.
We'll see.
No, I'm going to say
we'll
secret.
let the panel decide, because they're the ones that are going to be able to break
Wait,
this.
firstly, I want to hear you. I'll throw it to them. I want to hear you real quick. I said
right.
secret. Give us.
You know, I'm going to go with C. Let's go Polaris and, Liquid as well.
Okay, there we go. Well, we are done here for our second series, but the panel is ready to break it all down with how the day's been shaping up so far, so we'll send it over to them.
Thank you so much, Danog and Ares. I like how Danog roasts Ares for not picking Polaris and then doesn't pick Polaris himself. But we'll look at those standings in a little bit, because even though we had 2 amazing series going on here on the mainstream, we had 6 other series going on over our other 3 streams going on. And the first one that I know you really wanted to talk about, Fear, was all the way back at the start of the day. It was Nouns versus VG, especially that game number 1. Even though Nouns ended up taking the whole series 2-0, that game 1 really stood out for you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I wanted to keep an eye on like Morphling and see how the hero was progressing through the tournament, and that's the first game where I saw Morphling inside of it. And so there's like a lot of good moves in this game. This one, like, VG started off really good. They got a couple kills here. Fantastic Winter's Curse here to set it up. They only get the tower there. They get 2 kills. They're off to a great start in this game. And I was like, wow, they're finally going to do it. I predicted this Lina could be good versus the Morphling, right? We'll see. Can we beat this Morphling is like the real question. But they were off to a really good start here. The Troll had a rough laning stage too, as the Viper ended up like killing him twice in like 3 minutes, so it was definitely a very rough laning stage for them. So this game was quite interesting for sure, because I believe Vici, they were ahead for most of this game here. Shaker as well going in, getting a double kill as well. And I think after they get these 2 kills, they also go into the Roche pit, so everything looked pretty good here for Vici Gaming starting out of this game. And I thought for sure that Vici were in a position to take it. Look, there's 7k advantage into this, and then all of a sudden things happen. This is very unfortunate if you watch the Troll Warlord in this clip. He gets black hold here, he gets his BKB off, presses his ulti, and then unfortunately his Wyvern cold embraces him during both of those. And a bit of a disaster strikes here for Vici Gaming, as now Nouns start to like turn the game around because of that moment. Very, very sad.
Do you still have faith in the Lina up against the Morphia?
It seemed okay, right? Like, this wasn't a game where Morph just like took over the game entirely and looked like super broken. We're seeing a lot of this Enigma hero, the team fight composition, but one thing I do know for sure is like this Morph is being picked a lot when you see a Shaker as well. So like they didn't even need to steal like the Troll ultimate or anything. He just became the Shaker in every single fight. And you'll see in this fight here that, you know, Morph is kind of online now. He can just turn into Shaker, get the Aghanims, and is very strong, and not even the Lina can really deal with it at this point in the game.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the result for that was Nouns actually taking both games off of VG, which put them in an absolutely great position for their group stages. You know, everyone's gunning for that upper bracket position, even though they won't be getting eliminated. It's very important that you have those 2 chances. The other game that we wanted to touch on that occurred, that one happened on stream C, but one that happened on B stream that I think is very impressive was T1 up against Extreme Gaming. T1 had, I'm going to say it how it was, an abysmal day yesterday, okay? It did not look good for them, especially for the expectations we've had everyone placed on them, and here they end up taking both games off of Extreme Gaming. And I don't know what T1 had for breakfast, but they showed up today, Fia.
I mean, they started picking some good heroes. Ana this game on this Slark, look at his net worth, right? Like, he had a great laning stage, like ended up getting first blood. I believe they went aggro tri-lane in this game, and they didn't really expect it on Extreme, so they ended up getting like an early first blood pick-off on the Slark. They started swapping lanes around, but you know, Ana just continued to keep the farm up. Thompson continued to get the picks off in this game, as he's been doing throughout this whole tournament. Like, Thompson's been popping off, right? But I said I needed Cuckoo, and I needed Ana to show up today, and I think Cuckoo ended up playing 2 Nature's Prophet games. Went pretty ham in both of them. Ana doing great as well. T1 looking really, really good now.
Yeah, I wanted to touch upon that as well. Like, you talked about this earlier on, that you wanted these 2 players to kind of upgrade and improve their game plan. I think today T1 has found that pace, especially on Cuckoo. Like I really liked watching his Nature's Prophet in both of these games, the impact that he can apply. And I think, you know, maybe the Venomancer also has something to do with it. I think Zephyr also played really well in the course of this series. Like, it's not an easy game to play a Veno against Morphlings and Brood Mothers. You feel like you're going to get hunted the whole time. You're going to get killed a lot, but you still find your comprise into the team fight. And I think T1 is looking so much better than they did yesterday.
Yeah. They had a couple of throws there, as you just saw, but outside of that, they could clean up a little bit. But other than that, looking way better than they did yesterday, for sure.
I mean, just the improvement from day 1 to day 2. We can't expect them to be perfect with absolutely no mistakes, but it's great to see that they are getting closer to those expectations that we have. That was the B stream, so we may as well talk about D stream. And something I've noticed is just how far ahead that stream is than every other stream. And honestly, it's because they've had 2 Liquid series. I have no idea what Liquid have done between qualifiers and Last Chance, but they are looking unstoppable. They have looked great in their 2 series here this morning. Their first one being up against Wildcard Gaming, which I know that you were having a bit of a close look on, Panda.
Yeah, mostly, as you already mentioned, you know, 2-0 series for them. But in general, I think Liquid are just playing really, really good Dota at the moment. I think they're super fast in reactions. They're making some good decision-making here in this fight. You can see that the Troll, he pops his Battle Trance in BKB, gets roared right away. Has no impact whatsoever. They just blow him up right away. And Liquid, knowing with their positioning, what to do, who to focus on, at what times. You see a nice Sunstrike coming in as well into the Force Staff. And you've got, like, Mickey and Matumba Man and the rest of the squad are just looking really hot right now. This game 1 was over pretty fast in the end. You know, Davai Lama, he is a very good offlaner, but you need a real superstar to shut down Liquid at this pace. And game 2 was basically just Matumba Man going on Pudge. He's got 7 Flesh Heap stacks, 10 minutes into the game, and that is ridiculously good because you get a fast Aghanims, and by the time Matumba Man actually picked up his Ags, the team fight that basically sealed the deal in that game started 5 seconds after he got it off the courier. You got a Naga carry versus the Pudge, you've got your Aghanims already picked up, you have no impact whatsoever against the Pudge because everyone on your team is just melting from the rock damage, and very convincing series in general against Wildcard there.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't remember a series today where Mickey wasn't beyond godlike, to be honest with you. He seems like he's popping off in every single game.
And I think, you know, the fact that they were able to close them out so quickly, their longest game today was 33 minutes, their shortest game being 25 minutes. So just today, Liquid have had such fast-paced tempo. They really know what they want to be doing. And I also do want to talk about that VP Liquid game, that being their shortest one today for 25 minutes. Yes, there is props to give to Liquid for just how well they played, but something else to touch on is how Virtus Pro are playing. We've seen this in the past in DPC, but also when they were playing in the qualifiers, is that while they may be able to dominate lanes, they kind of can fall apart when they can't get their feet under them in this mid part of the game. It's really hard for them to be able to turn it back around. They're just a team that seemingly can't play from behind, Panda.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like in this game, especially the fight we just saw here happening in the river, they were already 4,000 gold ahead, and then they take a team fight where they're basically just not able to get their control out. You see the Shadow Fiend's about to ult, he gets chronoed right away, and he was isolated from the rest of the teammates. They were already disengaging from the fight, but they were so spread out by the time this fight breaks loose. And Liquid, even though they're getting out-farmed heavily, they're out-maneuvering VP, they're getting 3-0 trades, your supports are dying constantly. We see the Nyx Assassin and the Venge constantly getting hunted down, and VP never has a full 5-man lineup for the next of the 10 minutes. This game is over in 25 minutes from a 4K deficit 14 minutes in, which feels like VP kind of drops the ball, GPK continuing to die around, and they just can't get that decision-making to work out during fights when they don't have the full 5-man roster alive.
Yeah, it's a mix of, you know, Liquid being able to capitalize on just that small mistake that VP made there in game 1. But game 2 you also had a little bit of a look at, didn't you, Fia?
I did indeed. You want me to tell you or what?
Nah, just thank you for watching. I appreciate it.
No,
There's a lot of games to watch.
Yeah, no, game 2 was it was very interesting. Liquid just had like very good control of the game. They picked the Matumba Man Lifestealer again. We've seen him play it a couple times now, and overall, like, it just looked like the game was pretty even. All of a sudden, I just saw a clash in the bot lane. Just 10 heroes showed up. Like, Matu showed up. Everyone showed up. Liquid just won that fight. Same thing happened mid lane. They just won team fight after team fight. Looks like their team play right now is just, like, it's really crisp. And they're just, like, a really good cohesive unit. And their drafting is great as well. And they're pretty much just making every other team look like, I don't know, just way worse than them. They're kind of, like, smurfing these wild cards, I suppose. And just going through... Like, I thought VP Liquid was going to be a close series.
Yeah,
like, really close, but it didn't even look close.
I'm interested to see how VP do bounce back from that as well. They will be playing on a mainstream very soon. But first, let's go through all of the results from these streams. As we've been able to talk about the games, it's time to actually look at how it's all lined up. And here on the mainstream, we started with Secret Polaris going 1-1, and the trend continued with VG and Na'Vi also going 1-1. Over on our second stream, we started off with T1 and Extreme. T1 getting that 2-0. The other notable thing to say, which I forgot to mention while you were talking, Fia, is that T1 were able to beat not only Morph, but also Old 11's Brood, which looked great yesterday. So, you know, maybe something to look towards to see if Extreme end up changing or turning away from the Brood mother pick. But Extreme Infamous being at 2-0. Our third stream started off with Nouns VG. Nouns getting a 2-0 puts him in great position again, like we said, for upper bracket. And then going 1-1 with Tempest. Our final stream, our fourth stream. There's a lot of Dota, guys. There is so much. Please bear with me. Started off with Wildcard and Liquid getting that 2-0. And then Liquid getting another 2-0 over Virtus Pro. And upcoming is that infamous Wildcard, which will be very interesting to see what happens as we have a look at the standings. Group A, Na'Vi out there still on top, followed closely by Secret, and then Polaris and VG being tied up with Nouns this time. So it's going to be interesting. Nouns have finished all of their series, but VG still does have a series to play. A lot of eyes will be turned to that one. That's the last series for Stream A here. And Group B standings are going to have Team Liquid guaranteed on top there, as they have completed all of their games, but so has Extreme Gaming going 6-4. Virtus Pro 4-4 at the moment. They still have their series coming up against T1, who is sitting just below them, and then Infamous and Wildcard looking to be the lower bracket teams from that Group B. Guys, we have to jump to a break very soon, but T-Panda, do you have any thoughts, anything that you want to share when you see those group standings now?
I mean, in general, when you look at it, I was actually surprised when you brought up right away at the start of the panel about Ares and Danak and the conversation about Polaris. I mean, I think Nouns and Polaris fans are shaking hands right now. They're like, all right, let's both go and tie up the situation with BG. It's that meme. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the interesting situation for Group A. Nouns losing a point to Tempest now means we got 3 teams sharing an exact amount.
Yeah, and then Via, do you want to share some of your thoughts as well for the group stages?
I mean, NA, SA, Dota, Sag, you know, my region, not doing so hot. We have we got the lower bracket to go through. Maybe we can make it to the winner bracket with Nouns. I think they still might have a chance, right?
Yeah, so they definitely do.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But for now, a little bit sad to see the region not doing so hot.
Yeah,
hopefully we can pick it up in the second half here.
Yeah, the Hopium. They're still playoffs, you know. They're not out of it. It's only lower bracket. They're not fully eliminated. But we're going to jump to a break, guys. I know that you want to see some games. So let's head on over there. When we come back, it's going to be T1 up against VP with Seek and Strike and Pile I Die.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We're going to be kicking off some more action here straight away between T1 and Virtus Pro. Now with you, taking the reins is going to be Seek and Strike, and at my side here virtually is Pi Lidai. Pi, how's it going today, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's been a good day.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got some really exciting games, of course. T1 and VP already, the first couple picks opening up, which means, you know, we want to jump into that one soon. But it's really exciting because this is actually going to be VP's last game of the group stage, as you heard the panel kind of already outline. And for T1 sitting at 4-4, as well as VP sitting at, T1's at 3-3, VP at 4-4. Both teams, you know, highly incentivized to be finding as many points as they can still in this group stage.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they both looked really good, and they've also looked a little sketchy, so to say, like inconsistent. But they also both looked like they could be the best team, depending on the game they played. And I guess the score reflects that 3-3, 4-4, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see the draft now in front of us, I think lots of repeat picks here. T1 is looking like they're running already a strategy that just worked for them after their victory over Extreme. Cuckoo once again going for the Primal Beast, as VP going again for some things that works for them, which is going to be that early Undying. Did you get a chance to catch that Venomancer support action?
Have they played it? They played more than one game, I'm guessing? Because I saw one game where they played it and they had a big lead, but they lost. So it was,
yeah, I think they just picked it actually versus Extreme as well, and that one ended up working out a bit better for them.
Yeah, no, that was one of the earlier games where I saw it. It didn't work out, but yeah, it was a Legion commander with Cuckoo, and they had a Vena in that game too. They probably should have done better in that game. It's just one of the earlier ones, so maybe a few nerves or like whatever. But yeah, it seems pretty strong. And of course, if you leave them primal, it seems like they always pick that hero up.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, it seems like they did run Primal once into, I forgot their opponents in that match, but their enemies just picked up SF in the first phase, and that ended up being pretty difficult for Primal to deal with in the lane. Seems like T1 are quite happy in the strength of this lane again. I think it's the third time they've picked it. T1, of course, they played a few less games than everyone else has, a pair less games than VP especially, but they've actually picked the least amount of heroes overall in terms of the entire event. So they currently hold that record. But hey, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Or if it ain't broke, no need to fix it, right?
Yeah, I guess. No, but at the same time, that's a little surprising, because if you do watch, like, I haven't watched all their games. I watched a few, though. And they've had some kind of fun, interesting things they've done, like the Thompson Enchantress mid. As you said, Venomancer 4, not too common. And I guess they've, like, just, in every series, it's been quite similar for them. And then they switch it up in between, so...
As they pick the Disruptor into this Morph lane, Undying, a little bit more support, and of course the Silence, which might be able to catch that Morph off guard.
10 seconds.
Yeah. It's quite normal pick. What is it? Yeah, Whitemon loves that hero. It's been buffed a little bit. Like, he's still quite similar to how he was before, but now you have that bit of extra damage early game, which he really needed. Because a lot of the time like, I don't know, you use that Lightning Strike and then you're useless. Like, if they run at you after you Lightning Strike them, you don't do anything. Now at least you have the Glimpse extra, like 100, 200 damage. That helps a lot.
It does, yeah. I also like the Disruptor just generally into Primal Beast, you know, pen in a bunch of heroes, have Primal Beast just trample all over them, and, you know, make sure you can actually get in your damage where you need to be.
Yeah, but I mean, it can be good, but it can also be really awkward where... like, he charges in, knocks people out of your cage, and so it can definitely go both ways. But yeah, if the Primal gets to lift someone up and start smashing them, then plant like Static Storm. That's good at least.
Yeah, exactly, there to cover. And a couple of teams have been going for Tusks into this Primal Beast, into Lina's especially. Lina, of course, banned already. But now that T1 are, I mean, they've already shown their offlane for a while. Is there anything VP could be looking for in specific? No, okay, it's not going to be the Tusk. Instead, the Dark Willow. Giving you some interrupts roots as well.
Wait, what do you mean? The Primal is most likely mid, right? For T1?
For T1, it's been mostly for Cuckoo, I've been seeing.
You sure?
I believe so.
Okay, I'll believe you. Because I've seen the Thompson played a lot, but it's definitely at least a flex. So I would not like call it
point.
where this Primal is going quite yet. Like I would wanna definitely expect him to be able to go both. And they banned Shadowfiend early, right? And like maybe that's not surprising either, since I'm pretty sure GPK loves that hero now. And I think Ramses plays it a lot too. So like that's a very flexible hero for them. So maybe we'll find out now.
Yeah. I'm looking at the stat now, but I believe, speaking of stats, that this is actually the first contested Doom at all in the entire tournament. At least after day 1, Doom was completely untouched, neither picked or banned.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's when I was looking for cool position 5 heroes to play, like I checked out Doom stats, and I don't know. He feels like he should be a very, very strong hero. He has like 6 armor, 80 damage, like a lot of HP. So the hero should not be bad. I don't know, maybe there's just a bunch of, like, there's this Enigma, right, for offlane. There's a bunch of heroes that might just be stronger, but yeah, Doom. Quite strong hero.
Do you think there's a reason why he's been a little bit more ignored up to this point in the tournament, at least for day 1?
I mean, he's not that popular in high-level pubs either, but it's not like he's unpicked. No, I don't know. It's maybe because I think it's the like Enigma position 3 is like a more broken, brain dead, so to speak, hero. Yeah, because I don't know, my Doom, like if you check my stats, right, my Doom is what, I have like a 20% win rate for some reason. It's so, but like just theoretically, the hero should be good.
Right, I got you.
Oh, okay, here's the Furion.
Yes, exactly. They did play this as well versus Extreme. Cuckoo actually took it up, and I did take a gander at those stats for T1's Primal Beast. It's actually been a lot more flexible than I have given it credit for, so I was incorrect there. Thank you for pointing that out. It has been Thompson half of the times with 4 matches played, and then Cuckoo once and Zephyr once. So this is certainly a big flex for T1.
Yeah. Oh, and Cuckoo's played the... That's almost for certain he's playing the Furion, right? I'm pretty sure they played it 2 games yesterday.
Yeah, and I just saw Cuckoo on the Furion as well here earlier, so that one seems a little bit more locked in for me, which means it's likely to be than the Primal mid.
Yeah, and it's Furion versus Morphling. It's like an old school. I don't know. You just have these 2 treants with extra damage, and it's quite difficult for the Morphling to last it. And also versus Undying. It's quite an annoying matchup. Not as annoying anymore since you keep your strength and you don't lose that extra HP, but. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Curious what Anna will play. He's the games I've seen, he's playing Gyro, and then he played an Ursa too. So
Ursa into a Morphling Undying. That'd be another tombstone hitter for them. Not like Nature's Prophet does too poorly at that himself.
Yeah.
The lane versus Disruptor seems doable right into a Doom. You can at least look to stack up some damage, and of course Ursa's going to run into some sustain issues, but at least the catch shouldn't be too much of an issue there.
Yeah. So maybe an Ursa is a fair hero. Otherwise, what? I'm guessing Slark is banned, no? So maybe Slark is a decent pickup too. And Void has not been banned either. Interesting. I mean, no one is going to pick Void here, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I haven't been seeing as much Faceless Void as I really thought we would in this tournament. We haven't had to cast a game of Void yet. I think we've seen it banned a handful of times over on the B stream yesterday in the Tempest matches. But so far, uncontested here in this draft, as the TB is going to be last ban here for T1. BP looking like they need a mid laner, and it'll be the Ember.
Yeah, solid. No, every time I glance down at the bans, I usually see Void in there, so... But, I mean, Doom is a decent-ish hero. this Void, so maybe they're feeling fine with that. No need to ban.
Right, not too scared of the matchup. For T1 now, I feel like if they can get a decent start in this mid lane in the Primal versus Ember, or if they decide to still flex Primal, Disruptor, when you're playing ahead, feels amazing versus Ember Spirit. When you're playing from behind, though, that's a whole different story, of course.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, that's just Disruptor in general. Like, when you're running at them, you feel like the best hero in the game. They cannot escape. But when they're running at you, yeah, you can't do anything. Quite useless.
For T1, they're likely still looking for that Ana hero, as you mentioned. Let's see here. Into the Doom might be an issue, but they've got a hero, and it is going to be the Slark, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, whenever I check the bans, if Slark or Void are not banned, it's like a high likelihood they'll be picked. Especially when you see the Morphling too. I mean, I think that's the only reason Morphling is not picked way more. Is because the other two, like, really strong carries are very good against him. And Slark and Faceless Void.
Yeah, in terms of just how good those heroes are in their viability and whatnot. I also still kind of really like T1's lanes when we look at them. This Nature's Prophets and Veno lane into the Morph lane, you know, that's going to be lots of range damage. Shouldn't be too much of a problem as well with Hakoda. He's going to kind of struggle to 1v2 versus those two ranged heroes, like Undying normally would really like to. They can deal with his Tombstone pretty quickly. I'm kind of like what T1's showing here. I'm not so sure about this Primal Beast mid lane. He's still, that hero in general, a little bit of a question mark for me. But if there's anyone that can really make it shine with a unique playstyle, it's certainly Thompson.
I mean, I think that he's going to have complete free farm mid. It's one of those heroes, whenever you're playing one of these Spirit heroes versus Primal, especially if you're not, like, you haven't played it that matchup that many times, like, you might just die. Like, there's so many weird things that can happen. And you don't expect how much you get slowed by his E-spell. So many things. It's quite an annoying matchup. And he also has like 30 more damage than you.
Yeah, that's always a little bit problematic in terms of just securing creeps and whatnot. Any rotations to mid you can see likely from VP to maybe put a little bit of a thorn in the side here of the Primal Beast. Maybe an Undying, perhaps, if he goes diving and can get a Tombstone, but maybe Yamech a bit more likely on the Dark Willow to rotate mid.
Yeah, I mean, the Willow will probably show up for runes. I don't expect the Primal to die. Like, it would be... Like, if anyone dies, it's a mistake, but it's way easier for the Ember to die versus Primal.
And are you giving like an edge? Is there a certain draft that you prefer that, you know, might be able to get a better start here out of lanes, especially?
I think T1's lineup is supposed to perform better in lanes. But they're not like, what do you say, like swingy enough. Like, the advantage not big enough that you can't, like, a few mistakes and you get outplayed, and then the lane is even, or you're even losing. Because, like, this Furion versus Morphling, right? It can be horrendous for Morphling. But if you mess up a little bit, then you let him get a few waves for free, like, he will start waveforming on top of you, and he'll be the one, like, putting pressure. And then the game is completely different.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's also interesting, you see this ward they got out there. Like, he just ran up and placed it. Even though T1 were smoked. I guess it won't make a big difference, but it's quite annoying.
Speaking of wards, T1 committing both of their wards, their first two in the shop to kind of the top lane area, checking for stacks in the jungle, and then, of course, making sure that they can defend what might be their own stacks that they'll end up getting.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at Ramses here. I don't know, it seems like... Yeah, both teams understand that they don't want the Morphling versus Furion matchups, so you can see... Oh, that's why they both got these wards out. So they'll see each other on these wards now. Let's see what Ramses does, if he commits or... Yeah. Yeah, he sees the Furion running top there. Now he goes back. But they see them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They see them too.
So they're both just watching each other, turning back and forth.
Meanwhile, Thompson not too interested in playing musical lanes. He's, of course, securing range creeps and basically almost the entire first wave. 3-0, so good job for him. Only two heroes showing bottom is Ana and Yamech. So if this continues for too long for musical lanes, then I think T1 are going to be heavily favored. It seems like DM's going to commit to top, and Ramsey's slowly walking down bottom. Cuckoo is going to be here to meet him, however.
No, this is two heroes that don't like doing this. Both Fury and the Morphling, they really just want to be in their lane. Yeah, he's gonna jungle here.
Oh, why not? There's 3 T1 heroes currently down bottom, getting the job done. Ramsey's already taken harass from Whitemon. As Yamich did pretty decently here. 3 and 2 versus the Slark in the first couple of waves in their 1v1. So he held his own there quite nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look, Slark is only... It's not even level 2 yet.
Yeah, he's going to make the TP and head into this top lane.
Oh, Morphling TPing top. There we go. And now they can get the lanes they want.
There it is. Ana committing the TP first. Didn't want to waste any time playing musical lanes. His first wave of quote-unquote uncontested farm without the carry in the lane didn't go so well for him. But we'll see now if he ends up making another change here.
Oh, look mid. Oh, okay.
Tops in.
DPK?
Yeah. Maybe in trouble. They need one more auto attack. Sleight of Fist on cooldown for 6 more seconds. The water runes, the bottle delivered last second here as well, actually, is going to deny GPK the opportunity for first blood.
Interesting. GPK is going 2 points in Searing Chain. Yeah, he's definitely played this matchup before.
Thompson, though, is going to be more or less unbothered. I mean, he gets both bottle refills, slightly interrupted, but he'll actually find himself here in pretty good HP, and so good enough that he's actually going to trample up to the high ground. Bottle delivered for GPK, though, means that the skill's a bit too difficult.
Yeah, I'm just looking around. Like, every lane is like, oh
whoa,
my god,
that was fast. Sorry to cut you off there, but a quick little adaptive strike into a Soul Rip and Decay, and they burst right through Ana.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say every lane is really aggressive. Like, everyone is auto-attacking each other. So, like, these type of fast kills can happen in any of these lanes.
And through it all, Cuckoo CSing very nicely as well in the side lanes. He did get a couple of jungle creeps early to start off this match, but now he's chugging along pretty nice versus this Doom. Thompson as well continuing to be aggressive as he'll actually go ahead and steal the Radiance Bounty Rune for his refill. As top, Ramsey's just playing this one on edge. The 1 point here in Attribute Shift and now Adaptive Strike. So he doesn't have Waveform if he does get gone on, but neither does Hakoda, as he's just going to get right-clicked down by Zephyr.
Yeah, he was trying to deny himself to the creeps, but quite managed.
Uh-oh. Here they go. Onto Ramsey's the 1 point in the shift as he's almost maxed out in the strength. Still has a Fairy Fire, slowed by the Venomous Gale. Ana will give chase. And it's going to have to be the right clicks alone that get it done, and it's going to be the kill for Zephyr.
Yeah, I mean, Zephyr's happy right now. Unfortunately, Ana lost like 4 creeps under tower there. But, I mean, he's still doing fine.
Yep.
You take that.
And he's maybe lost those 4 creeps, but picked up his first stack of permanent agility, as now he's got the S and shift operating.
Yeah. I don't think this lane is easy for Morphling and Undying. Ah, look, they keep going.
Yeah, Tombstone is committed. Ana not really too concerned with it yet. Has a couple of zombies trailing him. Hakoda, not enough mana here for the kill or move speed even with the Venomous Scale applied. Thompson's doing a good job here. He's always lining himself up mid lane to make sure that whenever he does trample, he's committing for the range creep as well as always harassing the Ember Spirit. So nice 2-for-1 there.
Yeah, it's very... I haven't seen him do this build before, like skipping Uproar completely. It's quite interesting.
He's looking to actually move top. This is a level 5 gank, and he's going to find Hakoda with only a Mango and Brown Boots. No, it seems like his sets are side. There he goes. Okay, he's going to commit for Hakoda then with the trample. Lots of HP here on the Undying, and it's not going to be enough. Thompson, with that last auto attack, reaches over and will claim the kill.
Yep. Kuku seems very experienced. Like, the thing they changed with Furion, right, is they improved his base attack time, which means that yeah, I mean, you just lasted way better. And you were already a strong last hitter. So, getting
Ramses?
these... Oh, Ramses again.
Wow. That's a difficult lane for him. I'm not sure. I was about to say he did get this Morbid Mask delivered. I wondered if that was going to make a big difference in terms of him being able to sustain himself in this lane. But 2v1, Zephyr and Ana are just really starting to snowball a bit in this lane.
Yeah. No, if you hover over that waveform, like, you're barely... You think you can escape, but you're barely moving. Like, when you're Galed, you're still so slow, so... Not going anywhere.
Well, and T1, they're not really looking to let up the aggression here anytime soon. They plant down a pretty deep observer in lane to scout any TPs. Just give them a bit more vision. Yamich beginning to stack in the triangle. That'll likely be, of course, for the Ember to take.
Yeah, I mean, T1 should definitely be happy. Oh, here they go.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, he might... Yeah,
Moku's
there
here.
you go.
From off screen, enters Thompson. Can he get this enough damage in onto Ramses? The shift trait's not nearly going to support him enough. Thompson as well can easily tank through tower. That's the second time he's ganked here, only on level 5. Almost now enough for that pulverize, but 2 rotations and 2 kills for Thompson.
Yeah, it's very well played. Because what happened, like, if GPK didn't have TP there, because he TP'd home to heal up. And I don't know if they knew that, but that stopped any counter aggression. And here they go again.
Yeah, and that's an easy kill then onto Yamich. Keeps himself alive a little bit longer there in the Shadow Realm, but that AoE damage is going to absolutely destroy him. 1-6 now. We'll see if GPK can get anything done now as he's going to rotate with his first point in Remnants and eventually right-click down Zephyr.
And they're hitting Doom right here.
Yeah, they
are.
are.
Kill on him.
Good. Nice Sprout here is going to end up blocking DM, and he will perish. Nice little Thunder Strike there to ensure that they have vision for the kill. Ramses is level 3, by the way, mid lane, and he's being literally slammed against the ground by Thompson. Very, very good animation work on this new hero.
GPK killing Ana up top.
He's going to pounce, but it was a pounce ultimately to try and escape. GPK rewarded with a second kill after he lingers in the top lane. Patience will prevail.
Yeah, there's a lot of killing going on. Oh,
Seriously.
maybe he'll glimpse back the Doom bottom? Yep.
That's never that's never something that feels too good there for DM. You only make that mistake once, though, and now they know Glimpse is on cooldown. So in comes GPK.
Yeah.
But he's alone.
Yeah, you just try to defend, but I think this tower is going to go down here.
And Thompson's actually meandering on over from the mid lane as well. GPK has a Remnant back in the mid lane. Let's see here, is Thompson moving in, has Pulverized. GPK is going to Remnant away in time. He's not taking any chances.
Oh, this is a really good tower to get to. Cuckoo is almost level 6 as well. 3.5 kill. Yeah, he's super happy right now. Can't ask for a better game. It's a Furion.
Yeah, Ana is kind of being a bit neglected by T1 as it currently stands. Their objectives forced around elsewhere on the map as we see Thompson go right back on mid onto Ramses. Still level 4, but finally at least 2 points make that an attribute shift. Didn't get the shift off here.
God.
Oh, is he dead? No, okay, he gets the waveform away. Whew. 3 stick
much
charges as
damage.
well. I think he was probably okay.
Yeah, he was fine, but it's still scary.
Thompson, he's still, you know, in the air. He might make another play at it. Trample, or Onslaught, pardon me, ready to go again, but he's underneath a ward. So it's going to be a bit difficult for him to really get the surprise.
Yeah, and now it's, oh, Furion ulti. Spooky being a Morphling this game.
It's real sets. There he goes. Thompson again, just securing CS, pushing the entire wave under tower. But meanwhile, top lane GPK, he's going to leave a Remnant top. Ana as well, not moving into the jungle quite yet. Probably would like this Falcon Blade for the mana regeneration so he can actually farm with the Dark Pact. But here comes GPK. Ana's going to navigate the Bramble Maze successfully. And that means they probably can't connect a kill onto him here.
Yeah, at this point in the game for VP, it's quite, it's really hard to kill anyone. Especially Ana. Like, he can just press, if things go bad, he just presses Shadow Dance and you don't have any stuns. You don't have any AoE damage to get him.
It's a bit lacking. I'm not really sure if like the Willow can get in there with a Bedlam to really get the job done. I'm not sure how realistic that is against the Slark, but it is fairly limited. Definitely agree with you there.
Yeah, no, right now they need levels. They need level 6 on their Dark Willow, they need 6 on Undying. And like Doom is not gonna run and gank, you know? He wants his Midas. Gonna sit down here.
And he's going to receive a little bit of support as VP supports are smoked up and making their way down bottom, but Cuckoo reads the map well and is going to TP away. He was out of mana anyhow. Going to go home and TP back out to another lane and continue pushing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They tried their best. But when you're level 5 Dark Willow, level 5 Undying, it's you're not a tiny with a Blink Dagger, you know? It's not that easy to catch people.
For sure. And now T1 Invisorin for Thompson. He's going to appear out of nowhere to pulverize and now kill Yamich. Hakoda as well is being literally ran down by Thompson. A couple of auto attacks, trying to deny himself, but the creeps aggro to Primal Beast and not the Undying. Is 2 more kills for Thompson.
Yeah. Now so far T1 has played this game almost perfectly, I'd say.
GPK
really
is still
good.
He's still finding farm here on the Ember Spirit. Looks like he wants BKB. So he's at least not being shut out of this game too hard, but he's just obviously not finding the same amount of impact as Thompson is.
Yeah, no, man, he has no heroes to, like, I don't know, it's just hard for him to do anything. Like, the Morphling just wants to hide. Like, he doesn't want to show, he just wants to farm anywhere he can. And the Doom is like, yeah, if you click him, he basically has starting items plus a Midas. So it's not that easy to make plays with him either. But right now, they hit level 6 on Dark Willow, and Undying has level 3 Tombstone, so if they group up, they can possibly do stuff together.
Okay. We'll see. I suspect VP might be more willing to use that a bit defensively if T1 go diving, say, here into the triangle, for example. They might be tempted to do so now after they've claimed the Tier 1 mid. They're starting to really close and shut VP out of the map. The prediction game out from Topson is going to force Yamich to pump fake the Terrorize, but just getting into the head there of Ramses.
Yeah, no, they're under so much pressure right now.
This is where I always really like watching these, no pun intended, Tier 1 teams play, right? Because they're just going to sit on this side of the map and continue to apply pressure to VP, really, really limit what kind of farm they're able to
going for
find.
a kill bottom at the same time here. Ana rotated. I think he can TP out now, though, in this palms.
Yeah, he's away. In the meantime, there's a smoke play towards the mid lane as well, where they've caught Zephyr pretty far behind enemy lines. He runs into 2 Brambles, which isn't going to really help his case. Does get off a Venomous Gale, but it seems like that'll be a kill here for GPK. And Whitemon, oh, he tried for a solo kill top onto Ramses here. That was a bit cheeky. T1's really feeling themselves, huh?
Might as well go for it. I mean, if you catch him there, you can get the Fury and TPing in.
Oh yeah, definitely. No,
actually, he didn't have TP,
risk.
so that was just a pure solo kill. No TP ready on Fury.
Oh, the damage with the haste root active now for Topson. Hakoda, he's in a lot of trouble here, but he is going to manage to heal himself up just a bit more, but had to pop Flesh Golem just for that extra HP to make sure he didn't die.
Yeah. No, very, like, you're standing under your tier 2 tower and you're still scared. Like, one hero is almost killing you all. But at least now Ramses is kind of farming on the side. And the Doom has completed his Midas, so the comeback train has started.
Yeah, and there's a Terrorize now into Topson that'll leave him with very little HP. Bedlam, not enough. Good Venomous Gale from Zephyr is going to reduce his move speed to almost nil. In the meantime, Yamich forced to settle for the kill onto Whitemon.
That's really good. That Shadow Realm hit. Ana going for the Diffusal. It'll make it even more, because this is the Ramses. Okay, they're going for Ramses?
Yeah, they're trying. Just never making him feel safe. That's one less camp farmed here for Ramses, one more for Topson. You know, so it's not like Topson's being inefficient with his kills either, as GPK picks up one himself onto the Venom.
Ooh, and a Doom on Ana, bottom. This would be huge. Brown Boots Doom killing the start.
There's not a lot of support here. Ana, he's already lived through half the Doom, but DM is keeping pace with him.
He's fine.
Yeah, seems like he'll be a-okay. DM's even going to move on to farm the creep wave. It's a smoke in the meantime by T1. Pressure and action all over the map as they look now for the kill onto Ramses. That time they push him out, but the damage from Topson with the Wrath of Nature perfectly executed by T1.
It's nice. No, I was going to say this is the classic Ramses build. You just, you go Midas. He loves doing this on most heroes. Juggernaut on Faceless Void, I guess on Morphling. Like he just builds Midas. And now you have a Doom Midas and a Morphling Midas, so...
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's the classic recovery Midas, but one thing that Midas allows you to do is, you know, farm much more efficiently, right? You get a lot more gold and experience out of much less, what would otherwise be less. You pair that with a second Midas on your team and a Doom who already has one with Devourer, and maybe you can start to see, you know, the tracks being laid for the comeback train, like you're saying for VP.
Yeah, there's potential. There's also potential to just get ran over, right? Because the Slark is going to have Diffusal and your Manta is going to be even later. So we'll see. It's one of those, like, it might work out and it might not work out.
Yeah, for sure. Topson, you know, basically is the lead of that run you over train here with all the onslaughts he's been showing off the brand new Immortal as well for Primal Beast. Yeah. VP have at least been able to find a couple minutes of farm now on their cores. GPK, one component away here from the BKB. And like you said, Ramses with the Midas, just trying to get up that Manta as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's not gonna be fighting at all. So it's basically gonna come down to GPK with Undying and Yamich here to, like, 3-on-5 basically. Try to take some decent fights. I mean, I'm guessing, like, Doom is kind of close to BKB and then he can start helping out too. So they do have some timings coming up. It's not complete despair yet for them.
They're definitely going to need that Manta and maybe even another Dispel for Ramses. I mean, you're playing against here this Venomancer, right, who even with Shard is annoying even with Dispels, but he's eventually going to upgrade his Empty Urn into a Vessel, and that's going to be quite threatening for him. Percentage-based damage, of course, on the ulti and on the talents, so this guy can get really scary here for a Morphling.
Oh, it's something interesting. Whitemon has already picked up a gem. Oh, Cuckoo, in there?
There's an Orchid. Look at that. Right onto GPK they go. Can they get him here? With the Pulverize, seems almost guaranteed as the Soul Burn damage doing work. They've kept Yamich as well out of the fight as he's trapped inside the Kinetic Field and Static Storm combo. And now they're going to distract Thompson here, the Primal Beast, with a yummy little Tombstone.
Oh, but that's really bad. They literally bought the gem at 14 minutes and lost it. Like, Yamich picked up the gem. That's almost 1,000 gold.
It is. It's a pretty big swing. Is anyone holding it?
No, he just put it in base. Like, they don't want to carry that. It's too scary.
Okay.
Maybe Doom will carry it later when he finishes BKB.
That's a big deal, right? Because like you're saying, with a Slark, especially on your team, to act as a ward detector, you can just move around the map and basically immediately cut vision from enemies and removing a lot of plays for them to make.
Yeah. Oh, very unfortunate.
Hobson's about to get his BKB online here just with this last creep wave. That might be a go time here for T1. Slark still with Diffusal, Falcon Blade, and one component of Ag Scepter. Might not be super eager to fight, but with Thompson fronting for him, it should go decently. Although, Terrorize onto Thompson now. Whiteman's going to keep him at bay with a Static Field. And Thompson's going to be able to navigate through the Bramble Maze, so no lasting damage here from VP.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that simple for T1 to just find a fight, you know, like VP are already basically playing on 20% of the map right here.
Right.
They're all sitting around their tier 2 tower mid, and Ramses is hitting Ancients. So like, what you can do, you can smoke into the Ancients and hope.
Exactly. But what they've really done, I think, surprisingly, is you take a look at the gold graph, and they've kept this line, this 2K lead, pretty stagnant. In fact, now it's starting to slowly creep a little bit more towards even every single time Ramses gets off a Midas and every time DM uses his and devours. So they're keeping it pretty close, especially after that gem.
Yeah. No, for sure. It's because, I mean, DM is earning twice as much gold as a normal hero of the same stuff, right? With his Devour and the Midas. And the Ana just keeps pushing in this lane. Okay, they're going for a kill here?
Yeah, he's looking for kills, and with Cuckoo here to assist him, that one's just about guaranteed. But now Ramsey showing up to play here. He's going to go for a kill onto Cuckoo, rooted up by the Brambles. He will fall. Thompson as well, being given chase. Forced to use the BKB here. Thinking about going back in, because he's got Ana now to support him, and there's going to be the Pulverize onto the Willow. They've also now trapped inside of Ramses. He's not pushed outside here, either of the Static Storm. Oh, he is actually out of the Kinetic Field, but he got off already. The shift, turning and fighting, leashed up by the Pounce, and there's going to be the Vessel applied. He might just tick down underneath the tower. He will. In the meantime, GPK still fighting, will be able to take down Thompson, but leashed up and out of mana. He's easy pickings for Ana. T1, they're really cleaning up. I was about to ask, you know, it feels really awkward for T1 right now to kind of force an objective, but when it comes to fights, it's really quite easy for them. It looks easy anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if they get a fight going like that, for sure. I don't know if they got to drop the Tombstone. Because I was going to say the opposite here. Oh, never mind, Ana going for a crazy play. Bottom.
Shove there, baiting out the War Stomp, so the Dark Pack's a bit early. Kinetic Field. Ramsey sent back as well by the Glimpse. Is going to allow this dive to continue. There goes the Tombstone that we were missing last time. As the Terrorize does hit onto 2, but Ana's already there with the Dispel. Whitemon dies to the tower, but it's Ana who's still fighting 1v1. Now 1v2. Hakoda and DM with the damage up there. We'll get the job done. We'll also get Cuckoo for free, who TPs under the tower, and that's a 3-for-0 trade.
Yeah. Yeah. They tried. That was... that does not feel good, because now during you're dead, right? You're just clicking around, you see these Midases, you're not feeling too good.
And here's how that last fight previous to this one kind of kicked off. We'll be looking for our Tombstone. Yeah, you're right. Tombstone didn't get out. He simply was just doing that one.
No, because that's the point, right? Like, if he actually gets Tombstone off in that fight, I think T1 get wrecked. Like, it's not that easy to run into these type of heroes. Like, just a Doom being AFK with a Undying. Then you can get terrorized as well. It's quite scary. Like, you have the entire map, but you can't really farm it that efficiently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these static fights are going to go real well for VP, at least for now, right?
Yeah.
As GPK finds 2 on the root, Static Storm, but he BKBs, and that's going to condemn Whitemon. Zephyr as well here is going to be taken down. 2 kills for GPK there on the first usage of the BKB, and he's already halfway towards Maelstrom.
Yeah. No, so I mean, VP have definitely, what do you say, like weathered the storm, so to speak. Like right now, it's a very evenish game.
Ramses and Thompson exchanging, contesting for farm, as Thompson's actually going to be the one to get that one. And with the haste rune, I don't really think Ramses can catch up to him, unless he wants to morph and chase after him. Just trying to remove any efficiency. Ana still claiming that top berth here for net worth, but DM and now GPK not too far behind. Ramsey's still definitely recovering, but he's almost got the ultimate orb now, just another 1,000. He's got full Manta.
Yeah, no, VP are definitely just chilling. They're getting quite decent farm. The items are coming, and T1. I mean, you feel a little stressed, right? Because yeah, you're looking at this Roche, and you were hoping during all that map control you had 5 minutes ago you could have killed it, but it would have been too slow, and that's why they didn't go for it. They don't really have the heroes that like destroy that Roche.
Is that the objective right now to you for T1, or should it be like them looking, you know, to get Roche and start actually taking towers here, you know, bolstered by that Aegis to make sure you can actually get Slark onto towers?
I mean, they definitely want Roche, but no, I don't think that's what they should want to just kill them. Like that should still be the goal. Maybe if Venomancer went for Wraith Pact instead of Spirit Vessel, they could have tried to force Roche a bit, or if they hadn't changed Nature's Prophet's talents, so he had those big treants still. But no, they should just try to kill them. Find a fight.
Well, they're looking for a fight mid. I see Ramses as well with hitting Plague Wards. Whitemon from behind. The pound sets up for the Kinetic Field Static Storm. That's a great jump here, and Thompson's going to go ahead and jump in to finish the job. It's already a 4v5 fight, and VP scattering, but they're going to turn action. There's going to be a Doom on the Thompson. The Glimpse as well is going to be shrugged off by DM. Down goes Thompson, and Ana now is going to be caught by the Terrorize. Into the Bramble Maze he goes, but he's covered by the Shadow Dance, so they can't actually do any damage. A 1-for-1 trade then.
Yep.
VP will stand their ground.
Yeah, they take that for sure.
Sorry, I'm just looking at how Cuckoo is being annoying with these treants, just planting them in the spawn boxes and looking to block all of the Ancients and all the creeps in between.
Yeah. Okay, so now there's no Doom up at least. So you can try thinking about like pushing some lanes and then dive a tower perhaps. You have a lot of plays here for T1. And Cuckoo just finished. Yeah, he finishes BKB. It's quite strong.
And for VP, when do you think that they start, you know, trying to take back control of this game, and when do they become the ones to start making aggressive moves?
That's probably okay. Wait, here you go again, Rams.
Oh, the Manta. It's not done yet, and Ana to jump on in. Yep, an easy kill there for T1, who have 4 heroes lingering in the area. Pounce is going to miss, and that might allow Hakoda to live.
Nice
that is, unless they were playing against the Disruptor, as he's brought back and killed underneath his own Tier 2 tower. And now with 2 heroes dead, T1 are actually starting to siege up.
Yeah, this is nice. Now there's no Doom, so Thompson does not have to be scared.
Ooh,
oh my God.
GPK, sleight of fist dodge, but is that going to be enough? Ana's well into the Shadow Dance he goes. GPK continuing to fight as he's really losing this, and he just dies to the right clicks of Cuckoo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the essence shift right there. You don't expect how much damage.
Static Storm as well. No one can escape here. Ana looking for now his 9th stack of permanent energy. He's going to be delayed by a second thanks to the Yule Scepter. Shadow Dance now, or sorry, the Bramble coming out. That was almost a kill there.
Yeah.
Valorant effort there from Yanich.
Ana had the depth trap ready though, so.
Good point.
Fine. Now, this looks like a Roche. I mean, can they try to? Nah, Doom is still 20 seconds away. 2 heroes dead. I think they just have to give this up. And now T1 can finally smile again, you know?
Yep. Thompson returning, giving a bit of a shove to his teammate. And Ana here still, of course, with those 78 agility stolen through Essence Shift, is going to get through this Roche eventually. And that'll likely be Aegis for him. It's just an immediate smoke as well by T1. They want to keep their foot on the gas here and make sure that they can close out this game sooner rather than later. Is that a TP in? Cuckoo, you madman. Onto the Undying. He's going to actually block him there with the Sprout, but good damage in from Ramses. Maybe he's overcommitted, though. They force tap him away from his team, though. Oh, the shift's not enough. He's killed off as he's picked up and pulverized by Thompson, covered by the BKB. They're going to lose the Disruptor on the back lines as Cuckoo is finally going to perish for a super aggressive TP on in. Thompson, he might be next as well, as he is going to fall. A nice hoof stomp as well out from DM. He's going to stun up Ana, who is simply just going to pounce away and out of this fight. Once again, they get Ramses, but it's been pretty costly here for T1. That is until at least Ana jumps in a second time around. Hakoda as well continuing to fight, and with the damage amp, they've actually got a kill here. GPK still fighting versus Zephyr, but they still want to go for another kill. They've doomed him here already. This is the second life as he continues to try and get the Essence Shift up, but you lose all your stacks when you die, and he's lost him now a second time as GPK is going to sleight a fist on in for a kill. 4 dead immediately after taking Roche.
Yeah. Oh, it's Nah, he should be fine here on Venom. Yeah, no, that's not. That's good for VP. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Going in, but they keep fighting. GPK
Yeah, he's got BKB, so he'll be away. Cuckoo can't get in there fast enough for the right-click damage. And Ramsey's back to farming. Now he's got Manta Style, 1,000 gold to the bank. Big ol' Midas about to be used here. Onto the wagon? Not onto the wagon, okay. There it is, onto the wagon. He just wanted to beat it up a little bit.
Okay, so here we see Cuckoo tipping in. He already is at half HP.
Yeah. Did you like the move from Cuckoo? You think that's the way to start fights? Just go for any fight possible right now?
I think it should be okay. I don't know what happened with Thompson's BKB. I didn't see. I guess he used it right there very early. Because you also have to give credit to VP. Like, GPK did that very well. Because, I mean, Ramses kind of fed himself away to, like, keep them there. And GPK didn't hesitate. He just went in and he killed 2 people by himself. And awkwardly, Slark couldn't, like, really hit him. So, like, it was really well fought by VP. Like, that can turn out completely fine for T1.
Yep.
So, like, I don't hate the move that he did there.
It's just that I think when the fights start to go a bit longer, well, it's hard to say that against the Slark, but if Slark's being kited around and controlled very well, then GPK, especially with even more, you know, stacking Sleight of Fist after Sleight of Fist in these fights, getting Maelstrom procs left, right, and center, eventually the damage is going to really start to amp up.
Yeah, I'm also like, just wondering about the Spirit Vessel on Venommaster. Like, if this was the... Because if they have a Wraith Pact in these fights, it's just... Yeah. I have a feeling like Wraith Pact would have been the better choice here. He's also just walking around with 0 charges right now.
Yep. No, he's got a couple of those, but this game has felt like for T1 a bit of feast or famine. Right now, a bit more famine as their smoke will swing a wide. VP get a whiff of that one and TP away in time.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, if you had a heat map of this game, like VP have where they're sitting right now, like that's where they've been.
Yeah, that's a good point. And T1 very likely just almost always across the river, at least Thompson. I don't think I've seen him in his jungle once.
No. That's why Cuckoo is picking this hero. Like, his team is just on their side and he gets to farm everything back in their base.
Richest share in the game right now. Full AC now completed, so the physical damage is going to really begin to amp up. I want to take a look at VP's itemization, though, specifically now onto Ramses, who's still, again, on the recovery train, but already halfway towards that BKB, and Slark makes a really nice target to grab.
Yep. Oh, for sure. You nerf him down a little bit. But at the same time, like, Slark, it's not the highest base stats. So... You know, you gain quite a bit, but Slark doesn't mind as much as some other heroes.
That's true.
Terrorblade and stuff.
Okay, Thompson. He's going in for another fight. This is a fight that is under a VP ward, however. That's not going to, of course, convince Thompson to not go in deeper, although eventually he's going to be rebuked.
Finishing Ags on GPK. And Doom, yeah, he just got his Shivas. No, everyone is strong here. Except Ramses, yeah. I mean, Ramses, he'll get his Ags soon enough. Again, join the strong boys.
You look at the gold graph, and it's still not super as one-sided as T1 have, you know, really played on their side of the map. There's a fight breaking out, though, so we'll look at graphs later, but it's Ramsey's in trouble and just dead. And now DM trying to salvage this fight as he BKBs up, has a Doom, but against 5 is going to go ahead and save it for the next fight.
Yeah. I wonder, how did they see him there?
I
guess he was just walking by the...
I mean, you look at the death summary by Dota Plus, and you can just see basically all the status effects applied at once. Every single hero there having a hand in killing Ramses.
Hey, VP are going in
lockstep. They're going, yeah, and that's GPK making an aggressive jump. He's going to burn right through Zephyr. Maybe looking for more as well. Whiteman, though, he's got a Glimmer Cape, which will make this difficult. Sleight of Fist is not going to avoid the glimpse there. As DM, again, looking for more. Whiteman trying to keep him at bay, but that static field is not going to stop GPK from getting a second pick off.
No, nice smoke, nice smoke. No BKB on Thompson. No Shadow Dance up. You can go 4 on 5. It's fine.
Ramses, though, I mean, he's always the one that has to die at the start of these fights, it's felt like, for VP.
Yeah. I mean, it would be so nice if he could live through this one time.
Yeah, right. Just wants to see the end of the fight, but he's usually the one to be initiated and jumped on here by VP. But really good cleanup duty by the rest of the VP, especially as you say, identifying the lack of a BKB, and in they go on a smoke play. GPK now, by the way, with a full Ag Scepter on Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be fair to Ramses too. Like, after every time he dies, usually VP get a nice fight. Like, that's why they're only down 4k gold.
Yeah.
Because he's not dying in, like, really dumb spots most of the time. It's like, he's literally outside his base, and they're just diving him like crazy people.
He's farming right next to his tier 2 tower, and they jump in. I mean, that's the way it is, right? That T1's been playing this game. And, I mean, again, like my statement was not meant to fault Ramses, but it's been VP who have been responding appropriately. A frustrating game, I'm sure, though, for Ramses.
Oh, okay, Ramses, he had enough now. I think he's changing to getting BKB.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'll be a nice one. Is there an Ag Skeet up for Whitemon? There is, but he's still less than halfway there, which for a Disruptor is not nearly fast enough to be of a concern right now for VP, but that'll be on the horizon if this game ends up going late enough.
And very interesting talent is the 20 on Nature's Prophet here, the Sprout Leash. It's very good versus Morphling and versus Ember Spirit. Goes through BKB.
You need a Force Staff to get out of that one.
Yeah. They only have one. They have one on Undying.
Okay, so he's going to need to be in position, ready to use, which for an Undying is maybe not the hardest task in the world. Thompson goes for an onslaught in the mid lane, and he's going to be doomed for that. DM looking for the lockdown as GPK joins, and that's just a kill onto Thompson.
Yeah. At the same time, I want to, like, if he's aware of all this stuff, I'm kind of impressed, because they do kill the bottom tower, and he forces out a Doom, and Roche can spawn in 20 seconds. Like, so they might have Doom on cooldown now when Roche spawns. So, like, that might be what would you say, like a Giga Brain play?
Giga Brain, yeah, absolutely. Very wrinkly brain for Thompson. Yeah. 2 times TI winner, trying to get qualified here. Already T1, of course, sitting pretty good in their groups. 3-3 compared to the 4-4 of VP. T1 still with one more match to play versus Wildcard following this match. But of course, they're going to be.
Oh, they're after Ramses again. He has BKB now, though. And there's no Thompson alive.
Jump and a good Force Staff's going to break the leash. No more pounces for Ana.
Yeah, I think VP are going to chase this. Like, there's no Thompson.
And they've got vision here onto Whitemon. GPK unaffected there by the Static Storm as Ramses picks up the kill, snipes him with the Adaptive Strike. Cuckoo as well, now BKBing up, and he's going to be on the run. Ramses, of course, doesn't copy the talents, so he's not going to be able to sprout him there, even if he was level 20.
Yeah, and Roche, okay. He'll have Doom up for Roche.
It's a long one. It's 80 more seconds until he's up. Cuckoo keeping his treants in the pit just to see as soon as it does spawn up. But yeah, I mean, actually, that might have been a play to have made. I think the somewhat less connected jump top lane onto Ramses is a little bit unfortunate as an immediate follow-up there from T1.
Yeah, no, it's very impatient. They have to wait for Thompson to either respawn or almost have respawn. Yeah. Then they can do stuff like that. But it's funny, I just saw a GPK dewarding here with a gem, and that gem has a long history in this game. It goes back over 20 minutes when they picked it up from Whitemon.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, we don't have a heat map, but, just even where Ramses was farming, he wouldn't have dared to venture that far 10, 20 minutes ago either. So the state of the game is shifting. You can see VP moving with much more confidence, at least still on their side of the map, with the gem up as well here. Are going to be in a pretty good position to finally regain some semblance of map control.
I mean, at least now they can definitely contest Roche. Like, that's for sure. There was a long period of time where, like, if T-Bomb wanted to do Roche, they could have. But, like, if they had, like, different items. Okay, they're going to smoke up here.
And GPK now with the full upgraded Glypnir, so keep a lookout for that one as some way to control through Depth Shroud, to control through Shadow Dance. Smoke on smoke action here. T1, they're going to go right down the middle lane and sneak into the enemy triangle, while VP at the same time are moving into the enemy jungle. So the classic high ground swap.
Yeah, okay, so they'll see this courier, so they see where it's going, so they know. Yeah, but now both know. Now they see them dewarding. Alright. But this is awkward though, because the mid lane is pushed in. So I think, yeah, Yamich sees this, he wants to cut the wave. No, they won't get it. Yeah, because now when you're VP, you're feeling a little awkward.
Is it just because of the lane equilibrium where it's at?
Yeah.
And that's an advantage that T1's seemingly always going to have, right? With Wrath of Nature just passively pushing lanes. Not to mention Cuckoo can just TP in and do it himself.
Because, like, what are you doing now with VP? You're just standing there.
Yeah. And it's an ominous wave as well. 2 wagons, lots of creeps, and GPK is sent back by the glimpse. Big ol' sleight of fist, though, means he's going to be able to avoid it, and has a remnant to rejoin the rest of his team if necessary. T1, maybe they'll go hunting for a remnant here. Well, they're not likely to find it, at least not without meeting resistance.
Who could TP bottom? He has TP in 15 seconds. VP are just backdooring the mid tower.
Fortify out. Roche has respawned, of course, second Roche with Aegis and now Egg Shard. The game coming to a bit of a standstill here. Feels like very tense, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, it's not easy right now. Like how you go.
Yeah, I've really got to commend GPK. He's been the one that they've been sending around the map here, really going through these TP scrolls at quite the rates, but keeping the lanes at least decently pushed out, which is, I believe, high marks deserved for him against a Nature's Prophet. Not an easy task, especially without bots.
No, for sure. T1 might go for this tower. Okay, second smoker by VP.
Yep, and Anna's got a Basher now at the ready. It's still on the courier, though, so it's not here. Keep your eyes on that mini-map there, as the courier moving next to the Dire Tier 2 tower is his. If VP managed to intercept it, that'd be a pretty big swing in their favor.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're going to see it. They're going to see the courier. Oh, it's got Basher on it. Is Ramses going to wait for him after it? Oh, they forced him. Oh, but the
level
glyph.
20.
Okay. And I was standing still microing the courier, but he's going to get the Basher delivered in one piece.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how you can do these fights here. Because, okay, they get the tower, because if you... Both teams have buyback on a lot of heroes. So, like, if you run into the... Because each team is on the other side of the map, right? Then you can just... yeah, you can do, like, an 8-on-5 fight with buybacks and TP on Shrine. Okay, they're just hitting high ground. Half HP on the tower. Anna manning up.
Nice Dispel. Of course, you cannot block Gleipnir or any other AoE abilities with the Lincolns.
Because look at this Venomancer, right? I feel like he can just run in and start placing Plague Wards. If they commit too much to kill him, he can buy back.
I mean,
but at the same time, maybe you don't want to risk it. Like, it's really hard to know if it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, just to show you how long we've been in the state of the game, this ward planted by Hakoda here on the Dire Cliff is already at half duration. They've been just camping this ward, but now maybe it'll kick off. The power rune's a bit of a boring one. It's only the illusion rune, but now they're in here onto Thompson. Is they're going to make the jump. The Lincolns, I think, is going to block the Doom. There goes the Poison Nova. Anna as well jumping around the fight, but Zephyr's going to be the first to fall. Has buyback here and is going to commit it. Ramsey's stuck inside of the Static Storm, but he's going to eat through now. Whiteman, who does not have the buyback, in T1, I think they're going to make the call to abandon this team fight. Over on the other side of the river, Thompson is going to perish there before he can complete the pulverize onto DM. What is going on back over here? Anna is attempted to get caught, but is going to be able to pounce out in time.
Okay, and he bought back on Zephyr here. Should she just buy a Wraith Pact? Screw this Aeon Disc. It's too far.
He's just camping in the mid-wave right now.
He already had Refresher on Doom, huh? Okay.
And now Ramsey, by the way, does have full BKB, as well as Ag Scepter's got a Manta to dispel that, and he actually finds himself outside of the Shroud to make the jump to terrorize. Cuckoo is dead, and next up is Zephyr. That's a dieback. GPK with both of those kills. VP, for the first time in what feels like out of the laning stage, have finally shifted the net worth lead here. They lead by 2K.
Oh, I didn't see that that coming. That TP in by... I guess they thought they were somewhere else? That was quite strange.
I'm not sure, yeah. It's always easier for us to see, right, with having true sight on both sides, but, you know, as to what Cuckoo was seeing there, we'll have to check the replay to be sure. As they do scout Anna, moving on through, so he's going to be zoned away from the pit. By the looks of things, especially with Tombstone committed, VP are going to be able to get their hands on this second Aegis.
No. So now, we might finally, for the first time in the game, see VP be the ones trying to kill people, smoking after.
That seems to be very likely. I mean, GPK has had an absolute monster of a game, hasn't he? Look how farmed he is. Gleipnir already the Refresher. He's holding on to the gem. That's not theirs, by the way. That's owned by Whiteman.
I feel bad for him, still. Imagine buying a gem at 13 minutes and you lose it in 20 seconds. You have the grandiose plans. You're going to deboard the entire map for minutes on end.
Yeah, you're going to camp on the any side of the map. If once their support tries to go and plant a ward, you kill them and start a fight. You know, always keep chain killing them. But unfortunately, that's not the way this game was meant to be here for T1. As they find themselves now, finally, we see Thompson hitting his own jungle camps. I think it's the first time he's even seen him this time in this game.
Okay, we have the Sprout leashes. everyone kind of has what they want right now. So, I mean, obviously Disruptor would probably like to have Ags, but you know, Position 5 Disruptor, you can't.
Can't be. You can be hopeful.
Yeah, exactly.
You usually don't get to be rich, unfortunately, on that hero.
Right, DD morphing here. Yeah, he might just hit high ground. We'll see.
It's not a very long-lasting.
But Ana is hitting back, and they have Furion.
Ember has 2 Sleight of Fist charges here, by the way, as he's going to go back and get the BOTs online. That's a lot more damage he's able to output in these fights.
He's just going for Zephyr in the base.
Yep, and he's just going to kill Zephyr beyond God. Like 17, 3 and 6 now, as he's going to refresh and be glimpsed back, but
so
perfect timing there on the Remnant. I believe if he's trapped there, he's going to have to BK. No, even BKB, I don't think he can run it out with the Sprout Leash. Perfect timing.
Oh, he had BKB. Oh, he has Refresher too. Oh my God, everyone has Refresher.
Yeah, he is farmed. That's what I mean. It's been incredible. VP, for how difficult their early game was, they managed to find what little farm that they had. They've distributed it well, and they farmed it incredibly efficiently. Of course, Doom can do that just off of Doom, but as well as this Midas, like, I think it was really instrumental to Ramses being able to have a relevant late game here.
No, yeah, like, that's hard to say. Like, maybe a Manta would have been similar, like, if you didn't go for the Midas. It's hard to, like, the Doom, definitely Midas was correct. You can't be sure on the morph thing. But, I mean, it's obviously been fine. And I mean, they have played this game, like what they had to do. Like, they basically had to sit in their base and hope, like, that T1 would take, like, slightly bad fights where they have a chance to counter-initiate. And that's what they've done.
Well, now T1 are the ones that find themselves just kind of trapped in their base. Kuka's going to go for a smoke out and cut a wave top. As VP will smoke behind the Morph lane. That's a tier 2 mid taken.
Yeah, no, team fighting now is extremely difficult with Aegis up, 2 refreshers. 25 Ember, it's just, it's very difficult to fight.
That Aegis is still online here for Ramses for another 2 minutes, so we've got a lot of time to play with. And VP, they're going hunting bottom. Smoke's going to break. DM, he's got the Shiva's vision, and they're going to scout Ana. He's got, however, the Lincoln Sphere, and Yamich could not get in time, could not break it with the Lincolns in time, so no chance to get off of Doom, and is going to BKB and safely escape. Scary moments for T1, though. Again, 20 minutes ago even, they were not the ones running from fights.
This level 26 Ember it's a big problem, man. He's gonna do so much.
He's big. He's got lots of Remnants. He's got the Shard as well, so anytime he gets a kill, it means he's refreshing his Remnant, and when he uses Refresher, he gets all 5 returned to him. Trying to catch him is going to be rather difficult as Ana. His pounce is blocked there by DM. Forces out the Depth Shroud. Is there a way where you see Kuku kind of just split pushing a little bit too much for VP to deal with? Could that be a path now for T1 back in?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what they have to try to do, right? Obviously, it's quite annoying, right? There's an Ember Spirit with Gem.
What did he just sell there? I just saw it in my inventory, but my short-term memory is awful. Either way, bought a Scythe of Vice. That's brand new, and he's bought out for it.
Yeah. How much on the Aegis? Still 40 seconds.
So it's going to need to be someone else other than Ramses if they look to jump. And they are going to make the play. Yule Scepter here is going to buy a lot of time, though, for the Willow as he tanks into the Static Storm. And DM now is going to find the Doom and a kill onto Topside. He's going to buy back, though. The Doom is actually onto Kuku, pardon me. As jumping around the fight is GPK trying to find a target. They go now onto Zephyr, but this fight is completely all over the place now for T1. They do finally get through DM. But Down still fighting 1v1 is Ana and Ramses, the Basher, doing a little bit of work here as Ramses will wait for him in a second, but he's going to be able to get off and into the river. In the meantime, Thompson is going to end up going down. No, sorry, gets a double kill even onto GPK. It's a lot of money for him. And over in the river, they're going to be able to get through Ramses and T1. They're winning the fight here. Thompson, though, falling quite low. BKB up for GPK on the buyback, trying to get through Ana, but he leaps up to the high ground. The gem lingering there allows GPK to jump right back on and after him as DM, who's bought back, is still cleaning up as well. Ramses with the buyback, getting the kill onto Thompson. Ana, a little bit too slippery, it seems, right now for GPK to catch him. Even with all those remnants, is going to have to give this one up. But that was a mega fight.
Yeah, no, this is a toss-stand game, and I don't know. It's very confusing right now because no one is buyback.
Yeah. That fight was just absolutely all over the place as well.
No, I guess, I mean, no. Honestly, let's just be honest. Like, T1, that was huge for them. Like, if VP don't manage to get any racks here,
Well, uh-oh.
T1 should be ecstatic.
Anna still has himself the Shadow Dance. Step shot in 35 and a pounce away in 1 second. Ramses is going to actually morph up on into him as they're trying to catch him. He's going to get caught there by the Bramble. The Terrorize, I think, just missed. Leashed up over by the Stolen Pounce. He's going to be killed.
Oh, no.
Ramses catches his mark.
Oh, that couldn't happen. Okay, no, this is huge for VP though. No buyback on Thompson. Anna has buyback, but they should definitely think at least about hitting high ground. I guess it's scary now too. You don't have buyback on Doom. You don't have buyback on Morphling.
No, you don't.
And not on Ember Spirit either. Damn.
Nope.
Sucks that Anna died there for that.
Could have been a big moment, but VP at least they do strike back. They're persistent in their pursuits there, and they're rewarded with a big kill onto Anna. Ramsey's now with 2 waveform charges, but he's going to be hexed up, stuck on the high ground, gets a Force Staff on back. DM as well now, making the jump on a White Man. The Force Staff's not going to see him to safety, further away from his allies. As GPK and BK beat up, there's a Doom as well now onto Cuckoo. He's trying to make it into the base, but GPK is going to get right on top of him. Zephyr's going to buy back. The Doom doing good work. The Yule Scepter, as Anna's going to buy back now on top of GPK. They punish him. He's dead for 2 minutes. No buyback. Whiteman is eventually going to die here. Yamich likely to lose his life for it, though, as Anna jumps back on in. Whiteman as well, buying back almost instantly, and Yamich is taken down. Cuckoo as well, holding back the rest of VP, who are hoping to make a clean getaway. Not the case here, as both supports and the Ember are going to take a dive.
Okay. We have buybacks on both supports, though, I think, yeah. But, so they know Roach can start spawning in 30 seconds. Let's see what they decide to do here.
We'll have that timed basically down to a T. But a nice back and forth game we've got here. No buyback on GPK. T1, they've only got buyback now on Cuckoo. Everyone else has already used it.
Yep.
Buyback for Ramses either.
See, like this, when this Roach spawns is huge. Like if they get an early Roach spawn, that can...
We'll see. T1, of course, they can continue sieging because they've got Treants back in the pit. They force out the last buyback that VP had. Only one person with buyback now in the game. It's Cuckoo.
Super
45
quick Roche
well used. It's a quick Roche, about 10 seconds. We'll see. What do you think T1's going to do? Are they going to move and immediately take Roche?
They seem like very eager to push high ground. I don't know. I would go for the Roche.
Okay. They know Roche is up now. They're going to see him with the Treants. The push continues for now. VP standing very far behind, back behind their tier 4 towers. They've had basically 14 minutes of Thompson just straight up onslaughting them.
Yeah, they know
very well that he's just going to do it again if he pleases. And out the calls for Roche.
No, because VP were just waiting for that double doom. They go.
Double doom, double scythe as well now. DM's found that much farm in this game, but even if he has 2 of them, they're going to have 2 lives here, likely for Anna, I imagine.
Okay, so there's an Axe on the Roche. Will Thompson get that, or will they get? Oh, maybe this Whitemon. Okay.
Whitemon. Oh yeah, there we go.
Now this is interesting because especially during nighttime here with Slark Night Vision, and you have this Disruptor they might just be able to kill one of these Refresher guys. Like if you can kill a hero with Refresher BKB before he gets to use anything, that's that's huge.
Absolutely. Yeah, Slark, one of the few heroes in the game with the same day and night vision, full day and night vision. Very strong for him, as you say, in some niche interactions like this. Same thing could be said, right? Zephyr maybe gets a couple Plague Wards in some sneaky spots that aren't scouted by VP. The vision game for them is pretty strong overall.
Yep.
Oh, and they kill a Courier. That had only the Quarterstaff on it, or Ramses.
Okay. Now still going high ground is it's not that easy. It's not... But, okay, so let me see here. Whitemon, does he have his dagger? Yeah, so they know there are no buybacks on the important heroes.
Oh, here they go. What's the condition here? Just get, like you say, a Static Storm onto one of these Refresher heroes?
Yeah.
Without pre-BKB?
Exactly. So if you can Hex with the Cuckoo, and then you just blink in and drop the Static Storm, you can even just dive their base.
Looks like that's something that T1 might want to do. Ramses showing down bottom. There they go with the blink on in. Kinetic Field as well is going to catch him. He did not get off the shift either. He's almost full agi. In goes Thompson, and down goes Ramses. The backlines, though, are being doomed now. Cuckoo, as well as, just Cuckoo is actually the one that's doomed, but Hakoda being pushed back by Thompson. They get through GPK, and now T1 up 2 cores here. DM doing what he can here on these backliners, but he is as well going to be the 3rd to fall, and GG is called. VP, they get the execution they need there. They catch the Morphling, and it's going to be a Game 1 victory for them.
Very cool game. That's a nice way to end it too. Just getting to drop that Aghanim Static Storm. It's a position 5. Position 5 Disruptor. Feels good.
A very aggressive T1 in the early game is eventually pushed back to their own side of the map there. Where do you think things kind of went wrong for VP? You know, not the initial kind of T1 advantage, but after they had Aegis and were finally able to do some sieging of their own.
No, it was those triple buybacks on their course. They thought they probably like maybe could end the game there, or at least like get 2 racks and set up for Roche. But when you buy back 3 heroes and then you don't really they got the melee racks, I think. That's it. And after that, it becomes very stressful to play.
We talk about stress, right? And we see how T1 were kind of forced to cool their jets a bit, right? Early game was basically just Topson charging in and the fight starting around him. Cuckoo able to just TP in well ahead of the rest of his team out of vision and then just kick off these fights. You know, how many, like, was that a win condition for them? Could they just have kept doing that all game and continue to get pickoffs to win? Or did they need to change things up in that initial first phase of the game?
Wait, for T1?
For T1, yeah.
I mean, they probably just needed to take the fight slightly better. That's like it was almost good, right? Mm-hmm. Like I kind of like it's kind of fun to see how they play. Like they're very, very aggressive, and if they can just farm a little more efficiently, maybe, and like when they go for these very deep pickoffs, they have to like do it a little more cleanly. But like overall, I don't think it's bad. Like that Kuka tipping in there, that can work out. Like slightly different items. Maybe they have Wraith Pact.
Right.
Maybe he gets forced out earlier. Maybe he TPs after BKBs. Like, it's like I think they can pull it off.
Yeah, this dive also pretty instrumental there. VP, they get the buybacks out of T1, but Ember kind of caught unaware, and both supports as well being forced to buyback, which leads into the eventual Roche. I mean, yeah, just a super fun game, to be honest. You know, always against a Morphling, you're tempted to play a little bit more of the tempo game against him. We can see how little Ramses was able to do in that early game, especially because, as you say, he didn't go for the earlier Manta and chose for the Midas.
Yeah. Very nice killing blow here at the end. Just
seriously.
Blinking. I mean, it's a little sloppy by Ramses, but at the same time, you don't even know that he has Ags yet on Disruptor.
And to me, I even missed it in the initial call, but the Hex, I think, actually really ends up catching GPK there. So it's a swift 1-2 blow there to VP, which just about secures the game here in favor of T1. Those are the kinds of initiations they were looking for all game, and it's nice to see that even after they're pushed back a bit by VP, they're able to close out the game in their style, in their very aggressive style that they're pretty much known for, probably.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wish I could watch the T1 every game here.
Yeah, and they looked amazing. Whitemon eventually getting that Ag Scepter online, maybe even surprising VP a little bit towards the end. Maybe they were expecting Topson to get it or something like that. But the Blink Dagger purchased as a result. It means that they're going to be able to end the game basically off of that third Roche's bounty. So a really, really hype game here for T1 is going to get them the win here in 50 minutes. Do you think VP is going to draft a little bit more expecting this kind of lane aggression, or did you think like maybe they were expecting this Undying to do a little bit more work? As I think we can. Would you give MVP to Topson there for his early game lead?
He can get it, sure. He played like really, really well. Like I don't mind, like because the game it's such a crazy game, right? Where everyone does a lot, like they're totally winning, then they're losing. Like Topson goes from like being able to 1-on-5 to just getting doomed and insta killed. But overall, like he played really well.
Yeah, for sure, and he's going to be able to lead them to victory with the mid lane Primal Beast. I suspect that VP might look to ban that hero in the first phase. It seems like, if they had a plan for it, even if the GPK Ember lane looked pretty decent, and GPK did still find a game, it seemed like it still provided way too much momentum for T1.
Yeah, we'll see. GPK, I don't know. Maybe they'll play it again.
Yeah, we'll have to see what VP have in mind, as after that 50-minute game, T1 are going to take us to our first break here of the series. T1, who lead 1-0 versus VP, will be with you shortly after the break.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers for TI11. The team is all in the lobby and ready to go down in Singapore and over up here, just slightly north in KL. We got myself here, Seeking Shark, and Pile ready to bring you the action. It's T1 who will lead VP 1-0 as we approach now for Game 2. This is going to put T1 in a really good position as far as where groups stand now, as they're over in 4-3, still with one match to play. VP, of course, still looking for a win. This is going to be their final match in the group stage. Barring any tiebreakers, of course. What do you think? This is the first time we personally get to cast T1 in both VP. What are your initial thoughts on them, and having casted them? Do you have any surprises from them, Pi?
No, it's kind of what I expected. Like the games I've seen VP win, they end up with refresher orbs and BKBs, and they were almost there. And every T1 game I've seen, they go crazy and they dive, and sometimes they win and sometimes they lose. So yeah.
I've seen a couple of comments refer to the T1 play style as quote-unquote caveman Dota, just kind of run at you, especially with Primal Beast, of course, being more suited from that era. It has been some pretty fun Dota to watch, right? Are you expecting any drafting adjustments here from VP now that we are underway with the draft compared to what they banned in Game 1?
I mean, we'll see. Let's see this Primal here, because they banned Shadow Fiend again on T1, right? Yeah, so let's see if they get rid of Primal or if they don't care. Otherwise, like you have to respect Slark and Faceless Void. Like when you give those as a last pick, I don't know if you should do that.
Okay, and for now, of course, Marcy needing to be contested in every series. After the first round of games, or about halfway through, because they don't all end succinctly, I was looking at stats, and still that hero 100% picked and banned, at least throughout the start of the day and all day yesterday. Do you think, is this hero going to be contested in every single draft here at TI, assuming that there's no balance patch?
I mean, there's going to come a point in like playoffs where people will give it, most likely. I mean, I think it will be banned a lot, though. It will be almost 100% pick/ban, most likely. You never know for sure, though, but that's what I expect.
Yeah, there's always a couple of hidden gems in the meta that teams tend to discover as the event goes on, right? And, well, for T1, that hidden gem is not so hidden because they first picked it basically every single draft in which it's not banned against them, and that'll be the Primal Beast.
Man, I wish... That looks nice, though, to lay down on the floor like that. Okay, yeah, Primal Beast.
Getting ready.
No, I was just thinking back to when I was a TI. If I could lay down on the floor sometimes, that would have been really nice. Anyway, yeah, Primal Beast expected. They give him the Lina treatment, but as you said, right, that Zephyr also sometimes plays this Primal.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see. Like maybe Thompson doesn't want to play this matchup. I'm not sure though. Like maybe he can. Maybe it's fine.
Yeah, he really, squeezed every single bit of aggression out of that hero in the first 15 to 20 minutes of that last game. I think maybe he's rearing to go at it a second time. Lina, potentially the matchup in the mid lane. We should mention, though, that this hero is starting to get picked up a lot more and played as a position 1, and I guess more importantly, laning as a position 1, right? That's a little bit more relevant there. So still some flexibility here within the VP draft. I believe I also saw some core Tiny earlier today. So we're seeing that still in the mid lane. I think it was even Thompson when they were playing their previous series versus Extreme. Of course, I don't know if that one's within VP's wheelhouse.
T1's turn to ban.
T1. Ooh, okay. The mid lane Invoker, likely, of course, for Thompson.
Yeah.
Are you upset with this matchup if you're Lina here? Are VP going to be looking to maybe punish this, or are they going to go ahead and run that Lina mid, you reckon?
I think they'll let a few more picks play out because I think Lina is fine versus. It is annoying though. Like if this is a position for a Primal Beast and you're playing versus Invoker mid with Lina, like you could get absolutely rotated on, and so it could get rough. But I still think it's playable for Lina.
Yep. Out for now. Here you can see Thompson with the Dutch angle getting ready to go. He's probably locked in his hero and. I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of YouTube highlights of this guy as well on the hero, so I'm sure it's going to be a banger of a series no matter what. That does call into question, of course, where this Primal is going to end up laning. Like we said already, Cuckoo and Zephyr have not shied away from the hero, so T1 still very flexible with at least that Primal pick.
Yeah, I mean, I expect it to be position 4, but if it gets a good matchup as offlane, maybe just play it like that.
Something else that I think is a little bit interesting was when I was looking at what teams tend to ban against Virtus Pro, it's generally been the Beastmaster. DM has been quick to pick it up if it's available, and for, I believe, half of the drafts that VP have participated in, the Beastmaster has been banned against them, sometimes even in first phase. But they actually turned to ban it themselves. So I wonder if what that means. Also taking, of course, out the Lone Druid, which they also used to ban against Liquid.
Yeah, no, it makes sense when you think about it, right? Like Slark and Faceless Void being the most popular carries for like the past 2 months, 3 months. Beastmaster does really well against those two, I believe. So like prioritizing that pick. But yeah, it is interesting that VP banned it out. So I'm wondering, instead, do they want a Slark? Like what do they want?
A Doom ban. All of a sudden, the hero going from not contested in day 1 in the first opening games of the TI Last Chance Qualifiers to being contested twice, this time even banned. So they don't want DM to have a recovery mechanism built in, at least one as simple as Doom's.
Yeah.
Like you said, whenever you've seen them play, it was with refreshers, BKBs, sheep sticks, and, well, now you're not going to be able to farm that up with Devour, Midas.
Yeah. No, it was probably quite frustrating last game, where you know, like, you've locked them out of the map almost completely, but there's still this Doom is camping. He's just sitting in this tier 2 tower, farming at 500 GPM. So I just get rid of him.
Pressing 2 buttons a minute.
Yeah.
And still getting equal farm to not quite Cuckoo, but definitely getting more than he deserves out of the map.
Yeah,
being
for sure.
extra efficient with that. So that probably means that T1 are going to maybe look to play the tempo game. You know, if you're getting rid of these heroes with recovery mechanisms or scarier late games, then maybe you want to beat them quicker. As Cuckoo's LC is going to get banned out. Definitely one of the more snowbally offlaners.
Yeah. No, I'm really curious what they're thinking to play as their carry here on VP. With that, because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously Cuckoo can play Beastmaster. I'm pretty sure he can play most heroes. But that's not what I would expect him to end up on here. Okay, Silencer.
I like the Silencer early. He usually puts a big stop to any early aggression. It's a hero that is heavily countered by literally almost every single item that you can build. And a lot of neutral items as well. Some tier 2s, some tier 3s and 4s having dispels built in with Flicker, Witchbane, and I forgot the name of the mini Cyclone one. So with time, he does feel a little bit weaker, but global early with nothing to dispel it and an Arcane Curse against an Invoker, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it is annoying for sure, but at the same time, it's not the strongest hero, especially in lane. Okay, yeah, they just hit him with the Furion again. So now, like, because Silencer doesn't really do anything. Let's say it's Furion Primal Beast here. It's quite easy to just die also to this Primal Beast. When he hits level 3, you're just walking meat, walking gold.
Yeah, and even Lina might be kind of appearing there, especially as with the Nature's Prophet pick, unless we're going to see like a carry NP or a support NP. Probably for Cuckoo, we'll get more information here. Okay, now I'm not so sure, right? Because Talbson did play mid-ench, I think yesterday. I saw a flurry of comments on that. But with the Invoker in the lineup, that's almost certainly his, right?
Yeah, no, it's mid-Invoker and then White One on Ench and Zephyr playing the Primal. 99% sure. Now they're just gonna pick Anna's here.
They're having a laugh.
They're
about
laughing
something.
though. Like maybe
Yeah.
Anna will just play Ench. Honestly, it is play. Like you can't do it.
Get the Sproink eggs up and running. And
they're laughing
be
a little too
untouchable.
much.
Charles, they're definitely very comfortable after what was, like you say, a pretty frustrating game when you've got to be concerned with refreshers and buybacks and double BKBs, double hexes, double dooms. But the way that they ended last game ended up basically perfect according to plan. Well, they're in good spirits here.
Yeah.
No one eliminated from groups, but both of these teams, of course, vying to get maximum points to make sure they can start in that upper bracket for the last chance qualies.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see the matchups coming up soon, right? The groups finishing out here.
Are you tempted to run this Lina safe lane now, or is like the Primal Beast you just onslaughting in too much of a concern to set up kills for you?
No, you just run it mid for sure, especially when you already pick Silencer.
Double range lane probably wouldn't do much to stop the Primal, but maybe a CK can sustain a little bit more and pull in an NP to dish out some damage of his own.
Yeah, no, he can try. And he can also like stop the Primal from going crazy, right? When he starts walking around.
Right, yeah, that's super important, right? Just having a casual stun. I think that's why Morph lanes have tended to be picked quite a bit into Primal. Sven as well, I've seen as a solution with an earlier point in the stun to just get rid of him and increase the gap. Yeah, that's been always a good solution.
I'm really liking T1's draft so far, though. They have a lot of, like, the lanes on the, by themselves look good, but they also have these nice, like, Primal has easy rotations mid. You don't feel too bad. And then, like, eventually Prophet can also TP mid. Like, they can just bring Ench rotating mid. They can just bring 3-4 heroes to the mid lane in, like, 20 seconds. And that is not nice when you're a Lina. And then I'm just looking at this Silencer, right? And I don't know how he responds to anything. Like, just Enchantress picking up a big neutral creep, right? Like, he can't even win that fight. Can't even beat the creep.
And that's the interaction I was bringing up, right? You spoke about 20 heroes coming mid. I'm thinking about 20 creeps coming mid, right? Whereas last game, the T1 supports were great for the kill potential. They didn't really bring a whole lot of push on themselves, and Cuckoo was off kind of farming and getting gold and, farming their own side of the map. This time around, though, with Ench, like you say, grabbing a big creep and Cuckoo joining with a Primal Beast support that can frontline and just onslaught in without having to be too concerned for his well-being because he's support, the push is way faster from T1. They've got some serious objective taking this time around.
Yeah. No, for sure. So we'll see the carry too.
VP, they've got some pretty good wave clear just within the Lina. Their pickoff potential could be very strong with the Tiny looking for tossbacks as well. So
yeah, I mean, so far I honestly don't have that many positives for the VP. They're heroes, like the Lina. If they don't manage to rotate on Lina, she should get really fat. And if Ramses is like gets his last hits, like the Chaos Knight does fine versus Prophet, especially a little later when you get more points in your lifesteal. And it can also go the other way, you're right, with the Tiny rotating faster and killing this Invoker. So like they have a few things going on. But maybe they have a cool last pick coming out too. Like we don't know.
Yeah. I think that's going to need to be something to tie together the draft and the playstyle here for VP. Because especially like an early blink this game for Tiny could be a bit of a game changer. You've got three really great, tossback targets on Invoker, NP, and Ench that I'm seeing. But of course, that all starts from the lane, right? At Tiny, he can, as most heroes for sure, but he can feel super bad playing from behind. Basically, just a little AoE stun is all he offers. And of course, with your Silencer to fall back on, without a blink, it leaves you with barely any playmaking potential. How comes the PA?
Okay. It's okay, I guess.
This is a hero that got like consecutive buffs and a couple of items that buffed her that really made her popular, and then nerfed pretty heavily. It was like tier 1 material for a while, and then after a couple of patches, she's still strong, but not as strong as she used to be, terrorizing pubs.
I wonder if he just go for like an Underlord here. Because he can like respond easily with his ultimate, like join up when they dive. Should do well in lane. I don't know.
Along similar lines, would you also like something like a Dawnbreaker, who can respond as well globally, some heals, a melee laner, very tanky into the PA?
Yeah, it's interesting. And he's a bit of a Timbersaw player too, right? I don't see it banned, so I would assume it's one of those heroes getting picked up.
I like the concept of mobility. It is the Timber. There you go. There you go. Good call here. And that's going to be something to, of course, abuse the very weak laning stage that PAs are going to be notable for.
Yeah. I mean, PA has a lot of damage, and she has easy skill to last it with, so usually she's fine, but it's the same with Timber, right? Like, eventually, when he gets 2 or 3 points in armor, he just starts right-clicking you, and then when he hits 6, it gets really difficult to stay there.
And I think we're in for a pretty exciting early game, I guess, right out of the lanes. As soon as Timber hits 6, as you're saying, and PA gets booted to the jungle, tower eventually taken. I'm looking at like maybe 9 to 15 minutes, right, where this Timber and Tiny probably go hunting into the jungle. Whitemon and probably Zephyr are going to be looking to stand in their way and kick off some fights to allow Cuckoo to TP in. Like, I could see things getting really, really, really scrappy here, like very quickly out of the laning stage. And that personally quite excites me for, if nothing else, a very entertaining game too.
Yeah. No, I think DM has potential there to like have a really cool Timber game. Lots of farm and big impact.
What's going to be like the biggest problem for him? Like, what's like the biggest hurdle for him to get over, other than maybe, yeah, of course, getting the experience he needs to get up to level 6? But is he concerned at all for like the control of a Quaswex Invoker, burning his mana?
No,
like
for
that?
sure. It's just the entire like, because if they get all the rotations working out, the Primal goes mid, they kill this Lina, Urn charges come up. Like the Invoker is kind of free farming there. He gets a Spirit Vessel, then like the whole lineup can just collapse from VP. So yeah, there are things to be scared of, but there's also potential to have a really nice game.
And now the most important question here, Pi. Who's going to be the first player with a triple kill this match?
I'm not sure. Let's say DM, the Timbersaw.
You know, I was also thinking DM myself. But I'll be a little bit of a Topson fan. I'll select Topson myself. I want to see some Raging Fury Invoker here.
All right. Okay, smoke on smoke here at the start. Oh my god, what will happen?
Oh no, they're going all the way around each other. Yeah, seems to be the case. I think their smoke didn't break. I think it just timed out as they smoked earlier out of the fountain. That's going to allow T1 to pass by unnoticed here. They'll get a really deep ward in, and maybe start getting a good idea if there's any stacks operating here. Try and contest.
30 seconds to battle.
VP, of course, they're not completely unaware. They definitely know something's up. They didn't see anyone in the enemy triangle, and they got a free ward down as well. But as to where the enemies are actually hiding, well, T1's going to get the first glimpse of an enemy hero.
Yeah, I don't think they knew, though. They definitely didn't know there were 5 heroes up there. But...
We'll take a look as VP holding the Radiant high ground. Cuckoo doing a good job here scouting with the Treants. That'll give him enough. Yeah, that'll give them enough of information for them to feel comfortable with the jump. Arcane Curse. Trample actually still comes up by Zephyr. Okay. A little bit of extra damage, but otherwise just some spells tossed, some stick charges gained, and everyone's healthy and off to lane they go.
Okay.
This kind of feels like a lot of what this laning stage is going to be. If Zephyr can just get on top of Hakoda, just a lot of Hakoda getting smacked by the Primal Beast.
Yeah, and I mean, they're all... Both carries are showing up late to lane here, so the offlaner should have a really good time.
Mid lane, though, off to a decent start. GPK is going to shove the creeps under tower, making it slightly difficult for Topson to deal with, but he does very well under tower here. Actually, no, he doesn't get any of the
last hits.
No last hits.
At least full experience, though.
Radiant's courier has been killed. No, you don't.
It's always a problem here. Usually, Invoker's able to out-sustain a lot of harass-heavy enemy mid laners, but the damage for not going for those exhort orbs, is where he tends to struggle.
You can see a funny thing here. Yamich is pulling the lane, and Whitemon is pulling the creeps.
Oh, and you got the range creep.
Yep.
Tossing the avalanche over. Good deny. However, how is this affecting the two side laners? Ana and DM just high-fiving in the meantime. They're having a good time.
Yeah. It's gonna get the lane in a slightly better position, but nothing too much.
So tell me, what's the idea behind a lane pool? You know, you're very high on our rank 150, position 5. What's the idea here, and why is Yamich or Whitemon? Why are they so keen to contest each other?
No, it's just... It's a big part is switching where the creeps meet up. Like, you want the creeps next to the tower for your Timbersaw. And it's also just not a nice lane at the start here. Level 1 Timber, level 1 Tiny versus the Ench and the PA. It's just not very pleasant. So even though things got crazy, I'm pretty sure this is still pretty good for VP. Like, all these creeps pushing in.
It is 2 full waves for Ana, though. Yamich was really unable, of course, being a melee slow hero with no armor, so unable to really contest. And Whitemon now doing double duty here as he harasses. But it looks like already in position is Yamich ready to skip another wave. But Ana's going to get 2 full waves, 3 almost under tower.
I mean, it's too many waves, to be honest. You're going to take a lot of damage.
We'll see how many of these he can get. There's a flag bearer creep as well pushing on in. Tier 1 tower taking chip damage as Ana's tanking just a bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Melee hero though, so he's got that damage block built in. He's taking a lot of. He's only got 3 stick charges here. In the meantime, Whitemon's kind of doing some 1v2 work, especially with the Harpy Stormcrafter on his side.
Yeah, they're being a little too weird and scared of VP. Like, just farm it. Farm this. Get level 3 on Timber here.
Such a big whip. I mean, look, that's a healing salve committed there by Ana. Yamich, yeah, he's going to use the avalanche to cancel it and even get a deny off in the midst of this. As Whitemon's got to pull the creeps off the tower. Last hitting beats this far behind. I don't know why. I tend to see this much more on on Dire side than I do on Radiant.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, especially before it was easier to pull when you were Radiant. They made it a bit more even now, though.
with the entertaining laning phase. DM getting a bit aggressive here. Max stacks of level 2 reactive armor is now 20. Of course, those numbers slightly adjusted, so not to worry. He's not in a completely unkillable state right now. But bottom lane, no, they refuse to let it settle into normalcy. DM's going to pull another way. But let's look at some other lanes, shall we?
Yeah. Yeah, Ramses Deeper is pushing in their top lane. I think it should be free now for... Preferably you want level 3 on Viper, on Primal before you rotate. Okay, Tiny going mid actually.
Oh yeah? This could be big. There's an avalanche. And enough mana for the toss back. Underneath the tower goes Thompson. They're going to fortify the Dire Wave, and Thompson is going to be killed off. Good Ghost Walk invoked, but not fast enough there, or even faster, I should say, was Yamich on the Sentry Ward, as they also get a kill top lane.
Under tower.
Wow.
Very unfortunate. Like, VP, this is a dream start for them right here.
Things looking pretty good for VP, like you say. The only one to start suffering slightly is DM with all these wave shenanigans. As far as levels, he's a whole level behind Ana, thanks to Whitemon kind of leaving the lane, but he's about to get some creeps under his tower now that there's double ranged, so he'll get a little bit more experience for himself.
Yeah. No, it's getting real awkward, because right now, VP in their safe lane with Sakoda and Ramses, they can just go on this Prophet, I think. Okay, Zephyr at least hit level 3, so now his trample deals some damage.
It's going to be significant. Having the Arcane Curse as a move speed slows is real nice to have in this specific interaction, as well as, of course, the casual stun from CK, right? So it does feel like Zephyr might struggle a little bit to get some action up here in the top lane, but so long as he protects Cuckoo and is able to, get him some creeps, I'd be happy.
I mean,
6-minute rune time.
Yeah, I get this Timbersaw pick more and more now too, because it definitely frees up the Tiny. Like, the Tiny is just camping mid. Like, maybe they'll get him again here.
Oh, yeah, the toss back successful. Laguna Blade, not enough damage actually there. Thompson so far alive. The onslaught ought to condemn Yamich, and the Cold Snap will do just that.
Oh my God.
And a kill there. Look at that on the GPK. As Whitemon and Zephyr both rotate on through.
But he threw the Dragon Slave and got Thompson.
He did. Did he get XP for it?
Yeah.
He did, right? Yeah, because he died after. And neither mid laner alive to claim the 6 minutes power rune is going to leave, of course, probably the rotations a little bit more static. But Thompson not too displeased by that. They did really... they've been nerfing Urn a little bit consistently. The most recent nerf was a cast range nerf.
Oh my God, GPK is getting the haste runner. Wow, that's...
Wow.
Zephyr should definitely pick that up.
Yeah, I guess instead he's planted this deep ward here behind the tower, so maybe they're going to be looking to make some aggressive moves with that vision. Cuckoo top lane, though, in some trouble as the Chaos Bolt's going to connect. Arcane Curse on top of the last word, and that's an easy kill for Ramses. His second kill there in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Okay, going on Tiny mid there, but there's a Lina with haste behind you.
Yeah, Whitemon's going to struggle. Good toss back, actually, as Laguna Blade off cooldown already. He's going to condemn Whitemon. Having to fight the tomato creep instead, however, should get Zephyr out of here in time and safely.
Yeah, very interesting build on the Lina. 2 points in Fire Soul, no points in his stun. Quite cool. DM is having a dream game here, hitting 6. Ana might die, or he has to get out somehow.
Not enough mana right now for the Timbersaw is the only downside, but of course he can continue to tank tower. He can continue to just run at Ana for as long as he pleases here, essentially with Vanguard already online. He's gonna do just that. Timber Chain at the ready. Oh, there's also a Chakram good to go. What is DM going to choose to do here? In all, though, it's annoying for Ana, isn't it? As he's not really getting too much free CS under here, at least as much as he'd like. And the entire time, Tower taking chip damage as DM tanks for the wagon. It still has vision of him as well. He's pulled the creep on over. Tower's not going to kill the wagon. It needed that third shot in, and DM packed still to maxed reactive armor stacks.
Yeah, Ana is managing to get as much as possible here, though. So.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, honestly, but I think this tower's going to go here with the first wagon, by the looks of things.
No, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. Mid lane, though, is where T1 have focused their attention. They're going to leave Ana to fend for himself. And maybe look for more kills here. I don't think Lina, yeah, she's already moving into the jungle, but T1 have her underneath the ward, so they know that Yamich is quite isolated. They've yet to see an LSA yet, and they won't, as there's still no skill point in it. In goes Thompson, looking for his first 2 earn charges.
Oh, TP mid on GPK.
They're going in, actually, onto GPK, who lives. Wand charges, and the infused raindrops. The toss actually puts Kuku under the tower. GPK can't do much, though, as of course, without a stun and with no mana, he doesn't want to be here. Hakoda TP's in, but he's actually going to die. So Thompson, at the end of the day, gets his earn charges, still does lose his Primal Beast, but might look to pick up a tower in the meantime.
Yeah, and you can see Ana poking up his face here, showing up to the mid lane. This is good though. The good though that they're picking up this tower, because the game is spiraling a little bit out of control there. They definitely needed this.
Primal. Top lane with the onslaught. Tower mid's going to fall, but Ramses, is he going to go with it? Looking for the TP out, and without the point in Pulverize, he's off and away. No crits out from Ana. And now we finally do have the point in LSA here for GPK at level 8. He's lost his mid-tier 1 tower with essentially 1 siege. That's how powerful the push is really threatening from T1. But DM, pardon me, is completely free. I think he's possibly gotten the best start he could have hoped for, to be honest.
Yeah, he's extremely farmed. And I don't see how you stop him. Like, and he's gonna go for the tier 2 tower. He was tipping down at Kuku. I don't know. Can you stop this, or are you just gonna feed?
They're at least going to get 1 tool in their belt, as unfortunately, who would have thought, Timbersaw cuts down trees. Kuku, not a big fan of this. Yep, he's going to at least clear a wave and then get out safely. He does take down that wagon, and that was crucial. But top lane, they're going to lose Whitemon, and maybe now Ana in trouble as Ramses got the Phantasm Illusions. There's a pretty good Wrath of Nature, but Ana, he needs more support, and there's simply none of it in time. Zephyr maybe in range with an onslaught, but wouldn't have really changed the outcome of that.
Yep, no, VP playing really well. This mid tower going down, it's very hard to stop when T1 commit every hero for it, so kinda just have to deal with that. But everything else they should be extremely happy with.
I wonder what if DM's gonna try and get another wagon onto that tower bottom as one's marching down in the lane. He's gonna let this tower die or let this tower creep. I'm just always thinking about tower pushes for DM. Top lane though, Hakoda is gonna die, free kill for Ana. This Invoker almost at a full vessel. He needs about another 2 creep waves worth of gold more for the recipe. But that'll be maybe a tool in their tool belt to actually deal with this Timbersaw, or at least push him away from the tower that he's been constantly shoving in.
Yeah, give them some potential to kill him.
Smoke though from T1. Looks like they're going to make a play onto the Lina. Ice wall. Oh, they look like they tried to push him into it with the onslaught, but they actually didn't get off the trample. The toss back to the creep wave, but not out of range there for the Pulverize. Thompson is going to get the kill, but not before the Laguna Blade at least comes out in his dying breath. GPK turns and will zap the Primal Beast. Arcane Curse, not enough damage from it to secure the kill. And it's going to be 2 more charges in the urn then for the Invoker.
Yeah, DM is doing his thing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he is. Needs to start tanking for it. I don't know, can you tank a tier 2 tower with Vanguard and level 2 reactive?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you can, but you'll take damage.
Yeah, and now he's gonna regen up and let the creeps do the work for him. A scan on scan action here as T1 turn their heads towards bottom lane. VP as well, rotating some supports in and are looking to try and establish a foothold here. Hakoda with a nice ward as well. He is going to ping towards the mid lane, but and even plants a ward here in between tier 1 and tier 2. So I think VP with their wards kind of, showing us what they want their next moves to be.
Yeah. Kuku not having that dream game. I'm pretty sure he's been very farmed every other Furion game he's played. In this game, there's not really any space for him. At least not yet. He's going for a Falcon Blade. Quite strange.
I guess just a stat-efficient item, right, for the money, and in hopes that it'll keep him alive a bit longer to do some fighting.
Yeah, I guess.
I generally don't see that one either. I was looking through some of the Kuku games. It's been a hero that he's been spamming quite a bit in pubs on his Dota 2 Pro tracker, but See if I can pull up what his builds have been. Sometimes an early BKB, sometimes Maelstrom, but of course those are pub games, and this is a little bit of a different setting. Especially when you've had it as difficult a laning stage as he has. Not every game, like you're saying, you see a Nature's Prophet core at the bottom
smoking here.
tables.
Finding the timing.
And that's the reveal of the Vessel. Cuckoo as well getting involved in the kill. And look how T1 are playing, right? Complete opposite side of the map as Ana. So they're buying him a lot of time. And his laning stage wasn't that bad. He did a real commendable job, I have to say. And this Battle Fury is going to be very well timed.
Yeah. No, he's definitely, like, having Ana up here in the net worth with a Phantom Assassin, it's like you're still feeling like you're playing a Dota game now. Like, you're okay. And Thompson, like, not having the best game, but he's still doing okay.
He's chugging along nicely, and soon that Midas is going to into his inventory. GPK making sure he gets the kill, committing for the Laguna Blade on the Primal, who had about 10 HP at the time. And over in the jungle, an Arcane Curse, likely not to save Hakoda, but maybe teammates will. Ramses and GPK, good. And now a DM. Yep, the Laguna Blade, sorry, make that the LSA is going to miss, but GPK doesn't with his auto attacks. 2 kills for him.
Okay, so, no, because my biggest question here is, like, how do you make yourself useful as a Furion here? So he bought his Falcon Blade and is queuing up a mech. So I was thinking kind of something similar, like maybe instead of the Falcon Blade even you go for a Vladimir, like you try to get Wraith Pact, get some sort of teamfight items.
Go for a couple of the auras. Yeah, maybe even, oh, well, hold on. As Yamage, saved by the LSA momentarily, fighting through this one, would have died to the Vessel anyway, just trying to do some lasting damage, maybe giving them an opening to turn, but no, such opening exists. Thompson simply secures the kill, and there's the first point, second now make it in Exort. So he's starting this transition, and fairly standard Quaswex opening into Hand of Midas into points in Exort, so good stuff there out from Thompson.
Yeah. No, his game is pretty good, and it would have been even better if not for that. Like, it's already annoying to play versus Lina, but then you get that tiny rotation once, and it's really annoying. But he should be feeling happy. Like, the only one who's struggling is the Furion. Everyone else is... It's kind of getting what they want.
Yep, and of course this entire time, right, Ana did get his about 13-minute or so Battle Fury, so in the background he's going to continue farming. Just keep your eye on his net worth as that continues to climb. Big pull action down bottom though for Hakoda is not going to save him here. Again, gets off a last word, Arcane Curse. He's going to die here, and kill goes toward Thompson. What do you think Thompson's item is going to be here, by the way? I only ask because a lot of the times with this build, you generally see him eventually get into the Ag Scepter.
Oh wait, look at this Cuckoo being...
Yeah, once again, same as before, right?
Oh, he only got 1 camp though. They got the Ancients.
Oh, he actually didn't get the hard camp either, unfortunately. Looks like he microed them away.
Alright, not that cool though.
Yeah, well, good effort.
Yeah. Thompson's item build? Yeah, I'm not sure. Midas, and then what does it people do? Do we still go Ags?
Sometimes
Probably
Ags,
not.
that's what I was... Yeah, not in this game, right? That's what I was thinking. The setup is almost non-existent, it seems like.
Yeah, maybe more of a BKB, Blink, Shivas, or Hex, something like that.
I was thinking along similar lines. We'll see what he decides to queue up, but he's almost got enough money now for that Hand of Midas. We haven't spoken much, pardon me, about Ramses here either. He just got his Echo Saber delivered, and maybe Thompson's here to deliver him some death, but a global from Hakoda to turn this. Yamech, he's still 1k away from the Blink Dagger, so the follow-up is a bit lacking, but they'll at least be able to follow up now onto Zephyr. That's a Blink Dagger for GPK, by the way. As he blinks in to be in range for the LSA, they'll take down Whitemon and Zephyr, and that'll send Thompson scattering. That is not something I expected from this mid lane Lina. It's a spellcaster Lina then, is it?
Yeah, it is. He's, I mean, I don't know. I've tried to do this twice in pubs now, the spellcasting Lina. And, yeah, I don't think I've quite done the correct build, so I'm interested to see, like, a real Lina player do it.
Yeah, and we'll see how that one turns out for him. I like how you say a real Lina player.
Well, I can play position 5 Lina, but you don't get to get that many items. I have one game, you know, I get Ags and stuff, but he's going early Blink, going early Ag Shard, which I think is correct, and then he has queued up a Glimmer Cape, so I'm just very interested to see how he does this.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, the support Lina used to be a much better thing back when she had that cast range on LSA, but then all those got removed, and we basically said goodbye to Lina for a while. Returning now, of course, as one of the predominant mid laners at the moment. Hakoda, top lane. That's another item we don't see a ton of. This casual Medallion of Courage for the Ench, as Zephyr's going to go ahead and onslaught in for the kill.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, VP are kind of AFK right now. They're just... Everyone's just trying to get items.
Okay, farm in, and lots of vision as well in this bottom lane. Like, they've got wards set up to make moves, but not really on that side of the map. And now over on their side of the map is where we're going to likely see Ramses just die. That's an early jump in there from Ana as well, who gets involved. Kill goes to Zephyr.
Yeah. No, it's because every core on VP, it's just been farming, right? And it can be fine, but like you'll get a later dagger on the Tiny for sure, because he's also been trying a bit to farm to get a stagger. Yeah. And then like, wow, is the silencer supposed to like make moves? I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's been making space at least, and I guess giving intel whenever enemy heroes charge into him to kill him. And that's about space enough here for DM to get his item online. That's a Lotus Orb. He actually did a cool little trick where you disassemble the Vanguard.
Yeah.
So he's going to hold on to this VIP booster later. Might turn into an Aeon Disc at some stage of the game. But for now, of course, he's going to be going for other items.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely learned something. Oh, wait, they have a smoke coming here. Let's see. No dagger on Tiny yet, though, so a little
I was about
awkward.
to say. We're so close to this dagger. Instead, it's just Blink and Aetherlands on lead up, but that's a catch. Oh, but not if Thompson lifts you all. Yamich is down a bit sooner, but likely won't change the course of this one. They are going to be swiftly rebuked as Cuckoo TP's on almost no HP. Nearly dead. The mech doesn't get off, and GPK blinks away in time. The global silence to cover his retreat, and at least it's something here for VP.
Yeah, but this Phantom Assassin is becoming quite scary. Top net worth, and like I don't see how you stop her. Like she's gonna get exactly whatever she wants.
So looking good right now for T1. I think, especially as you say, with BKB, Deso, and then soon this Ag Shard applying the break and a percentage-based damage online shortly. That is going to start tearing through some of these very, very tanky heroes.
Yeah.
But Yamich, we'll see what can change for him. He's hoping to get a bounty. Oh, he gets a bounty. That's almost enough money now for his Blink dagger, but he still needs a couple more creeps. I was expecting the smoke on the Blink. I thought he even had Blink.
Yeah.
I'm glad you corrected me there.
No, I mean, you expect that smoke to come with the Blink, but they only smoked 3 heroes, and yeah, I don't know, that was a very optimistic smoke. PA already had BKB, like, I think they should be happy that they ran into Thompson and not Ana. I killed them all.
And now it's T1 who decide to make a 3-man smoke play. They're going to catch a glimpse here of DM, but he's actually going to Timber Chain away, because of course now you could hear the onslaught noise from Fog. One of the biggest nerfs, I think, to Primal, but I think a fair one. Ward from White Man. It's VP looking to defend. There's a Tiny with Blink Dagger on his courier coming his way, but it's not going to be here for this fight, at least the start of it. This White Man is going to be killed off. Kill goes towards Hakoda. Zephyr is camping a pretty interesting spot here. Looking to turn now, especially with Ana. He's going to get out Alacrity and BKB. The damage, not nearly enough, but as soon as he comes out of Phantasm, he is nuked down. Ana looking for a second. Doesn't have a basher yet, so DM is able to escape with Timber Chain for the time being. But now, Yamich, oh, Blink's still on courier for this fight. So frustrating for VP. What could have been?
No, for sure. And very good by T1 to back off there and not go for more. I feel like their style would be to kind of overplay their hand there and maybe feed, but they play discipline, BKB runs out and they back off. And yeah, this PA, I don't know, she's just... Thompson has put the Alacrity on her and she's gonna have her death so soon, yeah. Like people, like you see that Chaos Knight, right? It's a strength carry. Oh.
Zephyr.
Yeah.
Chased. Just a kill on a support if they can muster it, and Arcane Curse will get the job done.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of wondering, like, they need some way to dispel this Ana hero, right? If he's got this bonus attack speed from Phantom Strike on top of Alacrity, like, oh my goodness, I don't want to be fighting him.
Yeah.
But then he's got BKB. Like, what do you do?
No, because it's getting to that point. Like, usually when you're Timber or Chaos Knight, right, you can play a little more in the front. But I don't think Ana cares who he goes on. He'll go on anyone and they'll die. And that's it's very hard to play versus a PA when the game is in that stage.
They've even, Cuckoo has stepped in, especially compared to last game, right? He's stepped into a much more support-focused role. Is now going for that Vlad's offering, but wanted the mech up first, so he can always TP in and provide some immediate burst heals. And early on, that mechanism can really do a lot to turn a fight.
Yeah. No, I think this is what you have to do. There's not enough farm on the map for him to also get stuff. So yeah, you just do this. Just have a mech, and yeah, you're looking kind of like a position 5 Furion, but I think it's fine.
I agree. I think it's just fine, especially because now as Thompson becomes a bit greedier on the Exort Invoker, he's got BOTs,
okay,
and then
look at the smoke here now. Blink Dagger, can they get him? No, he gets the BKB
in time. And now what? Now what? That's the Blink reveal as well from Yamich. That's gone poorly. They're actually going to leave him to Whitemon to kill him. There's going to be Global Silence as GPK jumped over by Ana and finished off Thompson with the kill as well onto Yamich, using an early point in Sunstrike to get the job done there. And that's just gone disastrously.
Yeah. Yeah. they tried. Like sometimes that Avalanche doesn't let you get BKB off quite that fast, but it's quite random. I've had times where I can't BKB at all, and sometimes the BKB goes off immediately, so he probably had to toss. Yeah. They had to try to blow him up.
Guarantee the lockdown.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not what he did there, and now with Adesso online for PA, into the pit she goes. No need for a little bit of alacrity there to get the job done, but now bolstered by an Aegis. Ana is a real moving threat here on the map. You know, Ramses and GPK and even DM have done well to keep, you know, good farm. It's really just Cuckoo the one to suffer. It's merely, you know, in air quotes here, Pi, it's merely a 1k net worth lead for T1, but the game doesn't really feel like that, does it?
It feels very difficult.
They go. Oh, here's Ana. Okay, in they go, and down he goes. Cuckoo even looking for a +1 onto Hakoda, who's out of mana, so he's been bullied out of the fight. Thompson, though, focused and killed off by Ramses and GPK, but Ana is going to strike back and get some vengeance there for his fallen teammate. Now, though, Ramses, can he get actually some damage in onto Ana? That becomes the question. The onslaught, though, from Zephyr is going to interrupt things, so Ramses, the BKB, is going to go ahead and fight on up. DM on top of the PA, gets the first life, and also cuts through Zephyr in one swift stroke.
He has BKB up, though. Yeah.
Does, and is going to use it, fighting into Ramses now. He's already cleared the Phantasm illusions. DM trapped inside the trees, going to go ahead and a swift whirling death to get out of trouble. And a good hold, I want to say, from VP. I think that's a big move. They are going to lose the Lina towards the start of that fight, but they also equalize on the Aegis.
Yeah, no, that was good. That was good. They quickly picked off Thompson, and then he still had like a 10-second cooldown on his BKB on PA, so couldn't get anything done.
On the respawn, though, it's going to be VP who are unable to punish and get the second life, but we'll still be happy with that as we'll take another look at how that one kicked off. There's that alacrity we talked about. Unfortunately, the alacrity not put to best use. You can see by the time he jumps and gets the kill, it's still useful for the kill on the GPK, so yeah. I retract that statement.
And I'm curious here, because he comes in there with Primal, and I think either doesn't press BKB or the BKB is on Courier. Because like if he has BKB there, the fight is probably quite different.
Yeah, good scout, good scout. Zephyr now carrying the BKB in his active inventory, ready to be used. But T1, again, they're going to be sent back to their side of the map and looking for some farm. VP, though, definitely still acknowledging the team that they're playing against. GPK nor Hakoda showing on this wave. You can see how far GPK is farming from the trees with the Dragon Slave. Yeah. T1 now making some moves towards the top side of the map. VP, though, they've got some good ward coverage in this area. So they'll do well to stay out of the way of this.
But even though, like, VP haven't really done anything, but they have at least kept up in farm. So now they have 3 fat cores. Okay, Thompson. Ooh.
In fact, if you want to fight into this one, Thompson is going to reveal himself now onto the Tiny, keep that Blink Dagger on cooldown with Ana swiftly cutting him down here. It's going to be a buyback. So VP, they like the looks of this fight. Global as well is going to cancel Zephyr through his BKB, but broken and being scattered is DM. He does get the Lotus off to disply the break, but Ana is broken through the backlines. He is just free here. Ramses looking for a stun onto him, stacking the stunts very nicely, but it's not going to stop Ana. He's still going to make that jump in. DM needs a little bit more damage, and with the Whirling Death, gets the kill. Maybe Zephyr could be next, but the Sunstrike finds damage, and the healing salve's not enough. A big play there, but it's DM who's going to chop through a second now, and he's out for blood. He wants Thompson, who initiated the fight with Ghostwalk, doesn't even have it invoked, quite confident in fighting versus this DM Timber, and for good reason. He's got Whitemon to back him up. Hakoda's got a TP away, and I think DM's going to do that as well to disengage from this fight. A 3 for 2, but a slightly better fight there for T1.
Yeah, you can see a little problem here for the PA when she runs out of BKB. They're quite lucky that they always manage. They're really fast at catching GPK. But I'm a little worried if GPK gets to live in these fights for like 30 more seconds, it could get quite difficult. So they gotta keep this up at killing him immediately when it shows.
Yeah. I mean, and credit to Ana as well, right? Like you're saying, they're just always being on the prowl, always ready. He's jumping in on the first person that's getting disabled, usually by Thompson, and then he's just kind of lingering in the area under Blur, daring Lina to show herself. And then you've got the Onslaught. I mean, it's some really good coordination here from T1. They're definitely on the same pages in these fights, but like you're saying, VP, they've got pretty good equal farm on all the cores. Cuckoo, you know, for all the auras that he's bringing right now and a little bit of burst heal, just simply isn't doing as much as he would have done with his last items games.
Yeah, no, for sure. So it'll be interesting. It's gonna come down. Roche is still far away, so we'll see what the teams cook up here in the meanwhile.
Ana as well going for, I think it was slightly more favored Phantom Strike cast range talent here at 15. They did make that adjustment and reduce the blur evasion talent that used to be on the 20 talent for the PA.
Yeah.
And that allowed her to fight really easily, especially if you didn't have any sort of mechanism at hitting her. The reason I bring this up is because Ramses is getting ready to adjust for this. He's got Mage Slayer, which builds into the Bloodthorn, and that'll allow him to get True Strike onto this Phantom Assassin if, you know, he's going to end up 1v1ing her.
Oh, they have this Tinker Ward. They see GPK. I wonder if they can catch her.
Well, Thompson's already making haste towards that area. He's needed Cold Snap, EMP, Invoked. And there's the jump Cuckoo as well from behind in case there were any reinforcements. Lina is going to activate that Flame Cloak. Pretty tanky, you know, from all the magic damage, we should say. That does give you some more resist, but surrounded by 3, she was going to be dead 10 out of 10 times there.
It's actually a little sloppy. You should be thinking about that ward, but I mean, it's not totally expected.
Ramses? He's getting torn apart by Ana right now. There's going to be a stun. Cuckoo as well joining this fight. There's the global. Does allow Ramses to blink away with a good armlet toggle. I think Zephyr, he might look for more. He's smoked up, and the rest of T1 not too far behind him. As Yamech is going to be on the cliff here, breaking smokes. Counter initiation is good, but Zephyr still goes off the BKB. He's pulverizing here now around Yamech for the kill. Sunstrike was searching, I think, for Ramses. I'm not sure, but it wasn't on the mark. Okay, Thompson's already hit a great one this game. We still have one for the highlights.
Yep. Yeah, really good for them. I mean, that's just a very fortunate kill you get there on the Lina, sitting under a ward for 1 minute.
Just trying to push out those waves.
Yeah.
T1, yeah. If not for the Tinker, I mean, the Tinker ward just shows that they're aware of this play that Lina has to make, right?
Yeah.
They're just a step ahead. They know where she wants to be playing around on the map, and if it wasn't for the Tinker ward, it seems like T1 definitely would have made a play there at some stage to just camp a wave and, you know, get ready to jump her from fog. But
no, it's very difficult to catch her though. Her flying around with her flame cloak and with blink dagger. So I mean, that was just a very nice kill to get, a freebie, so to speak.
I've got to be honest with you, I haven't seen a ton of the magic damage Lina. I've seen plenty of Lina, especially in the first banning phase. But even the Linas that have snuck through, it's been mostly physical. So I'm really excited to see this you know, heavy magic commitment, especially so early.
Catching Zephyr.
Yeah, it doesn't have BKB, and there's an Acceptor for DM, so the double Chakram here tearing right through him allows him to pick up that kill with ease. Cuckoo split pushing the top wave with a big wave as well here, actually supported even by the Forge Spirits, picks up a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about this. He's going Skadi on PA. Can't be that bad. Like he wants the Lina not to be able to just run away when he's hitting her. Also reducing lifesteal and like regen on Timber, it's decent. I was thinking more maybe he would want to go Satanic here, but let's see. Maybe it's good.
I'm just looking at Silencer's items as well. Nothing too crazy, right? Just to go Scepter, Force Staff. Force Staff might be a big difference maker here against someone like a PA. Makes it quite easy to you know, kite him around, or kite around the PA that is. But even with the Blink Dagger, even with Flame Cloak and now Ag Scepter and Aether Lens, you know, Lina sometimes still getting found and jumped is, I have a feeling, not really the way that they expected this matchup to be going here so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, GPK has to be careful. Because I feel like if he can get to live through the BKB of PA, he can clean up like almost the entire fight.
Oh, Yamech, he's going to catch a glimpse of enemy heroes there on the cliff ward to the left. T1 are promptly going to know that it's smoked up. This smoke here timed with Roche. The VP know that they've got to fight into this one. Whitemon as well is going to make the jump, or he's going to be the one jumped, and with the Luna Blade, he is killed off. Ramses dispelled of the break. So he gets lifesteal through this one, but they're onto Ana here. Oh, but the mech heal, Global Silence here prevents him from actually casting any spells. Really good cast there by Hakoda, and that's going to force T1 back. DM, oh, he's got the double chakram right on top of Ana, who has no BKB. They need a little bit more damage, and Ramses does not miss. Gets the kill. Down to Cuckoo next from the high ground as well. It's GPK who claims it, stands his ground. That time VP with a great cast there on the Global Silence are going to absolutely clean up. That's a boulder hurled out from Zephyr, but it's not going to change his fate. He is killed off. The good news for T1 is that Roche isn't up, but GPK lives through a fight, and look at the difference it made.
Yeah, I mean, it is also, they were walking up the death ramp. Like when they remade this map, right? And you saw like this new dire ramp. It's definitely the scariest part of the map to walk up on. And yeah, they kind of just got stuck down there, silenced. Like a bunch of sheep.
Oh, okay, what a stun though. I mean, Thompson's invis, and GPK is just going to simply fly away. But good prediction there, at least putting the fear of God into Thompson.
Yep. No, this global is quite a problem. Like if the silencer gets to chill and just watch this PA, globaling after he BKBs is pretty huge.
Yeah, he's caught Zephyr with it once as well, right? Which actually instantly interrupted a pulverize. Oh, this could be big. There's a DD in the river, and Roche is up in 20.
Yeah, oh, it's huge.
We're taking a look at that last fight, but you can see them just scattering away, trying to survive. Not even the ice wall is going to be able to save the PA there. But yeah, I mean, this ramp is super scary, right? Especially with the ward that VP had and the angle of approach that T1 ended up taking. They just get completely caught, basically up the creek without a paddle.
No, so yeah. So basically, PA has to go before the global, before she BKBs. So she has to use Phantom Strike before she BKBs, basically. Which could be, it's not that easy. Especially since Whitemon, this is no puppy Ench, you know? Like, this Ench is level 11, 32 minutes in. He has okay items, but, like, it would be nice if he had at least level 2 untouchable.
Yeah.
So you could live a little more. Because he...
Or treads for some more damage. Oh, he's going to be absolutely, I mean, goodbye, deleted.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. And, well, he scouts the DD rune, which just expires there on Ramses. The Swift D ward as well makes this area a bit harder to breach here for T1. They've got buyback on the hero. But yeah, you're right. It's not a hero that's going to scale. Speaking of heroes that scale on supports, Silencer as well, much to the same regards, also went for the Arcane Boots, you know, not the Dragonlance style we used to see days ago. Very much a spellcaster, right? In fact, he's got the Refresher Orb in his quick buy. So that lets us know what he thinks about him going right-clicker this game.
Yeah, I know, but his spells at least do stuff, you know? Enchantress spells, they don't really do anything, unless you can at least live through the first burst. Like, you want to bait spells and stuff. That's what you want to do, but when your game is looking like this, you can't really do it. And he doesn't even have full points in impetus, right? So... Okay, just manning up on the Roche. Interesting.
Yeah, BKB, Scotty, and Deso with 10 stacks of damage on it. There's a Wraith Pact ready to be used by Cuckoo. And it tops in with just a Blink Dagger as his new item. Has queued up the Scythe of Ice, however. Yep. Brutally interrupting this Roche attempt, as there's going to be a big rune. Thompson eager to snatch that one up immediately into the inventory and activated there the Arcane Rune. GP smoking around the side as DM's played plenty of Ags Lab. You're not going to catch him with that, Brock. So GPK leading the team, trying to maybe sneak across the river here.
Okay,
but the jump on it of DM, he's just completely alone. There's going to be the global signs, but Anna this time, he's going to be able to dispel it. No targets to immediately jump on as Ramses is actually tearing through Cuckoo. The tornado is going to lift up onto only one. Ramses still alive, and from beyond the Roche pit, GPK with range nukes down Anna. No damage remaining for T1 in the fight. Now they're sent scattering here as DM on the chase with a double chakram doing so much damage. Zephyr slowed to a crawl. The toss there is going to be able to locate Whitemon. GPK blinking forward, sustains through the fight with enough mana. Thompson doing what he can here with a nice knockback there on the Deafening Blast and the meatballs, but DM's got an idea of where he's at.
Yeah, keeping him with the Tiny too.
Continue to chase, and underneath a Sentry Ward, he will be the last to fall here, Pi. It's a full team wipe in exchange for Ramses, and Roche, half HP.
Yeah. No, I think he even blows his BKB there to kill the Timbersaw, but DM knows what's up. He saved buyback, buys back instantly, and even though like the VP don't get to initiate on the best target, like they kind of go on Furion. Like they just have too much damage, and with no BKB on PA, she just melts.
Yeah, well, look at it here, right? Yep. Like here, you see Global come out, but then BKB'd up immediately. That time they didn't mess up the combo. They didn't interrupt Pulverize, but it didn't matter. They're just onto Cuckoo. Anna jumps in, and Lina from beyond the pit, easy kill.
Yeah. Yeah, her BKB runs out there, and if Lina's not dead, she just dies immediately. It's hard.
Things are getting a little bit problematic for T1. You know, before that fight kicked off, I was going to ask you, like, with how impactful Global was in the fight previous to the one we just saw when they tried to run up the ramp that we've given the epithet Ramp of Death. You know, did T1 have to reconsider who they mainly jumped on? You know, did they have to refocus their efforts from nuking Lina first to maybe trying to force Silencer out of the fight? Is he also a consideration now?
Yeah, sure, but I kind of like their idea when you have a PA disfarm that, like, if someone is slightly out of position, you just kill him, and then you reset the fight. Unfortunately, VP were really fast. Like, that's why Ramses just went in right away. Like, he didn't want them to get away. So he just went on whatever target he could, so he went on a Furion. And they get the fight. Because when both PA and Primal use BKB there for a buyback hero, you have to kite the fight away. So I don't think their approach is that bad. Obviously, if you can kill the Lina, you do it, but if you get a free burst on a hero, I think you should do that too.
Some warding coverage here for VP. Makes this a difficult approach now for T1, especially as they've lost the tier 1 tower, but they're holding some good cliffs themselves. And, you know, this Ench, you said her spells are a bit weak. She's doing what she can. She's a great smoke breaker, even at this phase of the game. Going for DM now, who did buy back. Lotus reflecting a couple of spells back towards Ana. Sunstrike as well into the Pulverize is going to secure the kill, but that's only his first life. He was holding the Aegis. Ramses as well hasn't really found the jump he's looking for. Stunned and now lifted by the Tornado of Thompson. VP are going to be sent retreating here. The siege at the tier 2 tower is going to not be too effective.
Yeah.
A good hold and really good patience there by Ana. But the ward mission here by Yamich might end up drawing them into a fight. Of course, DM unobstructed by those trees.
Yeah. I mean, at least Cuckoo is going to hit level 20. I don't know, maybe... Okay, it doesn't really do that much this game, the Sprout Leash, so... Yeah, never mind.
Likely not. Likely not. GPK, by the way, hold it onto a gem. Going again for Refresher. Man, you weren't joking when you said that late game VP. They just like to get a bunch of green on the screen with those Refresh orbs. So that'll be the second one currently queued up for VP.
Yeah, and even Refresher without BKB on
Lena,
GPK, yeah.
Is there enough mana for this? Like, he's always exiting these fights with very little to low mana, which is why I posed the question.
I mean, if he has full mana, I think he can make these, because if he just throws double Laguna on PA, I think she dies. So I guess that's what he's thinking about.
Good point, there's plenty of damage. Yeah, let's Spell Imp as well. And eventually, I mean, almost level 25 already, by the way, so Pure and Pierce's BKB is likely to be the talent choice here for GPK. That's a pretty big point, you're right, actually, with the Refresh.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I don't know how you live, actually.
I used to know the old damage numbers back when that used to be the Ags with Kaya build, but now with the 30% in there, I'm not going to go ahead and venture that live on stream.
I mean, I would imagine it's between like 2.8 to 3.2k pure damage.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right to me. I think the old numbers used to be like 2400 with like the fairly standard build-up you would go for, but yeah, it's got to be way more now with that 30% when you have the active on Flame Cloak. And not to mention, you know, yeah, sure, we're looking for double Laguna Blade, obviously, but you also can refresh and cast another Flame Cloak, which gives you so much mobility. Makes it a lot easier to kite around Thompson and Ana in these fights.
Okay, T1 hitting the high ground a little bit, just with the creeps, though.
Yeah, but GPK wants level 25. See him just chilling, farming underneath his wards. Not close.
They're getting the tower. This stupid troll.
Finally, they'll clear the creeps off. Oops, that's not the right consumable Yamich. That's okay. Maybe he thought it was a smoke. I'm not too sure. But they have swapped the gem. It's they passed it like a little hot potato here. GPK has bought out now for Refresher, just shy here on 25. Oh, he's sitting in Fountain. He's going to buy the Tome, and that might give him 25. It does.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's ready.
I'm sure you and I, as Position 5 players, have our thoughts on Cores eating the 40-minute Tome, but I think we'll be willing to give it a pass this time around.
That one is okay. It's the first Tome is the one that's not okay.
One's unforgivable. BOT's up now on the Lena, so she can safely push out these lanes and join the team as needed. And top lane seems to be the move for her now, moving around the map quite sneakily with She's actually going to go for the kill onto Ana. Deleted and a blink out, gone like a whisper in the night is GPK. An easy kill for him.
Oh my. Dude, this is actually his style, because he loves playing Shadow Fiend with Refresher, Arcane Blink. Yeah, he just wants to do, like, play one-on-one. That's what he wants to do.
By the way, this Swedish maths, very pog. You are right on the money. 2,800 damage, 1417 being done by each instance of Laguna Blade. Is 4,000 damage done from the trees onto Ana in less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a lot.
3,000 damage in less than 2 seconds, pardon me. That's a lot of damage.
No, you're definitely just dying. So, yeah, the game is... it's way more difficult to play now. Especially for Ana. Like, the second he shows, he knows that he's just gonna blink in Laguna.
And BKB is just not gonna save him here, you know? Do we have Reality Rift Pierce Spell Immunity? We do, right? So, like, he's not even the safest from this, to be quite honest.
Yeah. No, he needs... What does he need? He needs, like, Satanic and Lincolns, right? So, like, he can eat maybe one Laguna, then lifesteal up a bit. But it's still difficult.
And he's going to need a little bit of support as well from his team. And there's a Sheep Stick up on Thompson. So there could be some really big jumps as well. You have two heroes that can quickly jump and disable now onto either the Silencer or GPK Lina. And at the very least, the good news, right, for Ana especially, is that even though you did have to sit there for 90 seconds, GPK can't quite do that so quickly, right? This cooldown on Refresher has been pretty continuously nerfed up to 90 seconds. He has to keep it in his inventory. Stuff like that are going to at least reduce the downtime of this. But given the fact that they're going to be fighting for next Roche, might not really affect GPK all that much. You can see he's right back to business.
I know, right?
He's on the hunt yet again in this top lane.
No, so like Ana definitely cannot carry this game alone anymore. He needs someone to... Maybe if Thompson can land some nice spells, perhaps. Get a Hex before they BKB.
Yep. That could be the difference maker here. We'll have to see. There's a smoke plate from VP. It's 30 seconds before the Roshan respawn window. Cuckoo is currently shoving in bottom. They see him as well on a Tinker Ward here, and VP having demolished the tier 2 tower. They're taking a sneaky route around here, Pi. They might be able to get in, and onto the back lines. Onto Zephyr they go. The BKB toss as Ramsey is going to tear right through this Enchantress. Zephyr lasting a bit longer here, as is the Sench actually, as well as with this Wraith Pact and the mech. They're turning to fight. Ramsey, he's completely stuck inside of the Sprout. BKB already used. There's going to be the Pulverize, interrupted by the Global. GPK trying to run, but Cold Snap is absolutely destroying him. Thompson blinking forward, gets the kill, but Ramsey's looking to avenge his comrade, is going to get the job done. They cut through Ana as well.
Yeah, Ana died early in the fight. He got found in Laguna immediately. Otherwise,
no buyback either.
Yeah. Oh, but Cuckoo doing some work right here.
Yeah.
Thompson buying back.
Onto Cuckoo. There's going to be some Power Rangers TPs. The Tornado's a bit too early, unfortunately, as Thompson doing what he can to try and save his ally. Unfortunately, Cuckoo will fall. A couple buybacks as well. Thompson bought back because we couldn't afford to do much more there than he already did. It was a very risky play to TP in after he bought back.
No, you're right. So Whitemon lived longer than they expected, and but DM was smart. Like he found Ana. He broke his smoke. What is it called? That third skill, blur. He broke his blur, and then Laguna Refresher comes in and just cleans him up.
Oh no, Blinken, you missed it. I was looking at the supports living longer than normal, but...
No, he died really fast.
Yeah, and he hasn't had enough space. Well, he hasn't had enough time, let alone the space, importantly, right, to be able to get through there. DM doing a lot of work as well in this Death Summer. Yes, the one Laguna Blade obviously nuking him down to about half HP, but that's just as much damage done by DM in that same second. So really good work there, prioritizing and getting on top of the hard carry. And that's going to leave TM, of course, short-handed for this Roche fight. Thompson can do what he can, but he can't afford to be that risky. He doesn't have buyback. Even if he snatches Aegis here, they kill him, and it's a win condition for VP.
Yeah. No, you just have to play on the back foot now. You're 15k gold down. You do have a Phantom Assassin, one of the better heroes to get Divine Rapier on, so perhaps you can think about that. Otherwise, even without Divine Rapier, if you get the lucky crits, you can kill anyone in a second, so...
Yeah, wow, you're just so fast. Max move speed now from Lina. With the... And of course, unobstructed pathing with Flame Cloak means that she's genuinely very hard to catch.
Thompson, though.
Okay, doesn't seem to be quite able to catch her. Not carrying Dust, of course, at this stage of the game. Could have been an opportunity.
Yeah, it was close.
Nicely avoided by GPK. Now, Whitemon is holding on to a Lotus as well. It was instrumental in helping him live longer.
They want
a stick. They're opening up the fight. Ramsey's up to level 25. He's right on top of Cuckoo, and DM's even lived through this as GPK looking to kick off this fight, trying to burst through at least Zephyr, but hasn't been able to do it. He refreshed as well for that. Cuckoo looks like he's going to be the first to drop, but in goes Ana. He's going to be able to break up Ramsey's, but he's BKB'd, and now he silences the Global, perfectly executed, but he's still going to be able to fight through Ramsey's all the same. Another sheep stick here onto DM as Ana looks to Phantom Strike away. Zephyr now counter-engaging alongside Whitemon as VP stuck crawling through the ice wall, but they manage to get on top of Thompson, and Ramsey tears him apart before he blinks on over to the trees. Ana's the only one left alive, but he's completely alone here as VP, they persist and they clean up 4.
Yeah. Now you can just see how Ana plays these fights. Like, he's so scared. So he's waiting a long time, and then eventually goes in, has to use the BKB. They get the Aegis, but then the second the BKB runs out, he's out of there. He does not dare to fight.
Yeah. And look for Lina in this fight. Lina's even, committing her spells there onto Zephyr, and it's just not enough. He's so tanky. You can see how big of a difference that makes depending on who you target. I thought maybe because they had used double Laguna, maybe Ana would be a little bit more eager to join this fight, but I agree with you, it's just a risk he can't take.
Yeah, I mean, he was honestly waiting for GPK to mess up there and show himself, but GPK was just standing in the back, and then he didn't find the target he wanted to go for. He probably had to go in earlier, like maybe hope he crits a bit on DM there, or maybe kill the silencer, but it's not easy. It's not easy to fight.
And then Qualifier is going to feel like a priority right now. Whoa, GPK. Oh, they're just right on in. Ana, he's already backing up. Laguna Blade from the trees. Down goes Whiteman. And GPK, he's out just like that, man.
Yeah.
Some surgical strike from this magic damage Lina.
Yeah, he has a Octarine now, so like everything happens more and more and more.
All 3 Laves shoving in as well. Ramses, he makes the jump onto the Eliminating good stop, but Ana actually going right back on in. The damage, the break, not good enough. Ramses even gets saved here by the E-Blade of Tiny, and that'll cause Zephyr to kind of get kited out. He's going to go for the Pulverize, instantly interrupted as Ana getting 4-staffed away from all these enemies. 2 heroes dead already, but they both got buyback. Thompson's back in 20, but Cuckoo dead for 50. It's going to be left on the sidelines here. Ramses on just about no HP. He's playing just with what Armlet can give him. He's going to make the jump back onto Whiteman, finds a stun, and that's going to set up, oh, not quite for the kill, but the auto toss onto 2. Look at the setup. It's a thing of beauty.
Oh,
the double
wow.
Laguna as well. GPK cleaning up after a beautiful jump in from Yamich. He eventually will fall to the towers, but his job done. He can certainly rest in peace as Ana's now dead for 90. Ramsey still living through the initiation of Thompson. Finds himself on the retreat. His BKB ends perfectly timed by GPK. Another kill there, and that's going to be Whiteman to fall to boot. All 5 dead. T1 will strike the colors as VP end their group stage here on a draw. Well done to them.
Yeah. Quite a cool game. Learned a lot. The DM Timbersaw and GPK Lina, definitely very well practiced heroes. Like they've done, they've played these heroes before. You can see that, and quite cool. Quite cool what they did.
Yeah, I agree. I think, especially after game 1, I was expecting a little bit more of that early aggression out from T1. And when that didn't come, you know, the VP strategy, maybe they adjusted to it or just kind of had this plan from the get-go, as they tend to like to farm for a late game anyway. Their strategy of just everyone farm and DM being basically uncontested the entire, not the entire game, but certainly the first 15-20 minutes, you know, really gave them so much space. It just felt like they were fighting into too much net worth towards the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like T1 could have won this game. Probably what they needed was they needed to... I think they lost their ages a bit too easily. Because however you shake it, like it's just going to turn up to be Ana versus 5. And they needed to do it a little better. Like probably he needed Satanic instead of the Skadi.
This fight was big too here, right, in the highlights.
Yeah.
How did this change the course of the game? Like this DM buyback and then of course them sealing the Roche.
Yeah, here the game was already a little more difficult for them. And it really showed that P just couldn't fight anymore. Like the second her BKB was out, she just died.
That's even pre-refresher on Lina, right? I don't know if there's going to be a
no, she only had Blink Dagger, Etherlens, Axe, I think.
Yeah, and she had to even wait for BKB to end to deal out the damage. Just wait till she gets that level 25, and we'll see that replay with PA simply just being smited. This was one of the later team fights as well.
Desperado fight there.
You can just see, like you were saying, in the earlier highlights, you'll see Ana first one in, right?
Yeah.
Or not the first one, second one in, after Primal or after Thompson finds a stun. Jumping these targets, jumping from hero to heroes with that 15 talent. And then here, you know, he's going to Phantom Strike out quite shortly as soon as his BKB is up. He wants nothing to do with this.
Yeah. No, I mean, especially at this point, now that they're 24k gold up, it's... But even earlier than that, it started to become more and more difficult. Like the Axe on Timbersaw too, like, was dealing too much damage. Yeah, it's because they had this Fury and Enchantress, right? And both of them, they didn't have too much of an impact later on in the game.
Were you satisfied with the impact of the Silencer taking a look towards the VP? Because you were a little bit more doubtful when he was picked up, especially fairly early into the draft.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely did his job later. Like it seems, I don't know, every time I've seen a bunch of Russian teams pick this hero. And usually they lose the lanes, and then like the global actually has like quite a big impact. But this game, that's not even the case though, because they stomped their lane. Like Ramses plus him, they totally crushed Cuckoo Furia. Like he never got any game going.
Match MVP, DM? I think there's maybe a couple people that would go for GPK, but DM certainly he felt the strongest the entire game, didn't he?
Oh, he definitely. I think he did. He played everything as well as he could have. He did a bunch of cool stuff, like he got 2 points in his passive, and then he got a Vanguard to make up for that. So that was really cool.
Well, that is going to be then Virtus Pro drawing even here for versus T1 to end their group stage. That leaves VP at 5-5. T1 will rise to 4-4, and they still have one more match to be played. So we'll see here how they can go ahead and finish up groups. And then, of course, any tiebreakers that'll be happening here on this channel or others, we'll let you know when those become a little bit more relevant. For now, guys, we're going to be taking a 10 to 15 minute break, and when we come back, we're going to be back live with our next match for the Last Chance Qualifiers. We'll catch you then.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. Seek & Strike and Pilot Eye here are going to be bringing you what could be the last series here of the day for Stream A. There's the potential for some tiebreakers later on, but at the current state of things, I'm not really sure what those are looking like, as of course with 4 streams of Dota going on, it's hard to keep up with it all. Although I wish I could, because we've had some excellent games here, so I can't imagine the quality of the games on the other streams. Not to mention, we've got a really good one coming up now with Polaris versus Vici Gaming.
Yeah, no, quite exciting. I believe we casted Vici yesterday, and they looked pretty strong. And Polaris are, I guess not a lot of people know about them, but they actually beat out T1, I believe, in the qualifiers here in C. And they've been on the up and up for a couple of months now since they switched players. So I'm excited to see them.
Yeah, me too. Of all the regions as well to have their, of course, every region had a best of 5 grand finals. C and one more region are the only ones that didn't go 3-0. This one went a full best of 5 series. So even though, of course, they did fail to directly qualify to the group stage, they certainly were not too far behind in terms of caliber of what the team that directly qualified was. So, you know, expecting big things from them and some very experienced names as well on the roster. So I'm eager to get this match started and taking a look at what they can get done as we'll take a look at the players.
Yep.
Do you have any insights, any specific stories on some of these guys? Maybe you've ran into them in a couple of pubs. Anything we should really be looking out for here, Pi?
I mean, I've definitely played them all in pubs, but the big one is Force. They kicked him, and then they did terrible, and then they brought him back, and now they're doing way better. Like, that's the guy, Force the offlaner. So that's the guy I would pay attention to. And also kind of cool is their coach that they had. They kicked their position 5, and they got the coach to play 5. It's what is it called? AU. You might know him actually from one of the earlier True Sites. True Site in Fnatic with Mushi. You can see him there. I think Raven was there as well.
Yeah, I remember that one. I think Winters told me a story about that True Site as well, which are always really exciting. What perspective do you think that brings to a team whenever the coach is going to be the one to be the in-game voice as well, potentially? We'll take a look at Vici.
Yeah, these guys I don't know. I don't know who Bob is. Eric I've seen a lot of, like, solid carry player.
BAB used to go by PO3 as well, which is what the Chinese community will still refer to him by. You know, much like SA, a lot of players really like to change their names and maybe try and forge new identities. But we saw him yesterday, some pretty impressive games. Of course, we did see them against Tempest, which may not have been perhaps the highest caliber opponents in the group. So we'll see how they do here versus Polaris.
Yeah, I mean, for me, and Vici, the guy I look most at is Yang. I mean, he was one of the best offlaners just a few years ago, and now you see him running around on a Lich. So yeah, that's quite interesting as well. And XM, from whatever I see when he goes mid, he plays extremely well.
And just a quick update as to what the ramifications of this match is going to be, given that I believe this is the last... No, it's not the last Group A match, pardon. But it is, I think it is the last Group A match, actually, now that I do my math. We'll get to this draft momentarily, I promise. But just so you know what's at stake, Vici Gaming and Nouns currently tied for 4th. Nouns have played all of their matches. Their map score is 4-6. Vici Gaming are tied at 4-4 for their map score. So if they get a single point here against Polaris, who's sitting pretty in 2nd at a 6-2 scoreline, then I believe that should guarantee them upper bracket.
Okay. So looking to pick up a point then. And if you look at the draft, we see Marcy. It's the first game of... no, actually, yeah, I think the first game of Marcy I've gotten to see so far.
Yeah, I believe so. She snuck through, you know, again, my stats are outdated since this morning, and we've had lots of Dota since, but she snuck through, I think, about like 8 or 16 games and was banned in however many other games that there existed, because she is still, I believe, 100% contested pick and ban.
Actually, true. Wait, never mind. I did see her. The Vici played her with Lycan, I remember. in a game. So I have seen her. I don't know if it was a game I casted or not, but definitely seen that hero around.
Looking forward to what they're going to be bringing then this time around. I do remember, yeah, I think it came through for Yang. It was Yang, wasn't it?
Maybe.
But we'll see what they can get done here as we continue to draft up.
Yeah, early Morphling pick.
Drafting phase, yeah, just taking care of that Morphling. 8th pick, you get, of course, then 3 bands to protect it.
Get, of course, what?
There we go. Sorry about that. I was just talking about the Morphling a little bit, getting 8th pick and being able to protect it, of course, by getting a couple of crucial bans against it. Sorry if I talked over you there.
No. The ban appeal, I'm still looking at the bans here. I don't see either Slark or Void banned out. Obviously, the Void nerfs hit hard enough that you don't first to him anymore, but I feel like he's still a really strong hero. So I'm looking for Polaris to either pick up Faceless Void here or Slark.
Yeah, and we've seen a Morphling versus Slark matchup already here earlier today. So that one's not completely unplayable, of course, other things aside. You know, like I think a phrase that you've coined that I've heard already a couple times is there are 8 other heroes in the game to think about, right, when you just do core to core. But of course, some things are a little bit less playable than others, looking at like Huskar Ember, right? But, you know, as long as it's not the too bad, usually you can get away with things. And it's going to be the Slark taken out, is what Vici Gaming decide. If I recall correctly, Pi, they did that yesterday as well. That was their preferred ban. So they do allow the Faceless Void in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they prefer not playing as PL. Like, sure, I can appreciate that. But I definitely expect Polaris to pull out the Void then. I think Natsume loves that hero. Maybe not though after the nerf. I haven't paid attention as much to what people play it as much after the Agshard nerf. And I mean, honestly, just a slight nerf across the board, right?
I think this wouldn't be the phase where they pick the Faceless Void. They're going to go likely the off lane with the Visage. I'm just wondering, right, because you think about Faceless Void, and with every single hero, of course, in every draft this applies, but for some heroes more than others, and I would say Faceless Void is in that camp, you need some conditions to enable him, right? With Faceless Void, I'm always looking at someone with a decent laning stage. I'd say that box is checked with Lich, and some damage into Chrono. And Lich and Visage, I think they cover those bases decently. What would you say?
Yeah, maybe that's fair now. I would say before they nerfed him, you didn't need to check any boxes. You just pick him and you buy a Midas. And you will, if the game goes 40 minutes, you will kill a hero inside your Chrono.
Right.
And that will be good enough.
Yeah, I suppose that's very true when a hero isn't like S tier, right? I mean, everyone's blind picking Marcy and Bat and Lina, right? And not really caring. Although Lina, uncontested in this draft so far, just as a note. What are you thinking here? Does the Mars Snapfire dissuade you from Faceless Void at all? If that's still your line of thinking, you won't get to respond because it's a Luna. Sorry, Pi.
No, that's the thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much weaker the hero is. I would still be down to play with a Faceless Void here, for sure. Like, it just feels like you're... Like, a lot of clowny things can happen in a game, right? Like, we looked at the T1 game, the first game they played. Like, it just swings back and forth. And if you have that Void that's slowly farming up, like, you feel way more comfortable playing. So, but I mean, Luna, sure, why not?
Yep. Again, I'll say my speech about Luna that I always say. A lot of ranged heroes don't like playing into Mars mid to late game because the arena blocks her shots. Luna, of course, her glaives will bounce through the arena, so that always feels pretty good. Not to mention, of course, the pretty good laning stage for the Luna. She can pretty easily secure last hits against a Mars. And, well, even though it is a Mars snap, given she is ranged and has a lot of move speed, she tends to be a little bit too tricky to catch. So a strong lane for Polaris as they are drafting in their color scheme. Everyone's got a little hint of blue for them, Pi.
True. And I mean, Mars and Snapfire came out together real fast, and they're both red, so that's something. But, I mean, Luna historically is a bit of a counter to Morph. I mean, she used to be. That was a long time ago. Like, she has a lot of magic damage, right? So when he waveforms in, he gets hit by Eclipse. She likes to buy Skadi. But I think, honestly, the biggest thing with Luna is the Visage, like the aura for the birds. I think that's the biggest goal, because we saw that with Tempest earlier, too. And it's just if you don't get crushed too hard in your lanes, when you group up, you should be very, very strong.
Yeah. Not to mention, of course, how strong the Siege is going to be. The lane, even between Tusk Visage, is pretty decent. An attack speed modifier with Tag Team and, of course, Shards to block in Maybe a Marcy's going to be a bit hard to catch. Morphling as well, so Vici have drafted well around that threat, I suppose, right, looking at the other side. But still, it's definitely some good kill potential in this lane. So I'm liking that as far as Polaris' draft overall. I think they're just looking for a more reliable way right now to initiate. And, of course, they're going to have to respond to this last pick from Vici.
Oh,
ho-ho! That's ho-ho, haha, even. That's the first time I've seen this hero in this tournament. I believe he has been picked by T1 previously, and I've seen a lot of him in some smaller tournaments before this event. Yeah, I think it looks like a mid sniper.
Yeah, it's very hard to pick a mid hero that does well on lane versus this guy. Usually you just have to survive, and like preferably you can counter him with your carry, but now you already have a Luna, so that's a bit unfortunate. So what I'm guessing is they just need to pick anything that can get on top of him. Because they already have Tusk, which is decent, so they just want one more thing that can go in.
I'm just looking at what's available as well. I think you could use a little bit more team fight. It's a little bit harder to find sometimes in the mid lane. Generally, that's just more of a DPS focused role.
I wonder if they had a Broodmother player.
Oh, okay.
But I don't even know if Broodmother does well anymore versus Sniper.
Yeah, because the Spiderlings, of course, for those that may have not kept up with, the Dota patches, it's been this way for a while, but her level 6 now is when you get to spawn those Spiderlings, not out of the gate, so, or as early as it used to be.
Yeah.
Insatiable Hunger as well might not be super good versus Sniper. A big threat as well is basically you end up seeing max headshot and max take aim, and then you go ahead and activate take aim, and then use your Mask of Madness, or yeah, in that order, and then you just do an immense amount of physical damage, right? So it can be even hard getting on top of the Sniper. Just taking a look again. Primal Beast. No, sorry, he's been banned by Polaris. Pardon.
Yeah, no, I would I would be just ask my mid player like what can you play versus this. Like Void Spirit seems like a guy, but all of these heroes, it can be, if you don't get rotations, it can be really hard to face the Sniper.
And against him, I'm just wondering, like, Storm doesn't feel playable, and plus the mid lane matchup feels hard there.
What if you can do like a Zeus maybe? But maybe that lane is hard too. I'm not sure.
Trying to see what else is pickable. I mean, we've seen a couple of Nature's Prophets, but never from the mid lane, so I'm hesitant to even speak the name. Arc Warden doesn't get on top of the hero, but can fare okay. A Tinker? No, I don't think you have the cast range right for laser in lane. Okay, so is it a Visage mid by the look of things?
Let's see. I don't dare to say.
They're flexing it. We'll see who locks in what.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt that they put a Tidehunter mid. It's kind of weird, actually. What are they doing here?
Okay, so it is the 4 Tusk, the 5 Lich. They still actually haven't locked in heroes. Natsumi, of course, on the Luna hard carry. So we'll see what Force decides to select.
That's a bad sign when you don't when you don't know yet.
Maybe they're really giving it some thought. You can kind of use this as extra reserve time. I think you get like an extra 40 seconds to select your heroes. Otherwise you will random, and we've seen that happen before to Arteezy in a couple TIs ago when he played probably one of his very few Phoenix games. There's the 10 seconds remaining. Still waiting to see. It's going to be the offlane time.
Yeah, makes sense. The mid Visage, okay. No, sure. I can see it. I can see it working out. But I'm curious. Like I don't think I've ever seen this matchup played. I mean, probably I've played so many games, but like in a while, I can't remember it happening. So
yeah,
I'm curious to see how it works out.
It's like we've seen lots of Visage metas, right? Especially lately, we've seen Sniper metas in days gone, but I don't know if they ever so much clashed when these heroes were still played similarly to how they are today. I'm curious as well. I would assume Sniper's got a decent advantage here. Visage can strike back pretty hard and frequently if he decides to go for the soul assumption, but you just don't have the mana to sustain it, especially after the most heavy round of nerfs to the hero. Grave Chill as well might allow you to close the gap, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I would assume in the lane Sniper definitely has an advantage, but you have these items like if you can get Ags on Visage, right? You can sneak up on him, and
that's right.
That might be what they're looking to do.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, whenever I think Visage, I'm always going to be thinking of Bet Boom to Hawk, who's already through to the main event, but that was the guy that was playing Visage for years. Back when he was on Prosti Esli, I was casting Eastern European Div 2. He was still picking that hero and Necro and carry Fury and like it was no one's business. And, thinking to what his builds were, he would occasionally go for that Ag Scepter. It really depended, though, in his mind, how the team could play around with him was more of his consideration, at least how I would read into his itemizations. He tended to kind of usually prefer to go for something like AC early, but then again, comparing other heroes or other players to the Hawk, I don't know. He's a quite unique play style. But that's what I've seen when this hero has gone into a more carry role.
Yeah. No, maybe they're doing an aggressive tri lane. I will see. Maybe this is just maybe they're just looking for first blood now, but Lich Tusk Luna can definitely aggro if he wants. Because that was what I wanted to say about this Force guy playing on Tidehunter. Like, I never see this guy have a bad lane. Like, he refuses to have a bad lane. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what they do.
And that's exciting because as of this patch, it's basically the return of classic offlaners. We haven't seen Tide for quite some time with the tri-cores we've been running. And quick, Pi, you've got 20 seconds, maybe even less number of ancient camps stacked by 30 minutes, please.
Okay, let's see. Morphling carry, and we got by 30 minutes, I'll say 10. What are the options?
0 to 5.
11 to 15. Let's go.
11 to 15 is what he's saying. I'm going higher. I'm going 16 to 20. A little bit tense there between us. I thought they were going to actually make a play here for first blood, and now maybe they will consider it, but
they're trying, but they're under a ward, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, a toss under tower. Got Xavius nearby though, and that's a lot of damage onto AU. Yang actually taking first point here in Scatterblast. They're looking to turn now with the tag team. 3 heroes applying damage as well. It's going to be a fair number. And I love the mid laners completely unbothered by this. They say, get out of my XP range. It's time for me to 1v1.
Yeah, and they are doing the aggressive tri lane. So let's see how this goes. Tidehunter very late to lane though, so miss out on 1 or 2 creeps.
For Natsumi, and try. It's going to be pretty exciting here. I think bottom is, we'll mention it now before the top lane really pops off, but bottom seems like a you farm, I farm kind of wave. I don't think we'll be seeing too much action here until level 6s. Mid, we'll keep our eye on, because I'm really curious about this matchup, but top, oh baby, try. This is exciting stuff.
Probably see a lot of heroes dying up here.
Yeah, and it's hard for me to say who I think has the advantage because Tusk and Lich probably are really good in tri lanes, I think, right?
Yeah, the Luna is definitely stronger than the Morphling for quite a while. But now with the new attribute shift, I think when Morphling hits level 2, he's not that weak. He can come and help out.
For Lelouch in the mid lane, just taking a quick peek here. Seems like his strategy has been very similar to when you're laning a Spirit against an unfavorable matchup. You just push the wave really hard, forcing Sniper to try and see us under tower. XM doing a fantastic job, though. Well played for him.
Yeah, let's see. He has 1 point in Shrapnel here, so we'll see. But they got a pull off in the safe lane, which is quite unfortunate for Polaris. Messing up. Oh, but they got their own. Okay, they got their hard camp pull off. So wave. They both denied basically 1 creep wave each. So these guys are going to be very under leveled.
And we'll see. First to level 2 might be a big power spike here, especially if it goes towards Polaris with some movement-based spells. Snowballer, Ice Shard's likely to be picked up, whatever's more appropriate. AU, one last auto attack on a Yang. Stick charge is forced out. Xavius is well diving for it, but with the stick charges and now regen under the tower and a Tango running, Yang is going to keep himself alive. Erica, first to level 2 in this lane.
Yeah, he's closing in on level 3. Luna just hit level 2. Wow, everyone is so low level.
This is what tri lanes were like back in the day. Remember when you would have to do this and you still had to upgrade the courier? And wards cost 100 gold E. I'm sure I don't have to tell you about it.
Yeah, no, I know.
Gang. He might drop you for first blood as it's going to be the Ice Shards early and maybe even a second. There's no rebound here. Marcy only at level 1, already using the Dispose. The point and Loosen Beam there from Natsumi secures it. Vici Gaming are going to be starting this lane off at a pretty big disadvantage.
Yeah, no, this is really good. The wave is slightly pushing in too, and the small camp is blocked, so they should be feeling very comfortable right now.
Yeah, they're still feeling pretty strong as well. Like AU's got a casual Sage's Mask, Xavius has a full stick already, 10 charges. So like I think they're good to keep fighting. That's always something they consider in tries is how much regen are you forcing out, etc., etc. Not enough seems to be the answer out from Vici. Can they save Erica? Okay, stick charge used, even a wand. And he's continuing to shift, but as you say, very tanky.
Even that's only 1 point in attribute shift too. It's quite incredible how strong it is now, level 1.
Against 3 into tag team. Sure, he did waveform and block a little bit of that damage, but still, very impressive. And it seems like Vici have broken the tri-lane, by the way, as they've sent the support towards the mid lane. Good cookie to get Erica out of shards. Polar is still interested in perhaps looking for more kills. Here. There he goes. Yep, and that's a kill. Very easily onto the Visage. Looks like it's the Shrapnel build on the Sniper. Usually, I've seen, when I looked into this more on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, a while ago, so perhaps the meta has shifted. The safe lane Sniper is more preferred the mid or the Shrapnel build. I've seen mids go generally more take aim and headshot, so I wonder why XM makes this decision.
Now, it's good versus Visage, because you remove his armor. Like, the headshot is not as effective. Yeah, there is gonna go again.
He's gonna die. TPs are coming, but I think it's maybe too little too late. No, it's gonna be good enough.
But this was really well, like, Marcy knew that he couldn't do anything top. So, like, whatever happens there, I'm out. I'll go and try to do something somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, in essence, I mean, he's impacted a lot of change, right? I mean, he's forced AU to TP on over. I think even, Xavius committed his TP but canceled it, or had it canceled perhaps by Cookie. Not sure what the outcome was there. But, yeah, I mean, you're totally right.
No, this game is starting off really good for Vici. Their lanes are going super well. Like, this is really hard when you're Visage, level 4.5, and you're just scared of dying.
And let's quickly just check in on the bottom lane. Things are going, I think, as we expected. You farm, I farm. It's pretty even as well. I still think there's no kill threat, even if someone gets level 6 a bit faster. It's just, they're so tanky.
Yeah, no, it has to be rotations. Like, maybe when he hits 6 on Mars, you can TP down with Sniper, get a kill with Arena, something like that.
Or on a Power Rune, which is going to be spawning in 40 seconds. You see Frisk's almost dual laning here in the mid lane. Staying out of XP range, of course. Doing well for that, but always lingering potentially for a kill. As the Visage sitting rather uneasy, as you can see, even that attempt is, it's going to force Visage back. He's not really the kind of hero that can stand his ground and fight. Not at least until he gets level 6.
And he has a nice ward there. He placed it basically in this tower. Because he knows that Marcy can't, like, what's Marcy going to do except sit mid? Can definitely not kill the Tidehunter. Cannot kill in the tri-lane. So, he'll just sit there.
Yeah, and in the meantime, the relief pressure for Erica's at least got him a couple of more CS, but he is still kind of struggling here, so...
Yeah. No, they got the lane back really well.
Uh-oh. They go. We're trying to fight into this one, at least sapping some attack speed. Uh-oh. With the Dispose, doing some good work. AU doesn't have Frost Shield for another second here, and unfortunately, it wouldn't have mattered, as with the Shrapnel doubled up there, XM was going to get that killed. Frisk, I mean, patience pays off here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so frustrating when you're playing mid and someone is doing this to you. But, like, that's just the state of just this game, right? Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
There's no other play than just camp mid.
I mean, this harkens back to right after tri-lane meta, right? We had basically dual lane meta for a while, and then eventually everyone just had to start picking DP and DK, and we had the most boring mids for a while.
Yeah.
Just to stop it. But Sniper and Visage, there's a lot of kill threat there, especially if they want to consider rotating the Tusk down. That's still something that Polaris can look to execute on if they want to put a stop to this here.
Yeah, and Vici got a stacked pull-off on the small camp here. So the Morphling is going to get farm again. It's quite surprising that they got that off. And now, yeah, half damage on tower mid.
Yeah. Good work. Good work for a Sniper.
Good.
He's gonna be pleased with that.
Like, as I said, like, Force, top net worth of his team. Like, he will not have a bad lane. Like, this guy refuses. Like, he will sacrifice. He'll carry. You can go aggressive, right? Yeah, I'll solo safe lane. Okay, thank you.
I'll get the farm. I'm level 7. How are you doing? How are you doing, Luna? Oh, not good. That's fine, honestly. I'll go Satanic. It's cool, man. Don't worry. I've got an auto attack modifier. This.
Oh, Mars TPing mid there.
Yeah, has the arena. Oh, and he's gonna scout some supports. They actually get a kill top lane as well. Yeah. Vici Gaming, they preempted this rotation. XM is safe from all the range damage as well, as he is untouched here for many seconds against the Familiars, but we're still alive. Yeah. Unbelievable. They got the Visage, and they got Xavius as well. AU on the run. He might die at the tail end of this. But it's 4 kills around the map in favor of Vici. Unbelievable.
Yeah, no, very good TP by Mars. Pushed out the lane, and then he Immediately, he saw that Visage was 6, moving aggressively towards the towers. He's like, alright, just TP's in.
And that's not to say anything either. I mean, obviously, XM has had a lot of free space to do as he please here. One, outranging, of course, the Visage and having Marcy hovering nearby. But 51 and 25 here, 25 denies in the face of this Visage has really hurt.
Yeah. 25 denies, yeah.
25 denies, but Force has a game, right?
Yeah.
And I think he's the type of hero here. He's actually going to go for Hooded Defiance first with this Ring of Health. I thought it might have been a Vanguard. I thought it was going to be back to the days of old where we'd have like Tidehunter and Timbersaw just continue to tank waves in the mid lane and delay pushes. But with Hooded Defiance, he's maybe got a different idea in mind.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's basically going to be unkillable with that from the Shrapnel build. And he's just farming up everything down here. So yeah, they got that. I mean, it's not like the Luna is doing that bad in farm. Like, she's doing fine. It's a little low on levels, but she'll catch up. Hopefully they'll start stacking some inches for her. But I mean, the big sufferer here is Visage. Okay,
Well,
going bottom.
They're making a play, yeah, with the Arena of Blood. The rotation forced as well to get out of at least the Shrapnel, but he is no match versus 4 heroes. I thought for a second there, Pi, he was going to Ravage. He put the point in it. He'd been saving it up until now, but you know, I got a little excited, but tempered my expectations, and he's just going to take the death.
Yeah. Maybe he lives there with the Defiance. I mean, he needs someone to TP him for him. If he can get a Frost Shield on him there, then he probably lives, but...
No dice here. And now Yang is going to idle down bottom for a while and push with BAP. So Vici Gaming already starting to close off the jungle. Yeah, you brought up here the little bit of levels hurting Natsumi. He's still got 3 points now in Lunar Blessing, you know, but getting your farm mechanic online is going to help you build your advantage over the Morphling, who just doesn't farm nearly as well as a Luna.
Yeah. No, for sure. Especially if they can get these. They started stacking Ancients now, so that will help.
You know what's nice is that we can just check it now using the predictions. Two stacks of Ancients we're at right now. Maybe one for each side here. Indeed, XM stacked his own. He's farming them now as BAB gets the tower down bottom. And there's a stack idling in the Radiant Triangle that's probably going to get a couple more stacks before Luna bothers to come and farm it.
Yeah. So they killed this tower bottom, but I don't think he'll make that big of a difference. Like, Force won't care. Like, he'll still play super aggressive. Just take whatever farm he can get.
Speaking of aggression, AU. Oh, wow. He's really tanky. He actually gets the Frost Shield applied, but Frisk has got one more Unleash, and AU running into creeps anyway. It's going to be able to give him the kill.
Okay, so who got the Tome on Radiant? Everyone is so low. Like, both supports are level 4.
I'm not sure. I just want to remark, as the tri-lane's going to come to a close with both safe lane towers falling, you know, and some action mid lane potentially. The try-on-try, because it ended up being in, you know, Polaris going off lane with the aggressive try, Luna is already in the tower, in the lane rather, where she wants to push the tower. So that's kind of nice for Natsumi. You see, like, Morph had to TP away. It's a little bit more time wasted, slightly less efficient. Not the biggest deal in the world, but just an upside for Polaris forcing the tri-lane there.
No, so everyone is kind of happy except the Visage, but he's just gonna farm. He's trying to farm the Ancient stack actually. All right.
I mean, not undoable. He actually went for this Falcon Blade build into drums, so maybe
nice play by Savius there, just blocking off the smoke gank.
Probably gonna end up seeing him go for that. What's the build here? The Boots of Bearing, the bongo drums, whatever you prefer calling them, early on, which is really actually strong with the Visage and his familiars, of course, because as we recall, you have max Lunar Blessing when they're in range, which is basically a DD rune right now for these familiars.
Yeah. Okay, they're just picking up casually the... Oh, Frost Shield, nice. Yeah, I mean, Polaris now just desperately need to get level 6 here on the Lich. He's gonna get it... Nope, one more creep. And they need 6 on Tuskar too, so... That's a little awkward for them.
Yep. 3-2 little experience there for AU, but he's just going to sit nearby and let Force give it to him.
Okay, can they get Natsumi up here?
Oh, the rotation, XM kicking it off here with a Shrapnel. Oh, wow, really good bounces. Frisk as well, interrupted slightly, but XM's got already the point in Assassinate, and he's got the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Visage is farming your triangle. Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Sorry, it's just such farming triangle. I mean, he's not the hero meant for it, right? We expected the stacks to be for Luna, but he's got to recover somehow.
Yeah, for sure. Just hard to be a Luna.
There it is. Tidehunter, all Force can do here is at least deny the tower. He can't stop it from being taken. So down it will go.
Yeah, I mean they still have, they have a level 11 Tidehunter. He has Ravage. They have Chain Frost ready, so like they have. You can't be too carefree here on Vici, but right now, 3k gold up. Everyone is having a good game, so they're definitely feeling good.
Yeah, and this Marcy Sniper's got to be a somewhat decent combo as well, right? You've got a move speed bonus for your Sniper. You got a way of repositioning either him or an opponent. I mean, I see some synergies there, not to mention of Lifesteal, right, on Sidekick, which is being maxed here by Frisk.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, AU. Okay, he's fine. Nice. Or?
They TP another hero here, though. They're eager for a kill, and the spear, oh, just swings wide. Could have canceled the TP, even if it just nudged him. Instead, the response top lane is from Polaris, where they're going to look for a kill onto Frisk. He's already used Rebound. They just need to get him within snowball range. Oh, and the shards are just off, but they'll still get vision here, thanks to the Familiars now flying on over to the trees. Flight of the Valkyries here, but the death of the Marcy, as Frisk will fall.
All right, nice. Natsumi. Waiting for the mid wave here. Oh, they're baiting an illusion, but they know.
Yeah, they're going to be a bit more restrained. Lots of teams have fallen for that, you know, ravaging on an illusion, and then your teammate pings, you're still smoked, my man.
Yeah,
that's always a feels bad.
Both teams are just going to keep like Visage is slowly catching up. He'll never completely catch up, but he's desperately been trying. And Luna seems to be leaving the ancient area for Visage. It's kind of interesting. It's not even farming it.
Yeah, again, that's what I was curious about. And speaking of builds for Visage, it is going to be that Ag Scepter build that you recommended. So Silence is the Grave, in case you haven't seen it. It gives you unobstructed pathing as you fly. It gives you invisibility. And you do, I think, 30 or 35% additional damage for like 8 seconds or so for you and your familiars when you come out and start attacking. So it's real good.
Yeah.
It's real good at getting on top of heroes like a sniper.
Exactly. Okay, they're going Blink Tiger on Tusk. Yeah, no, they're just gonna keep farming and see what Vici want to do here. Eventually they'll have Wraith Pact on Tidehunter and then maybe BKB on Luna, and then maybe they'll try to like see if they can get a Roche perhaps.
Yeah, make some aggressive moves after that. They'll have some decent minus armor as well with the Visage talent at 15. He is a little under-leveled, but we'll get there eventually, and they'll be able to take down some major objectives with that. I'm looking at scaling, and again, 8 other heroes in the game, but I take a look at these two lineups, and I'm hesitant, but I'll dare to make a stand and just venture forward and say I think Vici's got the better late game. More sniper late game is seems a bit scary. Like
it's scary for sure. But I mean, if the Visage is farmed, then you have a Tidehunter that's farmed. It's not completely clear cut, but yeah. They also have this Marcy. Like she just needs a BKB basher, and she's a monster.
Of course.
So they have a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, we've highlighted that Polaris, they just need levels, they need items, right? They don't really have an option of taking a fight super realistically right now, even with the fantastic start that Tide has. He's going to go Ag Scepter. Oh, no, sorry, that's the ultimate orb, or pardon, the point booster for his Wraith Pact.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't mind seeing an Ags either, honestly.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, let's see.
Just a quick kill there onto Yang, but they're also on top of the Sniper in the river with some serious moves. Low Ravage committed here. It's a level 1 Ravage, though, even though he's level 12. Will it make a difference? We'll see, actually. But Vici Gaming certainly here to back up their Sniper. XM standing his ground, a little bit of lifesteal, but not enough here as the Chain Frost bouncing around to the river. Erica does well, though, to split that off of the enemy team. And now he's going to go right on in for some more action. Lelich dying and will be taken down by the last right clicks of Erica. And it's going to be AU who falls last here, as it's a decent fight for Polaris. They get the Sniper, but reinforcements come and are going to punish.
Yeah, now Vici everyone, it's like kind of a passive game, right? So if something happens, everyone will just TP. Okay, this is an interesting smoke though.
Oh yeah, without ultis as well. There's no unleash. Oh, and the smoke broke.
He's
just out of range. And I really like this ward. I'm seeing this one a lot more. It's not super uncommon that Vici have right in front of the Polaris Tier 1. Usually, I tend to see it closer to where that banner is placed, but it's really easily dewarded. But it's just nice.
Yeah, it's kind of goofy, though, that it's still up. Because he literally ran into a creep wave to place it. So I don't know how it's still up. All right, they're doing Roche.
And with bonus damage to your sidekick, yeah, XM's coming in, take aim. No Mask of Madness, by the way, so a little bit of a different sniper build than what I used to seeing.
Yeah.
It's working.
No, everything going Vici Gaming's way here. And they can't really, they just have to keep farming on Polaris. They need BKB. And I mean, Visage is kind of saying he needs Ags. He's quite far away though, but I guess that's what they're waiting for.
Yeah, he's getting there. There's level 2 familiars as well. It's a pretty big point for him. His damage increases substantially, but careful. Over in the top lane here, Hooded Defiance barrier is going to be nuked through. They actually still have Wraith Pact alive. No, unfortunately finished off, and that means the Frost Shield to go with it. I'm not sure if he meant to get that onto Force, who is still alive here and kicking, but just the death throws here as Vici Gaming now will circle around the spear onto AU, and now even Xavius unable to escape here. Vici Gaming running over Polaris right now.
Yeah, game is kind of spiraling out of control. Like, cause it would be nice if you were in a position where the Luna can TP in there, come with their BKB. You obviously place the Frost Shield on top of the Tidehunter. But I mean, they don't even have Ravage, so you probably should just let him die there.
That's what I was going to bring up, right? I mean, such a long cooldown on this spell. They use it in the river, they pick up the sniper kill, lose the fight immediately after, lose an objective, lose another fight. So punishing in the early game off one cooldown.
Yeah.
Certainly feels bad here. And there's a Philly Stone at least for Polaris, so someone's going to be getting some passive gold. It's Xavius. Blink Dagger here might be major to save as well in and out of Mars Arena, a way to get on top of Sniper more effectively. Could be a game changer, but he's still far away from it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Sniper has picked up Pike too, even harder to kill now. Okay, they smoke up here. I don't know. They're gonna try to fight. I don't know how they do it though.
Well, they've got Ravage. With Ravage, I would say, Pi. And with Gusto, as in they go, and down into the river goes the Snapfire. Xavius stuck on the high ground. The Shards are going to catch Frisk here as they deny that Frost Totem immediately. So now Polaris, unfortunately, not getting the jump right or being forced back. Natsumi as well showing here. Has BKB, has Eclipse, but only still level 3 Lucent Beams. Not the biggest difference in the world, but let's see.
Yeah, because right now without Blink Ravage or Blink Tuskar, it's really hard to initiate.
EAB, speaking of Blinks, is about to pick up his own. He's merely 200 gold away from it now. So the initiation from Vici is going to look a little bit better. Maybe if he has a Blink there, for example, the counter initiation is a bit stronger. But I don't think he needs a Blink.
Trouble.
Yeah, for this counter AU. Although the rebound misses and the dispose not there. Good TP out. Couple of voice lines as well. But yeah, the farm continuing to amass here for Vici Gaming. The net worth lead, though, it's so far it's starting to plateau at a 7k advantage for Vici Gaming. So still significant, but Polaris not doing well to not fall too far behind. The problem is they just haven't really been able to take fights, and Vici Gaming are threatening to push high ground.
Yeah. I don't think they'll go quite yet. Probably pick up another tier 2 tower. And yeah, no, Polaris are still kind of just waiting. They don't really want to fight into this Aegis, I think. It's possible to do though, but they would prefer having Blink on Tide and having Ags on Visage.
And the Blink on Tide is about halfway there. Speaking of, Ags on Visage is now complete, flying his way.
Ooh, he gets him, right? Yeah.
He got him. That seemed like a longer TP than
it was.
standard.
Him and Force both TP'd on the mid tower.
Oh.
They were both greedy.
Oh no, it hurts. It hurts to see. It just, you know, scientists baffled by the length of that TP. And unfortunately, Erica slain. Vici, they're in a prime position as well to still take some, advantage of this. The smoke is about to expire, but there's a Blink Dagger on Mars. BAB, smoke expires, but he finds his mark. A kill here onto Force potentially as he does his best to try and escape, but he's penned in, and they're even going to kill the Wraith Pact here. Down he will go. BAB pops the BKB to guarantee the kill, and Polaris are going to try and escape here in the wake of his death. Unfortunately, BAB continuing to pile on the spears and the damage to the Chain Frost. Oof. better we don't comment on that one.
Yeah, that was just the Frost right there.
Yeah, just Frost. The only chains were unfortunately the chain kills that Vici were able to accumulate. And Aegis about to expire, so, maybe some hopes now. We still have, this Visage Ag Scepter. He's active in it now. But no Ravage here for 15, no Blink Dagger for however long it takes him to get that 800 gold. Even more if he's forced to buy back now, which is why he's holding on to it. No, it's just Polaris, they have not gotten to do anything. It's quite a frustrating game for them. And it feels like this all broke down from, you know, the decision to try lane, sure, which I think was advantageous initially for Polaris, but a couple of waves not pulled, you know, and Frisk eventually heading over to the mid lane, which wasn't really addressed, and the game just falls apart here for Visage.
Yeah, they never managed to get any fights with the Ravage. Luna too far behind in experience. I mean, and they have a mid laner just trying to come back through farming, and then there's not much to do.
There's the camp stacked metric as well. For however many there were, unfortunately only 4 are Ancients. So I think you're getting pretty close here. I didn't expect Vici to get such a dominant start, but it seems like now Polaris, it's a little bit of a pipe dream for them to be able to hold on to their triangle. There's so much wards in here. They're going to miss this one on the stairs, it looks like.
Yeah, they're not finding anything.
Rough.
No, let's just see. I'm just hope no one dies here now, so we get to see the blink dagger on Tide, and then they go.
Yeah.
And like, let's see if their lineup can actually do something, because so far they haven't gotten to do anything.
Exactly. Like something, you know, stealing one of your phrases. I think Polaris, they probably still do well in an honest fight, right? In a full 5-on-5. I could see it. They've got some really great team fight here between Ravage, Chain Frost, Luno's got damage, and Visage to reach the back lines. But now we've got the items.
Okay, let's go.
The stage is set.
Unfortunately, they have many BKBs now, but...
Oh, and the arena is beautiful, and it's not a Chain Frost either. Okay, well, that's the panic. It's not going well. Okay, Snowball save is pretty decent here, but they didn't pull Force in, and he didn't get off the Ravage, and he doesn't have buyback, and now Visage is dead. Natsumi doing what he can versus BAB.
Ooh, the tree
juke. Around the trees, the jukes, the singular tree that existed there, obstructing the vision for dead Erica with 3 of the kills. Natsumi, no BKB, can't even pick up the kill onto the Mars. All 5 dead, and... That one didn't go the way that Polaris had planned up, unfortunately.
Oh, very anticlimactic. That's unfortunate sequence of events there. The Mars not hesitating at all. Like, the second he sees them, he just pops BKB and goes in.
Yeah, and he's rewarded with so many heroes inside that arena as well.
Yeah. But they tried. Maybe they'll have one more try in them. I don't even know if they got... Did they get to use their spells? They have the Ravage, at least.
They got Ravage. They don't have BKB on Luna. They don't have Eclipse, and they don't have Chain Frost, and that's the problem. They also don't have a mid lane of melee barracks or tier 3 tower down bottom. So the damage is lasting by Vici, and that pie is, well, obviously it's scary, right? The 17k net worth lead is the elephant room here in our cast, right? We should do well to acknowledge that. But that's not even with Aegis. That's Vici Gaming just taking a straight up fight and then punishing you for it because they fought you outside of your base.
Yeah. And yeah, the game is just in such a state now with every lane pushed in. Roche is spawning soon, so we know that's where Vici are gonna go in a couple of minutes. And like, you're gonna have to, like, the next fight is not gonna be easier. It's gonna be with even more gold.
And there's also wards behind your lines right now in terms of where Polaris are currently, so that's going to enable some very easy pickoffs and advantage for Vici Gaming. They're doing well, at least, to ensure that this cliff's not warded, but they just haven't managed to find these others behind, which is super frustrating. Whenever you look at replays, man, oh, you hate to get out-warded like this, don't you?
Yeah. It is difficult to keep good vision in a game like this, but...
For sure.
Hopefully you would get that ward. Okay, maybe Vici, they don't even wait for Roche. Let's see.
Yeah, 50 seconds. It's in the window.
They see Force here though on the ward. They see him.
They do.
And he doesn't think they see him.
Well, now he knows, right? Might after losing the ward like that. We'll see. Let's trying to sneak around from behind. The sentry's at the ready. They're going to go first here for Force. He's got Ravage. He's not going to use it though. Looks like he's going to take the death. Doesn't have buyback either though. 45 seconds here. Kiss is committed from Vici Gaming. Yeah. So maybe slightly of an overcommitment, expecting a bit more of sort of force from Polaris there, but
okay. The hope is here you get a kill, right? And you wipe them and you get Roche.
It's a good start, Pi.
That's what they need to do.
Get a kill.
They need to wipe them.
It's been a while since Polaris has been able to find one.
Yes, quite a while.
And, well, they're not going to be able to find their Eric's on the map anymore. Down they go. More or less uncontested. It seems so hard. I mean, there's a Blink Dagger now on Tusk, but without the follow-up Ravage there to at least guarantee...
No, he's under the same vision.
Yeah, he is. Now this is, I mean, just outwarded, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I mean, position 5 plays, man.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He's in the base. Okay, BKB'd. Erica, he's just going to TP. Goodbye. See you later.
Yeah, Roche is up. Collect that. Thank you very much.
You know, the warding, man, it's important. I can plug my voice line, that's why I did the warding voice line. But anyway, back to the action. Roshan fallen. Aegis And Shard at the ready here for Vici Gaming. Polaris. This looks like the Pisa led. They're even under vision. Force doing what he can. The barrier at least meant he could have blinked, but he didn't. And now he's stunned here against BAB Spear, who's just going to back up. They're seeming no rush to finish this game. They're going to wait for their cooldowns and do it properly.
Yeah.
This is TI on the line after all.
Yeah, for sure. So what were who needed to pick up a point there? Was it Vici or Polaris?
It's Vici, if I'm not mistaken. Polaris already in the upper bracket here. They're locked in.
Okay,
Mathematically. Let me go ahead and refresh my Wikipedia standings just to make sure I'm spreading facts. And it is. It's Nouns who are watching tentatively, who have completed their matches and have a 4-6 map score. Vici Gaming sitting at 4-4. Of course, 2 more games to be added. And
okay, they're going for a player.
Oh, they are. Okay, and it's a play indeed, and it's a kill onto the sniper. If they can get out here cleanly, things would be looking pretty good. Frisk has nothing as well to rebound off of, has a BKB. He'd love to get something done here, but careful. They might be able to get it a little bit of an overextension. Lelich, ooh, he's going to get onto XM. The damage, it's good, but XM gets off the BKB, and now he's just got to run. Oh no, the kiss is coming down. He buys himself some time with the Gravekeeper's Cloak and does at least force 2 BKBs, but he's going to lose his life for this.
Yeah. No, I mean, Tidehunter and Lich, they were not even close to being there for the fight. Very unfortunate Ravage game here. Like, we haven't had a single good Ravage.
No, and it's got to be so frustrating for Force, right? Like, it's those games where I think even all of us who are non-professionals, speaking to you, chat, not to you, Pi, sorry, where you do so much in your games and you feel like you did everything you could right, but it's just not meant to be.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there was just no one to play with. Maybe he could have done something better. I'm not sure, but it just seemed difficult. Like everyone was just too low level, and so there was nowhere to go with your little Ravage.
Very relatable feeling. BAB's gonna make a mistake here, maybe an opening to exploit, but no, he BKBs and from range, XM's gonna get the kill on Xavius, but BKB Arena down here on Mars. But Vici, they're not leaving anything to risk here. I mean, super clinical stuff. Polaris, you know, kudos to them for not throwing in the towel, but 25k up, buyback forced out, and like I said, they're just going to wait for cooldowns again. It's simply too much at risk here.
Yeah, at least the BKBs. BKB on Sniper here, 10 seconds.
So this
They're
is
not
Polaris.
giving up the high ground though, so let's see if Polaris... Okay,
just
smoke
such
breaks.
good coordination. Oh, and Natsumi is scouted. He's also underneath the Sentry Ward, down to half HP. There's the jump. He's speared and killed. Natsumi didn't have it. And now Lelich, he's not going to have a life here either. He's in the stone form, but his team is crumbling, falling apart around him. And now Polaris will strike the colors. The call to GG as they fall 1 by 1. And Vici Gaming are going to take the win.
Yeah, quite a clean game, I'd say. Very well played by Vici. You could see that they needed to win. They needed 1 more point, and that's how they played. They get an advantage and then play extremely clinically. Just no risks. Wait for the BKB. Yeah. The biggest play that game, I guess, is the Marcy just camping mid lane.
Seriously, yeah. That kind of really broke apart the game, it felt like, here for Polaris, and they didn't really get a whole lot of action from there, unfortunately for them. Erica 10-0-7, BAB 5-0-14, Sniper with 1 death, 11-1-14, but just good stuff from Vici Gaming. You know, they clearly had a lot to play for. Polaris, you know, they're safely on through. They did give it a good go. I think any experience you can get on LAN is never wasted. It might help you even down the line. But yeah, well played to Vici Gaming, who will see themselves, by my appearance, I believe, in the upper bracket now for the playoffs.
I mean, here we see Vici did have a few nice fights. They were kind of just styling on them here. Like, Mars breaks the smoke, and then, yeah. Polaris' first attempt to do something together, they just get absolutely stopped. Yeah, completely team wiped, actually. So.
Yeah. And this was one of the latter halves as well. And again, I mean, painfully, you'll see in almost all of these replays that little green triangle underneath the Tidehunter indicating his ulti status is ready. It's just always there. He does not have a good opportunity. You hate to see it. You know, it's pain.
Yeah, for sure. Never got to come close to. He got 1 Ravage on the Sniper, but it did lead to his team getting wiped earlier on. And here we see at the end there where they're just desperately trying to
And they get something.
Do anything, yeah.
But the game ends, of course, right here in the replays. That's that one, and it'll be Vici Gaming securing their berth here in the upper bracket of the playoffs here. As far as what seeding looks like, of course, still a couple more matches to decide that over on the secondary and tertiary streams, perhaps. But for us, we are going to be preparing for a game number 2 here. Vici Gaming, you can see how happy they are after getting the win.
Yeah, we got 2 people here with 0 deaths. Got the BAB and Erica both having very relaxing games.
Yep. Yeah, looked real good for them. A nice way to wind down the group stage. In a way, though, these games, the next one upcoming, right, where it's the way the group stages break down. Not a whole lot at stake for these 2 teams. They always excite me the most because, sure, there's not much at stake in terms of where you place in your bracket, but there's still a lot to learn here. We're in a relatively new and still early on in an undiscovered meta, so we might get to see some exciting drafts here with teams trying out certain things right before us, as they usually tend to do only in scrims and not in officials. So we're going to be going to a short break, about 8 to 10 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to be live with Game 2 versus Vici Gaming and Polaris.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the last scheduled match here on the A stream for the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. There's a little bit of a tiebreaker scenario brewing over on the B stream, but here we're going to be, pardon me, taking on Game 2 of Vici Gaming versus Polaris. Not a whole lot on the line here in terms of group stage, upper bracket, lower bracket, or anything. Not like teams are getting eliminated anyway, but I'm personally really excited, Pi, because I do feel like teams are going to be trying out some new stuff here.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, I just want I want to see Polaris do a little better. You know, I want to see a real game from them. Force still had the net worth that game, but I want him to have the net worth this game and be able to show it off. Because I really feel he's been the biggest difference maker in that team. Like from them becoming like actually quite decently good.
Mm-hmm. I always feel, okay, so I've always thought, I've had this theory, right? Because obviously I never played, so I don't know what the mentality is. But those kinds of games where Force has very little impact, not because of his direct actions, but because of how other lanes went, and that had ramifications on it. I always feel like those games are the hardest to kind of process in real time. But after you get to sit down and take a look at things, it's a more clear solution kind of prevails. How's my logic on that stand? What do you think? You've been in this place maybe a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, that game specifically, it's like when weird things happen, right? Like, going tri-lane is not something that's very common anymore. And especially when your tri-lane doesn't really, like, you mostly got the negative side effects from it, right? You got very low level supports. You got a carry that's kind of low level and like a little less farm than you should have. And then, yeah, you get a farm Tidehunter, but it's hard to play from there. Like, you don't... It's not usual circumstances. Like, you don't have your supports to play with. So, yeah. Like, when they look at the replay, right, yeah, they'll see immediately that they probably had to, like, in some situations, they just had to wait a bit, and then maybe they could have made a play a bit later. And maybe the Visage just had to take a more sacrificial role and try to, like, roam with this Tidehunter. Something like
for
that.
me, that also kind of calls into question, like, who's responsible on the team for making calls like that. I'll quote an example for something that I know, at least through interviews, like Na'Vi, they decided, for example, after Arlington Major, one change that they made was they all kind of came to an agreement, and they decided that, that there's different people in charge of making calls at different stages of the game. I know, for example, early on, sometimes it's the 5 making more, meta game calls or macro game calls, and then late game, obviously, usually it revolves more around the carry, specifically making calls. I don't know. I guess that I didn't really have a question for you, Pi, but I just wanted to bring that up. That sometimes, I don't know, teams, it can be hard to like make the decision if there's not one in-game leader at that stage of the game. I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds complicated in itself. What you have different different times you have. For me, it's like the most successful team. You have like one guy that you listen to, and that doesn't mean like he's calling everything all the time. It's just when like that go back. When he says go back, you have to go back.
Right.
That doesn't mean like if you're playing whatever, you can't like make a call like let's defend this tower or whatever. It just means that because there are sometimes confusing situations where like you can do several things and they're all fine, but you need to do them together, and then you need that one voice that you listen to.
Yeah, sure. I think that makes sense, right? Not so much as the puppy taking hero control of everyone and microing all 5 heroes. Not to that degree, of course. It's more of the they're the kind of stream of consciousness of what the team is adhering to, right? If they're like, say, this fight's good, look for more openings, jump this guy, everyone's going to do their best to do that, right? Is kind of how I've always imagined it. From the small comms I've heard, of course, during TI True Sights.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta defend Puppy a bit though. Like, he's not the guy to micro everyone. He's a very laid back in the game. It's just he wants, when he says like go roach or like do something, he wants people to do it. Otherwise, like people, like everyone can make their own calls in a Puppy team.
Yes, of course. I think that's that was obviously a hyperbole. I also don't want to be on Puppy's bad side either. I agree with you as well. Don't worry. But we're not that safe, Pi. We're only a couple 100 miles away from Singapore.
Okay.
But no, I mean, I definitely agree. I think the best captains, they're not going to ride their players like that, right? You say what the objective is, and you trust them to get the job done. You got to play your own game at the end of the day, right? But just a bit of a discussion, right, on maybe, someone needed to make the call. This tri-lane's not working, let's break it down, and et cetera, et cetera. Who knows? I never like to get too much into the thoughts of a team because I don't know. And, of course, we'll see how it changes from here. But over to the draft, Pi, as we've deviated a little bit. Mainly at my hand, I apologize. But the Tusk Shadow Fiend opening by Vici Gaming and Polaris now with the Ench Magnus to respond.
Yeah. I kind of like the Tusk Shadow Fiend. It's quite interesting. Because you can totally see a Shadow Fiend going mid, right? Like, whatever, mid Shadow Fiend. And you can also lane these together in the safe lane if you wanted to. So it's very flexible.
Where do you see this Magnus role, especially for Force this game? Is this him taking a little bit more of, what's the best way to phrase it? A little bit more active, component of the game compared to Tide, who is a little bit more cooldown dependent. Mag can still make some repositioning plays, RP or not.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like if we see how like the Tide pick came about last game, it was strange anyway, right? Like there was a sniper picked, and then they kind of last picked Tidehunter into it, which is already pretty weird. And then they through that Tide pick, they have to force an aggressive tri lane. So like the plan was just kind of off, like no matter what. So like this is just a more simple, like just pick me Magnus, and I know like I like playing it with Willow and Starfire or whatever. Just pick that, and we're good at laning, so like whatever they pick will be fine. And you can pick like Juggernaut or something. I'll empower you, and we'll play from there.
All right.
It's a more simple approach.
Yep, it's a good point, and off your Juggernaut as well. That's banned out by Vici promptly. I used to see a lot of Ember Spirit get banned as well when Ember was really good and Magnus was really good on the Empower. Those numbers have adjusted over the years, and Embers since then have really stopped building Battle Fury, but the Cleave still must be good. Oh, but Vici, I think, with a much more heads-up ban, I think the PA would have been much stronger with Cleave here. Yeah, that's wise.
No, I kind of just want to see. I still want to see a Faceless Voider too. I saw Secret play it one game. It didn't go that well, but I saw another game too with Void where it was the same old. He has Chronos and he killed someone. So I don't know. Should just be fine here.
Seems like Polaris might be thinking about the Morph lane if they like to ban along the lines of Vici. When they picked Morph, they also like to ban the Slark out. Is kind of my logic with that.
No. I don't want to. No? I don't want Morph, no.
Is there something on Vici? Oh, is it because he's not melee? You can't take really a good advantage of Cleave?
I mean, that's one part. It's also like the lane with Ange, it can be fine. But I think Shadow Fiend is a pretty good hero against him. Rubik's not bad. Tuskar is like, he can at least like waveform out of the shards, but overall like it's a lot of stuns. It's playable, but I would want to see something that I'm really good against before picking a Morph.
Okay.
They should just pick a normal, I don't know, Snapfire or something. Okay, Invoker.
Gives them some more time to think about their next pick where, well, they're going to have to pick a support or reveal the safe lane. They might wait and try and get a couple bans to protect whatever they're thinking of. As maybe what they'll decide is, of course, with 18th pick here, Vici Gaming have a really powerful opportunity to respond, especially because they haven't yet picked their offlaner, so they can really crush a safe lane pick in lane here.
Yeah, but it's also getting to that point where every carry is banned out, you know? Like Troll is banned, Jug is banned, PA is banned, Slark banned. So you pick a support here, and they'll ban 2 more carries, and then, yeah, I don't know what you end up with.
Oh, they will pick
they just pick Void anyway.
There it is. You've been asking for it for a while. Those of you that have been following us here on our casting here for the LCQs have known. Pie's always like, give me Faceless Void. I want Faceless Void. He's real strong. Well, here we go. We'll see.
Yeah. No, it's a solid lane too. Ange Void, just a classic. You just sit there, hit them, heal up. That's good. Good stuff.
Time walk back. It feels pretty safe as well, not knowing your lane matchup, because even if they want to like Veno you, like I just don't think you really die in that lane with the Rubik.
Yeah. I mean, the only question I have is just, I guess they really wanted to have this Invoker. Because I'm pretty sure this is not a Magnus support. It could be, but it should be a position 3. So like you just... No, this is fine what they did. This is fine. It's good.
Okay. I mean, speaking of the Invoker, right, we're looking at now, compared to when Thompson played it, a much better game for the Ag Scepter build, if that's what Invoker wants to transition into. Of course, just want to bring that off, as it's going to amplify the teamfight that Polaris have even more. And their teamfight is looking pretty bonkers right now, especially compared to Vici. Shadow Fiend Requiem it's pretty decent, but they've got some good ways to cancel that, of course, for Polaris. And I'm wondering now if Vici are going to consider, well, the Wyvern's banned, right, which is a really good solution to this Faceless Void problem. If they'll consider some other support, well, they can't because there's Rubik picked.
Yeah, no, you just, I mean, now it's just a question if you pick, okay, just go for a Void Spirit. But if you want to do like Shisa heroes versus Void, like you want to pick like a Venomancer, stuff like that to like make his lane miserable. Or maybe an Underlord, like these heroes, the Beastmaster, something like that. Beastmaster is kind of hard to pick into Enge though, so probably not Beast.
Yeah, that's true. She just kind of takes her boars and beats you back with them. You can go for the Axis build in lane, but then you don't really bully the Faceless Void as much.
Yeah, especially when you have a Tusk as a partner, I don't think. Like maybe you'll have a few moments, like a few minutes of glory, and then you run out of mana. They buy another set of tangos, and then, yeah.
Yeah, then
it's misery.
It's hard from there.
Yeah.
Couple of last bans, though they do actually take out that Venomancer in any case here for Polaris, so definitely identifying that. I was about to say Snapfire, because I think what Polaris are missing, especially because I don't expect this to be a Quas, Exort Invoker. I think Quas Wex is just a little bit better for professional Dota right now.
Oh, you think so? I think it's going to be Exort for sure. I think it's going to be Rush Midas Exort.
I mean, I'd love to see it. These days, I've learned to temper my expectations, but I'm not the most familiar with Polaris, to be completely honest. But I'd love to be surprised. I mean, I know like there's still some European invokers, like Stormstormer, BCM. You know, they'll always go Exort, almost the case. But I don't know. I I like to cover my bases. I'd still like to see a little bit more damage in Chrono, regardless.
Yeah. No, I feel this is one of those games where, yeah, you go Midas on Invoker, maybe Midas on Void, and Magnus, Invoker, and Void, they just try to get as much farm as they can, all of them. Because if the game is even at all, like 35 minutes in, you're so strong.
Oh yeah, that team fight's gonna be looking good. Listen. I'm always down for an Exort Invoker. It's one of my more favorite heroes to watch mid, just because of the damage it brings in lane, a little bit of kill threat, and of course the global potential. Bat Rider then. So it seems like they may have downgraded this Magnus, or is Polaris support Bat Rider something?
No. I don't think you can play support Bat Rider anymore.
Okay.
Like, because they've tried to nerf him, right? But so they nerfed him enough so it's not really playable as support. But yeah, because they kind of interesting. We didn't say, we said it earlier, right? But the Shadow Fiend is most likely safe lane here with the Void Spirit mid.
We definitely should have brought that up, but that's pretty standard these days, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Magnus 4, I'm guessing, and then with a Bat Rider. Yeah. I mean, it's actually kind of funny. It is a force. That's what I'm saying. Like he refuses to play bad matchups or like get a bad lane. Like he will not do it.
Yeah, he's like, no. Pick Faceless Void here. I want to last pick my hero, and we get to pick a good carry. Yes, and we get to pick a good carry. VG Gaming, they will respond in kind with a Night Stalker. That's an annoying hero for an Invoker, especially if you can't get the Snap Tornado off to increase the gap.
Yeah, no. So Vici are definitely looking to play a bit faster paced here. Try to run them over. With Vision, and like all of their heroes have a bunch of spells, right? So it's a lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, the Vision game in particular is going to be looking pretty fantastic out from Vici Gaming. Polaris, in comparison, are lacking. I think if this is to be an Exort Invoker, you can send forward, pardon me, some Forge Spirits to scout for you. Other than that, you're going to be depending on, Ench doing Ench things and walking up cliffs, just expecting to live because of Untouchable and Nature's Attendance, or some really, really phenomenal warding.
I mean, wait, I have to say, something is like, it's actually a position 5 Magnus. Yeah, they're doing that, and they're doing 4 Enchantress. So, yeah. I'm excited to see. I love playing position 5 Magnus. It's a bit, they nerfed Empower though, so it's been a bit worse, but should still be playable.
Okay. What are you looking to do here as position 5 Magnus? Are you looking for skewers back into tower and stuff like that?
Yeah. Early game is definitely you're skewering back into tower, and usually you get a kill or two every time. Like it's quite hard to avoid. But then later on, yeah, it's a bit harder. Especially now, like they countered Magnus quite well with the Rubik, and so we'll see what he does later on. Maybe just try to go for a Wraith Pact, something like that.
Absolutely.
We'll see.
I'm interested to see what they're going to do as well, as we can see all the heroes lining up, ready to go. I think what I especially like is that with the position 5 Magnus, you're going to be taking real good advantage of the first 5 minutes of daytime, where Night Stalker usually has 2 or 3 points in a passive that does literally nothing for him. So that's going to be pretty cool to see. I like that. I didn't know you had tried out the position 5 Magnus, but you know who else has tried it out a couple times? AU was Master Tier, Grand Master Tier on the hero.
Yeah, nice.
Whether or not he actually can play the hero is not a question. But what is a question for you, Pylai Dai, is who's going to get the first barrack skill?
That's just whoever wins the game, Let's go with Vici then. They won the first game.
Their push is pretty good too. Neither team has I would say game-breaking push. Ench, early is good. Invoker, it is Exort Invoker, by the way, so thank you for correcting me on that. He's going to be taking the field, so he's got some Forge Spirits to push with early.
Yeah, but let's be honest, right? There's a game now. If you win or lose doesn't really matter, right? They're still through. Are you really gonna play Quasvex Invoker with a Void? No shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Even, what's gonna happen is Polaris, if the game gets to this stage, even if they're losing real bad, Polaris are not gonna call GG until Invoker gets his Zag Scepter and they get off the combo at least once. And then whatever happens, they've already won.
Yeah. Okay, AU is starting with boots. Maybe it's just Savius is their Ench player. I don't know. We'll see what they do, because it looks like he's going safe lane with the Ench. And he's gonna run around with boots Magnus. Okay, 3 runes for Vici.
I start for them.
Oh, he skewered Shadow Fiend on the cliff.
Oh, it's a bit of a win there. He's going to TP, of course. No, the stunts to combo, but Slightly more annoying for him.
Okay, is that what he's gonna do?
This is also this is also going to allow AU to block the creeps before at least Yang pushes them
Yeah,
off.
but you see Erica blocking the creeps too.
So nice response to make sure they don't have to see us under tower, at least for too much. One strike. Nice. I think XM, he's definitely played, I guess, a couple of Exhort Invokers because he stood right next to the thing and tanked with it to make sure that Invoker didn't get the CS, but he also didn't get the deny.
Yep.
Still a nice play mid.
Hey, you're gonna pull the creeps. Alright.
And with Brown Boots, I don't really think a Tusk can look to contest this reasonably. He's even actually kind of invoked the wrath here of the Bat Rider. Gotta be a little careful though. Those sticky napalm now doing a bit of damage is making things a bit painful. But nice pull is going to get the creeps right behind the tower. That'll keep SF happy.
Let's see. Usually Coswex Invoker does really well mid. It's just gets that free regen, high damage. Does well versus most heroes.
And you're looking to get that Midas online to continue to scale, get your levels, more damage. Should get that Ag Scepter online. Midas, and then of course into the BOTs. Do you think that he needs a transition item after BOTs or just straight Ags? Does he need like a Blink or a Sheep Stick or something?
I guess it will depend on what the game is looking like.
That's a good point.
I don't really know what the modern builds are. I don't think you go Ags right away, but I'm not sure. Maybe you do with Void.
Yeah, with Void, I've seen some, you know, hastier Ags, of course, but yeah.
Really, like, okay, so the Magnus is basically not playing the lane at all. He just ran and stacked and took the 2-minute rune from the Void Spirit. So, and he denied the other one with the Forge Spirit. So, like, that's kind of cute. And he's sniping couriers now. He's just being annoying.
Ooh, that's real good, though. I mean, he's not really expecting to do a lot in this lane. Force is probably like, yeah, don't worry, give me solo XP, I'll 1v2. And at level 3, he's going to be real scary.
Skewer.
There's a skewer. The Snowball, Yang, though, still underneath tower.
He's got 10 stick charges. Should be
stacks
fine.
of Shadow Rays, though, is going to at least give some pause to Force before he goes diving on that kill. I really like the move mid, especially because Invoker, you know, he doesn't usually lose the regen wars, but he's not interested in getting a bottle because he can just rely on Quas.
Yeah.
XM, though, he's going to find himself a little bit more parched if this continues, especially if they can come mid and deny at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah. No, yeah, I really like how he's playing this. It's just stacking. He's going to be quite low level, though, so that's the only problem for him.
You know, on the one hand, he's playing a great game. You know, here he is also getting a bounty rune, denying it for XM. But also, it does pain me slightly to see when Magnuses are reduced to simply just empowering machines, you know? Max empower, give it to your cores, and then maybe kind of waddle around and hope that you get a good RP off.
Yeah. Now, we'll see how he plays it. We can't be sure yet, but yeah.
Maybe.
Most likeliest.
A bash. A bash for this poor man. There we go.
Nice,
there
nice.
we go. And that's first blood.
I hope Bench makes sure here that she hits level 3. Just leech experience here. There's no need to be cute. Just get your level 3.
Is that for the second point in enchant you're looking at?
No, it's you don't want to get too far behind on levels with Enchantress. It did not feel good. Okay, the rune. Yeah, AU is going for the rune again. Yes, they're gonna deny him the rune again.
Yep.
Wow.
He might just pick it up this time, and of course, Alech's already denied it. Wow, that was real fast on the Forge Spirit micro. Didn't even skip a beat. Right back to CSing very nicely in the mid lane. 24 and 5. Of course, he's got lots of damage, but Forge Spirit still a melee hero.
Yeah. No, they're playing this bottom lane really nicely.
Up. If they can get a bash. Frisk though has boots. Okay. I think that means as a result, this Invoker's Midas is coming along very nicely. He's about halfway, a little bit less than halfway actually, for that recipe. So looking really good there for a decent time. Speaking of time, we are about to change from day to nighttime here. That's when, well, unfortunately for BAB, I expected there to be at least 2 points in Hunter of the Night. There's still only the 1. This lane has been really difficult here. Down a half level, isn't he?
They're doing okay. It's just the Rubik has taken more experience, right? They got a kill.
True. That's true.
They're definitely losing, but it's quite even. Okay. Yeah. Nighttime.
Here we go.
Savius. Oh, that
beautiful.
Was sloppy.
That was beautiful from Vici. I choose to see the beauty in this world, Kai.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
5 minutes. I mean, you're walking up with half HP. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, listen, if Divine Caster can say, I mean, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, it's an opportunistic moment there for Vici Gaming. You can see AU continue to be very annoying, but Yang and Erica looking to close the gap. He does have the points in Skewer, but wow, that damage is immense.
Yeah.
And Erica is going to be picking up a kill there for free.
Got his courier too. So what was I thinking about? Yeah, he got 2 points. I mean, I play a lot of Ench, right? So I'm looking a lot at this guy.
Okay.
So he's definitely going for a more carry-ish build. He's definitely still playing position 4 because he has 2 points in impetus now.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually got the Falcon Blade queued up as well. I usually see the power treads, not first, but power treads in the quick buy. But Falcon Blade here, just to sustain here on the impetus shots.
Okay, they're going for...
And careful here. Okay, the time walk forward aggressively. That's a big burst of damage from the impetus level 2, but no bashes, no kills.
Oh, Shadowfiend farming the stacks he worked so hard on.
Oh, that is sad. And even Erica's got himself a ward to keep himself covered. Pardon. He just needs probably another small... No, actually, he'll just get these with the right click. I thought he was going to... Yeah, okay, he'll shallow raise him.
Wow.
Good money.
Yeah. Oh, so sad, man. He thinks he has stacks for his Batrider already.
And they're going to be sorely disappointed when those are missing. Speaking of missing, I did miss who got the first power rune. He was denied, okay. Denied by a Forged Spirit. It's down bottom. They do make a play now towards Yang. Whoa, the Shadow Rays is though doing some damage. That's only 2 stacks as well.
Yeah.
But 3 points in Shadow Rays really starting to chunk through these 2 bottom laners. Careful mid. Oh no, they're going to be okay.
Get his Midas coming, right? So, he's having a quite cool game there on the Invoker.
And they're going to make the jump. Level 6 for XM. Telekinesis at the ready. We'll toss him even further out of tower. Into the snowball now. Cold Snap here to try and stop XM from doing more damage. Ice Wall is going to catch 3, and that gives great opportunity for Vici Gaming, for Polaris, that is, to get some kind of payback here. But do they have something they cancel the TP? Yes. A Skewer there is going to condemn Frisk. But they do lose their mid laner in the exchange.
Yeah. At least he completed his Midas. He didn't use it though, but he got it.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Yeah.
And maybe feels worse. This AU is going to end up dropping a second kill here for XM in quick succession.
Yeah. No, they don't know about this. It's really nice ward placed there and stealing the stacks. It's a big play.
Yeah, by the time they go to deward it and pray that the stacks are still there, they'll be very disappointed that they're all cleared and only a couple of Wild Wing Rippers there to greet him.
Oh, when he got an Arcane Rune, okay. No, he's feeling good now.
Is there an opportunity to potentially gank here? Still no point in Dark Ascension or the Scions. Oh, while we're looking top lane, there's a Chrono first of the game into a Sunstrike, and kill actually goes towards Xavier. I think he got it with the Warpine Raider there.
Yeah.
Tossed in the Seed Shot.
No, I like it. Just use your Chrono, whatever.
Yeah, agreed. Getting a kill. You're killing this guy in
they're
nighttime.
TPing for him though.
He's
very
and
greedy.
it's the smoke wrap around with the Arcane Rune active. Natsumi, he's got a time walk, and it's not going to get off here. Great crowd control out from Vici Gaming. Snowball from Yang, and down he goes. 4 heroes here for it, though, but kills a kill.
No, that was good for Vici. Very greedy by him to just stay there. Oh, nice. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, that's a kill on Xavier. So let's just going to get away from this one. So, sorry, man, can't do much. I'll take my Forward Spirit and go over here. He did get to use his Midas, and now he's going to be chugging along nicely here on this Invoker towards his BOTs, and then he's going to be a bit more active here around the map. But BAB actually is coming into the mid lane. Natsumi did TP in here, so they're going to chase him down. AU at the ready, as well as Ulich. He's got himself a Sunstrike Cold Snap invoked. Still no points in Wex, so a bit more limited for his spell usage, but just with a Cold Snap, he'll be able to scare him back.
Yeah. Oh, and Shatras is TPing top. He wants to set up something here. Who doesn't want to TP? Batrider? Yeah.
There is there's no lasso. He doesn't have a point.
Tower's dying though.
And there goes the tower, and I think there goes Xavius. Yes. Batrider, can he get something done without lasso? It's not looking real good right now, especially as they're going to roll on over to him and find a kill. They've also gotten AU behind his tier 1 tower as he was struggling to defend. Does at least force Vici Gaming to back off, but 3 kills for Vici across the map, and a regen rune in the bottle for XM. He's been very fortuitous here with his runes.
Yeah, no, that's just very unfortunate. Like I get the play to set up top. There's 3 heroes mid, but they need more. They need like Invoker to TP or something. I don't know. Force didn't even get Lasso, right? Skilled, yeah. He's just going for the farm build, so...
That's what I was personally surprised by. But we'll see what he can make work of there, going for his max farm build. Again, he might have been expecting those stacks. They're not there. That certainly stings as well, but continuing to try and make the best of things. Down bottom as well, you know, Batrider, he's certainly a lane dominator. He's not really a hero that, you know, when left to his own, is going to want to push this tower. He can clear the waves, but that's all he really is interested in doing.
Yeah.
So Frisk is basically just getting free experience, free gold here, nearly at level 6, and decent amount of gold here for him. Some time to farm. It's always really nice. A breath of fresh air as a support, isn't it?
No, for sure. No, I mean, he was having a good time down here with Bat. He was pulling the wave and stuff, and then, yeah, you get dragged top, TP, you die, and yeah, your game is just very hard right now.
And he's got a spell now to take away from this bottom lane. First usage of the spell steal, pardon. He's got Napalm. Nothing too major, but just don't be confused if you see Polaris heroes with that orange number above their head now.
No.
What spells do you think he's really looking for this game? Sorry to cut you off.
No. I mean, obviously RP, there's Chrono. They're the big ones. Then, I mean, sometimes picking up a Lasso can be nice. And a casual... I mean, actually... Wait, let me see. Yeah, and Power is actually not too bad to pick up either. Yeah, Chrono...
Yeah, they'll just take a kill. I mean, they'll get it. It'll take maybe one extra auto attack. The lift is not amazing, and unfortunately he couldn't seal Skewer in time. But a kill's a kill.
Going on mid, though.
Yeah, and now diving. Whoa, the damage on the Lelich, and oh, no chance to cast the spell. BAB's right on in there, just approaching from the trees. DG Gaming quite interested now in taking this tier 1. Although XM, he's alone here, but there is no there's no Chrono. There is no RP either, actually. AU is level 6, but he's not yet skilled it. Maybe at 7? Yes, okay, now he has it.
They have...
XM?
Nice.
Yeah, and just, yeah, okay. Oh, that looked easy there for Vici Gaming, and in reality, or sorry, for Polaris, and actually it was. Just kind of walked up to them.
Yeah, he managed to steal RP, though. Not the biggest steal this early, but it's something.
Keep our eyes up for that. Good catch. That always eludes me sometimes, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
And just looking at what Xavius has, again, going for this more carry ench. I think during the T1 series, you were commenting on how the White Mon Enchantress was not Puppy Ench, you know, not lots of damage. This is not Puppy's Ench, or this is Puppy's Ench. It's very similar. I think Puppy likes to go treads, and there's actually no boots on this Ench, but regardless, it's, you know, impetus, damage, you know, looking to do things in the medium to late game, the mid to late game, and actually scale.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it in different ways too. Like you can still have a couple of points in heal or whatever, but yeah, okay, they're killing Batrider, it seems, yeah. But yeah, this is definitely the most greedy build, like no points in heal. Actually, no point in ultimate either is very, very strange to me at least.
It's just farming. Natsume is doing the same, but he is at least imbued with the Empower of Magnus, so he does get through this triple stack of Ancients. It costs him a lot of his HP, but that's what it's there for. That's why you have HP regen.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of lifesteal anyway.
No, I mean, Polaris are just in a position where everyone just has to try to farm. That's... They have to look in the future. Like, they're looking at least 25 minutes plus, hopefully 30 minutes plus, and that they've kept up in farm at least decently well. That's...
Kind of doing well so far. The only thing, Erica is starting to make a little bit of a break for that top position in net worth. He's slowly increasing the gap now that he's got his own Mask of Madness online. BKB soon for him, as they do get yet another kill there onto AU.
Yep.
Out the ward. I want to see what Batrider is going... Or sorry, Batrider, make that Night Stalker. There's something coming to him, but nothing big queued up for him.
No, he has Blink Dagger coming.
Ah, okay. That's where I was. I was trying to find his courier. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just keep going. Like, whenever Vici want to kill someone, I'm pretty sure they can do it. And then Polaris just have to be spread out and farming the rest of the map.
Making the best of the space that whoever's death is going to buy them.
Exactly. No, it's fine, because everyone is going for items. Even, like, Magnus is trying to get a Blink Dagger, right?
Yep.
So...
yeah. Oh, well, here they go. They're going to make a play. Well, at least the three of them. That Simi's going to continue hitting Ancients after he receives now the maxed Empower.
Yep.
And here in the mid lane is Rubik. Still has... Oh, actually, he didn't even use RP. He stole Forward Spirit.
Yep. No, I mean, they can't really catch anyone, right? They're getting Blink on Bat, though, so then maybe they can get some pickoffs at least.
Ichi. They're also looking to maneuver around here. There's a pesky Forge Spirit that got enchanted running around in the midst of things. Okay, we'll be able to get now up into the enemy triangle where they see a half-farmed stack of Ancients, and that's always kind of bad news. That's when you know that this smoke action is not meant to be. Find someone's leftovers.
Okay, he's got Blink Dagger coming on force. They wanna, but Night Stalker sniffs it out.
Brightness as well with his own Blink Dagger. It's naturally nighttime, but he also has the Dark Ascension for the increased vision and flying movement. Bottom, couple arrows pointed here. Diving for Natsumi. There's a ward that Yang is just staring at. Of course, he doesn't know it's there, but he's just staring there.
But the whole Vichy team is there ready.
And here they go. Yeah, the ward didn't certainly pick up that Blink Dagger from BAB. That's a kill. And oh no, they could be looking for more. Lulich in some trouble, focused down by XM, and he's going to pick up that kill with a nice second Astral Step, showing off that newer Witchblade since we've last seen him.
Yep. I think Savius might no ulti, so he's definitely dead.
Yep. There he goes. Only level 7. And Force, he's roaming around here, smoked up, maybe try to find an angle into that fight, unfortunately. His Blink Dagger reveal is not going to go as well as Night Stalker's. But still is pretty potent here if his team wants to fight around him. As AU is kiting around the Night Stalker, but he's just so fast.
Yeah, unfortunately this game is looking quite similar to game 1, where Polaris are just, they never get to do anything. They're kind of just farming. And the Vichy are always ready to fight.
Yeah, still nighttime as well for 3 more minutes, and then they're going to probably have another Dark Ascension ready. Oh, okay, but they've got vision here on the Void Spirit, so they're going to throw forward a Meatball and a Sunstrike. That's a kill onto XM. Big one at that. The previous 2 Chronos have been onto supports, but this is a much bigger catch.
Yeah. I have to say, though, like this, it's way better to play this type of game with these heroes than a Luna and Visage. Because, yeah, Chrono and with Batrider and Invoker is it's way scarier in the late game than Luna.
Yeah, I mean, and this Ench is going to be a force to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, hey, who knows, right? I'm trying to build up some hope for Xavius, who still does not have brown boots.
Yeah, I mean, I do this sometimes too.
Okay.
You're quite fast, so. But I mean, the treads are good though, so I don't mind that.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking about, just the damage, attack speed, but it's okay for now. Finishing off the 4 staff, which is, I'd say, a more important item than getting treads online at this stage.
Yeah.
This is the, no, guys, I'm a support, I swear, special.
Mm.
Look, I bought 4 staff.
Natsumi not interested in fighting, getting out of there. He's gonna BKB. That's something.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's also got a Walrus on top of him. Walrus punched and killed off. The initiation's a bit better here so far from Vichy, but BKB'd, forced to BKB'd rather, is Erica. As he was lassoed on back and his life threatened. RP and lasso used there, however, and not picking up a kill.
Yeah.
Or nothing to show for it even.
Complete vision of this void here.
They have enemies as well coming again, but he's got a BKB, so he's going to look for some bashes here. Of course, let the Semmelite quite annoying. BAB waiting to make the jump in, has a Dark Ascension.
They're going to go for it.
He's going to go for it. He's got a silence as well. No more BKB here for Natsumi. That means he can't jump away, but he's kind of jumped alone here, this Night Stalker. Now here's some support. XM has only 1 Astral Step, so he's got to be a little bit more wise with the usage. There he goes now onto Natsumi. They pick up the kill. Sunstrike is going to whiff, unfortunately, and it looks like there's more damage to be dealt here by Vichy as XM uses another Astral Step. Down goes the Invoker. Xavius doing what he can. Finally has the pointed untouchable. 4 staff used, but still killed by Erica.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's what you said, right? They used every ultimate they had on Shadow Fiend bottom. He didn't die. Then you can do these crazy plays. We're just diving a tower. Yeah, Force is not interested in TPing in, and neither was the Magnus. So, time to pick up Roche.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. But yeah, it's as you say, you know, the team's just kind of coordinating. I'm sure that was Erica saying, guys, they used everything, just do whatever you want. Dive top, you know. XM waiting for his team, very patient to set this all up, and the dive under tier 2 tower is successful.
Yeah, I mean, just you try to TP in there and help him out, but it's not happening. You're all just getting cleaned up.
The good old savior buddy syndrome. And unfortunately for Natsumi, that's his first BKB. He still dies, drags the team into a bit of a loss. As you can see, Vichy ecstatic being able to dive underneath tier 2 towers this early on. He is going to be not so pleased with his results. Really wish that Polaris, they could have mustered a bit more of a defense, but like you said, they used everything.
Yeah.
Not much more. Oh, but AU's got a blink now.
He does.
So he's got blink RP, yeah.
And Invoker's got his blink. Midas travels. Seems like he queued up BKB now and then agate him, so...
Yeah, and I'd say that's definitely wise. I think at this rate, Vici Gaming, especially with the net worth lead they've accumulated, you're not likely to find a big 5-man chrono. You're going to be chronoing 1 or 2 people at a time until you can more equalize and take fights better. But so a single Sunstrike enough there, I reckon. Important for the Invoker to be able to live as well with BKB. Although, of course, this Tusk is still going to be a bit of a problem. BKB TP just not an option here versus Vici.
Okay, so they smoke up. Let's see, they have Chrono, they have Lasso, and RP. See if they can... He's trying to... Yeah, nope.
The reactions. Oh, the reactions in time, though.
Yeah. Cast range on Lasso is not... it's not the best. Oh, and they have this ward here. The cliff ward, the Tinker ward on Tinker. I mean, on Invoker.
I don't think they have a sentry, so they don't quite see him.
But they scanned him, so they know he's there.
This is going to be an incredible jump by Vici. BAB's got Darkest Engine. He's got Basher already on this Night Stalker.
He goes.
Now they see him. Uh-oh. Oh, they lost vision. Okay, Sentry. Oh, first hit Bash. Okay. No, sometimes, some games are just not meant to be, Olich.
Unfortunate. That ward, man. That ward.
Classic little Tinker ward. Vici just kind of acknowledging the state of the game and what options that Polaris have open to them at this stage. Taking, as you call them, 5v5 honest fights. Not very likely to go well for Polaris. Much more looking for pickoffs, and failing that, as we saw mid, looking to split push the waves and punished there.
Yeah, I mean, they would be down to take a 5-on-5 fight if, like, Vici just stood, like, tried to push their high ground, right? They just stood there 5 people together. Then they can fight. You can get cool 5-man RPs, you can get Chronos, but you're not going to get those fights most likely, so...
No, and that's what I was, trying to refer to earlier. Like, Vici, they don't need to all be on the high ground. There's an item advantage. They don't need to do that yet. I mean, especially with how clinical they were in game 1, especially closing.
Oh, they're setting up bottom here.
Wow, there's going to be a Requiem. No way, not Sumi. Oh, he's just dead instantly. The Fear as well. It's going to catch LH and AU. AU at least able to escape a bit better, but there is no running here, Pi. They're going to catch Invoker lurking down bottom a second time. A hopeful counter initiation shut down by the Shadow Blade reveal here of Erica.
Yeah.
Maybe more damage? No, okay.
Nothing going for you.
Ooh, there's a blink on the way for Yang, I believe in his courier, indeed. So he might be tempted to give up the chase. There's, of course, a trail of flames. It's leading him towards his mark, and a ward that's about to expire. Well, I think Force is going to get out of here in time.
Yeah, now Vici is doing whatever they want, moving across the map.
The Tempest, dealing literal tickle damage to SF, but he out-heals it, takes down a tier 2.
No, I mean, it's funny, because, like, there is this potential. They have these really big spells, right? So, theoretically, they could hit them and get something going, but it's just very difficult with Night Stalker Vision, Aegis. Everyone has Blink Dagger, like, it's just, here they go, they smoke 2 heroes here, right? Yeah, Batrider. Oh, okay, 3 heroes. Void is smoke 2.
Well, you know what they say, Pi. The last thing you lose is hope, right? You always can string together some sort of team fight. And now they've got the catch they were looking for on BAB, using their vision advantage. BAB is going to try and TP away. Yeah, no chance. Bashed, cold snapped, and killed. Polaris are not going to let that happen right in front of them. No way.
Let's pick up that double damage. Let's go.
Things get scary here now. There's more than just a chance. There's a real possibility that Polaris can take a mega team fight for themselves. DD and Cleave. Oh yeah, there's the
Shadowfiend still has Aegis for 20 seconds, so I wonder if he wants to bait a bit here.
Sumi still just lurking, half duration now on that DD rune, pardon. BAB's up in 20, it's buyback. But Vici content to just let the tower fall. That is at least until LH makes the jump. Ooh, snowball though, but it's going to actually force the Tuscan a bit too deep. And that might just be the death of him, trying to make it uphill.
Ooh, Chrono,
that is
he got
no
the
safe recourse for him there. Chrono is going to be able to catch the Rubik, but there's no immediate follow-up. And I think that's because Invoker was too busy casting spells to kill Tusk. Now they're going to find the SF. He was trying to sneak around the fights. The bashes. Oh, RP not even necessary. AU's going to cancel that. XM jumping in, trying to finish him off. Not going to get the job done.
Nice
Witchblade damage over time. Actually, is going to get the nice job there. Force looking for something else, but he's out of spells. I'm very low on mana. They'll be very pleased with that pickoff on the SF.
Yeah, ecstatic, honestly. That is the best they can hope for. But you can also see how like cheesy these heroes are. Like he has, what does he have? He has BKB Mask of Madness, right? And even a Shadowfiend with 15k net worth. You put Alacrity on the Void and like Shadowfiend will just be permabashed.
He just melted as well.
Yeah.
That was pretty scary. No attack speed and chrono talents taken. We're not even at that stage of the game, and it's been even nerfed. But like you're saying, Mask of Madness Alacrity more than makes up for it.
Yeah. No, so like if you let the Polaris use their spells, it'll be bad.
Oh, wow. The VAC blink from BAB. VAC for BAB, but just another kill for him going towards XM. Really good job. Obviously the smoke breaks. You figure someone's in the trees. Good jump.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Polaris, just keep playing like this. Hope you don't fall too far behind in net worth, and then use your broken R spells.
They've stabilized in terms of net worth slightly, right? Erica's.
Okay, there's some potential there. Unfortunately,
mid. Oh, high. Oh, okay, good.
No, I'm looking top here because they're gonna RP, but they don't have detection, I think.
And the SF, maybe they don't need it. No, they needed it. Oh, he's even looking to turn. Oh, look who's here, BAB. The insta-stun and killed off. Not even AU is going to survive to tell the tale.
You can see there, just as AU dies, the dust gets delivered. Oh, quite unfortunate.
That one does hurt. That one hurts. Would have made a bit of a difference there. Erica free to just channel the spell as he pleased. And, oh, that's going to be a kill there. I don't know if the BKB was ready and off cooldown, if I'm being honest, but with all the follow-up that they had, I don't think it was possible for Faceless Void to be able to make it out alive. Force now is going to be the next to be pursued and killed off. Xavius is scouted in the meantime. Do they have a stun? Yes. The Yule Scepter here, courtesy of, I believe, the Rubik. Yes, indeed. It's going to cancel that TP away. Level 2 untouchable now, so it'll take some time. But eventually, Pi, eventually, they're going to get the kill.
There he goes down.
So, you've said you play a lot of Enchantress. What are you thinking of in those moments in your long, dying breaths?
No, you're just blaming your team, like, come on, guys, I'm living so long, do something. Maybe not in this game. In this game, you're probably thinking about, like, man, maybe I should have done better in lane or something. I don't know.
Well, he's got boots now, so now even I can't blame him. But unfortunately, yeah, he's damaging Chrono, though. I mean, he is some serious damage in Chrono if they can string one together. And now, as Vici Gaming have to wait approximately 3 minutes, it's almost a max Roche spawn timer, if not one of the longer ones. Then Polaris, they've got their spells. They're going to be able to wait for RP to come off. They can look for a fight here.
Yeah, let's go. It's difficult in nighttime, though, but there's always potential.
Made more difficult now. BAB with a BKB delivered, and Void Spirit with an Arcane Rune active into the fight. He will jump. Force, though, looking to try and drag him back towards his team. Lars still smoked up. Oh, Aether Remnant catches him. Over the cliff he goes. Now stuck on the cliff. Force Staff, another Aether Remnant to go to another Force Staff. Broken and killed. XM with kill credit there. XM who seemed to be trapped there in the Ice Shards, however. Sunstrike going to be definitely avoided by Yang with the RP. BKB comes up by Erica, so he's not going to be skewered back, but it's BAB who pops his BKB versus Natsumi's. Gets a bash. Natsumi's got just as good a chance as well, but didn't find a single one there in the exchange, and now they're on the run. In fact, he's been caught. No more BKB. Aether Remnant perfectly placed to connect, and it's going to be XM on a wicked 6 streak. My goodness. Polaris, they just can't find the opening for their spells, Pi, and I don't think high ground is too safe for them here. There's going to be the break. XM jumping forward, a kill there.
Oh, stolen skewer.
Stolen skewer with style. XM's going to pick up the 3rd kill. Assists is by Frisk, and yep, this one's looking very similar to game 1.
Yeah, no, you're right. They have all these cool spells and stuff, but it's too difficult to use. Like, they're just trapped in their base. And they can't. They didn't get off Chrono, right? No, they got an RP off. That one was okay.
Yeah, but even then, Erica BKBs. Like you can see here, I think it's obviously it's even better. Oh, it's right after the replay, or before the replay, but he BKBs, gets RP'd immediately, which is still valuable lockdown and seconds of BKB wasted, but when he skewers back, he's disappointed to be empty-handed there.
Yeah. And here you think you're safe in base, but
Nope.
Vici they're not done with you.
Yeah, really, really nice stones here. Look at the distance on that thing as well. Oh gosh, remember the 1 week that Magnus had that acceptor? Look at him. Oh yeah, Vici Gaming. I mean, it was such a, you know, if nothing else, obviously, now that they've already gotten the 1 point upper bracket secured, it's just a feels good game for them, isn't it?
No, for sure. Definitely time to have some fun here.
Relax after a really tense Last Chance Qualifiers group stage. Sure, you know, no teams eliminated immediately out of the gates here from groups, but I imagine not an entirely stress-free experience all the same. So being able to let loose a little here and then relax for the night, yeah, I think they're going to enjoy that.
Okay, but we still, you know, can still get 5-man Chrono here. They're going to fight this Roche. Spawning now, right? Yeah, it's up.
Okay, Xavius is going to throw his potato in the pit. Down it goes.
Throwing
Smashed.
himself into them.
And is killed. I mean, they've got a break now, so it's really trivial to kill him. Force. Ooh, Tornado is not dodged by the snowball, and that's going to at least allow for a big old lasso back. Natsumi making the jump in. Does actually get pushed away by the psychic headband. Chrono, though, does connect onto 2. The Sunstrike is going to be onto SF. Erica falling quickly, but he's got evasion. The casual Island Tunic, and now a stolen Chrono is going to be resulting in a kill onto Lelich. Oh, man. That's just pain. I thought it was Butterfly already. It was just a 16% evasion, making a bit of a difference there, it seems.
Yeah, no, it did. And then, like, he's down to whatever, and then you press Satanic, and back up you go.
Yeah. And, well, we saw lots of cool spells. The only one, unfortunately, Polaris didn't get to cast is RP. Not a great moment.
Yeah, so you can see here when the Force he lassos, and he drags him in, but his team, they don't really want to... They're still running, you know? And then eventually he gets up there. This is quite a nice Chrono, but it's just a little too late, right? The Shadow Fiend has 10k more net worth than him, kind of just eats the whole Chrono and then kills him.
And a pretty sick steal too, right? Hey, you can see, oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't know the players by face, unfortunately, here for VG.
That's Yang, I believe.
I'm at, that's who? Sorry?
Yang, I think.
Okay, Yang God. Yang is feeling good about this game, leading the team to victory. Yang God. There he is. Frisk, yeah. Oh, he's still got telekinesis though, and he's holding on to Chrono. Force broken and sent. Wow, barreling back. He nearly dies there in that little exchange. I think Frisk is saving Chrono, man. I think we're going to see another Chrono here.
Oh yeah, he'll have it.
He got the CDR.
Oh, no, they're killing Lelouch. Wow. A little tip. Yeah, because Lelouch actually tried to solo kill Yang, but then he got his friend to show up.
So his Chrono still on cooldown, but Frisk's off cooldown here in just another 6 seconds or so. He's got Blink Dagger. He's got Yules. Of course, Faceless Void can move in anyone's Chronosphere.
Oh, nice lasso.
That's a really good lasso. Dragging the double Force Staff. Erica up on the high with the Chrono. Oh, it catches AU and Force. And now Natsumi, Xavius, they've got to run. Invoker's got no buyback. He's dead from the attempt earlier before. Oh, no. Well, that is Vici Gaming just in the base with style, saving their comrade, and now straight up to push some barracks.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. No, you need to lasso him into Fountain. That's where you can win. For sure.
Well, they're gonna have to wait another 70 seconds until they can go for another lasso. As this time, Pi, I'm pleased to inform you your prediction was correct.
What was the... Oh, first
barracks.
Okay,
yeah.
nice.
You're real bad at the trees one, but you know, barracks not bad. Vici though, on to push some buildings. Presence or FX buildings. SF, of course, 161 plus 250 base damage. Yeah, that's some destruction.
Natsumi getting hunted down here, no BKB.
By XM, the silence as well, thanks to the Ag Scepter. Tornado sidestep by the Dissemblate XM. Stutter stepping a little bit. Yule Scepter. Buying some time. Lelouch is here though. XM looking to turn, finds a couple of bashes, has Chronosphere, and there's gonna be the snowball pulling in XM as well. Self-Chrono in here now, onto 2. BAB's trapped in the ice wall. There's Natsumi's gonna tear through Yang. XM a bit Too tanky, though, as they turn back from him and finish off Natsumi with the fade. But Lelouch on the run now. He's been dusted, so cannot Ghost Walk away. Frisk surrounding him. Frisk has another chrono in 18 seconds, maybe hoping to use it. He's going to steal Tornado. Misses the Tornado, though.
He was trying to... He was just trying to bad manner him right there.
Yeah.
He was trying to body block. He wanted to be cute, but he got away.
Yeah. Well, Frisk is... I mean, he's got a Wind Waker already, by the way. Xavier will take it down bottom. Wind Waker, of course, a super luxury item. Not only is like Yule Scepter usually kind of out of reach for a normal support in a normal game, Wind Waker's like triple the price to just upgrade it, but super strong against the Faceless Void, obviously.
Yeah. It just feels really good to have. You can also save yourself. You kind of just fly away.
Tornado. That'll lift up Erica, but it's BAB who makes the jump in. No bash. Well, there it is. I just had to say it. But good four-step into the pit and drag back into Fountain. Here we go, Pi. Can they kill him off in time? Sunstrike just swings wide, but they will receive the kill.
Nice. No chrono,
enough
though.
of an opening. Yeah, no chrono. We'll see here. I'm sure Polaris, they're going to give it one last good shot here. As in they go. Down goes Xavius. XM looking for a target as well. As Lelouch trying to support Natsumi, but Natsumi losing the 1v1 to Erica. Erica not even BKB'd up. No bash is there, unfortunately. XM diving further, pounding now into poor Lelouch as GG is called. Vici Gaming, they close out their group stage with an impressive 2-0 over Polaris.
Yeah, very easy games for Vici here. A little bit of a struggle in the start and then smooth riding. Both games, honestly. This game maybe even more. Yeah, Polaris never really got anything together. And we just got to see a highlight show from Vici, basically.
Yeah, it did look that way, didn't it? And I think, again, Vici... At this stage, sure, being a little BM with the body blocking, trying to sweep up and kill it.
That's just having some good old fun right there.
Exactly. I don't, I'm not to say anything about that. I think it is just good old having fun because the game was pretty sealed by that stage already. But still, even before that is why I bring it up. Really clinical play from them, right? Like not leaving anything to chance. Really, really good kind of. What's it called when you're just able to keep track of things, right? They keep track of enemy cooldowns and just knowing the relative strengths on those cooldowns and making this dive like we're seeing here in the highlights.
Yeah. No, for sure. They were... Every time... Like, they didn't let them farm up, right? Like, they have these scary late-game heroes, but they just kept pressuring and pressuring. And Polaris definitely crumbled.
Yep. That's one way to make sure you can never get the combo correct is if you're just forcing out abilities kind of haphazardly or defensively. And yeah, things hard here. You can see even at this stage of the game, diving tier 3s, tier 4s even. Look at this jump here from BAP right on top of the Invoker and the skewer on back. To say nothing, of course, of the stolen chrono that kicked that one off.
Yeah.
Well, what a fight.
No, it's unfortunate because you never really saw... You can't go back in this game and pick out a point where Polaris had a chance. Like, their chance was only the potential that, like, if you just look at their heroes. Like, yeah, they can chrono, but there was never a point in the game where they were close to pulling anything off, unfortunately.
Still not to worry, of course, for Polaris, for C fans, for Polaris fans alike. Of course, they're still moving on. No one eliminated here. This match only maybe minor implications. Another great stolen chrono. Only perhaps minor implications in terms of seeding for group stage, but even then, I'm not too sure. I'd have to take another look at the table. They're still moving on into the upper brackets. Vici Gaming will move on alongside them as some representatives here for the group. And it's double elimination, so they'll be very pleased at least to not be out.
Yeah, and so like there's still a few more games going on, right?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there's a couple of games ongoing. We'll go ahead and throw over to those in just a little bit, of course, as we'll first take a look at the scoreboard in terms of each game taking that victory. XM, what a performance, really. I think, I don't know, I think the laning stage was still really good from Lelouch, but XM being able to rotate around the map much more effectively, and being able to find kills, really setting them up. MVP is XM. Yeah, that's what I was hoping to transition to. I didn't know it was going to be XM, but I don't know. You agree with this match MVP for him?
Yeah, that's fair enough. He can be the MVP. Like, they all kind of stomped them together, right? But he played really well, for sure.
Yes, indeed. As that's going to be our final scheduled series, all done for us today. But there's still plenty of Dota going on right now, guys. There was some tiebreaker scenarios that I'm not too up to date on, but of course we can go ahead and head over to Stream B. We'll see one of those play out potentially. We're gonna go and cut you guys over to Stream B, where you can see the end of Wildcard Gaming and T1. But on behalf of Pi and myself, thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll catch you later for the post show that'll be live here back on this channel. See you tomorrow.
Little fissure here over on to Cuckoo. Be able to hold him in place a little bit longer, but they decide, all right, that's enough poking. Alone having that remnant up just decides, let's back off. And he is committing to the BKB. Yeah, but I've just been told that we're on the A stream right now, so welcome everyone. We have quite the series going on. We've got T1 versus Wildcard, and Wildcard took game number 1, so we're waiting to see if we're going to end up in tiebreakers. If they win the second match, that will push us into the tiebreaker zone, and I think surprise a lot of people.
Big commitment here going in for the Roche, trying to take it down. I don't think that Wildcard are in any position to contest this, though. Looks like it's going to be safe. I like the positioning by Whitemon here as well. They're standing outside, just revealing if anyone comes to contest. But this is going to be a free Aegis. Probably going to put that over on Anna's Morphling. And they'll be ready to start cracking at some tier 2 towers as well now.
It's definitely a different tempo-paced game here for the side of T1. They're able to be the aggressors, and they're able to make these plays, as before they were just very much reactionary to what Wildcard had. So, do you have a couple of these remnants up? Divine Llama here, just going to continue to do some farming, pick up the bounty rune. As T1 slowly making their way, combing through the jungle.
Yeah, they're going behind them. They might get a nice connection here. They're still heroes, but they're starting to TP out, realizing this is not the place to be. Eve, you need to get out, man.
Nope, Eve's not going anywhere because he is going to get Dream Coiled up, and they're just going to burst down this Phantom Lancer. It makes me wonder if he hadn't gone for that Doppel, if they would have been aware, if they would have been able to just back out, but...
I don't think so. That was just a coil straight into the tree line, like, you're there, I know it now. And they get that big payoff. So first Roche and now this.
Well, that went better than expected.
Alright. Well, they get themselves a nice pickoff. Probably the most valuable pickoff on the map. So you have to be very happy with that. But Divine Llama is going to do a little chomping over here onto Ana. But does realize, okay, there is an Aegis on this Morphling. It is not worth the time right now.
Yeah, they're probably going to have to dodge a little bit. I mean, they don't have the Blink Dagger on Shaker. They're smoked up, but they don't have a great way to take a big team fight. So Wildcard, if they look for anything now, it should be a pick-off on perhaps the Puck, who is hanging around in the top area. They have Global Silence, and there's no way for him to dispel.
I mean, it is so difficult to get your hands on a Puck, though. You have to plan everything just right. And the way that Tops is playing... Look at this. He finds Sam. Sam immediately says, yeah, nope, I'm not ready for this. I don't want this. But a little bit of an invasion going on into the jungle coming out from the side of T1 as they were hunting for Eve again. But looks like most of Wildcard has just vacated this general area. And you can see Divine Llama just trying to make that space, trying to continuously push this bottom tower.
Yeah, pushing the tower and also spreading out all the spiders to get as much vision as possible into a tree line. He is going to reveal some people around mid now as well. They're sieging up for that tier 2 tower. I don't think Anna is scared of anything. Oh, Alex, this is not a fun matchup. Okay,
he uses the Echo Slam on him. Alright.
I like the attempt, though. He fishes into a tree line with a shard so he can walk over the trees and try to run away, but Puck was nearby. Ends up just dying as well as wasting his ulti now.
It's not looking good here for Sam, but doesn't seem like he wants a hard commit. No, they'll use the coil even, hoping that I can just continue to poke a bit more. He's got a couple stick charges, lining up the orb. Doesn't quite connect on Sam. But you know what? They're gonna go for it anyways. Thompson's on a mega kill streak.
Yeah, good
And
find.
TP gets cancelled.
He can try to hide as best he can, but the Illusory Orb giving vision, he can really dive in there. Oh, bottom. Look at the Shadow Amuleted Whitemon. He's hoping that Broodmother will get too cocky and go for this tower. But he's just biding his time. He's getting the experience from the tower killing stuff. Realizing he's not going to get anything, he backs out. It's a nice try, though.
I have to say, I'm really enjoying seeing Thompson on this puck. He's been super active. He's been able to make these plays. And usually has the +1. Over in the mid lane, though, Lone does get hopped upon. They do ping out. They know kind of the area that he's in, as you see Thompson doing a little bit of hunting. We'll run right into Alone, actually, and you can see how fast he goes and just jumps away to that remnant. He doesn't want anything to do with this puck, not by an outpost, not where there could be people there very quickly.
Yeah, Zephyr was just like half a second too early there on his goal for Disruptor to catch up. But now they're moving towards top lane instead. I like this. They should play towards objectives on the side of T1. They have that Aegis for 40 more seconds. I doubt that there's any chance for Wildcard to defend this tier 2.
Well, they go and drop the Static Storm over on Alex. And they just blow him up. There was an Earthshaker there. It's not there anymore, that's for sure. And this top tower is already sitting so low, 270 hit points left on it, so I'm pretty sure they're just going to take this tower, and despite Divine Llama's best efforts, this bottom tower is still standing.
Yeah, they used a glyph as well for that tier 2 tower, and it does not reset because they already lost the tier 2 tower mid. So now they can keep going, and there's not going to be any glyph available.
Ooh, this is a big smoke. They draw a line to go immediately down to this bottom area of the map, although the Aegis does end up getting reclaimed. But Thompson leading the charge. They have a general idea where everyone is, and I'm curious now to see how Wildcard's going to react to this. If they're going to just pop into the street. Yeah, look at this. Eve is just like, I don't see anyone on the map. This seems like a bad idea. And Divine Llama, the bunch of pings. He is also going to teleport out as soon as possible, but it's not fast enough. They have the Dream Coil. So that's a very dead Broodmother.
I like Zephyr's rocket just flying over him, and that's enough for Thompson to realize he can blink ahead and get the grab on that. So again, they made this big swooping motion in their smoke, and they do connect and get a kill. They didn't get the juicy one on Eve that they would have liked. The peel gets out, but they get the Broodmother, and again, Morphin can just start moving towards another tower. Like a wrecking ball in this game. He's just going for all the buildings.
Yeah, and I like this because we've talked about, they have the capability of making all the space and letting, a core just farm. But Ana has been very active this game, and that's what I like to see, especially in game number 1, where T1 actually ended up just getting outpaced by Wildcard. So
oh wow!
I like to see the way that they're moving together.
Zephyr has Aghanims, so he's actually shooting a bunch of rockets towards top lane. This is a really funny Aghanims now, with the ability to spam the triple rocket. You can connect multiple rockets on the same target. You can hit 2 on the same guy, so it does a lot of damage, and you can push creep waves really hard with it, which is what he's doing. So he's sort of stopping Wildcard from pushing the tier 1 top while they're sieging the bottom tier 2.
That's a very useful setup. Bottom tower, though, is going to get just ripped down by T1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't really expect them to slow down too much. They might wait a little bit with cracking the tier 3 high ground pushes, but right now it feels like T1, they have cleared out the map, and they're gonna make a smoke immediately as well. There are no buildings left to kill outside on the map, so they're looking for heroes.
Divine Llama, I wonder if he knows how close he could have been to death again from this puck. But T1, they'll comb through the jungle. Hoping to run into someone. They do start pinging out that they think, oh yeah, look at those rockets. They know where people are. Oh, look at this though. Thompson will be able to just teleport over, blink, and find Sam at the very least.
That's so funny. He didn't actually see Sam. He saw the peel before, and he was trying to get the coil on peel, but collateral damage. The peel gets out, and poor Silencer has to pay the price instead. That coil was not intended for him, but he dies anyway.
Consolation prize, like we said. The rocket over onto Divine Llama, but they don't have the lockdown now that they've used that Dream Coil earlier. So I'm just going to continue to clean up these creeps and push Wildcard into a smaller and smaller area on the map.
Yeah, they're gonna make it ever harder for Wildcard to get close to the Roche area and have any say in what's gonna happen with the next one.
Ooh, in goes the clockwork, though. They've seen Divine Llama. He's been there for quite a while. They'll go and use the Global Silence as another fight breaks off over to the side. They want to make sure that Eve is going to survive, but they go and they drop the Static Storm. And there's just wailing away over on Eve. This is not looking good as the Echo Slam comes through from Alex, but Ana, he's already got that BKB up, so it doesn't do much of anything, especially not to Cuckoo, who's already a tanky boy. So they'll find the kill. Whitemon trying to use that Glimmer, trying to survive alone, just zipping on through. It does have that Ags up, but Divine Llama somehow still alive after all is said and run. Ana just says, yeah, no, you're not getting out here. It's a buyback now from the Earthshaker. Does not have the Echo Slam, but they don't have the Phantom Lancer for another 20, and they don't want to use the buyback on the Broodmother, who's already had a difficult time. Look at this poor Sam. Sam's getting bullied by Ana.
Their defense is so weak, honestly, for high ground. They don't have the best things to defend here. They don't have, like, Shaker ulti anymore.
He thought about it. He thought about trying to make these plays, but you do have Cuckoo using those soul rips. Every time that starts to get a little bit low, he managed to go and hold those steering chains. Dream Coil getting dropped by Thompson again. They'll get a kill on Cuckoo. The blink forward from Thompson just to escape. They're trying to follow up here with his remnants, but
oh my god, I just realized.
Close that gap.
I just realized that Cuckoo almost has an entire Radiance complete on his Undying.
Oh my god.
So he is going to make it difficult for PL to have his army alive and for them to do that much as he's going for a Crimson Guard into Radiance core Undying in this game. It's not what I expected to see today.
I feel like it's one of those, you know, the little quiz where it's like, guess what hero built these items?
Yeah, for sure. There's a trivia right there.
Yeah.
At least Wildcard get out on the map a little bit after pushing back T1 there and getting that Undying kill, but I fear that they might not be able to stay on this area for too long, as T1 are just looking very motivated to keep fighting here. I doubt that they're even going to wait for the Radiance. He is quite close, but I think they just want to keep going.
I feel like Wildcard really wants to get out of the base so that way they can get these tier 3 items, because they are at a disadvantage if they're not able to pick up the new neutrals. Zephyr hunting, throws out a couple of the hits. Yeah, Divine Llama considers going forward, but realizes now that it's a trap. Sam running away, does get signs. The hook shot from downtown, though, from Zephyr. They'll kill Alex off. There's not going to be an Echo Slam. Drive back over onto Divine Llama. He's stuck in the Static Storm. Fissure comes through. They'll blow him up. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Wild card. That is not how you wanted that to go down. And T1's got to be extremely happy because now Roche is up. And he's got himself an Aghanim Shard.
It's crazy how they caught 3 heroes without even using the Dream Coil. They still have it, and there's the
alone? Alone? Okay, he goes, he pops the BKB. He decides that he's going to stick around, though. He doesn't have a TP. Does have the Remnant up, luckily, so he's going to be able to escape, but that could have almost been a disaster for him.
It might already be a disaster. Now he had to use his BKB just to escape, and immediately after Roshan falls here, we could expect T1 to just look for the high ground due to BKB being on cooldown.
Ah, yes, the classic Puck tanking the Roche while Undying sits outside the pit.
Yeah, we want to risk your Radiance, Crimson Guard, Undying, getting right-clicked. He's so squishy. Yeah, this catch was amazing. I can't believe how they caught all those heroes there. You're like, hook shot on one, jump after another, glimpse the third. Absolutely crazy that they get all 3 kills there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Wildcard pinned heavily into the base. They shut down this Broodmother super hard. Divine Llama, and I mentioned this earlier, and I still believe that Divine Llama is a good Broodmother, but I do think that T1 just played this better.
Yeah, they're looking very solid in this game. They have smoke and they have Shaker ulti, but he gets unsmoked.
Oh my god, Thompson, right place, right time, grabs himself Sam and alone. They'll follow up with the fissure though, as Ana turns himself over here to his own PL. He wants to be able to play this. We'll go chasing after Sam. As Love waveform forward, that's going to be a kill on the Silencer, but he is slowed down just a little bit, as now they'll put down the damage. Another Soul Rip, though, coming out from Cuckoo, going to be able to buy a bit more time here, so they'll go for the Doppel. Anna turning himself back into the Morphling, continuing the assault.
The clockwork makes it almost impossible to get a blink for Shaker. When he pops that Aghanim's, so many rockets.
It's a good fissure. Again, these Soul Rips, though, keeping Anna alive at the very cusp of life. They'll go use the Glimmer Cape alone. He wants this, but then they'll follow up. BKB gets used. Whitemon now just taking a ton of damage from Alone. They will be able to get the kill on the Disruptor. They're chasing after Zephyr now. He goes, throws that. Doesn't quite manage to land the hook shot. It's like Cuckoo's going to make it out. Do they have anything to cancel it? Yes, they do. They've got themselves a Searing Chains. That's going to be a dead Zephyr. So Wildcard does manage to scrape their way out of the base.
That looks so funny. It looked like he was trolled by his teammates. He tries to hook shot over to the puck to try and get himself out of the situation, but then Thompson phase shift, so he misses the hook shot. Trolling his old teammate here.
I want to go back and see the reactions on the cams for that one.
It's like, brother, why?
Why have you forsaken me?
Truly. There's some Scar moment right there coming out by Thompson.
Long live the king. All right, well, this does give Wildcard the chance to get back out there on the map.
Yep,
which is something they definitely needed.
They get some time to try and claim some neutral items. I mean, they do have the Titan Sliver. They do have the Titan Sliver on the PL. They actually have all their items now. It's T1 who have been so aggressive that they haven't gone all the neutral items yet. They're still missing some stuff. They've been looking for kills non-stop.
And you take a look at the score. We've had so many kills in 32 minutes. My God. It's the kind of Dota you like to watch, though. You want to see that bloodbath.
Yeah, and I don't feel like they're going to slow down. Now with the Octarine core over on the puck. Age is still in the hands of Morphling for 1 minute and 50 seconds. And a Butterfly just completed.
Sam is going to just... Oh, gosh. The Clockwork just hook-shotting all the way in. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get you back, Thompson. Didn't matter. Thompson still got the final hit. And now Divine Llama gets pushed back. The snap on the coil should be a double kill now for Thompson. Buyback coming from Divine Llama. And they don't have those creeps in the base just yet, so they do have a little bit of that backdoor protection. Anna being able to dump, turns himself into that Phantom Lancer. Is going to make it very difficult for them to approach, as they'll take down one Rax and they'll take down the second one.
Yeah, now with the Butterfly, he doesn't lose all his mana immediately as well, so he is a little bit stronger against this harassment coming out from the Spirit Lands.
They still have another 56 seconds on this Aegis, so they want to make it count. They want to make this work here. This tower going down pretty quickly. Cuckoo just continuing to throw out these soul rips to keep Anna alive. He's been doing an amazing job as a medic. Forward, a little bit of a glimpse back. The hook shot onto the very back line, over onto Alex Zephyr. He's going to be able to just push him out, and there's not going to be any sort of worry coming from this Earthshaker. The Global Science already used. It looks like Zephyr, okay, yeah, he's gone a little bit too far, but he's served his purpose. He's made them open up quite a bit as now Thompson jumps in. Dreamcoil on the back lines. Echo Slam comes out from Alex. And he'll be able to get the kill on Alone, but they're still trying to force him out of the base, and it's proving to be very, very difficult. As Sam is forced to buy back now. They want to try to punish them for this. Whitemon sitting so very low. Eve set so far apart, but it's a triple kill now for Anna, as he's going to focus down over onto Divine Llama. Aegis, though, will get reclaimed, so they have to be very careful. But now Divine Llama, perhaps he got too greedy, perhaps he got too excited about all of this, as they will go use the Manta, turn back around, and that's an ultra kill for Anna. A death on Alex as well. There is the only one person left is Sam. They say give him the rampage, and there it is.
Double.
It is going to be a
godlike.
split 1-1.
What a beautiful team fight there. Last team fight for T1, taking the game and securing that there will not be a tiebreaker between these two teams, and that was a really cool fight. The last fight there, Anna was waveform dodging the Shaker Echo Slam coming in as well. But I think, at least from Wildcard in this series, we saw in game one, they can play really good and they can make things happen. They can really coordinate. And there was such a glimmer, even in game two here. I think they had some chance to maybe take this game, but at some point T1 just switched into higher gear. They had a very, very aggressive draft, and they played around their puck so much, and we saw how great they were at catching people. we didn't really feel the impact of Broodmother in this game, I feel. And Eve was just not allowed to have that comeback as a carry. He couldn't farm his way back into this on PL.
Yeah, I think things go a lot differently if Dalai Lama is able to kind of launch off using his Spirit Mother, but they just did not give him any just possibility of it in this game with the aggression, how they played. In fact, you can see now as we look at the scoreboard, Anna having a perfect game, 18-0-2 on the Morphling. Close perfect game here for Thompson, nothing to sneeze about, 10-1-16. I do have to say that Cuckoo, with those soul rips, I can't tell you how many times he saved Anna. He's just right on the cusp. And he was able to keep him alive. Definitely very impressive in my book. Who would you say is your MVP, though?
I think I would give it to Anna in this game. He played a really clean game on this Morphling. First of all, his laning stage on bottom was very impressive. He got a solo kill on Dalai Lama as well. On his Morphling against Broodmother. Like, I don't feel like this matchup should be as good as it was, but Anna played near perfect in this game and joined a lot of fights as well. He was definitely not just farming, he was involved in quite a few kills.
Yeah, he played very, very impressively. I think it was like 2 kills during the laning stage. Looked incredible, but you know what? There are other people here that would love to talk about this match. So Aga and I, we're going to say goodbye to you. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. And we're going to send you over to the panel.
Thank you so much, Moxie and Waga. They were just absolutely fantastic in that final series for our group stages. And Fia, T-Panda, I definitely have to hear some of your thoughts. If you want to go first, Fia, about this wildcard T1 series and the fact they ended up taking 1 game each.
Yeah, well, what can you say? Morphling won both games. You know, like,
that's it. That's
you
the
tried
whole
to counterpick it, right? Like, here's the issue, right? Like, both games Morph won his lane, both games Morph was picked really early on the draft. They tried to counterpick it by picking a Drow. Drow lost the lane pretty hard to the Pango in game number 1. And the second game, we saw a PL lost its lane really hard to the Undying. So you can try and counterpick the Morph all you want with these heroes, but if you lose your lane, it's going to be hard to get back into the game and like contest this hero when this hero is just beyond godlike in the game and you're struggling to have a game from a bad laning stage. So shutting down Morph in the laning stage seems to be a struggle a lot of teams are having right now. Like the Broodmother got killed by the Morphling like 3 to 4 times in the laning stage. Same thing in the other game, Cuckoo's Axe struggled to deal with the Morph in the laning stage. So this hero just kind of is still persistently being an issue for teams to deal with, and not only the laning stage, but it's scaling as well.
Yeah, would that be the exact same analysis to you, T-Panda, just Morph?
What can I say? I mean, Fear's basically said everything you need to know. I don't have much to add to it, to be completely honest. I mean, Wildcard taking off a game, yeah, that was pretty impressive. Yeah. It was a 50-minute grind, but a tie series just isn't enough for Wildcard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is also about the tenacity that the team has to be able to push through such a long game. While that series was going on, we also did have our A-Stream series finishing up, and that was the Polaris up against VG game. And I know T-Panda, you had some pretty close eyes on that one as well, because I don't want to say it was it wasn't a do or die for Polaris, but for Nouns, right? For them to have a chance for upper bracket, they were rooting for Polaris to be able to take some games.
Yeah, the series, like you said, was basically for VG Gaming to gain some points for themselves. Can they get to the upper bracket? Just needed 1 win for it. But, you know, a 2-0 score in the end. That also means that Polaris loses their positioning in the group. We'll talk about standings later. But still, the first game, there wasn't too much to mention about it. VG first faced Morph and Marcy. They won every single lane. There was a last pick Tidehunter, which had find the sniper, ravage the sniper. Didn't work out. So that game was very, very one-sided. But game 2, basically the carry SF got off to a pretty strong start. You got 6k net worth 11 minutes in. Couple good picks coming in from Polaris 12 minutes in with the support mag RP to get the Void Spirit. Very early game reliant hero because he does only have flat damage. Doesn't have that great scaling. But it didn't really stop them there because Vici, they pulled off a 7k lead 20 minutes in. And you run into this situation where a lot of players start to think, maybe comms-wise, maybe emotion-wise, like, guys, we gotta do something. You know, like, you get that feeling that we need to do something, or do you necessarily have to? But Polaris, they decided to go for a smoke. They got themselves the Shadow Fiend with a Chrono. but it just wasn't enough. You know, you're running out of tools. There's a huge difference in net worth. It was already like 10 to 15k, and Frisk and Erica really made this the game. Like, we saw some really cool stolen chronos. I think this was one of the fights where Rubik basically has the chronosphere to finish off the fight at the end. They got the initiation out of the Tusk. Night Stalker silencing up people. That's really, really awkward. And you got Natsumi, gets a chrono, but he can't quite finish off the SF Satanic on bang, bang, bang. And this is where Frisk is like, I'm going to help you guys. Let's kill this guy. Let's get Lelouch out of the way. And he did another one on the high ground as well, where he basically finished off with that same stolen chrono. You can see that they're happy. Guys, we're going to the upper bracket. We're going to get ourselves maybe into second and third place. And this game was, you know, VG Gaming showing the hunger and the will.
Yeah, I do like to see the animated reactions from the VG boys, 100%. But Via, are you a little bit concerned about Polaris, even though they had a stronger showing at the start of the day, falling 2-0 to VG? Is that worrying or not so much?
We'll see. I mean, right now, like, Polaris, they look good, right? So it really just comes down to playoffs now, and how they're going to show up during the playoffs. I mean, they can beat any team, they can lose to any team. They're sitting in, like, kind of like the upper middle pack, I want to say, for me, as far as like how strong teams look right now. So really just it comes down to like, is it gonna be big pressure games coming up, and will the teams crumble under pressure, or will they keep their composure?
Yeah, let's keep the highlights rolling though, and let's have a little bit of a look at that T1 versus VP game that happened earlier. I know game one stood out for you, Fia. It was one that T1 ended up taking. The series was one game each, but this game one specifically you enjoyed.
Yeah, well, I've been talking about Morphling, how strong it is, how you can't counter it, but this game, T1, the one way to counter is they ended up putting the Morphling in the off lane. There's like some lane dodging, and Morphling had a terrible early game. Like, the biggest problem teams have had dealing with this Morphling is A, the laning stage, and obviously B is the scaling. But this game on Virtus.pro, Ramsey's Morph just had the terrible laning stage. He died multiple times. Thompson, as usual on his Primal Beast in the mid lane, is rotating, making his already bad laning stage worse. And as you can see, Thompson, complete beast on his Primal Beast, running around, getting all this early game aggression and getting tons of kills on the map, and then just really making the space. And unfortunately in this game, Ramses just didn't have a game. Like, he had a really bad game. He went into the Midas on his Morphling here, and it just like was pretty useless for like 30 minutes. Just kept farming, couldn't really find an opening to get into this game. This game did drag on for some time, but T1 did throw a little bit here and there, as you'll see here, even though they have a good early game lead. But at the end of the day, they were able to like be resilient and take the win. It was mainly back off. I think we might see the highlight in a little bit. It was Whitemon ended up getting an Aghanim's Blessing from the Roshan pit, and just killed the Morphling without buyback, and they just ended the game. So as you can see, Ramses, he had a real rough one on Morph, and this is kind of how you deal with the Morphling. If you can, the Morph just has to have a terrible start to finish for the serial to not look very good.
Do you think it was more down to the lineup that T1 had, or more how they played it, and there could have been, you know, a hero swap here or there, and it still could have gone in their favor, seeing how they played this game against the Morphia?
It was mainly about the laning stage for me. Like, they chose to like put Morph in like an aggro situation. There was some lane dodging, and so Morph ended up in the off lane playing versus like the Slark Fenno lane, and they just kept chasing him down, and just Morph just did not have a lane in this game. He had a very hard time recovering. As you'll see in pretty much all the highlights, Ramses here just really struggling to make anything happen.
Did you just curate this highlight to just try and be like, no, Morph is balanced, it's fine guys, you can deal with it?
I don't think it's very balanced at all, but if you do want to deal with this hero, you do have to like focus your whole like laning stage and everything to like deal with it. It's incredibly strong hero right now, and Slark has been a pretty decent response to it that we've seen. So
Panda, do you think that there is, I guess, a surprise factor to the fact that T1 could deal with a VP morph, but they couldn't deal with a wildcard morph?
I mean, very, very different teams, very different games. I guess, you know, like, draft results and execution have been a bit different in both of these series. So I guess what Fear is basically saying about like it matters about the laning stage. Like you can still pull off a completely different setup for yourself depending on what kind of support matchups you're going up against. Like say for example, if a Marcy sneaks into the draft, like can you maybe punish the Morphling a bit earlier on or not? So I mean, there's a lot of variables in the air, so you can't quite directly say that Wildcard has a better Morphling. I mean, maybe he does, but they would have been picking Morphling all the time if they would be that high in the standings.
No, that's very true. We want to have a look at the highlights for the Infamous versus Wildcard series as well. That was the final series that played out over on D Stream when it was up and running. And T-Betty, you were quite impressed with how this one played out.
Yeah, this was basically like the first game was all about like good examples on how to do like Aegis timer fights. They had like a fight on Infamous' side where they whiffed the black hole. They hit absolutely nothing with it 30 seconds earlier. And then they're basically timing up. Roshan's about, like, basically Aegis is about to expire in about, say, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. And they start the fight when it's only 10 seconds remaining because Wildcard decided to overextend with the bottom lane push. And it basically just escalated to a situation where they would catch the sniper and he would just fall right away. They would get several kills right after that. And then we had the beautiful lockdown stuff as well. I see that we have, basically Game 2 highlights rolling here. We'll get to those in just a bit. But, you know, her very pretty usage of defensive abilities to get Sniper out of the way and save him and keep Infamous at bay. But in the end, it didn't really matter too much. They got 2 buybacks out of their cores. They got a couple good kills there and just ended the game. But Game 2 was pretty interesting because the Morphling started off with a 0-3-2 build, which you don't get to see too often. But it worked out really nicely for the Morphling because Pango would basically struggle to get into the lane to get last hits. Every time he'd go in for a shield crash, he gets hit by the nuke, and he actually got killed a couple times because of that. And Morph had like a 1,300 gold difference to the Pangolier. It was a very back-and-forth game, but in the end, you know, this is just a drafting issue. You have nothing against this Phantom Lancer. Like, this was a free game for Eves, basically. SF ulti Fear was really strong against the Morph. Every time they get their ulti to land, they would just nuke the Morphling during the Fear. No strength Morph coming out, and they would basically just take the racks at 35 minutes and finish the game from there. Like, it was just no answer to the PL. He was unkilled that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, very, I guess, even series when it played out, even though it looked like within the games it was very one-sided, the series going 1-1 each, and both of them actually going for 44 minutes, almost exactly. That was, I don't know why, but I just love the fact that both games went for the exact same amount of time, and each team picking up one themselves. While we do flip through the rest of the highlights for this, though, something else that was going on at the same time was the Na'Vi secret game. Neither of you guys pulled it out as a highlight, but I want to highlight it a little bit because we ended up seeing Na'Vi picking out a Pose 1 Io and a Pose 3 Mirana. I'm not sure if either of you guys actually got to watch it, but that went for 53 minutes and was very impressive because there were times where it looked like Na'Vi was going to be able to take it with an Io Pose 1.
No, I did not get to watch, unfortunately, too many games going on, but that does sound pretty hype.
Yeah, that's my one. If you guys get time to go back and watch any game at all, that's definitely one that I feel you'll have to have a bit of a look at. Maybe try and analyze it yourself. Let me know exactly why that Pose 1 IO could have worked. But for now, we're going to flip through all of the results across those 4 streams, the 28 games that we ended up seeing unfold for day 2 of our Last Chance Qualifiers. Here on the main stream, it was Secret, Polaris 1 each, VG, Na'Vi also 1 each, T1, Virtus Pro 1 each, and then VG deciding to just round it out with a 2-0 against Polaris. On our second stream, we started off with T1 Extreme. T1 taking that 2-0, Extreme then getting the 2-0 themselves against Infamous, Polaris getting a 2-0 over Tempest, and then Wildcard T1 going 1-1. We just saw that one play out a little bit ago. And Stream C only had 3 games played on them today. Nouns with the opening 2-0, get their confidence going, but then unfortunately going 1-1 against Tempest, and Secret also going 1-1 against Na'Vi with that IO game that I mentioned. Our final stream, our 4th one, was was a Liquid with a quick 2-0 against a wild card, and then a 2-0 against Virtus Pro. Their day ended very, very early, and then Infamous and wild card 1-1 each. Now that we've seen the results, I've already said which game is my one to go back and have a look at. It was that Na'Vi Secret Game 2. But Fear, which game or series would you kind of recommend to everyone? Have a look, go back and watch that one.
I'm probably going to have to go with the T1 VP, the one that I highlighted on how to beat Morph, you know? Watch a game where Morph struggles in this, in this patch. That's very satisfying.
Yeah. And T-Panda, what would yours be?
I mean, I was kind of thinking about the opposite there, you know, wildcard T1 maybe. But, you know, maybe if we already have a T1 series, everybody's hyped for T1 basically. But I guess you'd have to go with the Secret Na'Vi series, just like you said. I think that was a really good one to watch in the end. And maybe Carry IO, it pleases some people.
Yeah, I mean, some people might be intrigued. This is something from TI9 coming all the way back around, so we'll see if it's something that gets pulled out a little bit later, but I love to see it here in the group stages, which has been finalized, all done and dusted. Let's jump into our standings so we know just who is coming out on top of Group A. It is Na'Vi with 7 wins and 3 losses. Then we see VG, Team Secret, Polaris tied up, nice and even. We sorted that one out with a head-to-head, so no tiebreaker games are going to have to be played there because it is just purely for seeding. They're all making the upper bracket, so we went to head-to-head, and that's how it landed out, with then, unfortunately, Nouns and Tempest going to lower bracket. They're still in it. They still have a fighting chance, but maybe not the position you want to be in. However, on Group B, I do know it is a little bit more clear-cut. Liquid, 8 wins and 2 losses. A fabulous performance. Extreme with 6 wins, 4 losses. And then VP T1 tying it up 5-5. Same thing, head-to-head to resolve that one, as well as Infamous and Wildcard in the lower bracket going to their head-to-head. Is this what you guys thought? Are they the dominant teams that you expected to be right up there on top when we started all the way back yesterday morning, Fia?
For Group A, I said Secret was going to crush the group, and I was I was wrong on that one. So
I just learned to hear you say I'm wrong. If anyone could clip that.
In Group B, I thought Extreme and VP, but you know, turned out Liquid was the dominant one there, so I was a little off, but somewhat in the ballpark.
Yeah. I mean, they still all had very fantastic showings, but what about you, Panda? I know that you were a big fan of Na'Vi, and seeing them up there, how happy are you?
Well, I did also say that Nouns is going to surprise, but at least maybe playoffs. Who knows? I'm just happy about Group B. I'm just happy with Group B because I got my Finnish lads in the upper bracket. I mean, is there more than I can ask for? We need a Finnish player in TI. That's all I'm asking.
Well, now the group stages is done. We know where all of the teams are sitting, whether it's upper bracket or lower bracket. It's time to actually have a look at how our playoff brackets looking, who's going to be going up against who, and you can see right there at the top, Na'Vi T1 going to be battling it out. Team Secret and Extreme Gaming, that one very, very hyped for. Then Virtus Pro up against VG, Team Liquid, Polaris, and then we have our lower bracket teams down there waiting. Out of the 4 upper brackets, Fia, which one is really standing out for you that you think could potentially go to 3 games?
To go to 3 games, I've probably all of them could probably go to 3 games.
All of them?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe the Liquid Polaris one has. I mean, just Liquid just look so dominant. Maybe that one won't go to 3 games, but outside of that series, I think they all have the potential to go to 3 games.
You're the same, T-Panda?
Yeah, I totally agree. Like this could be a really tight upper bracket run for a lot of these teams, and they're going to be stretched out into a long marathon. I just want to make a bold statement and say, like, yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see. A marathon of an upper bracket.
It is. Everyone feels like they're all very, very tight in terms of performance, especially seeing all the adjustments, how certain teams bounce back from day one of groups to today, day two. But we saw our bracket, how it's going to play out. So let's have a look at our schedule, because it is going to be 2 streams going on at the same time for the beginning of our playoffs. And stream B is going to start with that Secret Extreme, and then Liquid Polaris best of 3s happening. Obviously, the losers will then be going up against Tempest, Nouns. That's TBD. It's going to be interesting what prep work is going to happen for Tempest and Nouns, are waiting for who they might potentially be facing. And then on the mainstream, that means we are left with the Na'Vi T1 series. I say left with, we're hyped for the Na'Vi T1 series, and the Virtus Pro VG for then Infamous and Wildcard best of 3s later in the day. It's very jam-packed, a lot of games, potentially more games than what we saw over, day 2 of groups. That was quick maths on stream, and as they say, never do that, and I did it, and now I look like a bit of a fool. but Fia, yeah, I mean, I always fall into that trap. But Fia, is there anything you want to say in terms of closing remarks for group stages? Anything that impressed you or stood out for what we saw today?
I think I'm impressed that Nouns made a nice recovery today. Still didn't get to that winner bracket, unfortunately, but the only closing remark I have is I want to make sure all the teams go back, do their homework, prepare, make sure their drafts are ready. I don't want to see any freebie wins just because a team got X, Y, and Z heroes that are meta. I mean, or just come prepared, have just realize you're not just going to win versus certain heroes just because you have a counter pick. Think of all your lanes and make sure you have good drafts tomorrow, because I just want to see good games. That's all I want to see. I want to see good games, so hopefully everyone just puts in the effort tomorrow and we get some good games.
Yeah, and T-Panda, I know you're a little bit of a stats man yourself, so I definitely want to ask, coming into the start of the day, we had Undying as the most picked, Batrider most banned, 2 things that you're quite intrigued by in some of the pairings going on. But now that we've seen day 2 of groups play out, what are some of the interesting stats that are sticking out to you?
I think it's no surprise that Marcy is still 100% contested throughout all of the games, but her win rate did go down a bit. She's now 8-3, while Enigma has gone up to being the most successful hero with 83%, 10 wins, 2 losses, which I do personally like. But that also kind of sits in nicely with the common combos that are going out. You see the Morph Undying come out with 50% win rate. You win or lose with it. But then the most successful ones, where you have Enigma Tusk with 80% win rate, 4-1, and the worst combos of you could say, Patch Winner, Silencer, and Snapfire, 0% with Ench and Invo, also 0%. So outside of those, the uncontested heroes, what's up with the playoffs? Give me some Tinker. Give me some Tinker. Maybe some Bane. Maybe a bit of Techies. Let's get some mayhem going on.
Yeah, well, it looks like the teams took Fia's advice. They did their homework. Now, if they're listening, maybe they'll take a little bit of your advice, T-Panda. We might see some of those heroes coming out in playoffs. But we are all done and dusted for day 2 of TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. It's groups over, playoffs starting tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.
Unstoppable.